Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
601 chapter Artificial Gift. 1. A corrupted magical beast. Ludger had seen one before. It's the same as Calodo. In the kingdom of Sevia, the homeland of Casey Selmore, he had once encountered the Black Magic School's leader, Calodo. Calodo, the master of the Hellfire Magic School, had failed to suppress his own mana and was ultimately devoured by it. And what took over that body was the fierce will embedded within the mana itself, a corrupted magical beast born from pure hellfire mana. Such creatures were disasters merely by existing. And now, 5 of those same abominations had appeared before them. So he created corrupted magical beasts intentionally. One of the blazing crimson skeletons raised its finger toward them. Everyone move. The moment Ludger shouted, Phiron and Cravat reacted immediately. Thanks to that, they narrowly avoided the 5 blood-red beams that ripped through the air. Boom! Those blood-colored rays were long-range attacks made of pure, searing fire. Every steel structure they brushed past melted into drooping slag, leaving behind glowing red trails. Phew, that's one hot welcome. Phiron had dodged a bit late, his skin bore faint burn marks. But when he pressed his palm over the wound, it healed instantly. Just seeing how the steel itself had melted was enough to show the power of that heat, yet he had endured it with his body. When it came to physical endurance, Phiron had already reached the realm of superhumans. You noticed pretty quickly, Professor. You've fought something like that before, haven't you? I have fought one almost identical. Their patterns are similar too. But these ones seem weaker than that corrupted beast. That thing weaker. But since there are 5, we can't take them lightly. Those beings, eternally burning with hellfire mana, were avatars of endless destruction. So long as they lived, they would never stop burning something. Even if this sector's uninhabited, releasing creatures like that, what is Nikolai trying to do? At this point, Nikolai's actions were beyond suspicious. If such monsters were unleashed, Isla Machina itself would fall into chaos. Did that mean Nikolai was willing to accept that much collateral damage just to kill him? Ludger didn't have time to ponder. The corrupted magical beasts didn't give him the chance. Whoosh! Blood-red embers spread through the air. Ludger enveloped himself in cold mana and erected a massive ice wall across the area. A biting chill surged outward, colliding with the beast's hellfire, but it was only a stalling tactic. Under the combined heat of 5 creatures, the thick ice wall began melting rapidly. How the hell do we kill these things? Cravat flew in on a carpet of black smoke, shouting toward Ludger. You said you've fought one before, right? Then you know how to deal with them. What did you do last time? I trapped it inside an iceberg big enough to freeze the sea. We have to go that far. Fortunately, these ones won't require that. The previous creature had been born from the death of an entire school's master. Even if these were made by combining a black mage's corpse with world tree cells, they were still patchwork imitations by comparison. So we just need to extinguish those flames, right? Phiron exhaled sharply, and before Ludger or Cravat could stop him, he charged forward with a roar of delight. Ha ha ha! Burn me hotter. As Phiron rushed in, all 5 beasts turned their attention toward him. Even if they tried to ignore him, his overwhelming presence made that impossible. The magical beasts exhaled waves of scorching heat flames of hellfire mana, far more potent than any ordinary spell. The air shimmered, the ground glowing red beneath the radiance. Phiron leapt boldly into the inferno. Nice and warm. Wrapped in mana, he withstood the heat with only sweat beading over his skinless muscles. For any normal human, entering that heat would have meant instant incineration. I know he's absurdly tough, but to actually hurt those things, elemental counter-damage is essential. Cravat, ever the analyst, deduced their weakness immediately. Phiron's combat magic relied on pure mana amplification without any elemental attribute. Without water or ice properties, there was no way to harm creatures of fire, or so they thought. Their worry was unfounded. Phiron's fists shimmered faintly blue, as if brushed with dye. Crack! His punch smashed into the nearest beast's jaw. He should have been the one melting from the hellfire contact, yet instead, the beast's head snapped sideways with a crunch and toppled over. What is that? Did he just wrap his fist in frost mana? Cravat's eyes widened in disbelief. Ludger's were the same. The spell Phiron had used was unlike any elemental magic they'd ever seen. Ha ha ha! Take this frostbite punch. Even though the name was ridiculous, much like his chiropractic magic, its effect was undeniable. Each time Phiron threw a punch, another corrupted beast went flying. Those that fell writhed weakly but could not stand again, proof that his blows were landing effectively. Well, leave those troublesome ones to him. Agreed. We've got our own problems. They turned. Beyond the crimson glow of the hellfire beasts, deeper shadows rippled, and within them, blue eyes lit up one by one. On their shoulders, ampules of glowing blue liquid gleamed like ghostly lights. New ones again. This time, unlike the red ones, these were blue. Where the red units had steel masks over their jaws, the blue ones wore visored helmets glowing faintly with blue light. The blue subjects raised their arms toward Ludger and Cravat. They didn't rush forward like beasts. Instead, the momentary stillness made it clear the tips of their fingers had holes. Ludger immediately cast a barrier spell. Cravat layered his own black curse energy over it for reinforcement. Moments later, a storm of bullets poured from the blue unit's fingertips. Tat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. The barrier trembled violently, like an umbrella under heavy rain. Inside the defense field, Ludger tried using silence of fire, but clicked his tongue and cancelled it immediately. They're using special gunpowder, the kind that nullifies fire-type magic. They really came prepared, and it looks like their bodies have been cybernetically modified. No sooner had he said that than a shrill mechanical whine sounded beyond the barrier. The next moment, sparks flew part of the barrier sliced open as a unit appeared, both hands transformed into spinning saw blades. As its head poked through the breach, a sharp beam lanced straight between its eyes. Peeshing. The subject reacted, twisting its head aside just in time. The mask over its left temple exploded instead. The strike that should have pierced its forehead had only grazed it, but the follow-up sword stick strike left no room for evasion. The head rolled across the floor. The body collapsed. Its reaction speed's faster than the red one's, but its vitality's lower. Ludger drove his sword stick into the headless torso's chest. The biobomb that had been primed to detonate lost its signal and deactivated. You're not reusing old tricks again, are you, Nikolai? Oh dear, John Doe. When you say that, it sounds like you're underestimating me. As he expected, Nikolai's voice came from among the blue units. The fact that I sent both my precious red and blue divisions shows how highly I regard you. You should feel honored. You're still the same coward, hiding among your test subjects, too afraid to even project yourself directly. Don't you have the courage to face me in person? Ha ha. You don't really think I'd fall for such a simple taunt, do you? I prefer being precise and thorough. Since I've realized you're far stronger than I anticipated, it's only reasonable to be cautious. You really think you can deal with me using just this? The red and blue legions were indeed dangerous. The reds, made from black mages' corpses, combined physical power with the ability to wield dark arts. The blues, fused with machinery and drug enhancements, were armed with a variety of built-in weapons. Yet still, it wasn't enough. Even if Ludger's side was small in number, every member was elite. Oh, I know. No matter how many I send, all I can really do is delay you. And yet you keep doing it. You must have time and resources to burn. Don't say that. Losing my reds and blues is quite the loss for me. Originally, I intended to drag things out longer, maybe play territory wars with those black mage fools. But thanks to you, I had to move my plan forward. Plan. Of course, I wouldn't be stupid enough to tell you that outright. Nikolai mocking laughter echoed through the test subjects. Ludger, never expecting a straight answer, showed no reaction. The blue division began to move, surrounding Ludger and Cravat. Yet they didn't attack, not immediately. What are you scheming? You know these things can't take me down. You're right. I'm not dumb enough to bash my head against a solid wall. Against someone as powerful as you, brute force doesn't suit me. But what about others? What? For a brief instant, Ludger thought he heard Nikolai laugh. John Doe, I was quite surprised when you appeared on this island out of thin air, no less. You'd been in Lederbelk only recently, and then I learned you're desperately protecting a certain girl. The laughter seeped out from the test subject's throat. How fascinating. The great John Doe, running across this island, risking everything just to save one little girl. You don't tell me I may not be able to strike at you directly, but I can certainly target the girl you care about. You seem to have forgotten who's with her. Ah, Gariel Cosmo. Yes, quite the man. I never expected there to be a mage capable of wielding something as peculiar as time magic. Nikolai had already identified Gariel as well. Of course, I've prepared countermeasures for him. Time magic sounds impressive, but it's bound by heavy restrictions. Practically useless in combat, wouldn't you say? You bastard now. I wonder how long can that Gariel fellow truly protect the girl? At Novelight, that instant, Ludger understood why the Blue Division had surrounded them. It wasn't to attack, it was to keep them trapped, to stop them from leaving. John Doe, I can't kill you right this second, but I can kill the girl you cherish, and that man, Gariel. From the beginning, Nikolai had never intended to kill Ludger outright. Once he discovered what Ludger valued, he chose instead to exploit it, to drag the suffering out as long as possible. He was not a man who offered mercy by ending things quickly. He was one who found joy in watching others writhe in agony. That was First Order Nikolai. Please do enjoy my gift. 602, Chapter Artificial Gift. 2. Lutheran, upon returning to the new magic tower, surveyed the state within. Because of the sudden external assault, the tower's atmosphere was in disarray. After all, the proud defensive system of the new magic tower had been breached. Even siege weapons could not have pierced it, yet a massive hole had been gouged cleanly through its center as though carved out by some precise force. The only consolation was that the tower's core support structures remained intact. If they hadn't, the tower might have snapped in half from the middle. The tower wouldn't have fallen from something like that, but it would have been dangerously close. Still, that man didn't intend to cause such destruction. His purpose had been to take the important object stored within the new magic tower, not to bring the tower down itself. In other words, had he wished, he could have destroyed it completely. And yet he hadn't. That was why Lutheran chose to trust Ludger. The new magic tower is currently divided into two factions. The bourgeois faction, they've clearly joined hands with that man, Nikolai. They were the first to move as though waiting for this moment, and the ones who used unauthorized automatons and artifacts. They had even tried to kill him and Cravat, dismissing them as obstacles. The question is whether the entire faction sided with him or just a few rogue elements. Still, Lutheran had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Factional politics weren't his taste, but he wasn't stubborn enough to ignore an advantage when it presented itself. As he entered his private workshop, one of his attendants responsible for the research below hurried to greet him. Lord Lutheran, you've returned. Must be hard managing things amid this chaos. Haha, not at all, sir, called the others. Though he spoke casually, the attendant understood what he meant. By the others, Lutheran meant the key figures of the proletariat faction, those with influence and rank. Normally, the aloof Lutheran, ever the dignified lone wolf, would never involve himself in such matters. His change in behavior alone made it clear how serious the situation was. The attendant bowed and quickly left the workshop. Lutheran spent the meantime gazing out the window at the tower and the island beyond. He couldn't see the entire island, but he could make out the general outline of Isla Machina, a landscape of metal buildings, white steam rising from countless chimneys. For a beastkin who had lived his life upon vast open plains, this was a suffocating sight. And yet, Lutheran had once believed he had adapted to it. I thought he'd grown used to it, but it seems I was wrong. The view looked the same as ever, but behind it all, unseen things were happening more than anyone could grasp. Lutheran felt a deep sense of alienation. The world he thought he knew, it was not what he believed it to be. The smiles of those he once called friends were nothing but masks. He had always known people wore masks, but understanding it in theory and facing it in reality were very different things. He reached up and touched his own iron mask. The cold, rigid texture made him smile bitterly. I've no right to judge anyone for wearing one. Just then, the door to the workshop rattled open. Expecting the people he had summoned, Lutheran turned and narrowed his eyes at an unexpected sight. Sixth Circle Mage Lutheran. The inspectors who handled internal affairs of the new magic tower stood there, their gazes icy. You'll have to come with us. You're under suspicion of colluding with the external attackers who assaulted the tower. And that Sixth Circle Mage you sent to the new magic tower, what did you hope he'd accomplish? Sorry, but I've already taken care of that. Nikolai had blocked every move Ludger could possibly make. You're finished now. Ludger thought of Rhine, the little girl who had once tugged his hand, begging him to come play, the student who had always worked diligently in her Sion classes, the young woman who'd been shattered by betrayal and fell into despair. And finally, the one who had sunk into that uncertain sleep, perhaps never to wake. Yet the memory that lingered most vividly was her bright smile in the sunlight. Uludger's voice dropped lower, colder than ever before. Cravat, watching beside him, involuntarily shuddered. What Ludger's aura had changed. He, who never betrayed emotion, now radiated something sharp and dreadful. Even Nikolai, observing from afar through his test subjects, felt a chill crawl up his spine. Haha, so even you can look human. Nikolai was frightened for an instant, but quickly regained his mocking tone. After all, Ludger was far away. Even if Ludger tried to reach him, the test subjects would never allow it, and in that time, Nikolai could simply escape through one of the dozens of prepared routes. The whole island was his palm, and besides, would he even have the time to come after me? He'll have to rush off to save that girl instead. That thought gave Nikolai the courage to mask his unease. Still, a trace of anxiety clung to him, a faint, lingering dread, like dust that wouldn't shake off, a whisper of doubt that perhaps his intricate trap would collapse and Ludger might win after all. He didn't deny the possibility, and for that very reason, he intended to erase even that slim chance completely. They said a lion goes all out, even when hunting a rabbit. It was only a saying, but Nikolai found truth in it, and his opponent was no rabbit, but a terrifying beast he could never afford to underestimate. To hunt such prey, even multiple layers of traps would not suffice. Nikolai, I told you, didn't I? When this is over, it'll come for you. Ludger's tone was as calm as ever composed, dignified, unwavering. Yet beneath it, a quiet fury pulsed, colder and deadlier than before. I was going to wait until then, but not anymore. I didn't think you'd cling to me this obsessively. Oh, so the great John Doe bends his will at last. But you shouldn't have. Ludger's gaze fixed on one of the test subjects, transmitting Nikolai's voice. If you wanted me dead so badly, you should finished it cleanly. By leaving me alive to suffer, you've only tied your own noose. This was a fight to the death. And in such battles, the one rule was simple: sever the enemy's life without mercy. The moment you assume victory and lower your guard, that's when you die. Nikolai, you wouldn't know this. You've never truly fought. All his life, Nikolai had triumphed through manipulation, pulling strings from the shadows. He knew nothing of real combat, the kind where victory couldn't be bought or delegated. There were no rules here, no referees, no audience, only the ring where two enemies fought until one ceased to breathe. Since you don't understand, it'll teach you. Even if your foe's body lies broken and bloodied, if they still draw breath, the fight isn't over. So long as life remains, even with shattered limbs, even with only teeth left to bite with, if there are no teeth, then gums will do. If not gums, something else. True struggle continues until absolutely nothing is left. Now I'll show you what a real fight looks like. What nonsense, another dramatic speech. Nikolai no longer even laughed. He didn't bother to hide his irritation at being lectured. From there, what can you possibly do? What can you do NVLGHT to me, John Doe? You, Ludger vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before the test subject, transmitting Nikolai's voice. He had leapt clean over the entire encirclement. The subject didn't even have time to react. Crunch! Ludger's bare hand clamped around its jaw. I'll kill you. Crack! His mana-infused grip crushed the creature's face to dust. It flailed wildly, but Ludger's sword stick swung, severing its mechanical limbs in an instant. The subject tried to self-destruct, but Ludger infused mana into its body, neutralizing the bomb at its core. He tossed the limp husk aside and raised his hand toward the incoming blue division. A surge of energy flared from his fingertips, and countless lines of light erupted, impaling the test subjects like a hedgehog's spines. Holy Cravat, watching from a short distance, couldn't stop himself from gasping. What Ludger had shown so far had been nothing but a warm-up. Now his true power flowed freely, without restraint. Cravat realized then Nikolai had committed an irreparable mistake. Ludger advanced without pause. Each time he moved, the blue division fell, unable to resist. At that moment, Phiron finished his battle with the artificial magical beasts and joined them. What's this? Already over. His steam rose from his body as he approached, bare-chested, or rather, his upper garments had burned away entirely in the heat of combat. At least his pants had survived. Yeah, it's over. He took care of everything. HMPH. As expected, but the professor doesn't look pleased. Even from a glance, Phiron could sense Ludger's fury. Cravat quickly explained why. What? Then the girl and that weakling are in danger right now. Phiron reacted as if the world were ending. Gariel might have been a time mage, but to Phiron, he was still a frail weakling, a man whose only defense in frozen time was to run, so fragile that he'd once collapsed from mere poison. Then we must hurry to help her. Halfway through his words, Phiron noticed that Ludger was gone. He was just here. Where did he? What are you spacing out for? We're going too. Cravat grabbed him, and together they followed the path Ludger had taken. Ludger arrived first. At a hidden base, he had prepared in case of emergencies, a place that, under normal circumstances, no one should have been able to find. Now it was a wreck. Claw marks, destruction, the aftermath of a fierce battle. Corpses of mages and test subjects lay scattered across the floor. Ludger stepped past them until he reached the innermost chamber. There, his eyes fixed on a man sitting collapsed beside a sleeping girl. Gariel Cosmo. Rhine lay there, peacefully asleep. Her body was unscathed. Judging by the devastation, she should have been caught in the crossfire 100 times over, yet something had protected her desperately. Covered in dust and shallow cuts, Gariel looked up at Ludger, gasping. Took you long enough. I thought he'd die of old age waiting. Ludger assessed his condition. No critical injuries, but faint traces of aging marked his face. You used time, about 6 months' worth. The automaton bought us time. Following his gaze, Ludger spotted the half-destroyed automaton nearby. I can repair that. Yeah, probably. Gariel let out a weary laugh. He had protected Rhine, yet his expression was grim. Ludger caught it instantly. Tell me, what happened? I kept Rhine safe, but all the materials I gathered are gone. Gariel lifted his hollow eyes toward Ludger. The materials to cure Rhine, they're gone. 603 chapter, the path facing each other one. What did you just say? They destroyed all the materials that had been gathered to treat Rhine. I tried to protect them as best I could, but Gariel couldn't bring himself to finish speaking, because Ludger had grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up. Is that something you call an excuse? You should have hidden them. You should have kept them somewhere safe where they couldn't be found. I have no excuse. Normally, Gariel would have shouted back that it wasn't his fault, but this time was different. Looking dejected, like a man who had lost everything, Gariel's weak response made Ludger glare at him. Then he suddenly released his collar with a sharp flick. Gariel sank helplessly to the ground. Seeing him like that, Ludger saw an image from the past overlapping before his eyes. No, no, you can't. The sight of Gariel clutching her cold corpse, sobbing in despair, still remained vividly in Ludger's memory. How could he not have known? Every time Gariel looked at Rhine's mother, the look on his face and the light in his eyes made it painfully clear just how much he loved her. Even though it was a love that could never be fulfilled, he had accepted it and yet could never let go of his feelings. Watching that, Ludger had thought he was such a fool. But Ludger didn't hate that kind of fool. Even if they bickered and clashed on the surface, Ludger knew well how important a man like Gariel was to both Rhine and her mother. And who was it that took away the woman that man loved? Ludger looked down at his own hands. The red stains of blood still carried the warmth of the dead, as if their body heat hadn't yet faded. That warmth made Ludger's skin crawl. When he turned his trembling eyes toward the thicket, he could see Rhine still unable to accept reality, and beside her, Freuden staring wide-eyed in shock. Remembering that moment, Ludger bit his lip. For now, we focus on developing a cure. There was no time to wallow in helplessness. The immediate priority was to find a way to stabilize Rhine's condition. The materials could be gathered again. Ludger told himself that to keep going. I'll find a way. You check on Rhine's condition first. What are you going to do? I'll do whatever it takes. You're not giving up. At Gariel's question, Ludger answered as if it were obvious. Are you going to give up? Just then, Phiron and Cravat arrived. What a damned mess. Hey, weakling, you still breathing? Doesn't look like there's any major injury, but the real problem is whether we can even treat her properly under these conditions. Cravat clicked his tongue as he looked around at the wrecked surroundings. His skill wasn't something affected by mere environment, but still, it did put him in a foul mood. Then, from afar, a crow flew over and landed on Cravat's shoulder. Caw caw. As the crow cawed, Cravat's expression stiffened slightly. I see, so that's how it turned out. Got it. Good work passing the message. Stay alert in case something happens. The crow spread its wings and flew off as if it understood his words. Huh, what was that? You can talk to crows now. It's not a crow. It's one of our ancient curse school members. You accepted a crow as a member of the ancient curse school. Cravat's brows twitched sharply. Not accepted a transformation spell. He used a curse to turn himself into a crow. What? Oh, so what did he say? Looks like something went wrong with the mage Lutheran, the one who headed to the new mage tower. At the mention of trouble with Lutheran, everyone's attention turned to Cravat. Don't tell me he's been captured by the opposing faction, something close to that. The other side moved faster than we expected. They mobilized the tower's internal inspection unit and seized him. An internal inspection during times this chaotic. People must be talking. Lutheran was one of the most capable mages in the proletariat faction. For the inspection unit to suddenly come forward and drag him away, it was an outright political attack, and there was no way the proletariat faction would take that quietly. They'd likely retaliate with interest, paying back every grudge they'd been forced to swallow before. Looks like the bourgeois bastards are getting pretty desperate, Phiron snorted, crossing his arms. If they were moving even knowing the backlash to come, it meant their tails those parts stepped on by Lutheran were far too sensitive now. It was too big to simply cut off, and now all that was left was to crash head-on. The fact that they're acting this openly means they've got strong backing. Ludger could already guess why the bourgeois faction wanted to capture Lutheran. This move would ensure that the new mage tower would now split perfectly in two and go to war. And since the bourgeois faction already carried a notorious reputation, their position would be even weaker in terms of justification. Even so, the fact that they'd still made this move meant they'd calculated that it was worth the risk. Nikolai must be the one pulling the strings. The funds gathered through the Black Mages, uprisings combined with Nikolai's support after forming an alliance with Himthat, was what made such an operation possible. A man who's been scheming from the shadows wouldn't make a move without reason. Has he decided he doesn't need to hide anymore? He's probably concluded there's no point in staying hidden now that he's already released so many test subject troops. If Nikolai was moving in earnest, it meant they no longer had much time left. First, we continue the research for the cure. To do that, we'll need materials that can serve as a curse medium. I've got bad news about that. During the recent attack, part of the materials were lost. At Ludger's words, Gariel hung his head in shame. Cravat's expression grew grave. What about the reagents and mediums used for the curse itself? Those, at least, I managed to protect. But the ingredients needed for the medicine to improve Rhine's condition afterward, they'd been destroyed in the battle. Even if I can still carry out my part, what about after that? You planning to raid the tower again? There's no way we can pull the same stunt twice. And the materials we lost can't be replaced, they were all taken from inside the tower. Then, doesn't that make all of this meaningless? That's why I am coming up with a plan. What kind of plan? Cravat decided to at least hear him out. Cravat, I want you to use the remaining reagents and materials to purge the divine power rampaging inside Rhine's body. Can you do that? Yeah, it's possible. But what do you plan to do after that? We can't go back to the tower, and there's no way to buy those materials on the market. Well, use substitutes. There are substitutes, right? If we had lost the rare materials needed as the medium for the curse itself, that would have been hopeless, but the medicinal components that suppress the rampaging mana afterward can be replaced with something else. That stuff was pretty damn valuable, though. To replace it, don't you need something just as rare? Exactly. And as it happens, there's someone on this island who has plenty of such rare material. Cravat, after a moment of thought, immediately realized whom Ludger meant. Nikolai. You're talking about that bastard. He used the World Tree's cells for his biological experiments. The cells of the World Tree, very source of life, are more than enough as substitutes for what we lost. And I'm sure he has plenty of other reagents too. Even so, the World Tree's cells aren't something you can just handle lightly. Aren't they even more dangerous? You don't have to worry about that. At least here, there's no one who understands the World Tree better than I do. Cravat wanted to ask what gave him such confidence, but before he could, Phiron burst out laughing beside them. Kahahaha, magnificent, Professor, that's the spirit. But are you sure y'all be all right? Y'all have to fight that vile Nikolai. I was planning to fight him anyway. When a man goes to battle, who am I to stop him? I'll fight at your side. Phiron pounded his chest with his fist. His booming confidence was reassuring in itself. Ludger had already intended to ask for his help, so he accepted the offer. Wait a minute. What about Lutheran? Cravat brought up the man who wasn't present. Wasn't Lutheran, who had been captured by the inspection unit of the opposing faction, someone they should help too? At that, Ludger and Fyron NVLG continue reading, exchanged glances, and spoke almost in unison. There's no need, no need at all. What? Weren't you two acquaintances? How can you just abandon him like that? It seems you've misunderstood. We're not abandoning him, it's the opposite. The opposite. Lutheran is a sixth circle mage. You know what that means, don't you? Cravat realized then that his worry had been pointless. Ludger drove the point home. If he decides to act, nothing in this world can stop him. Inside the new Mage Tower's interrogation chamber, Lutheran sat still, staring straight ahead. Facing the man in the iron mask was a mage from the Inspection Divisioner, Fifth Circle Mage, Chief Inspector Dimplemoser. If it had been any other mage, we would have restrained your entire body. But since you, Lord Lutheran, have contributed greatly to the tower, we decided not to go that far. Dimplemoser spoke proudly, as if he were granting Lutheran a great favor. Lutheran clenched and unclenched his fists. There were no restraints holding him down. His body was free, but it was only an illusion of freedom. The room itself, this very interrogation chamber, was a prison. No matter how much power he unleashed here, it would be useless. Magitech devices built into the walls absorbed any released mana and redirected it into the tower's energy grid. Meanwhile, Dimplemoser kept talking. Until you can prove your innocence, you'll have to remain here. Don't worry, it won't take long, of course. I'm sure it won't. Lutheran sneered faintly at the man before him. You must be terrified of the backlash from our faction. Otherwise, you wouldn't have staged such a baseless accusation. Ahem. What are you implying? Keeping me confined for a short while, Thai's whole act is just to buy time, isn't it? If you continue to insult our department with these groundless remarks, we'll no longer be able to offer you any leniency. Leniency? Did you just say leniency? Lutheran couldn't help but laugh under his breath. I knew you people like to do your dirty work behind closed doors, but I didn't think you'd stoop this low. What are you talking about all of a sudden? No, maybe I just wanted to believe otherwise, that those who walk the path of magic would at least have a shred of pride. But clearly, I was wrong. For the first time in a while, Lutheran felt the full weight of his own disillusionment. He had been born a beastkin with the bloodline and talent worthy of a future chieftain, but he had left his homeland for the human world, thinking there was no future among his own kind. He believed he was different from other beastkin, that he could adapt to human society. But now he realized the truth had been the foolish one. I see now. I'm no different from the beastkin I once tried so hard to distance myself from. Admitting that actually feels liberating. A low chuckle escaped from behind the mask. Don't move. Dimplemoser shot to his feet, pointing his staff straight at him. Move even a little, and you'll only make yourself look guilty. You intend to delay no matter what I say, don't you? But something's bothering me. Since when did a fifth circle mage dare lift his head and raise his voice in front of me? A torrent of powerful mana surged around Lutheran's body. Dimplemoser, facing him directly, felt his breath catch in his throat. This is the pressure of a sixth circle mage. He'd always thought himself strong. A fifth circle mage wasn't exactly low-ranking. People praised the sixth circle, but he deconsoled himself how big could one level's difference really be. But facing a mage of lecturer class in person proved how wrong he was. That one step was an abyss. The wall before him was higher than everything he had ever climbed combined. Even if you stir up mana here, you think you can escape. You know how this chamber was built? I do. I know it better than anyone. As he said that, Lutheran lifted his hand and took off his mask. Why, you're removing the mask. The iron mask Lutheran his fame came from never showing his face to anyone. Despite being called a mask, it was really a large iron helmet that nearly covered his entire head, stifling to breathe in. He had drawn attention wherever he went. Now his true face was revealed. When Dimplemoser saw the beast ears sprouting from his head, his eyes went wide. A beastkin. The truth hit him. Iron Mask Lutheran was one of those barbarian beastkin humans mocked and looked down on. But Dimplemoser's shock didn't end there. Behind Lutheran, a massive translucent figure began to manifest. Who do you think designed the magical system that built this chamber? Revealing his true self completely, Lutheran bared sharp fangs in a chilling grin. I did. Why, of course. Lutheran clenched his hand, crushing the iron mask like paper. And I know its weaknesses better than anyone. 604 chapter, the path facing each other too, Dimplemoser realized that something was going terribly wrong. What is this? Normally, Lutheran would never step forward like this. What kind of man was Lutheran at the new mage tower? He was a sixth circle mage, but not the type to flaunt his authority because of it. His tone of speech was stiff, but he always treated others with respect, no matter who they were, and that earned him much goodwill. Even when someone picked a fight, he would never rush into conflict. He preferred to settle matters rationally. Some said that was merely a mask to conceal his true self, but judging from his usual conduct, that didn't seem to be the whole truth. That was why Dimplemoser had taken this situation lightly. He had accepted the bourgeois faction's request, thinking it was only a matter of detaining Lutheran for a few days. Of course, there was a risk in touching the proletariat faction, but the bourgeois side had assured him they would handle the aftermath, and he had no choice but to believe them. If this were the usual Lutheran, he would have stayed calm and just waited a few days before leaving. But what was this scene before his eyes? What was this overwhelming aura flowing from Lutheran? And for what reason had he revealed the true nature he had kept hidden all this time? That he was a beastkin was shocking enough, and the fact that a so-called savage race beastkin had achieved the lecturer rank was astonishing. Even more surprising was that the man who had designed the very foundation of the mage's prison-like interrogation chambers was him. But what shocked Dimplemoser the most was the sight of Lutheran himself now. Behind him loomed the figure of a giant, a muscular man with a long, flowing, mane-like beard. Beast ears, the mark of his race. And that unique type magic, origin, a spell that borrowed the strength of ancient heroes' souls to fight alongside the caster. That's unique type magic. At first glance, it seemed similar to necromancy, which conversed with the dead, but in truth, it was completely different. Necromancy conversed with the lingering thoughts of the dead, or forcibly subdued wandering spirits to wield their strength. Origin, magic went far deeper, something closer to the sacred. It connected to the great flow, inheriting their strength and resonating with their souls in profound harmony. For this reason, as a user of origin magic, Lutheran carried a special title, Channeler, a title granted to one whose communion with souls had reached the utmost extreme. People once wondered how a human could hold such a title, but after learning he was a beastkin, it all made sense. The beastkin were known as those who could commune with the spirits of their ancestors beyond even nature itself. If the power he wielded was the spirit that beastkin controlled, then it was perfectly possible. Origin magic was Lutheran's own creation, his fusion of spirit and magic. You deceived us from the very beginning, Dimplemoser shouted, trying to drown out his fear. To that, Lutheran replied with a snort, deceived. There was never a rule forbidding beastkin from entering the new mage tower. The new tower had welcomed the membership of other races to distinguish itself from the old tower. Of course, it was mostly for show few non-humans ever joined. Still, some had, and Dimplemoser had no real grounds to accuse Lutheran for revealing his identity. And did you really think you could keep me here? The giant figure behind Lutheran stretched its arms toward the ceiling. If that had been ordinary magic, the moment it touched the wall, the mana devices embedded within would have absorbed it. But this was both magic and spirit. Crackler-crunch. As the giant exerted its strength, the ceiling shattered, and the inner mechanisms were crushed to bits. Origin magic wasn't ordinary sorcerer. None of this chamber's devices could contain it. And no, Dimplemoser's face turned pale. If things continued like this, the entire plan would collapse. Now that it had come to this, he had to do something. Anything, so he gathered mana into the staff he was holding. The inspectors waiting outside the interrogation chamber, hearing the commotion, rushed inside. They froze in horror at the sight of a translucent giant tearing the chamber apart with its bare hands, then immediately began casting in response. Stop him! Spells were unleashed toward Lutheran. But Lutheran met their attacks with a scoff and moved swiftly. His movements were as quick and sharp as a beast's. Even in such a confined space, he slipped through a storm of high-density magic like an elite was unbelievable even to those watching. It was like trying to strike a ghost or illusion, visible to the eye, but untouchable. Even for a beastkin, known for their superior physical ability, his agility was beyond comprehension. Then Dimplemoser noticed the strange energy surrounding Lutheran's body. Don't tell me that's also the power of origin magic. You realized it, but it's too late. Not only had the giant form appeared behind him, Lutheran had also summoned another hero's soul and fused it into his body. The result: explosive physical strength, lightning reflexes, and deadly combat instincts. Lutheran's fist crashed into Dimple Moser's jaw. Why you dare use your fists inside this sacred mage tower? The savage nature of your kind shows itself after all. The inspectors shouted in outrage, but Lutheran didn't even bother to listen. Only a short while ago, he would have hesitated to act like this, afraid his beastkin identity might be exposed. But Lutheran had changed. The battle beneath the imperial capital, the beastkin kidnapping incident in the southern plains, and now all that was happening here in Isla Macia. Lutheran had always hidden behind a mask, but he had come to understand that he could no longer do so. If you just endure, you'll eventually get your chance. Had realized that thought was wrong. If you want a chance, you must fight for it. So he had accepted it, his weakness, his identity as a beastkin. He had taken off his mask to face the world as he truly was. Wasn't freedom and openness the symbol of the new mage tower? Lutheran rolled his shoulder, loosening his fist. Then I should be free to throw a few punches, shouldn't I? They'll handle their side well enough. We should get moving too. Yeah, we need to catch that sneaky bastard and beat the truth out of him. As Ludger and Phiron prepared to leave, Gariel stopped them from behind. Wait, what is it? Take me with you. At those unexpected words, Ludger's eyes flickered slightly, and Phiron let out a whistle. Ha! Feeling sulky after being called weak, are you? Admirable spirit, but unfortunately, you'll be useless in the fight ahead. You'd only hold us back. Phiron's words struck Gariel right in the heart. It might have seemed harsh, but in truth, Phiron was saying it for Gariel's sake. In real combat like this, vague encouragement couldn't steady a person's resolve. It was better to face reality directly even brutally. Gariel bit his lip. He already knew he wasn't of much use, but hearing it aloud cut deeply. He knew it. He was weak. Though he had mastered the unprecedented magic of time itself, it was of no use in battle. The only thing he could do was stop time and run away. If he were ambushed before he could cast, he couldn't even react. He had nearly died to poison because of that weakness. I know I am not of much help, but that doesn't mean I can just stand here and watch. You might die. You're fine with that. To Phiron, Gariel was a frail man. Calling him weak wasn't just about his untrained body, it was about what he saw inside him. Phiron never looked down on someone merely because their body was weak. A frail body could be strengthened through effort, but a rotten spirit could not. To Phiron, Gariel was the latter, a man chasing only a safe, comfortable life. If he had no talent, that would be one thing, but Gariel had potential, yet shackled himself out of cowardice. Even if he said he wanted to fight, such a person was never an asset in battle. Even so, I have to go. Why? Because staying here, there's nothing I can do. So you'd rather jump into the fire? Don't you realize that's even more foolish? I don't speak with half-hearted resolve. Phiron barked angrily. Seeing that Gariel wouldn't back down, he even considered restraining him by force, but Ludger raised a hand to stop him. Professor. When Phiron looked at him questioningly, Ludger shook his head and fixed his gaze on Gariel. Don't hold him back. The words were brief, but their meaning was clear. Gariel froze, clearly not expecting Ludger to allow it, then smiled faintly. Get ready and come. Leaving those words behind, Ludger stepped outside. As he looked over the city lights, Phiron approached him from behind. Professor, why'd you let him come? You know that weakling won't be any help. He won't be useless. Sure, maybe hell help somehow, but he NVLIGHT won't survive. For his own sake, we should have stopped him. You know that as well as I do, I know, but I couldn't bring myself to refuse. Ha! I didn't think you'd be the sentimental type. I expected you to cut him off cold. Or is it because of your past with him? Phiron already knew that Ludger and Gariel were acquainted. He'd seen the look in Gariel's eyes every time he glanced at Ludger, conflicted, burdened. That man's just confused. He doesn't know what he should do. In battle, confusion means death. Or do you believe hell find his path? Not believe, just hope. Ludger thought of Gariel, and of his past. The man who had lost the woman he loved and wept in grief, who had taken in her daughter now without memory and lived burdened with silent sorrow, who hid the truth and buried his pain deep in his heart. Ludger knew, better than anyone. 12 years ago, he lost the woman he loved, and ever since, he's done everything he can to save her daughter. A man who always begged to be left out of fights now said, for the first time, that he wants to fight. Ludger turned to Phiron and asked quietly, "Tell me, how could I refuse him? You feel guilty toward him, don't you?" "I feel guilt toward everyone I've wounded. Everyone, including yourself." Phryon's words struck true. Of course not. Ludger denied it, but Phiron could see through him. The one suffering the most was Ludger himself. Even so, it was that guilt toward Gariel that made him allow the man to come. And on the other hand, Gariel, though he resented Ludger, understood him as well. "Well, I shouldn't meddle in something so personal, but I hope this ends well. I appreciate the sentiment." At that moment, Gariel stepped outside, ready. In truth, all he carried were a few artifacts. Ludger had given him time only so he could collect his thoughts before the battle. "I'm ready. Good. Let's go." Gariel and Ludger exchanged no further words, but even without speaking, they understood each other through their eyes. Ludger, Phiron, and Gariel walked forward into the island's rising steam. From now on it would be a head-on confrontation. The wolf continued to run across the sea. How long had they been racing over the endless waves? In the distance, dense steam-filled mist rose from the water. It wasn't strange for morning fog to appear, but to Freuden it felt far too artificial. Soon he saw a dark silhouette taking shape within the mist. That's. Gradually, the figure revealed itself a colossal mountain, or perhaps a fortress. Moments later, a horn-like blare echoed across the ocean. As they drew closer, the outline of the island became clear through the mist. That's Ilomachia. It looked like a massive living creature, wrapping itself in a cocoon of fog to hide its body. He hadn't thought much when he'd heard it was a mechanical island, but seeing it with his own eyes, its sheer scale was staggering. Rhine is there. With a hardened expression, Freuden gripped the mane of the wolf spirit. Sensing their destination ahead, the spirit accelerated. One man and one beast. They landed upon the island of machines. 605 chapter, the path facing each other. 3. Nikolai sat still in his chair, idly spinning a cube atop his hand. Click, click. After a few precise turns, the cube's colors aligned back into their original order. Tap. Nikolai tossed the cube aside, as though he'd lost interest. Where it landed was atop a pile of other cubes of every shape and pattern. What a dull world. The men in black coats standing near him stayed silent, merely listening to his words. Everything in existence is built upon rules like this. At first glance, it all seems chaotic and disordered, but when you look deeper, there's structure within. Just like the cube he'd just solved. At first, the 6 faces were a tangled mess of colors. Yet after turning and aligning them in the right way, the perfect order revealed itself. To Nikolai, this was the essence of the world, a realm of complete order where chaos did not truly exist. I can't help but wonder. If this world were a finely crafted mechanism created by someone, if even good and evil were designed and calculated to move in harmony, then what am I? No one answered. Nikolai didn't expect them to. He continued speaking to himself. Is my attempt to break this grand device also part of its caretaker's design? Is even my doubt itself something implanted into me? If so, does that make me evil? Questions bred suspicion. Suspicion bred unease. But Nikolai had no intention of living the rest of his life in anxiety. He'd come this far. He needed to see the truth with his own eyes. Victor Dreadpool, were you feeling the same way, I wonder? He chuckled quietly, recalling a conversation he once had with Victor. Oh ho ho ho. So Nikolai, you've been thinking the same as me. Victor's response to his confession had been unexpected, a mocking giggle that nevertheless seemed to understand him. I've been aware of it all along, and so has Zero Order. So it's true then. What do you intend to do about it, Nikolai, to prove it? I want to confirm whether I truly exist as myself. Oh ho ho ho, seeking self-affirmation. Not a bad goal at all. And you conduct all these experiments. Are you trying to escape this cage as well, me? Well, in the grand scheme of things, you could say that. Victor had muttered that while staring at a massive test tube containing a living experiment. I simply hate it, you see, hate it. Why do humans have 2 arms and 5 fingers? Because that's what humans are. Exactly. That's what humans are, because that's how they were designed. Why do beastkin have animal ears? Why do elves live long and have pointed ones? Why are dwarves short? Even beasts and insects all follow the same absurd rules. I can't stand it, so I've reached a conclusion. And what conclusion is that? That whoever designed this stage has absolutely dreadful taste. Victor had burst into manic laughter, clutching his stomach. There isn't an ounce of artistry in it. What kind of creation is this? No creativity, no originality, just recycling the same patterns again and again. I find it detestable. So that's why you create such things yourself. These are my artworks. To the one who built this stage, if that being is God, then I say this. Look upon my art. Compare it to your shabby workman is superior in every way. Yes, I pursue a greater, more beautiful form of art. Victor's laughter had echoed madly. He decalled Nikolai a kindred spirit. That thought alone had irritated Nikolai, but somewhere inside, he couldn't deny it. Oh ho ho ho. Then let's both do our best. You for self-realization, and I for art. That was the turning point, the reason they joined hands. Zero Order said he knows everything. It wasn't surprising if that were true. But what frustrated Nikolai was why Zero Order hadn't told him. Maybe he wanted me to realize it myself. Or maybe he just doesn't trust me enough. Who, then, held Zero Order's true favor? France and Citadel, his right and left hands. No, it was the First Order John Doe. That man alone was truly trusted. Nikolai had even sent Bahram with a leash, planning to use him as a bargaining piece, but John Doe had crushed Bahram instead. Yes, this must be my final trial. The destiny placed upon one who has uncovered the truth of this world, so he would face it head-on. Nikolai checked the real-time feed. John Doe was approaching his location. Beside him were the Sixth Circle Mage Phiron and the Time Mage Gariel Cosmo. And the news from the Mage Tower isn't pleasant, either. Lutheran, who was supposed to be detained for a few days, had instead broken free, destroying the inspectors in the process. He had even discarded his trademark iron mask. A unique type mage, 3 Sixth Circle magicians, and a master of the dark magic school. At least the master of the ancient curse school hadn't joined them. Still, the girl held as a hostage made it impossible to pull back more manpower. Amusing. They're coming straight to face me here on this island. Nikolai smiled thinly as Ludger's image appeared on multiple screens. Fine. As a giant, I'll gladly accept the challenge of a dwarf. John Doe. I will kill you here and earn Zero Order's favor, and through him, learn the truth of this world and ascend higher still. Now, let's see if you can defeat this entire island. Of course, he wouldn't fight fair. He would fight his way by manipulating and controlling others from the shadows. Ludger and Phiron stopped walking at the same time. The number of people in the surrounding streets had gradually decreased until not a single one remained. So it begins. Looks like they plan to start with a bang. The hostility pressing from all directions was unmistakable. The residents had been evacuated, and a net of encirclement had been drawn tight. That alone spoke volumes about the scale of their enemy. Has it started already? Gariel asked. They hadn't even reached their destination, yet trouble had already found them. From now on, you protect yourself. Phiron and I won't have the freedom to cover you. Gariel nodded, tense, and disappeared from sight. Only Ludger and Phiron remained. Both began to raise their mana. Ha! Time to stretch these old muscles. Phiron grinned fiercely, unleashing his aura. The explosive surge of power made the hidden enemies flinch in panic. They've noticed us. Attack all at once. The ones stepping forward were mercenaries, bounty hunters, and criminals, the scum that infested the city's underworld. Kill those too, and we each get paid millions. It doesn't matter how, just kill them. Nikolai had placed bounties on Ludger, Phiron, and Gariel's heads. Each amount was large enough for a man to live in luxury for life. That was why every desperate soul in the city had joined the hunt. Their location didn't matter. Nikolai was tracking Ludger in real time and feeding the coordinates directly to them. Bounty hunters swarmed from all directions. Phiron saw Theon and charged forward. Yurahaha, the streets filled with hundreds of armed foes, and the number kept growing by the second. But Phiron neither faltered nor slowed. If anything, his stride grew heavier, his muscles swelling with vigor. The bounty hunters panicked at the sight. What the hell? Why isn't he stopping? Don't chicken out, idiots. It's just one guy. Take him down. Men with steel prosthetic arms took the front line. Using the mechanical strength of their arms, they heaved massive slabs of metal upright, forming a barricade. The plates locked together with a metallic screech, creating an iron wall thick enough to block artillery shells. Sharp spikes jutted from the top to prevent anyone from climbing over. The bounty hunters grinned, certain Phiron would smash himself to death against it, until the wall dented then shattered under his shoulder. Boom! With his bare body alone, Phyron tore through the steel barrier, blowing a gaping hole in it. The men behind it were crushed by his charge, their prosthetic limbs splintering, their bodies flung like ragdolls down the street. Phyron was like a living tank, no more than that. He could destroy a tank if one rammed into him. The bounty hunters screamed in terror. Are you kidding me? He's just one man. How is this possible? He's supposed to be a mage. A mage destroying solid steel with his bare flesh. How could that make sense? Yet it was happening before their eyes, undeniable and horrifying. Some broke and ran. Others, blinded by greed, refused to give up. Ha! Charging onward, Phyron glanced down at the sudden pull around his ankle, where a thick steel wire had wrapped around it. Got him. His speed dropped. That wire can hold an elephant. Don't use just one, use everything you've got. Even so, the fact that the wire merely slowed him was absurd. But the hunters had numbers and tools. If one wasn't enough, use two. If two weren't enough, use 10. They fired every restraint cable they had at Phyron. The steel lines tangled around his body like a net ensnaring a massive fish. At last, when he stopped moving, he was bound from head to toe, hanging in a web of metal, like a beetle caught in a spider's web. The bounty hunters grinned in triumph, eyes gleaming with greed. Tighten it, don't let up. Add more, use the magnet discs. Thin metal discs flew and clattered near Phyron's feet. Each embedded with a mana stoniance activated, they created a magnetic field that yanked the wires tighter, constricting him even more. These weren't traps for animals, they were tools designed to capture armored knights and large cryptids. Under the immense pressure, Phyron couldn't move an inch. The hunters finally relaxed, watching him carefully. It was over raw, so they thought. Then, from within the cocoon of steel wires, Phyron's voice rumbled out. Still not enough. Everyone froze. Not enough. How could a man say that while barely able to breathe? What, he's still fine. Don't panic. He's bluffing. He can't move. One man shouted bravely, but Phyron just chuckled. Bluffing? You sure about that? I'll admit it's been a while since I've felt this heavy. But even so, this isn't nearly enough to stir my muscles. As if to prove his words, the wires binding him began to strain and stretch then snap, one after another. Twang! The tensioned cables recoiled like whips, slashing through the air and tearing into the surroundings. Duck! Get down! Crash! Boom! The wires slashed through buildings and streets alike. Those caught in the rebound were hurled away screaming. He Novelight snapped the steel wires with his bare body. Breaking free from the metallic cocoon, Phyron flexed, his muscles swollen, his shirt long gone. That was a decent warm-up, but still not enough. His feral grin turned toward the terrified bounty hunters. Bring me something stronger to excite these muscles. As he roared and charged again, anticipation burning in his eyes, the bounty hunters' faces drained of color. "Ah, run for your lives." 606 Chapter Andrash. 1. No matter how many rats charge at it, the elephant does not even flinch. Each time it simply takes a step, dozens of them are crushed to death beneath its feet. For the elephant, such a thing is far too simple. It required neither effort nor attention. Phyron was like that an elephant trampling through a swarm of rats. He merely tensed his muscles and charged forward without hesitation, yet the rats fell on their own. He's a monster. That thing's a monster. Run for your lives. Who the hell could catch that thing? The bounty hunters were seized with terror and fled. They had come to earn money, not to die. The mercenaries also decided the losses were too great and retreated, and the petty criminal syndicates that had joined in for easy profit followed suit. Get out of my way. Anyone who stands before me won't live. Phyron's voice, louder than a train's horn, only added to the chaos. Those who were too close felt their ears ring and their heads spin from the sheer volume. Some even frothed at the mouth and fainted, eyes rolled back. Even without magic amplification, Phyron's raw voice carried clearly across the distance. The terrified onlookers rolled their eyes and slipped away. No one bothered to stop them. They were not comrades, anyway, only competitors who had come to divide the bounty. With fewer mouths to share it, the remaining ones would earn more. Even with this, less than half will run. Following the path Phyron had cleared, Ludger analyzed the situation. Thanks to the human bulldozer plowing through ahead, Ludger himself wasn't the main target. Still, there were always those who tried to go after the one who looked weaker. The man who leapt out from a side alley collapsed before he could take a few steps. The same happened to the others. They fell without knowing why and never rose again. All of them were dead. What? Why are they all dropping dead? What the hell did he just do? The attacker hadn't seemed to do anything, yet people around him fell like wheat before a scythe. A few sharp-eyed ones who looked at the corpses widened their eyes. In that short moment hit only their vital points. Tiny wounds were engraved on the bodies, so small that one had to strain their eyes to notice. But how? They soon discovered the reason. Around Ludger floated a cluster of black particles, drifting gently through the air. The scent carried on the wind bore a thick, metallic tang. Iron sand. Each time someone lunged at him, Ludger gathered the iron sand into the shape of sharp daggers and pierced their vital points. The darkness of the color and the dim surroundings had hidden it from sight. And more than that, Ludger's magical skill was extraordinary. He gathered the iron sand, formed blades, and struck all in the blink of an eye. To the attackers, it simply looked as though they had fallen for no reason. Watch out. He's manipulating iron sand. Back off. Rushing carelessly and you'll die for nothing. Those quick on the uptake retreated at once. The slow-witted became food for Ludger's iron sand. They dropped like marionettes with their strings cut. To anyone unfamiliar, it looked as if a plague was spreading around him. Ludger gazed coldly at his enemies. From here on, they won't go down so easily. The quicker ones were the seasoned fighters, true veterans. These were the real deal, the ones worth fighting. Ludger stopped toying with the iron sand. Stand back. I'll take care of this one. It seemed the same on Phiron's side. Even from afar, someone stood their ground and faced him without fear. Kidding. Thud. With each heavy step came the sound of cylinders and gears tightening. The ground shook with every impact. A loud hiss followed as compressed steam burst outward. A massive man clad in powered armor grinned at Phiron. This one's mine. Confidently, he charged. The powered armor was more than 3 times Phiron's size. From the right arm, a hatch opened and a thick spike shot forward. A pile bunker capable of piercing even a tank's frontal armor fired straight at a bare-handed man. Ha ha, now this is good. Instead of showing fear, Phiron laughed and threw a punch. The pilot smirked. You idiot. You're charging powered armor with your bare hands. Even if the man was a mage who strengthened his body, he couldn't possibly match the high-output armor. That proud thought shattered like glass at the sight before him. Crash. The moment Phiron's fist hit the pile bunker, the thick spike crumpled and compressed. His punch didn't stop there, it smashed through the armor's entire arm as if grinding it to dust. What? The pilot had no time to react to the impossible sight. Phiron's next punch slammed into the armor's abdomen. Boom! The straight strike tore through the air, sending the powered armor flying. It tumbled across the ground, demolishing several nearby structures before finally halting. The machine never rose again. HMPH. That's what happens when you rely on such weak contraptions. A true man must train his muscles. Having destroyed the powered armor with his bare hands, Phiron's eyes gleamed as he searched for his next prey. Seeing that, Ludger shook his head. Seems I needn't worry about that side. He kept walking calmly. Phiron was far ahead, clearing everything in his path, but Ludger was not slow in following behind. Yet there were still those who tried to pick him off like easy prey. Gunfire erupted from a distance. Ludger immediately activated silence of fire. The attack halted for an instant, just a blink. Then the shooting resumed. Ludger narrowed his eyes. Special ammunition, not different from ordinary gunpowder. He caught a bullet that had bounced off the iron shield he deformed and inspected it. Normally, a bullet ejects its casing upon firing, but this one's casing and body were fused into a single cylinder. Moreover, it lacked the distinct smell of gunpowder. From the darkness, bullets streaked past like white tails of light. Ludger quickly grasped their mechanism: compressed steam propulsion. Firearms use explosive force to propel bullets. In other words, if there's sufficient pressure, even without gunpowder, the same power can be achieved. Here, that pressure came from compressed steam. High-pressure vapor expanding into kinetic energy propelled the bullets with gun-like force. Silence of fire suppresses ignition, not the expansion of steam. To create something like this without special powder, though weaker than conventional firearms, the power was still deadly at close range. But this won't pierce my defense. The iron sand around him thickened into a black storm cloud. Though it looked like smoke, its density was greater than stone. No man-made weapon could penetrate it. The enemies surely knew this, yet they kept fearing wasting ammunition. Every bullet shredded by the iron cloud was absorbed into it, enlarging its mass. Then, a sudden flash, something huge came flying. Boom! If Ludger hadn't quickly compacted the iron sand into a circular shield, it might have struck him directly. A shell, he kept silence of fire active just in case. Even so, that level of impact meant it too used steam propulsion. He blocked that too. What kind of monster is he? In the distance, Ludger spotted the tank. Clearly not a weapon made for capturing people. Its slow approach meant it had been waiting forewarned. Whoever informed Theon it's obvious. But they'd overlooked something. Ludger was not someone who could be harmed by mere human weaponsmith by anything greater. He advanced without pause. Trailing a black cloud, he looked to his enemies like a moving natural disaster. Meanwhile, he delicately released threads of mana, one by one, destroying every surveillance camera tracking him. Eventually, the endless rain of bullets ceased. Not from exhaustion or retreat, but finally, they're here. Even within the dark cloud, Ludger could clearly see what was happening outside. Those who had been firing withdrew as new figures arrived. The newcomers were mages of the new mage tower. So this is the one. The fool who dared attack our tower. To lay a hand on the new tower here in Ilamakiu must be insane. No need to capture him, kill him outright. Because of him, too many of ours are already dead. The war mages came with the intent to kill. Judging by their words, they already knew everything that had happened. And if they sent people despite knowing Ludger was a Lecturer-class mage, that means someone of equal rank is here. He muttered to himself, but someone answered. You catch on quick, huh? Along with the voice came a surge of immense mana. Ludger drew in all his iron sand and turned it toward the source of the voice. The cloud condensed into 10 massive layers of black steel before him. A gigantic heat source slammed into the wall. The first layer vaporized. The second followed. The third, fourth, and fifth were pierced clean through. The sixth, seventh, and eighth melted and sagged, unable to hold. The ninth finally stopped it. That level of firepower would pierce most defenses, but this attack had destroyed 8 layers in one strike. Judging by its speed and scale, it wasn't even a large-scale spell. And yet the power to wield such magic effortlessly meant the opponent was also a 6th Circle Grand Mage. Well, well, you actually blocked that. I put quite a bit into that sneak attack, you know. Impressive-y. The speaker sounded almost sulky, as though annoyed that his ambush had failed. Ludger looked toward him. A man with slick-back white hair stood there. His skin was pale. His eyes glowed a dull yellow. He wore white clothing like a laboratory coat, a black metal mask with golden trim covering his mouth. His tall, thin frame gave him a strangely grotesque air. Oh my, this isn't really the kind of opponent I wanted to face. He spoke with exaggerated fear, his voice drawling unnaturally. You say that, yet you're already scheming something. As Ludger spoke, he dragged the remaining iron sand across the ground, tearing it apart. The earth split and crumbled. Any magic circle hidden beneath was destroyed before activation. Oh, apparently the man hadn't expected his setup to be countered. His reaction, NVLG, continue reading, was genuine surprise. I heard I'd be facing a 6th Circle mage, but this isn't looking good for me. Trailing off, the man bowed politely. My name is Andrash, Lecturer-class mage of the bourgeois faction. With his hands clasped behind his back, Andrash narrowed his eyes at Ludger. I suppose you already know why I am here, don't you? Before his words even faded, light flared from the sky, and immense heat crashed down upon Ludger's head. The meteor-like blast triggered a massive explosion. The shockwave swept away the bounty hunters hiding nearby and tore buildings and structures apart, feigning courtesy while launching a surprise attack. But when the smoke cleared, Andrash's eyelid twitched. Is that all? Shrouded in black shadow, Ludger stood amid the blast zone, blue light gleaming from behind his raven mask. 607, Chapter Andrash. 2. Andrash narrowed his eyes at Ludger, who stood before him far too unharmed for comfort. His head tilted to the side with a sharp creak. Given his tall, gaunt frame, that movement only made the sight all the more grotesque. This won't do. He had launched a surprise attack, yet Ludger was not merely alive, was perfectly fine. He had clearly seen the blow strike directly. For Ludger to be unscathed could only mean there was some unknown factor at work. I knew he was a 6th Circle mage, but he's far tougher than expected. Andrash abandoned the thought of ending things quickly. With an opponent like this, the battle would not proceed on his terms. An interesting fighting style, Ludger murmured. He did not take Andrash lightly either. The initial ambush, the magic circle prepared on the ground by channeling mana, the false gesture of greeting followed by another strike from a circle hidden in midair. The triple-layered assault had aimed directly at the opponent's psychological blind spot. Ludger found Andrash's method ruthlessly thorough, thoroughly cowardly, thoroughly cold. A combat style built on deception. But to employ such a method so seamlessly meant he had ample experience. At this level sixth circle, and above there could be no carelessness. I didn't expect them to call out a sixth circle mage from the tower itself. But that only meant Nikolai was serious enough to justify it. Veram said Nikolai was building something here. The chimeras and experimental subjects he created with Victor were merely foundations for that. If both science and magic were being applied, whatever Nikolai sought to make required both disciplines. Ludger didn't yet know what it was, but the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become. I need to end this quickly. End it quickly. Sorry, but that won't do. Andrash instantly realized what Ludger intended and gave a signal. Around them, the war mages of the bourgeois faction who had been encircling Ludger since earlier moved in unison, driving steel spikes into the ground one by one. Embedded in each spike was a magic stone. Once all were planted, the stones began to glow, releasing waves of energy. Woo-um. The mana waves spread through the air, resonating with each other until they amplified into immense pressure. The resonant vibration surged from every direction, pressing heavily upon Ludger's body. This is the magical pressure struck him like an unseen weight, and for the first time, Ludger felt a spark of surprise. Each object by itself was negligible, but together they created a synergistic force that crushed down on him. Breathing feels heavy. It was as if a giant boulder had been placed on his back, his entire body squeezed beneath the pressure of the deep sea. Fascinating, isn't it? The stronger your mana, the harder it is to breathe. Andrash stood unbothered within the same field, perfectly composed. Though the waves clearly targeted Ludger alone, his opponent's calmness felt unnatural. Ludger observed the faint mana current running over Andrash's skin. You matched the frequency of the waves, and you figured that out just by looking. Truly terrifying insight. The reason Andrash remained unaffected was that he had attuned his own mana to the same frequency as the resonating field. Simple in concept, but extremely difficult in practice, like riding the crest of a massive tidal wave without being swallowed. A single mistake would mean annihilation. And yet he's that composed, confidence born from mastery. But even if you realize it, it won't help Yao. I don't have to kill Yao, just delay you long enough. Andrash knew what Ludger wanted. He meant to reach Nikolai. Blocking him was more than enough. Ludger stretched his hand toward one of the steel spikes embedded in the ground. He planned to extract it with his own magic and break the resonance, but it wasn't easy. Woom! The waves from all sides shattered his mana effortlessly. It felt like trying to build a delicate sandcastle in a torrential storm. Each attempt washed away instantly. The war mages weren't idle either. They guarded the spikes with absolute discipline, showing no greed or distraction. Well trained. Even with the advantage, they don't grow complacently, devote everything to protecting those spikes. Even if Ludger could cast spells in this resonance field, breaking through the war mage's defense would be nearly impossible. But the biggest problem was Andrash himself. You didn't think I'd just watch you remove those spikes, did Yao? He smiled and pointed his hand toward Ludger. Each of his long, slender fingers wore a ringfiv in total. They gleamed, magic formulas sparking in the air. Flames erupted, coalescing into the shape of a massive red lizard that lunged at Ludger, its tongue flicking like fire. The creature opened its jaws wide and swallowed him whole. Snap! But the next instant, the flaming lizard split apart like chopped firewood, and Ludger emerged unscathed, swordstick in hand. You use rings instead of a staff. The efficiency must be abysmal, yet you still carry them. I just find it more convenient to conceal your casting. Hiding your weapon, hands clasped behind your back, pretending harmlessness until it's too late. A staff was merely a conduit to make spellcasting easier, not essential. Ludger's swordstick served the same role, and even Aiden used a sword-staff hybrid. Without one, magic could still be casted, just required more effort and precision. So Ludger understood why Andrash wore rings instead of wielding a staff. Pure deception. He preferred to manipulate his opponent's perception to appear harmless, until he struck. Even if rings are inefficient, wearing that many must compensate for it. They probably outperform most staves. Impressively. I'll almost regret killing you, Hiri. Andrash genuinely admired Ludger's discernment. Such magical talent, composure, and analytical skill was the kind of mage the new tower needed. It was a pity he had to die. But business is business. Feelings don't belong in it. He extended his hand again. Even if Ludger had blocked earlier spells, Andrash doubted he could withstand them indefinitely. And he wasn't the only one preparing an attack. The surrounding war mages began casting simultaneously, their killing intent locking onto Ludger. Ludger narrowed his eyes, feeling the turbulent flow of NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT mana around him. Not good. Andrash and his subordinates had created this entire scenario precisely to hunt a high-rank mage. Their familiarity with it proved they had rehearsed extensively. They must have built this plan to deal with another Sixth Circle mage, someday probably Lotron. The bourgeois faction had long been preparing to purge the proletariat faction. I wanted to conserve strength before moving on, but that won't do. This was no trap set by amateur sand with another Sixth Circle mage present. Ludger had no choice but to shift tactics. Not looking good for me either, who? Andrash shared the thought, smiling faintly. Your eyes, they're not dead at Alal. Most people, cornered and outmatched, would despair, rage, or beg. Even if they tried to hide it, their tone, gaze, and movements always gave them away. But Ludger didn't. He grew calmer, his gaze deepening, still as black water. Andrash knew that look well, a man who doesn't know how to give up. The kind who searched for a way to survive no matter what Andrash's least favorite kind of opponent. This way, I can't afford to hold back either. Andrash always pursued efficiency. Even against the weak, he used only the minimal force required. This time was no different. Even with a perfect trap, an overwhelming advantage, he stayed cautious. If Ludger still hadn't surrendered, that meant he had a trump card. So before that card could appear, before it could turn the tide, Andrash would end it. I really didn't want to use this one. He muttered softly and reached for the black metal mask covering his mouth. When he removed it, his revealed face was unexpectedly plain save for the black tattoos drawn horizontally across the sides of his pale lips. It was clear those marks were not for decoration. Then Andrash spoke. Stop. His voice rippled through the air, swallowing Ludger whole. Ludger felt his body freeze. Andrash's words had taken form, manifested as reality. What? Before he could move, another word followed. Be crushed. Invisible pressure multiplied tenfold, slamming down on him. Ludger's body trembled violently. Had he not reinforced himself with mana, he would have been flattened like a frog beneath a rock. He glared at Andrash. You're still standing. Andrash was impressed. Even after unveiling his trump card, Ludger endured. Word magic. Yes, my specialty, an unusual branch of magic. Word magic, the concept that words themselves could carry power, materialized through mana. Commonly known as power word, it had a long, ancient lineage. It was said the gods themselves spoke creation into being. Such records were the origin of this art. But the true foundation came from imitating the long-lost draconic speech tongue of dragons, who could weave magic merely by uttering words. Now, though dragons existed only in legend, the power of language was far from fiction. Still, that's not something easily learned. Hence why it's classified as an unorthodox branch. Took me quite the effort to master her, Andrash said, his lips curving upward. The tattoos made his smile grotesque. So that mask wasn't just for show. It was likely a sealer restraint to suppress the power of his words. And the fact that his speech became clear when casting meant his usual drawling tone was a self-imposed limiter, preventing accidental activation. A sign of constant struggle against his own magic. Ah, I see that look. You think I can't control it properly, don't you? Andrash chuckled, as if reading Ludger's thoughts. You're right. This magic isn't easy to handle. I'm always suppressing it, or it run wild. Every word spoken drained mana and risked triggering unintentional effects. To prevent that, Andrash slurred his speech and wore the sealing mask. Even the tattoos around his mouth acted as a binding sigil. And even that wasn't enough. I had to constantly watch every word he spoke. So what if you've figured it out? So what? In the next instant, Ludger vanished from sight and reappeared right in front of him. Before Andrash could even widen his eyes, Ludger's hand clamped tightly over his mouth. It changes nothing. Ludger leaned in until their faces were inches apart, blue light burning behind the raven mask. Nothing at all. 608 chapter central reactor. 1. Andrash's eyes flew wide open. He hadn't expected Ludger to suddenly activate a spell. With his mouth gripped tightly by Ludger's hand, he couldn't even use word magic. "You're wondering how I can still cast spells, aren't you?" Even within the crushing pressure of the massive mana resonance field, Ludger remained composed. If before he had only been pretending to be calm, now he truly appeared unaffected by his surroundings. No way. A flash of unease crossed Andrash's mind. Ludger met his gaze, and as if to confirm his suspicion, nodded slightly. "Like you, I've wrapped a thin mana barrier around myself and synchronized it to the resonance frequency. That was why Andrash could remain unharmed despite standing inside the field. He maintained the same frequency as the mana waves that resonated around them. But Andrash knew better than anyone how hard that truly was. A resonance frequency wasn't constant. The more steel spikes placed around them, the more the frequencies fluctuated from moment to moment. There were at least 50 spikes embedded in the area, meaning at least 50 different frequencies, shifting chaotically without any fixed pattern. Adapting to that kind of constantly changing vibration required extreme concentration. Even with pre-tuned artifacts to help, Andrash could barely manage to cast spells properly. And yet Ludger had not only analyzed the pattern in mere moments, she had already adapted to it. Even now, as the waves shifted, Ludger adjusted his mana barrier instantly to match the new frequency. He had been completely outplayed. No matter how powerful word magic is, it's useless if your mouth is sealed. Ludger tightened his grip over Andrash's mouth. Andrash was a master of deception and cunning, but in close combat, he was no different from any ordinary mage. He relied too long on a power that required only words. Once Ludger closed the distance, Andrash's defeat was almost certain. "Oh, so you let me get close on purpose, who?" Andrash's eyes curved into a grin spoke. "What?" Sensing something wrong, Ludger immediately released him and leapt back. Crush. Boom. The ground where Ludger had stood moments earlier caved in, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The word magic was far stronger than before, its will and power unmistakably heightened. But how? I had his mouth sealed. The answer revealed itself at once. Andrash raised both hands and spread his palms wide. On each palm was a human mouth. "You modified your own body." "Correct." Andrash spoke with all three mouths at once. "The weakness of word magic is that it needs the caster's mouth free. But this way, that weakness disappears entirely." He had created mouths on his palms. Such extensive body modification was far beyond the reach of an ordinary mage. "So you altered your body after joining hands with Nikolai. Don't you have any pride as a Lexera-class mage? If there's a way to overcome my flaw, why would I refuse it?" Andrash stretched out both hands toward Ludger. "Die." Three mouths, three words tripling the destructive force. Dark energy flared around Andrash and streaked toward Ludger like a comet's tail. The word die materialized into tangible death, shaping itself to fulfill its purpose. The moment Ludger saw the black smoke flying toward him from all directions, instinct screamed a warning. It was a curse that killed upon contacting to the darkness Cravat had once wielded. Touching that would be dangerous. Behind him, Ludger's shadow rippled open into vast wings. The great feathers scattered outward, taking the form of ghostly wraiths that clashed head-on with the black smoke. Magic detonated in the air boom, boom. In seconds, thick black fumes spread like mist across the battlefield. The magic itself had dispersed, but its remnants lingered in the air. Swirl. Andrash invoked another word. A violent gale rose around him, sweeping the black haze toward Ludger. The cloud surged forward like a sandstorm, swallowing Ludger whole. It would have been convenient if he'd NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, been crushed by it, but Andrash didn't underestimate him. Protect, several layers of mana barriers formed around Andrash, precaution against a possible counterattack. A sound decision. A calm voice came from behind him. Without turning, Andrash thrust out his left palm. Rise. The gravity around Ludger's last position inverted. Debris and shards of metal shot upward in reverse, soaring into the air, but Ludger was already gone. Spatial movement again. That's just unfairer. Though he said it lightly, Andrash's eyes darted around frantically. Even with the mental strain of adjusting spell frequencies within the resonance field, Ludger still moved flawlessly. Andrash had only needed to stall for time, yet now he was struggling simply to stay alive. Then, from one side, a scream rang out. Damn it! Andrash immediately realized Ludger's target. He didn't need to fight Andrash directly, there were plenty of other enemies around. The war mages guarding the metal spikes fell one by one, blood spraying, without even managing a counterattack. Their skill was considerable, but against Ludger it was meaningless. After removing one spike, Ludger moved to the next, disappearing and reappearing like a mirage. Wherever there was shadow, he could travel. He was a phantom in human form. Only faint trails of blue light marked his passing, and terror spread among the war mages. Calm. Andrash word magic forcibly stilled their fear. Form your defensive barriers. He can't enter through our mana shields. The war mages quickly cast protective magic, preparing for an ambush. But Ludger never appeared. Even Andrash, scanning the area nervously, found nothing. Show yourself. Three mouths shouted in unison, conjuring a giant mechanical eye above him. The rotating orb swept across the area like a globe, scanning every direction within range. Yet even that all-seeing eye failed to locate Ludger. No, could it be? Andrash realized what he had overlooked. Did he run away? Ludger had no reason to continue fighting here. Andrash knew that from the Starthai's job was simply to delay him. But the longer they fought, the more Hidi assumed Ludger would stay engaged. That had been his mistake. While Andrash waited, tense and defensive, Ludger had already left. Ha ha ha. A hollow laugh escaped him. Unbelievably, I got played. He had revealed his trump card word magic and even modified his body to wield it more freely. Yet instead of killing his opponent, he had danced to Ludger's tune. M-Master Andrash, the war mages, sensing his displeasure, called out nervously. Why are you just standing there? His voice was no longer drawling, but sharp and heavy. The war mages straightened at once. Find him. Now, the command, infused with word magic, sank directly into their minds. They scattered at once to search for Ludger. Left alone, Andrash exhaled and fell deep into thought. He's after Nikolai, that much is clear. But how does he intend to find him? Andrash realized he couldn't afford to move recklessly. He needed to stop Ludger, but had no way to track him. Nikolai, however, did. That man possessed the eyes that could see across the entire island. In fact, Andrash had intercepted Ludger only because Nikolai had informed him of the route. Crack. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Andrash pulled out his communicator and crushed it. So that's what you were plotting. He understood Ludger's real aim. The moment I contact Nikolai to check his position, he'll trace the signal back and find the hideout. A lesser mage might only receive orders from above, but Andrash was a sixth circle mage, had a direct line to Nikolai himself. Ludger had known that, which was why Hidi Vanishetto bait Andrash into making the call. He can't locate me with magic, but it wouldn't be strange if he's watching from the shadows. Andrash was exactly right. From a shadow far away, Ludger observed the entire sequence. He turned away, satisfied. Quick on the uptake, I'll give him that. He had been waiting for Andrash to panic and contact Nikolai, but the man had seen through it and destroyed his communicator. It made sense. That device could easily expose Nikolai's hiding place. But by doing that, you've blinded him. Andrash thought he had protected Nikolai, but not quite. Ludger withdrew the mana thread he had extended toward a nearby surveillance unit. The mana line connecting the device now flowed back to him. So, you were watching me from there, huh? Even without Andrash's communicator, there was another way to find Nikolai. The surveillance devices that had been observing Ludger all along. Through them, Nikolai had tracked his every move, sending bounty hunters and experimental subjects in response. Which meant if Ludger could hack those devices, he could trace the connection back to Nikolai's location. When you stare into the abyss stares back. While Phiron cleared the path, Ludger had methodically inserted mana threads into the surveillance units, one by one. Not all were linked to Nikolai directly, but surely, among the countless devices, at least one was. At last, Ludger found it. I suspected where you were all along. To control this island's surveillance, your position would have to be fixed geographically. Even by elimination, the area to check had been vast, but persistence paid off. He had found the clue. A cunning bastard. So that's where you've been hiding. Nikolai's hiding place lay at the core of Isla Machina. Not merely the middle layer or central district, literally the core, deep within the mountain-like machinery. The island itself was a colossal machine, and its interior had many passages leading inward. It wasn't just an island, it was a fortress. When Ludger had first fallen here through Rin's magic, he had also landed deep within. Sir Phiron, I've located the target. I am transmitting coordinates, no confirm them when you can. He sent the data to Phiron, still battling bounty hunters somewhere afar. Only crashing noises answered through the line, but Phiron would understand. Ludger ended the transmission and prepared to discard the communicator. He no longer needed it, and Nikolai might be monitoring the channel anyway. Ah, instead of destroying it, a thought struck him. He brought the device to his mouth. I told you, didn't I? I'll come find you. He didn't know if Nikolai could hear him, but Ludger was certain the man was watching everything. I am on my way. With that, he crushed the communicator and activated a spell. In the air, cubes of steel gathered and assembled into the form of a massive bird, the steel raven. Ludger mounted the creature's back. Destination: Nikolai hideout at the heart of the island. The steel bird, cloaked in shadow, let out a piercing cry and shot into the sky like a bolt of black lightning. 609 Chapter Central Reactor. 2. The steel raven cut across the sky. The shockwave that tore through the air slammed against the atmosphere, resounding with a thunderous roar. Those already thrown into chaos by the battles erupting across the island all flinched at the booming noise rolling through the dark night sky. Even when they looked up, there was nothing to see. A hazy grey fog, a pitch-dark sky, a thick, colourless world where no starlight existed. Even if a single black line sliced through it, no human eye could catch sight of it. Riding upon the steel raven, Ludger flew straight toward the centre of the third layer. Machia, composed of 5 layers in total, was generally conical in shape and could call it a mountain of steel rising high into the sky. If most people lived upon a mountain, they would build their homes along its ridges, but Machia was different. Just as a mountain might be filled with caves and mines within, Machia contained countless internal passages and tunnels leading inward. Ludger headed toward the one that would bring him to Nikolai as quickly as possible. The passageway visible in the distance was sealed by a massive bulkhead, a 30-meter-high alloy gate at least several meters thick. Ordinarily it would have stood open, but Nikolai, aware that Ludger was coming, had closed the bulkhead in advance. Even upon seeing it, Ludger did not stop or veer away. Instead, he accelerated the steel raven even faster, as if to show off. Whoosh! The steel raven's shape sharpened, growing even sleeker and deadlier. Its beak elongated, stretching forward until it resembled the blade of a sword. The enormous shadow blade of the steel raven sliced through the air and plunged straight into the bulkhead. The gate was made of a special alloy resistant to both explosions and magic, reinforced through specialized treatment. Even for Ludger, charging into it head-on was a reckless and dangerous move. Yet contrary to what one might expect, there was no deafening sound of impact. Boom! Such a sound only erupted when two forces of similar strength clashed head-on. When one simply pierced through the other, the story changed. A round hole opened in the massive alloy bulkhead as if a tunnel had been bored straight through it. Nikolai's subordinates, waiting in ambush near the entrance, gaped at the sight. The steel raven, having breached the fortress gate with ease, did not stop. As it flew swiftly through the large, dim passageway, hidden devices along the walls activated. Clack! Gun barrels extended from the floors, walls, and ceiling alike, all aiming at Ludger and the steel raven as they unleashed fire. Two. Tracer rounds flared in the darkness, stringing together into bright streaks that illuminated the tunnel in bursts of flickering light. The narrow, dark space seemed to glitter as if filled with starlight. What could be seen by eye were only the glowing tracers. Invisible bullets numbered at least twice as many. Even the steel raven, moving at such speed, could not dodge them all. If I don't avoid them, then I just won't need to. Ludger poured even more mana into the steel raven, and the shadow shrouding its body ignited like black fire. The mana-born darkness devoured every bullet that flew toward it. Each round swallowed by the shadow was broken down into fragments. The dismantled metal was absorbed into Ludger's own shadow, layer by layer. The endless rain of bullets finally ceased. Yet before there was even time to feel relief, a new obstruction arose. Crackle! Violent currents burst from the walls, spreading into a vast net of electricity that filled the entire passageway with humming energy. For the first time since flight began, the steel raven reacted violently. Its speed dropped, and it was suddenly ensnared, caught as though in a spider's web of current. Ludger leapt down urgently from its back, narrowing his eyes. A magnetic field. Don't tell me they hid Tesla coils inside the passage itself. The steel raven, made of metal, was inevitably vulnerable to magnetism. But a mere Tesla coil could never have trapped it like this. Judging by the nature of that electric web, this too was a fusion of magic and machinery magitech. Still, the steel raven would not simply endure it. Infuriated at being bound, even for a moment, it thrashed its wings violently and tore through the net by sheer force. Scattered sparks burst in the air. The Tesla coils roared back to life, releasing an even stronger magnetic field and current web. The steel raven spread its shadow wide, engulfing the surrounding space in darkness. Crackle. The two forces collided, erupting with violent energy midair. Cree. Spreading its wings wide, the steel raven gathered all its power into its body and shot forward like a missile. Now carrying energy beyond its critical limit, the steel raven had become a bomb in itself. The moment the electric net reacted to its metal body to bind it again, its condensed power detonated outward in a massive explosion. Quiang. The blast reverberated through the surrounding passages. Sections of the metal tunnel warped under the shock, and the island itself quaked with tremors. The defensive systems embedded along the corridor went dead from the collision's aftershock, and the Tesla coils within the walls melted down under the surge. The passage's defense network was completely disabled, but the steel raven was no longer intact. Having forced itself beyond its limit, its steel body was torn apart, unable to maintain its form. Ludger retrieved the steel raven's shadow, wrapped himself in Aether Nocturnus, and absorbed the remaining steel fragments into his darkness. You did well. Now, he had to move forward by his own strength. Ludger walked slowly down the passageway. There was only dense darkness ahead, yet he could feel instinctively that his destination was near. Weaving. Perhaps because of the recent explosion, red emergency lights flickered to life throughout the passage. Alarms blared in shrill repetition, the flashing crimson light painting everything in ominous shades, as if blood had been splattered across the walls. Shrouded in his cloak of shadow, Ludger walked steadily through that blood-tinged chaos. Weaving. The ceaseless, shrieking alarm was enough to drive Nicolay men insane. Hey, someone shut that damn noise off. Sir, the system's completely fried from the blast. We can't. Damn it. This way, both sides are fighting half-blind. Without the red light flooding their eyes, they could have used their new night vision goggles to spot the enemy even from afar. But with this glare distorting their vision, using the goggles now would only leave them blind. Stay focused. Even if there's only one of him, his power equals that of an army. Still, is it even possible for someone to break through that bulkhead? I heard mages tested it dozens of times and barely left scratches. I don't know. And we set up the entire passage with defense systems, didn't we? Those alone could wipe out a battalion, annihilate a war mage unit in seconds. The subordinate hesitated, then suggested maybe that explosion killed the intruder, sir. The commander wanted to bark at him to stop talking nonsense, but couldn't, because deep down he wished it were true. Anyone capable of storming this place alone was a monster, and, no matter how perfectly prepared they were, casualties would be inevitable. He didn't think they would lose, but the thought that someone might die Herethet, he might be the Wungnod at their hearts like worms of fear. Huff, huff, ragged breaths slipped between the wails of the siren. Hey, shut that guy up. The commander's voice snapped irritably, but there was no response. Instead, the heavy-breathing Envite, read more on our source, grew harsher, spreading unease like an infection. You bastards, get a grip, he shouted, only to realize something was wrong with his own body. Shiver. His fingertips trembled without his will. What? What is this? It wasn't from cold. The place was sweltering from the heat of pressurized steam pipes running nearby. Yet his lips went pale and his body began to shake. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. You're a sharp for a commander, at least. A whisper brushed against his ear. His heart dropped. He didn't scream, survive too many battles for that. His reflexes made him whip up his special-issue firearm, aiming toward the voice. The bullets used special powder unaffected by silence of fire. If he pulled the trigger, even a mage would die in an instant at this range. Ah, but he couldn't pull it. Beneath the crimson lights, the black shadow standing before him made his whole body go limp. Just meeting its gaze overwhelmed him. His mind screamed to fire, but his body would not move. The shadow's arm lifted. Ha! The last thing he saw was his vision spinning upside down. With the commander's corpse hitting the floor, the suffocating silence shattered. It's him. He's here. The commander's dead. Shoot. Kill him. Kill him now. Normally, they would have surrounded Ludger, forming a web of fire and deploying multiple devices to attack in formation. But in this chaos and fear, reason was gone. These were not inexperienced soldiers, they were simply overwhelmed, not only by the pressure of the atmosphere, but by the suffocating mana Ludger radiated, powerful enough to blur their senses and conjure hallucinations. It meant Ludger was serious and furious. Tu-du-tu-du-tu. Gunfire flashed in all directions. The emergency lights flickered on and off in intervals. Explosions, alarms, Screamshell itself seemed to unfold around them. Wrapped in black shadows, Ludger appeared whenever the light returned, vanishing back into darkness as it dimmed. Flash, a fleeting silhouette. Then another flash and nothing remained where it stood. The moment one's gaze lingered in awe, death descended. Ludger slipped effortlessly between enemies, carving through them, leaving behind only fallen bodies forming a trail of corpses. Clank, clank. Then came the automata. They had overridden their standard limitations, their hulking frames now matching steam golems in size. Every limiter disabled, every weapon mounted, these were no longer machines, but killing engines. A mannequin-like automaton thrust forward, the blade protruding from its forearm. But even as it lunged, its body disintegrated. Ludger's released mana cannon didn't stop there. It vaporized the rows of automaton soldiers lined behind it. Drawn by the commotion, the experimental subjects came swarming in as well. Kiek. Pale-skinned humans crawled along the walls and ceilings on all fours, rushing at him like an infestation of insects. Ludger did not stop. Dark trails slashed through the air, painting the surroundings in destruction and despair. Every creature that charged him was torn apart, burned, frozen, or crushed. Some melted into sludge, others were impaled by countless blades of steel or buried and pressed into the ground. Their forms differed, but the end was the same, a silent death. At last, Ludger spotted a door far ahead. He raised his hand and blasted it away. Bang! The massive door, like one from a bunker, flew off its hinges with ease. Nikolai clicked his tongue. I even filled this place with obstacles to buy time, and they couldn't delay him for a second. Though he knew his loyal subordinates were all dead, his expression didn't change, as if their lives had nothing to do with him. Then, from beyond the smoke and darkness, a pair of blue eyes appeared. Their owner stepped inside. Unlike the dark corridor, the chamber ahead was bright, a vast, spherical space. Nikolai spread his arms wide in mock welcome, smiling. Welcome, John Doe, to Isla Makia's core, the central reactor. 610, chapter Central Reactor. 3. Ludger stared silently at Nikolai. A handsome man with wavy hair brushed back from his forehead, carrying an almost oily sort of elegance. Though they had exchanged words several times before, this was the first time they had truly stood face to face. The calm smile directed at him contrasted sharply with the hostility glinting in Nikolai's eyes. Bold of you. I thought you'd have fled the moment you realized I was coming for you. Or perhaps you'd have sent a decoy instead. I considered it, but unfortunately, I am the sort of man whose backside is too heavy to move easily, so you simply couldn't imagine yourself in a situation where you'd have to run. Nikolai fell silent at Ludger's sharp remark, because it was true. Nikolai was, above all else, a stage setter. He pulled the strings from behind the curtain, molding the stage into the ideal world he desired. No matter how frantically the actors flailed, they could only thrash within the boundaries of their assigned roles. Watching them struggle in the framework he'd built, that was how Nikolai liked it. That was why the current situation was so unexpected even for him. An actor had leapt off his stage, crashed into the audience, and reached the playwright himself. Fufufu, fine, I'll admit it. Wise rabbits may dig many burrows, but for me, that's unnecessary. A predator doesn't need to run away. A predator always devours. The ones who dig multiple burrows are the prey creatures that assume they'll need to flee to survive. But at the top of the pyramid, there was no need to run, no need for escape routes. Lions don't dig burrows. That arrogance is what's tightening the noose around your neck, Nikolai. Perhaps. But do you really think I've done nothing while sitting here waiting for you? Confidence radiated from him. Ludger watched him calmly, then swiftly surveyed the surroundings. the central reactor. From Nicolay's words alone, it was clear that this place was the heart of Isla Mackinae's massive power source that fueled the entire island. The vast chamber formed a great dome, with an enormous spherical core at its center. Countless machines and massive pipes connected to the sphere above and below, like stalactites and stalagmites meeting in the middle of a cavern. The most crucial place and the one that should never be tampered with. So you thought I wouldn't be able to use magic here? That a single explosion might consume the entire island? Oh, come now, don't think so little of me. Naturally, I know someone of your caliber could kill me in countless ways without resorting to something so crude. The reason I've chosen to face you here is simply it's already over. Your life. At that, Nikolai burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. John Doe, who knew you had a sense of humor. Had I realized it sooner, I might have sought you out for conversation before all this. You not understand what all my actions have meant up to now. I've been stalling for time. Killing you would be ideal, but failing to kill you wouldn't matter either. Still smiling faintly, Nikolai turned his gaze toward the massive sphere at the center of the island. This sphere is the strongest, most sophisticated heart ever made, crafted by the greatest magicians and engineers of our time. It can contain enough vaporized steam to move tens of thousands of tons of water without cracking. And how does that matter right now? Won't you let me finish? I've long wondered about one possibility. If there were a being composed of machinery, life, and magic, all in one, what would it be like? A chill crept up Ludger's spine. He could tell Nikolai was revealing the truth he'd kept hidden until now. John Doe, you, favored of zero order, you must know how perfectly imperfect this world is. Perfectly imperfect. That was how Nikolai described the world. A delicate clockwork mechanism crafted by someone unseen, where even broken gears and misfitting parts still turned according to plan. Why? If such perfection could exist, why allow imperfection to remain? If it was as Victor claimed, and this mechanist sought to create art through the world, was this the result? Nikolai couldn't stand it. Was his own awareness's realization also part of that mechanist's design? If so, then was his attempt to destroy the stage also part of that plan? I can't stand it. Being looked down upon, marked from above, I don't care about that. But being controlled at someone else's whim, that disgusts me to my core. So that's why you did all this. If the mechanist I imagine is what people call a god, then I want to know what that god would think of my defiance. Would he say it was all preordained? Or would he be offended that I've acted beyond his expectations? This is an experiment. You, from those words, Ludger understood something grave. What have you created? Nikolai scowled, as if offended. This is exactly why I don't like you. Must you ruin my grand reveal by blurting out the punchline? Cut the nonsense and tell me what you made. It's simple. If I am truly just a character written by the mechanist, then this is my answer: whether that character has the right to create a new mechanist, a new playwright, another god. Grrrrrrkkk, a harsh metallic screech rang out above them. Realizing it came from the ceiling, Ludger raised his head. From the tangled mass of wires, pipes, and steel debris, something was trying to emerge. A viscous, fleshy substance forced its way through the metal, like a lump of living tissue struggling to be born, like a creature breaking free from its egg, or something desperately clawing to escape confinement. I call it the guard of machines. The fleshy membrane stretched and tore, spewing its contents outward. The mass dangled from the ceiling by cords like umbilical strings, then succumbed to gravity and fell. Thud, splat. It landed squarely between Ludger and Nikolai. It resembled a human without skin. The only mechanical feature was the gaping hole where its heart should be, within which sat a black metal sphere. Seeing that eerie figure somehow still alive, a chill ran down Ludger's spine, and his fingers twitched reflexively. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr voice of divinity. But Ludger's instincts scream at her had to kill it now, while it was still weak. If he didn't destroy it here, he'd regret it. The instant his killing intent surged, the creature's head twisted unnaturally, its gaze snapping toward him. It reacted to my bloodlust, an animal's instinct pure predatory reflex. But Ludger didn't stop. He unleashed mana from his fingertips, firing beams of light toward its forehead and chest its vital points. It was the fastest, sharpest attack in his arsenal. No matter how keen its reflexes, there was no way it could react to that, or so he thought, until he saw what happened next. Pa! Something red and gleaming erupted across the creature's skin, deflecting Ludger's light spell. Even that fine, slender ray hot enough to melt steelbent away as though refracted. Metallic material glimmered across its skin. Metal, I told you, the god of machines. Nikolai smirked, mocking him. The creature, enraged at being attacked, turned toward Ludger and bared its fury. Krah! Its scream shook the entire chamber. But it wasn't mere sound. Waves, very structure of the central reactor, responded to the creature's emotion and rage. Grrrrrrrkkk. The metallic walls and supports that formed the spherical chamber began to move, converging toward the creature. Soon the god of machines was enveloped in a cocoon of metal. At that sight, Ludger turned his glare to Nikolai. What did you put into that thing? Everything I had. It manipulates metal. That form, yes. It's like a single elemental mage, isn't it? Nikolai nodded, as if to confirm Ludger's suspicion. There is an iron-colored mage inside it. The iron-colored seat. That position was supposed to be vacant. It was. But did you really think no one with that talent existed? I happened to find an unopened Budsomion whose gift had not yet blossomed. The rest needed no explanation. The result before their eyes told the story. The human body is fragile. Try to graft machinery onto it, and the rejection is catastrophic. Even for an iron-colored mage attuned to metal, it ended up like that. So I used something stronger, more alive. Cells of the world tree, that's right. And with the cooperation of those bourgeois bastards at the new magic tower, I added layers of magical knowledge. But it still wasn't enough. The shell was perfect, but it lacked a heart. Ludger's eyes flicked to the black orb embedded in the creature's chest. That small core could output this much power. Isn't it fascinating? Even with our advances in magitech, creating an island entirely covered in machinery, endlessly running something must power it all. This central reactor was Isla Machina's heart. It gathered, boiled, and circulated the steam that drove the entire island. Even with the most advanced magic engineering, such perpetual energy should have been impossible. And yet, here it was. It could only exist because someone or something had created it. The original developer of this core didn't create it from nothing. He used something as a base, then layered his own imagination and craftsmanship over it. You mean there's an original key something that came before it? Why ask me? You, of all people searching so desperately for it, should know. The power that makes such miracles possible. A relic, exactly. An ancient artifact of unknown origin, purpose, or creator. Isla Machina itself runs thanks to the power of that relic. An unexpected truth, but one that made perfect sense. A colossal mechanical island like this could only function through divine-grade technology. A relic. A god-forged tool from ages past, created by forgotten, imprisoned deities. There were others scattered across the continent, besides the one Ludger sought, and one of them lay here, within Isla Machina. I refined that relic, used it as material, and bestowed it upon the god of Machine's heart of all hearts, the divine furnace. A black metal heart forged from a relic. The body of an iron-colored mage. The vitality of world tree cells. Magical and forbidden knowledge layered atop all of it. How much material, wealth, and time had been consumed in its making. So all those previous experiments, yes, they were nothing but scraps, failures paving the way for the birth of a single god, and that god had now opened its eyes. Crrrrrsh. The metal cocoon split apart, unfolding like wings. From within, the god of machines emerged once more, no longer incomplete, but whole. 611 chapter, the god of machines. 1. From its firmly grounded feet to the crown of its head, the god of machines was, true to its name, entirely encased in metal. It had drawn in the surrounding steel, forging it into armor that seamlessly sheathed its entire body. Yet the armor did not look like an assemblage of mismatched parts. Instead, it was so smooth, so flawlessly fitted, that one wondered if such a thing could truly be made. A perfectly streamlined frame, without a single crack or misalignment. Upon its face rested a rounded, sleek visor helmet, a design unlike anything Ludger had ever seen, something that looked straight out of a distant future. Clink! The steel cocoon that had encased its body unfurled to both sides. Then, splitting once more, it divided into upper and lower halves, reshaping themselves into massive arms. A mechanical arm. Each sharp-fingered limb looked like a flawlessly crafted mannequin legend, cold and terrifyingly precise. The god of machines stood motionless, its true body on the ground, while four gigantic mechanical arms hovered around it. Its dark brown and gold frame gleamed under the light as it fixed its gaze upon Ludger. The instant Ludger met the invisible stare behind that pitch-black visor, pain lanced through his head. What the thud? His heartbeat echoed in his ears. A tide of pain surged in his skull, swelling like the sea before receding again. Ludger's pupils trembled violently. My triple-layer sealing formula, it just fluctuated. For a moment but violently. The divine voice that slumbered within him had reacted the instant he faced the guard of machines, which meant this creature was indeed forged from a relic, and its name was not just blasphemy. It truly bore the presence of a god. Zitting. A glow formed above its head, taking shape into a ring, a golden halo. From around that halo, one of the four mechanical arms stirred. No warning, no charge up, just a light. NVLGT, only on NVLGT, fluid motion. Ludger's instincts kicked in before thought could follow. He sank into his own shadow. The next instant, the space where he had stood was raked apart by a massive slash that tore the air itself. Kra crash. The reinforced door to the passage Ludger had entered split in two and was completely obliterated. The result was far beyond what a single swing of an arm should have done. SHHHH. Shattered machinery hissed. Steam burst out in clouds of white, filling the space in an instant. Through the veil of steam, Ludger retaliated with a spell. A greatsword made of highly compressed metal he had drawn in the surrounding fragments, compressed them to their utmost density, and fired them forward. Though the sword was no larger than a regular longsword, its weight was measured in tons. It shot forth like a projectile, accelerated by magnetic force. It should have been a devastating physical strike, but it didn't work. Another mechanical arm rose above the guard of machine's head. With a mere flick of its fingers, the flying blade froze in midair. All that momentum, all that mass, came to a dead stop without the slightest hint of resistance. A second flick of the fingers, and the sword spun once on its axis, reversing direction before being hurled back through the steam. For a moment it seemed Ludger had been hit, but instead, an even greater barrage of magic came roaring in. Fire poured from the sky. One mechanical arm raised its hand to block the flames, and from below, ice surged upward, binding the creature's ankles. Another arm pressed its palm to the floor, radiating a strange wave. The ground glowed red-hot, melting all the ice in an instant. Boom! From both sides, boulders the size of carriages shot through the clouds of steam. The remaining two arms caught them easily, crushing them to gravel with brute strength. In that fleeting moment, light erupted. The flash was stronger, thicker, more focused than before. All four arms were occupied defending against spells. Ludger seized that opening, firing a single, killing beam directly at the creature's hot, divine furnace. The guard of machines did not even flinch. Zitting. The blazing laser struck its chest, forcing it back step by step. An attack powerful enough to pierce through solid steel, and yet the guard of machines endured. It braced itself, steadied, and began to walk forward slowly, relentlessly. One arm cocked back its fist and launched it like a missile through the steam. Quiang. The explosion washed the area clean, the shockwaves scattering the vapor in an instant. The entrance to the central reactor was blown apart, but there was no sign of Ludger, no trace of blood. My. As the mortal fled in awe of divinity. Nikolai chuckled, watching the destruction with delight. The guard of machines turned its head toward him. Its emotionless visor reflected Nikolai's image for a brief moment, then it turned away, uninterested. Retracting its outstretched arm, it began to rise, floating effortlessly. The halo above its head brightened, expanding in both brilliance and size. Flash. The moment its glow intensified, the guard of machines shot upward with terrifying speed, a true ascension. The central reactor's ceiling did not stop it. Piercing through solid metal, the creature soared from the island's core straight to its uppermost layer, bursting into the open air above the third floor. The path of its ascent left destruction in its wake. Kwang. Boom. Explosions rocked the structure. Pipelines ruptured. Geysers of steam erupted. Countless components burst apart under pressure, flying in all directions. Half of Isla Machina's third-level district fell into chaos in an instant. Steam filled the underground waterways, manhole covers shot into the sky. A steam car passing through the streets was struck by one of them, torn in half, and exploded. KYAH, run. Civilians screamed and fled in panic, while the city guard was too stunned to react. Hovering in the sky, the guard of machines gazed down upon the chaos below, serene, aloof, divine. Then, from below, a massive figure leapt upward, throwing a punch at the guard. THUD. One of the mechanical arms moved automatically, catching the blow. The guard of machines turned its blank visor toward its assailant Theon. The moment Theon met that inorganic gaze, a shiver ran up his spine. Heh! A grin spread across his face. What a terrifying monster we've got here. The mechanical arm clenched its fist, and the air itself vibrated with a low hum. Facing that overwhelming power, Theon clenched his own massive fist and struck back. Quiang, a clash of raw power in midair. And the victor was the machine. Theon's enormous body plummeted like a meteor, smashing into the ground. The solid earth tore apart beneath him like claws raking through dirt. He crashed through several houses before finally skidding to a stop. Goo damn, that's hard. Didn't think I'd lose a contest of strength. He started to rise, but pain flared in his right arm. Looking down, he saw that the fist he used to block had shattered. Bones cracked, blood running freely down his arm. Theon bared his teeth in a fierce grin. Ah, that ripping pain in my muscles been a long time. A shadow gathered beside him, then Ludger rose from the ground. Gah, you startled me. Is your arm all right? Oh, this. Some spit and it'll be fine. And indeed, he licked his hand and rubbed it over the wound. Amazingly, the injury began to heal right before Ludger's eyes. You're accelerating your metabolism to the extremestimulating regenerative cells for rapid recovery. It was absurd, but Ludger had learned not to question it. There were bigger problems right now. More importantly, Professor, what the hell is that thing out there? Nikolai creation. He calls it the Guard of Machines. What a pompous name, though its punches are nothing to scoff at. Just then, the mansion around them began to shake violently. Not only the mansion, everything around them trembled. Both men realized what it meant. The Guard of Machines was doing something. Before they could even guess what, the building beneath their feet suddenly began to rise. You've got to be kidding me, Theon's voice cracked with astonishment. Not just their house, every building in the area was floating into the air. Most structures on Isla Machina contained metal. Especially from the third floor and upward, middle-class sector, iron was embedded throughout their frameworks. The Guard of Machines was manipulating all the surrounding metal at once, bending it to its will. You were Aran. Not only house, anything with metal began to float. Cars, broken pipes, towers, antennas, everything rose into the air and began to orbit around the Guard of Machines. The sheer scale of power was beyond belief. If this continues, the entire island will collapse, Ludger said. Professor, with the two of us, we can at least buy some time, right? Make that 3. A new voice cut in. Both men turned toward it. Standing on the window frame, mask removed, was Lutheran. Huh, and who might you be? It's me, Lutheran. What? Theon jumped. He was seeing Lutheran's face for the first time, and his shock was immediate. Well, ill be damned. You were wearing that mask to hide cat ears. They're tiger ears, actually. Same difference. Both felines. Shouldn't you be more surprised that I am a beastkin at all? Beastkin, huh? Makes sense. I just thought you were covering your face because you were ugly. Lutheran blinked. Theon's lack of surprise somehow made the situation even stranger. Well, whatever. The real problem is that thing out there. What is that monster? When he fled the new magic tower, he sensed an enormous surge of power nearby. Rushing toward it, he found the airborne mechanical deity, drawing up every scrap of metal in its vicinity. Using his keen beastkin sense of smell, he had tracked Ludger and Theon here, but he still had no idea what was happening. Ludger explained briefly. The Guard of Machines, an arrogantly fitting name, but I can't deny its grandeur. Just its presence made the surrounding metal vibrate and respond. If it unleashed its full strength, the outcome would be unimaginable. They had to stop it. All three reached the same conclusion. Wherever Nikolai had gone could wait, the Guard of Machines came first. Otherwise, Isla Machina would be annihilated. The moment they resolved themselves, a colossal force smashed through the house they stood in. Quiang. One of the Guard of Machines' enormous arms had been launched toward them. Everything the fist touched, steel, concrete, anything was pulverized. Their house turned to dust in an instant, but the three had already escaped outside. Let's see round 2 then. Theon roared with laughter and charged. His entire body flared with blue mana, blazing like fire. His form blurred, transforming into a massive arrow of energy that shot toward the guard of machines. The deity raised one of its arms to block. Damn, still not enough. While Theon wrestled against the arm's strength, another one swung toward him. The edge of its hand sliced horizontally like a blade aimed for his waist, an attack too fast for Theon to counter. But it was stopped by the spectral figure of an armored warrior, as large as Theon himself, who blocked the strike with a massive shield. Two more arms tried to move, but above the guard's head, yet another gigantic spirit appeared, gripping them tightly. Lutheran's magic, it was brief but enough. Seizing that opening, Ludger dashed forward. Ranged magic won't work. The difference in output's too great. Then it had to end up close. His arms extended, shadows taking the shape of beast's claws as he swung for the creature's head. He would tear it off in one blow, but then the guard of machines turned its head toward him. Flash. A glint flared behind its visor, and Ludger was hurled backward by a tremendous force. What was that? Regaining his footing, Ludger frowned. There had been no warning, no spell formula, and yet the impact had hit like a hammer. He had no time to ponder it. The guard of machines moved for the first time, raising its own hand. All around, floating metallic wreckage turned in the air, and then, like a meteor shower, came crashing down toward Ludger. 612, chapter. The Guard of Machines. 2. The colossal mass of debris floating in the air, driven by the authority wielded by the machine guard. The fragments accelerated, their velocity rivaling that of meteors. Compared to the metallic grand spell, heaven-collapsing meteoric iron, each fragment was weaker, yet their sheer number far exceeded that spell's destructive potential. If one asked which attack possessed the greater might, Ludger could assert without hesitation it was this one. Quagwagwagwang. Enormous chunks crashed to the ground, raising towering columns of gray dust. The impact repeated across a wide area, hundreds of meters in radius. Its force was so devastating that the entire island trembled violently. Even a master-level knight caught in that bombardment would have vanished without leaving a trace of blood behind. But it did not work on Ludger. Wrapped entirely in shadow, Ludger spun the darkness around himself like a cocoon. The spatial energy embedded within the shadow twisted and deflected every incoming fragment the moment it touched him, sweeping them aside. It didn't matter how heavy they were, how fast they fell, or how immense their kinetic energy was, that power bent everything. However, the spell specialized solely in defense, and the mana consumption was equally enormous, making it impossible to maintain for long. Ludger's mana reserves had grown immense through countless battles, yet if he could not remove the source of the attack, this war of attrition would eventually wear him down. Hoo-ha-ha-ha! Where are you looking, fool? Still wrestling with the mechanical arm, Phiron laughed and poured strength into his bulging muscles. His already massive frame swelled to its limit as he smashed the arm aside. He saw his chance and drove a punch toward the machine guard only for its eyes to flash. Phiron's fist never landed. He was flung backward as if struck by an invisible hammer, his massive body tossed like a pebble into the debris field. Coon, a dense cloud of dust erupted, scattering fragments everywhere. Ludger, hidden within his shadow cocoon, watched the scene intently. That attack again. Each time the golden visor inside the helmet flared, a powerful repulsive force burst forth, hurling opponents away. No sign of activation, no warning too fast to react to. And if one stayed too far to avoid it, the creature would simply close in and strike first. As Ludger pondered his next move, Rotron stepped forward. Razor-sharp claws extended from his spread fingers, his fangs lengthened, and his pupils split vertically, the transformation that occurred whenever Beastkin entered battle. Enveloped in the spirit of an ancient hero, Rotron charged. Another spirit manifested on the opposite side, clad in feathered helm and armor, wielding a long spear. Assailed from both flanks, the machine guard turned its gaze toward Rotron. The visor flashed. Rotron's body was hurled backward. At that same moment, the hero's spear struck the machine guard's shoulder. Quadjik, it had aimed for the head, but the impact field surrounding the creature twisted the attack aside. Kakakakang. The spear scraped across the shoulder plating, scattering sparks. The machine guard immediately turned to glare at the spirit-eat's eyes blazing once more. P-woom. The spirit shattered under the overwhelming repulsion, but Ludger did not flinch. He didn't react fast enough. The repulsive force was terrifying, but it had a clear condition: the target had to be within its line of sight. It couldn't respond to attacks coming from both sides simultaneously. Yet, could that even be called a weakness? Multiple attackers could strike at once, but at least one of them always had to face that deadly gaze. If we hit from where it can't see, that's all we need. Phiron clearly reached the same conclusion. Launching himself from the cratered ground, he soared upward faster than before and charged the machine guard. The creature turned its head toward him that instant. Ludger moved. Dreams of the foolish. Darkness rose between the machine guard and Phiron, shrouding its vision completely. Flash! The instant its visor gleamed, the dark mana was shredded apart, and the surrounding debris exploded under the released force. But Phiron was no longer there. As the machine guard began to search above, a heavy blow struck its head from above, forcing it to bow. Dang! Phiron, fingers interlocked like a hammer, had slammed both fists onto its crown. The sound echoed across the battlefield like a massive bell, yet the machine guard snapped its head up almost instantly. Damn! Phiron hadn't expected it to recover that fast. Just as the visor was about to flash again, something struck the creature's temple, jerking its head aside. Flash! Its gaze shifted and the light erupted in a different direction. Huarang! A massive explosion erupted in the ruined clearing, shooting a pillar of light skyward. Don't stop. Keep moving. Rotron had saved Phiron, kicking the machine guard's head at the last second to divert its aim. But Rotron himself was in no better shape. A single blow had destroyed every defensive artifact on his body. His clothes were shredded, his body covered in wounds. Even with spirit reinforcement and a mana barrier, that was the result. Phiron and Rotron now fought in close quarters, darting around the machine guard to stay outside its field of vision while attacking relentlessly. But the machine guard had no intention of entertaining human tricks, keying two of its four mechanical arms extended to grab them. Realizing that being caught meant death, both men gritted their teeth. Then a black point formed in the air and expanded. Ludger appeared. He dropped straight down toward the machine guard, thrusting a flaming spear NV8 original source at its crown. Quajijijik. The fire spear, charged with immense mana, pierced through the repulsion field but couldn't fully penetrate the armor beneath. Ludger detonated the mana in the blade. The heat spread rapidly, scorching the machine guard's body. Even such durable armor could not resist heat entirely. Metal began to glow red. Yet the creature still moved unharmed. As two mechanical arms reached to seize him, Ludger unleashed another spell. The spear vanished, replaced in his hand by a massive sword of ice. He swung it down. Crack, crack, crackle. The superheated armor cooled at a rapid pace. The plates that had expanded from heat now contracted sharply. Crack, crackle. Hairline fractures spread across the hardened surface. Sharp ice wedged into the gaps between joints, restricting its movements even further. Just a little more. Ludger prepared to strike. Agimbut froze when a golden light flickered before his eyes. The machine guard's radiant halo, it flared brighter, then split, forming a second ring. Quatching. The shockwave from its creation shattered every trace of frost and ice on its body, scattering like shards of glass. Even the Aether Nocturnus, shroud around Ludger, was pushed back. Divine power. Even if it was an artificial guard, its core was a relic, and relics were objects crafted by gods. Naturally, they could manifest divine power. Overwhelmed by the surge, Ludger was forced backward, caught at once by one of the mechanical arms. Professor, Ludger. Phiron and Rotron rushed in to save him, but their focus left them blind to the other arms moving from behind. Rotron was seized instantly. Phiron managed to grab the metallic fingers and resist through sheer strength. GGGH, this isn't even a warm-up. The machine guard stared at Phiron. Its eyes did not glow this time. Instead, a third arm joined in and clamped around him. If one was hard to resist, two were impossible. It lifted Phiron high, then slammed him into the ground. Quang! A massive explosion of dust and shockwaves spread in concentric rings. The distorted air screamed, echoing across the island. The impact of those two arms alone carved an enormous crater into the earth. White steam and groundwater poured from the shattered underground pipes, and the machine guard did not stop. Quang! Once, quang, twice, quang. Again and again, it pounded Phiron into the ground. Finally, his body sprawled out like a broken frog. The arm released him, clenched its fist, and brought it down like a hammer. Quang! Cracks spread across the crater like a spider's web. From those fissures, white steam roared upward and gas leaked out. Pagigic. A burst of current from a torn cable met the gas ignition. A massive explosion followed. Scarlet flames bloomed inside the crater like a flower. Gariel slipped into the laboratory. While Ludger and Phyron drew all attention outside, he used the distraction to sneak in unseen. They created experimental subjects. Using world tree cells, the reagents and materials must still be here. He scoured the maze-like facility. Found it. Finally discovering the entrance deeper inside, Gariel examined the door with his hand. It was far too solid to force open. A critical area its security would be absolute. Magical security lock. Without an authorized key, the door won't open. Only a handful of people in the lab would possess that key. But Gariel wasn't worried. Good thing I grabbed this just in case. When word spread that Ludger was approaching, the researchers had evacuated in haste. Gariel had rifled through the pockets of the highest-ranking scientist among them and stolen everything. Among those items was, of course, a security key. Lifting the time stop he had cast, Gariel presented the key to the scanner. He held his breath and exhaled in relief as the lock disengaged. The door slid open. What lay beyond made his brow furrow. He had come only to retrieve materials, yet what filled the room were the gruesome remains of biological experiments. Inside, huge, glass tubes floated human test subjects fused with cells of the world tree. Some had multiple limbs, others grotesquely twisted bodies, others half turned into trees. Failed creations lined the chamber, each with a serial number etched beneath. The higher the number, the fewer deformities appeared. Closer they came to resembling humans. No time to waste. Suppressing his disgust, Gariel moved deeper. Shelves overflowed with reagents and components left behind in the panic. There, he reached for a vial then froze, trembling. Something felt wrong. He glanced around. He had stopped time. No one should be able to move or even notice him. He was certain of it, yet his instincts screamed otherwise. Especially in a situation, this tense-smooth progress was never a good sign. Gariel immediately gathered mana. He decided to stop time again, survey his surroundings, then regroup. As time halted, he retraced his steps toward the entrance. That was when he noticed the door he had entered through was now closed. When I never shut it, could someone have come in? He searched every corner of the lab, but there was no trace of anyone. They must have sealed it remotely from outside. He considered reopening it, but the door wouldn't budge. He gave up quickly. Knowing waiting would achieve nothing, Gariel released the time stop. You froze time to find a way out, but it seems you still couldn't escape. A calm, amused voice came from beyond the door. Gariel's breath caught. Whoever it was knew about his ability. Who are you? Who am I? That's what I was about to ask. You sneaked into my laboratory without even knowing whose it was. Don't tell me Nikolai. Oh, not dumb enough to make me introduce myself at least. Gariel bit his lip. Why him, of all people? What happened to Ludger? A tremor rolled through the floor, shaking even the bunker-like facility. The impact was enormous. By now, the ones outside should be finished. At Nikolai's words, Gariel realized with dread something was going very, very wrong. 613 chapter, New Reinforcements. 1. SSSHHH. Thick white smoke began to fill the inner section of the laboratory. It was paralysis gas. Gariel instinctively tried to stop time but hesitated. In a sealed space with nowhere to run, stopping time would only mean losing more of it. His legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor. Seeing Gariel's state, Nikolai unlocked the heavy door and stepped inside. Wearing a gas mask, he looked down at the trembling figure on the ground and curled his lips in amusement. I thought a rat had snuck in, but judging from your state, you're no better than an insect sprayed with poison. Why, you bastard? Even your mouth is filthy. That's why it's better not to mingle with the worthless. Removing his gas mask, Nikolai dragged a chair over, sat down, and crossed one leg over the other. To think someone with that kind of magic talent spends his time stealing and gambling. Your dead master must be weeping blood in the afterlife. Shut up. Gariel glared at him with murderous Aishi's only act of defiance left. Thud, thud, the ceiling shook, dust raining down from above. Nikolai glanced upward with a smirk. Still putting up a fight, I see. It won't last long, though. What have you done? Curious. Well, I don't enjoy my pleasures alone. How about I show you a little gift before I send you off? He reached into his coat and pulled out a crystal orb. It glowed faintly, and an image flickered into the air like a hologram. The projection zoomed in on a massive figure floating high above the ground, its four mechanical arms spread wide the machine guard. The surrounding landscape was a wasteland of ruin. The earth overturned, fires blazing from leaking gas lines, shattered vehicles and buildings, corpses scattered everywhere. A monster. That was Gariel's first thought on seeing it. No. A guard, Nikolai corrected, his tone almost reverent. A guard that judges and purifies arrogant, filthy humans. That thing is a god. I'd rather turn that question around. What is a god exactly? A noble, exalted being. An all-knowing, all-loving symbol of virtue. Nikolai laughed a twisted, venomous laugh. That he pointed toward the projection is God, pure power, an absolute that no one can defy. Good or evil doesn't matter. If it can destroy and create, it's a God. God created humans, and humans in turn created another God, like a serpent devouring its own tail, an endless cycle. Nikolai believed he had become the link in that chain. John Doe will die there. Most of this island will be purified, and Ilamakia will take its next step forward as a new Tower of Babel built to topple the old gods. You're insane. You really think things will go your way? Your plan will never succeed. At Gariel's words, Nikolai's expression twisted. His exhilaration soured instantly. He rose from his chair and kicked Gariel in the jaw. Gariel's head snapped to the side, but his mocking grin didn't fade. Didn't even hurt. You were the one who kindly anesthetized me, remember? Ha! Nikolai started to kick him again, but suddenly stopped, as if struck by a better idea. He switched the image on the orb. You're right. Killing you now would be boring. There's still so much you need to see before you die. The new image revealed a girl lying on a bed. Gariel's eyes went wide. Rhine, you even raided the Divine Tower just to save her, didn't you? Seems she's quite important to you. Then watch carefully. Watch her die right before your eyes. Beside Rhine stood Cravat, casting a powerful curse. Dark energy coiled around her body, forming a magic circle that shimmered with writhing symbols. Cravat focused his mind, suppressing the divine power raging within Rhine's body. A fascinating scene, isn't it? How? There were no surveillance devices left in the hideout. There shouldn't have been any way to see inside that room. Why do you assume there isn't? Nikolai smirked. You've always had a pair of eyes following you. Don't tell Meth automaton. Gariel recalled the advanced automaton. You thought the Eye of God only let me control my own machines. Hardly. If it can be seen, I can look through it. Even household automatons. That's impossible, perhaps. But I can observe them in real time, even if I can't control them remotely. My subordinates will handle the rest. As he spoke, the sounds of battle outside grew louder. Still fighting, are they? Then let's be generous, let's show everything at once. The orb split into two displays. On one side of the machine guard, tearing apart the three-tiered city. On the other, Cravat, desperately trying to save Rhine. Gariel wanted to shut his eyes, but he couldn't, because in his view, he could still see Ludger fighting the machine guard. Freed from the metal grip, Ludger burst out by detonating his mana and charged forward, twin weapons of pure energy in his hands. Will you give up then? Why did that question suddenly echo in Gariel's head? Would struggling really change anything? What if it was all meaningless? If failure was inevitable, wasn't it wiser never to try at all? Why endure pain for nothing? Because trying itself has value. He could hear Ludger's voice, though he knew it was an illusion. Ludger had never said those words aloud. But Gariel believed if it were him, that would be his answer. Just doing it has value. He might not like the man. He might not want to admit it, but still it felt right. Gariel closed his eyes. Nikolai opened his mouth to mock him for giving up until something shifted in the image. What is that? At the bottom of the crater, Phiron lay spread out flat. The explosion had nearly consumed him. His envite, read more on our source, condition was clearly critical, muscles torn, bones broken, skin burned black and splattered with blood. He looked like a corpse, and yet he was still alive. SSSHHH who? Phiron steadied his breath. He inhaled and exhaled slowly, circulating mana through his body. His stimulated regeneration cells began working furiously, pushing his metabolism to its limits and healing his wounds. Strength and recovery beyond anything human. The machine guard, still locked in battle with Ludger, detected Phiron's condition and sent one of its mechanical arms forward. The arm, its metallic claws sharpened like blades, shot toward Phiron's heart like a spear. Even for someone like him, laying defenseless on the ground, there was no way to block or dodge. "Sir Phyron!" Rotron shouted, and Phyron, barely conscious, half opened his eyes to see the arm flying straight at him. Damn it! If only I had a little more time. The moment he sensed his end approaching and began to give up, a crimson slash flew in, striking the mechanical arm with explosive force. Quagagagagag. The crescent-shaped slash drove forward, fierce enough to nearly sever the wrist. The arm that had been targeting Phyron veered away to resist the slash's power. A strange pulse radiated from it, weakening the energy of the strike, and in that instant, another blood-red slash came flying. Quang! The arm was flung backward. Phyron's eyes widened in disbelief. In his trembling pupils, he saw the back of a black knight landing in front of him. "Who are you?" The black knight, a greatsword slung over his shoulder, turned his head slightly in reply. Someone who owed a debt. A debt? If you leave a debt unpaid, the greatsword in his hand erupted with immense energy. That would go against the knight's code. First Order Black Knight Verom. Once again clad in living armor, Verom charged toward the machine guard that was fighting Ludger. Sensing this new enemy, the machine guard turned its gaze toward him. Dodge! Ludger shouted a warning, anticipating the deadly light from its visor. Verom spun midair in response. The black cloak on his back whirled like a top, enveloping him just as the radiant blast struck. Boom! A hole was blasted clean through the cloak, but beyond it, Verom was nowhere to be seen. The machine guard twisted its head, scanning for his movement. By the time it located him, Verom had already leapt from one floating piece of debris to another, vanishing again before the next motion could be tracked. Each time the machine guard turned its head to follow, Verom disappeared, marking its pursuit. He bounded across the suspended wreckage like a spring, his agility and speed far beyond what Ludger had once faced. The machine guard couldn't keep up. Thoom! A dark streak cut through the air, racing straight toward it. One of the mechanical arms extended its palm like a shield, but the black streak slid beneath its hand, gliding smoothly along its forearm, and at the end of that streak, a dark blade flashed. Kang! The machine guard raised its true arm to block the blow. In that instant of their clash, Verom's appearance became clear, and it was drastically different from before. Previously, his living armor had been heavy and thick, built for endurance. Now it was sleek and refined, hugging his body tightly. The bulky armor had compressed, streamlined. The cloak was garner replaced by a mane of red, hair-like strands flowing from the back of his helmet. Even his greatsword had changed thinner now, more like a longsword, matching his agile form. He had sacrificed defense for mobility, maximizing his speed and reaction. But perhaps due to that trade-off, his power output was lower. His momentum began to wane as the machine guard slowly forced him back. Then a flash of red from afar. A blast of magic energy streaked toward the machine guard's body. Timing his retreat perfectly, Verom jumped back as an explosion engulfed the creature. Landing atop a floating piece of debris near Ludger, he steadied himself. "Didn't think you'd decide to return," Ludger said. "I can't live with unpaid debts," Verom answered, his voice his own, not the hollow echo of the living armor. "So you accepted the curse after all. When you've spent over a decade eating, sleeping, and fighting side by side, I guess even a cursed armor grows on you." Verom muttered almost light-heartedly, as if bewildered by his own decision. But his new armor form made it clear, had embraced it willingly. So escaping the curse wasn't just about rejection. Accepting it could be another path. Well, somehow it turned out that way. But that's not what matters right now. Agreed. Ludger nodded. In the distance, continuous bombardment hammered against the machine guard. Isla Machina possessed its own internal defense forcia garrison that functioned as its standing army. Armed with cutting-edge magitech weapons, they rivaled the regular armies of entire nations. Defensive artillery had been installed across every layer of the island, prepared for any invasion. The relentless bombardment came from the second and fourth-tier batteries, all focused on the machine guard. "That must be Nicolay's so-called ultimate experiment," Verom muttered. "But no matter how strong it is, this level of bombardment should he stopped mid-sentence." Through the blaze of red explosions, the machine guard stood untouched. It had wrapped its four mechanical arms around itself like a cocoon, completely unharmed. The defense force, seeing that, launched another volley. Tracer shells streaked through the air like falling stars. The machine guard raised one arm slowly. From its palm, a strange vibration spread outward, swallowing the incoming shells. The shells froze in midair. What the? Verom gasped. The Defense Force's ammunition should be custom not affected by electricity, magnetism, or metal-based interference. They would have accounted for every form of magic on this island overflowing with mages. But there was one thing they hadn't considered: a being who could command metal itself as a singular magical attribute. The hovering shells slowly turned, rotating in place on 180 degrees. Thunk! The machine guard flicked its fingers. The shells shot back faster than they'd come. Boom, 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 boom. The outer defense batteries were consumed by fire. Holy hell, you think the defense force can handle that thing? Veram muttered. They can't, Ludger said flatly. Modern weapons meant nothing to the machine guard. It was the absolute ruler of modern warfare, the dominator of all machinery. If it's going to be defeated, only a knight's aura or a magician's spell can do it. What's the divine tower doing? They're strangely quiet. Seems they're too busy dealing with internal affairs, watching each other instead of acting. I see. Ludger's eyes darkened. Then we'll just have to make them come out. 614 chapter New Reinforcements. 2. Is there some kind of NVLGT? Only on NVLGT. Way. If the Mage Tower intends to deliberately overlook this incident and remain silent, then the only option is to force their mouths open. How? If they pretend it's not their problem, then we'll just make it their problem. Even the most stubborn ones will move when it concerns them. You're not seriously? Veram could faintly guess what Ludger was thinking. That method was insane, reckless beyond reason, but there didn't seem to be any other way. But how are you going to do it? You'll have to lure that monster all the way to the tower. No need to lure it, just buy me some time. Time. I'll handle the rest. There was a strange trust in Veram's chest at Ludger's confident tone. Normally, anyone who said something like that would sound suspicious, but with Ludger it somehow felt possible. Fine. I'll do what I can to stall for time. You don't have to do it alone. At that moment, Phiron, who had recovered enough to move, stepped in. The serious wounds still hadn't closed completely, and blood continued to flow. Yet it was a miracle he had survived such an attack at all. Ludger pulled a recovery potion from the shadows and tossed it to Phiron. Phiron caught it, grumbling with a sullen face. I don't drink anything without protein, just drink it. Phiron tilted the potion into his mouth. There were recovery pills as well, but when it came to closing deep wounds, potions were still far superior. Ah, why is it so sweet? Phiron grimaced. Is sweetness a bad thing? Veram asked. Potions were supposed to taste bitter. Wasn't sweetness a good sign? In fact, the higher the grade of the potion, the more attention was paid to flavor and aroma. A sweet taste meant it was an excellent potion. Of course it's bad. It means there's sugar in it. That's unhealthy. Veram stared at him in disbelief, then turned to Ludger. His expression clearly asked, is this guy always like this? Ludger gave a small nod, basically saying yes. Just let it go. I am thinking of paying a brief visit to the new Mage Tower. Any objections? At Ludger's question, Rotron, freed from the mechanical arm, approached using flight magic. After we've already put a hole in the tower's midsection, I don't think there's any more room for politeness, is there? Fine. Understood. If we fail to stop this anyway, the tower won't survive either. Forcing them to intervene might indeed be the better choice. Many could die. If we leave it as is, we'll just be taken down one by one. We have no choice. Though his words were calm, Rotron's voice sank heavily. There were those in the tower who hated him, but also those who trusted and followed him. Dragging such people into the middle of this battlefield weighed on him. Still, he didn't falter or complain. As long as that machine guard lived, no one could escape this fight. It's better to end it before the damage spreads further. Exactly. So buy me some time. With that, Ludger was swallowed by shadow, his body compressing to a dot before vanishing. The three remaining simply accepted it be now. The sight was familiar. He wasn't the type to flee after saying that. He was clearly preparing something big, something that would shock everyone. Until then, their role was to hold off the machine guard. But must they only stall for time? Buying time doesn't sit well with my pride. We've come this far, better to bring it down with full force. I agree. If we can finish it here, that's the best option. If we don't fight with the resolve to kill, it might be us who fall instead. Phiron, Veram, and Rotron exchanged determined words and prepared for battle. The machine guard, having wiped out the defensive batteries, turned its gaze toward them again. These were powerful beings that could threaten its existence. Ludger, the most dangerous one, had vanished, replaced by the Black Knight, Verom. They could not be allowed to live. As the machine guard's will manifested, the two halos floating above its head gleamed brightly. Four mechanical arms fell like meteors. Verom, not only did you fail your mission, but you joined hands with John Doe. Nicolet's irritation boiled over as things drifted further from the outcome he wanted. He should have eliminated Verom back when he had reforged that armor. He hadn't, because their relationship wasn't exactly hostilined. Now the bastard had stabbed him in the back. What's worse, Verom looked completely different now. The image of a medieval knight was gone. His form had become leaner, sharper, closer to a beast, or perhaps a hunter. You couldn't shed your treasure hunter habits, could you? You're no Black Knight anymore, just a grave robber. Still, it didn't matter. Whatever power that new armor possessed, it was meaningless before a guard. Adding one more corpse to the pile wouldn't make a difference. The spectacle he had been anticipating hadn't yet unfolded, but Nikolai was willing to wait. Considering the time and money invested into creating the machine guard, he could afford to be patient. There's still one more thing to enjoy. His eyes shifted to one of the two screens toward the feed showing Rhine and Cravat. This isn't good. Cravat focused intently, but he was well aware of the impure presences approaching from outside. He had carefully chosen a location free of surveillance devices to hide in, yet somehow Nikolai had found them again. Don't tell me. Cravat's gaze landed on the half-destroyed automaton in the corner of the room. The automaton's film-like eyes flickered toward him, and Cravat let out a low sigh. Damn it. Guess even under the lamp, it's darkest. It was too late to smash it. Now those closing in would not retreat. He instantly realized he'd been cornered. The curse is already in progress. If I stop now, the divine power I barely managed to suppress will rebound even stronger. If that happened, the balance of power would collapse and Rhine's body would disintegrate. At the moment, Cravat was using the curse to suppress the divine energy inside her, meticulously controlling the flow of black magic. He had no energy left to fend off even an ordinary attacker. Damn it, if he stopped now, he could still save himself. But then Rhine would die. The master of the ancient curse school, risking his life to save some kid he barely knows. Feeling the growing number of hostile signatures, Cravat's lips twisted into a grin. Yeah, worth it. He wasn't going down without a fight. He had laid traps outside for this very situation. Boom. The sound of traps detonating rang out. Enemies had entered the range. Explosions of black smoke erupted all around. It wasn't ordinary smoke. These were special traps of the ancient curse school, filled with concentrated curse energy. Kia and Kum. The automatons leading the charge were caught in the blast. The curse spared no one, even lifeless machines. The mannequin-like automaton's joints and parts corroded rapidly, creaking before collapsing one by one. Watch out, it's a trap. Casualties. Anyone hit? None on our side. But most of the leading automatons are disabled. Stay sharp. Our opponent's the master of the ancient curse school. Take curses lightly and we're all dead. Realizing there were traps, the enemy advanced more cautiously. Trap detected. Disarming. Disarm complete here. Don't let your guard down. Once aware of the traps, they quickly neutralized the remaining ones. The distance closed steadily until they were nearly at the house. Cravat, drenched in cold sweat, continued purging the divine power from Rhine's body. 10 minutes. No, even 5 more minutes would have been enough. The enemy was too skilled. The traps didn't buy enough time. Boom! The sound of the front door bursting open. A trap on the first floor triggered immediately. Flames burst outward, but the intruders threw grenades radiating icy air, neutralizing the blaze. The remaining automatons pushed inside. First floor clear. Moving to second, the targets on the third stand by. Cravat heard their murmurs below. He stood frozen, eyes darting around. When was the last time he felt such dread? Self-preservation whispered in his mind. Risk your life for some kid. You've survived this long for what? Staying alive comes first. The temptation was sweet, gnawing at his focus. Voices below, footsteps climbing the stairs. His heartbeat pounded louder with each second that passed. The last thing reflected in his eyes was Rhine's face contorted in agony. Her body writhed, divine power raging within her, tearing through every cell. And yet, she did not die. She fought desperately to live. I can't stop now. Cravat poured even more curse power into the rampaging divinity. The white divine energy and black curse clashed violently, back and forth. Had he prepared any less, he would have been devoured by the divine force instead. He clenched his teeth. The footsteps crossed the second floor and began ascending toward the third. Ow-woo-woo. Somewhere outside, a wolf's howl rang through the night. Cravat froze, feeling as if the whole world had stopped. Was this what Gariel experienced when he invoked magic? Then screams erupted outside. Gah! What theshit! Ag! The men stationed outside were under attack. The ones inside, startled, called through their communicators. What's going on out there? Report. It's a wolf. A wolf just appeared. What? Don't be ridiculous. There aren't any wild wolves on this island. It's real. Huge massive ag. Static cut the transmission short. A wolf appearing out of nowhere, and fully armed professionals taken out instantly. The team inside soon found out why. Crash. The second floor window shattered, and through the broken glass, a massive wolf leapt in. Holy shit, it really is a wolf. But something was off. Judging by its sheer size, it should have smashed through the wall, not just the window. Yet it slipped through, breaking only the glass. Physically impassable unless its body was liquid. The automatons in the lead automatically raised their weapons and opened fire. Tu. The beast filled the corridor, impossible to miss. For a moment, it seemed the wolf would be riddled with bullets, then its body blurred. A storm of wind tore through the hall. Shrrkk. The automaton pulling the trigger was sliced into dozens of pieces. The line behind it met the same fate. Shit. The survivors immediately activated their barrier artifacts. The hallway filled with translucent shields as violent wind slammed against them. The wolf reformed from the gale, growling just beyond the barrier. It wasn't an ordinary wolf. Its fur shimmered in shades of gray, white, and sky blue, with a white aura swirling around its shoulders. The spirit beast. What was a spirit beast doing here on Isla Makia? Whatever the reason, something was definitely wrong. What are you waiting for? Take it down. The men in the rear threw magic grenades. The spirit beast seemed to take the form of wind, so they responded with fire, burning the very oxygen. As the shields dropped, the grenades exploded, filling the hallway with roaring flames. The wolf tried to slip out the window as wind, but it was too late. Yelp! It was engulfed in fire in an instant. The men cheered. Ha! How's that taste, you damn mutt? So what if it's a spirit beast? It's still just an animal. They leaned out the window to laugh at the burning creature and froze pale at the sight below. Growl. Grr. The ground outside was gouged with claw marks, and all around, dozens of wolves were gathering. That's not just one. 615 chapter New Reinforcements. 3. Am I dreaming right now? The man's expression twisted in disbelief as he looked out at the wolf's spirits spread across the field. Was he really dreaming? He pinched his cheek, and the pain was vivid. That meant what he was seeing was real. Why are there so many of them? Just by sight alone, there were over 30 wolf spirits. It made no sense. It was already hard to believe that a spirit beast, a creature rarely seen even across the continent, that appeared in Isla Makia, but over 30 of them. While the men stood frozen in confusion, the pack of wolf spirits moved in perfect unison and began storming the building. One leapt through a shattered window on the second floor, and another appeared from the opposite side. A wolf spirit that entered through the open door on the first floor bit into the personnel waiting inside. Blood and screams filled the air. Artifacts, advanced weapons, and modified automatons all resisted, but it was useless. The wolves that rushed in from all directions were like a howling gale. It was hard enough to handle a single one, but when dozens came crashing in from every side, there was no way to fight back. Damn it, what the hell is this? Nicolay subordinates, completely surrounded by wolves, shouted in terror. Tata. Misdirected gunfire flashed, magic grenades exploded, and defensive artifacts flared with power. They somehow held out through desperate resistance, but the wolves were relentless. As their prey struggled, the wolves stopped charging recklessly. Instead, they kept their distance, shifting into wind and circling at high speed. Anyone could see they meant to wear them down. Damn it. No matter how alert they were, openings would appear in a fleeting moment. In that instant, a wolf spirit running along the ceiling in the form of wind transformed back into its massive body and crashed down from above. Get it off. My arm. Someone help me. Once their formation broke, the rest followed like clockwork. Hearing the screams echoing from inside the building, Freuden, watching the scene from afar, could only admire it with genuine awe. So this is the spirit beast that has protected our family. Its endurance alone, running for days without rest, was one thing, and its ability to step on the wind and cross the sea was another. But what was truly terrifying was the way it fought, the ability to command the wind itself, even becoming the wind for a brief moment. That was why the wolf spirit could slip in and out anywhere through even the narrowest holes, like a cat. Its body itself transformed into wind, allowing it to pass through any place where air could flow, even something as small as a needle's eye. No matter how one blocked the path or erected barriers, it was impossible to completely seal off air. To restrain a spirit beast like that, a wind element mage would need to create a vacuum wall, or a fire element mage would have to burn all the air around it. It was a terrifying ability, one that forced the opponent into extreme choices. But even more impressive is its sheer quantity, another unique trait of the wolf spirit division. The 30-some wolf spirits surrounding them were astonishingly all one. It's a single entity but also a pack at the same time. Freuden recalled a paper he had once read about how spirit beasts were born. They were said to arise when an old beast underwent a special evolution. So, does longevity alone cause that transformation? Of course not. It differed for every creature, depending on its environment and the struggles it endured in the wild. Some were born destined to become spirit beasts, while others achieved it only after endless battles for survival. Sometimes, a beast born and raised in a mana-rich environment could also become one. The wolf spirit that guarded the Ulberk family had both the benefit of its environment and the crucible of struggle. And what evolved into a spirit beast wasn't a single wolf, it was the entire pack. Wolves live in packs. That wolf spirit was not just a leader who ascended alone. The entire pack had transformed together, fusing into one. In other words, that spirit beast was both one creature and a pack. Similar but distinct from the beast of Javoden. The infamous beast of Javoden was one entity and also a legion, but that was because it could create cryptids on its own. Strictly speaking, the beast of Javoden was still a single being. Freuden truly grasped then just how extraordinary spirit beasts were and how many mysteries humanity had yet to uncover. So that's why the wolf is our family symbol. The battle ended quickly. The thugs who had targeted Rhine left not even their corpses behind. Aside from the heavy scent of gunpowder and scattered magical tools, every trace of them was devoured bones, and all by the spirit beasts. Freuden vaulted over the wreckage of a broken automaton and hurried up to the third floor where Rhine was staying. Rhine. The moment he slammed the door open, a dagger wreathed in black aura shot up beneath his chin. Who are you? Seeing Cravat staring coldly at him, Freuden swallowed hard. He's no ordinary man. Though Cravat looked younger, there was an aura about him that defied words. A gust of wind blew past, and beside Cravat, a wolf spirit materialized, baring its fangs. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra, a spirit beast, so it was you who cleaned up those outside. And who might you be? You know that girl lying over there, Rhine, right? Freuden's eyes darted toward the bed where Rhine lay quietly, his pupils contracted. What happened to Rhine? Is she all right? Is she hurt anywhere? At Freuden's rapid questioning, Cravat widened his eyes. Huh. Didn't expect that. You like her, don't you? Don't talk nonsense. Tell me what happened. Ha, what a cheeky kid. Don't worry. Thanks to someone lending a hand at the last moment, her condition stabilized quite a bit. Her condition. Don't tell me you cured her constitution. Constitution. So you knew about that too? Not in detail. Only that Rhine was terminally ill. In that case, the talk'll be easier. Cravat lowered the dagger he'd been pointing at Freuden. As the chilling black energy around it faded, Freuden finally exhaled in relief. The wolf spirit that had been watching also relaxed and rested its head calmly beside him. Damn, a spirit beast in this filthy, polluted city. What a world we live in. How is Rhine's condition? For now, it's a success. Only halfway, though. Halfway. You mean it's not over yet? Let me start from the beginning. Inside that girl's body was divine power, but Rhine's a mage, that's what's strange. Divine power inside a magic shouldn't happen. But it did, and we can't call it impossible either. That divine power wasn't ordinary. It was so powerful it was barely distinguishable from mana. That's why no one noticed it, no matter how hard they looked. Even Cravat could only barely distinguish the divine power within her, seeing it clash violently with her mana. The real problem was Rhine's own mana. It was so dense and powerful that even while clashing with that divine power, it never gave ground. Because of that, her body was collapsing under the strain of both forces. How did you fix something like that? What I did was simple. I erased the rampaging divine power in her body using the power of a curse. The direct counterforce of divine power is black magic, and I used an ancient curse, no less. An ancient curse. Realizing that the chilling black aura he felt was exactly that, Freuden's skin prickled with goosebumps. To think that someone who looked so young was actually a black mage, capable of wielding ancient curses. It was an excruciating process. I had to squeeze out nearly all of my power and rely on every kind of mana potion, reagent, and material I could get my hands on. Then, is she all right now? I wish that were the case. I did completely remove the divine power. The problem lies in that girl's inherent mana. Rhine's mana, what's wrong with it? It's too strong. The answer was painfully simple, but Cravat couldn't find any other words that fit. The divine power I barely managed to erase. After endless struggle, that mana of hers fought against it the entire time. The density, the purity, the sheer output and strength of it, I can't even imagine how far it could go. To think Rhine possessed such mana, Freuden said that, but deep down, he had suspected it already. From the first time he saw her magic formulae, her potential and hidden power had been clear in countless small signs. But it's still her own mana, isn't it? Why would that be a problem? Even mana needs to be handled properly. No matter how strong the power, if you can't release it outward, it just stagnates inside you. Maybe if her vessel grew stronger to match, it would be fine, but that girl never had the chance or guidance for that. He had thought the danger was finally over, but in truth, they had only just crossed one deadly threshold. Realizing that, Freuden clenched his fists tightly. Kid, don't panic. There's still a way. There's another solution. Now that I've succeeded in suppressing the divine power, we have to calm the remaining non-attributed mana. That's why the professor is running around right now. The professor? Freuden's eyes widened. Don't tell me Ludger Cherish, he's here too. Yeah, what is he doing? He went out to secure a new ingredient for the reagent. Cravat muttered, narrowing his eyes as a distant vibration shook the ground. A strange pulse of power rippled through the air. Looks like things aren't going smoothly. That just now Freuden had sensed it, Tuhi's gaze fixed on the window. The wolf spirit bristled, fur standing on end, bearing its fangs toward the same direction. What was that? I don't know. What? The only thing I do know is that something enormous just started rampaging beyond Novelig, HT that area. And it's not just strong, it's abnormal. What is this alien power? Cravat noticed his own hand trembling and clicked his tongue. He was the type whose curiosity usually outweighed fear, but even sensing a mere fraction of that power made his body shake. That meant it wasn't curiosity, it was instinctive fear. Fear, huh? Can't remember the last time I felt something like this. This won't do, I have to go see for myself. Wait, I'll come with you. Kid, Yow'll just get in the way. And who's going to protect that girl then? You want to come back to find a corpse? You don't have to worry about that. Freuden turned to the spirit beast. Please, grrr. The wolf spirit nodded as if it understood, then exhaled a gentle gust of wind. The pale blue breeze condensed into another wolf, which stood guard beside Rhine's bed. It'll protect her until we return. Ha, fine. There's no stopping you anyway, is there? Just don't regret it later. What we're about to face won't even be recorded in history. It's going to be that kind of battle. I didn't come here with half-hearted resolve. Cravat stood by the window and began casting a curse. His body twisted slightly, shrinking and reshaping until a black crow spread its wings. It was the curse of crow transformation. So that's an ancient curse. Freuden didn't have time to be astonished. He had to follow. Please. He mounted the spirit beast's back and patted its neck. The wolf immediately became wind and surged forward toward the source of the disturbance. The god of machinery moved as if to destroy the world itself. With a single gesture, an entire sector was swept away. Everything around was made of sturdy metal, yet even that meant nothing before the god of machinery. Buildings crumbled mercilessly. People screamed and ran for their lives. Explosions, destruction, death, screams, chaos, despair all erupted everywhere. And in the midst of that apocalypse, there were those still fighting desperately against the god of machinery. Damn it, this thing's absurdly tough. Verom cursed as his sword was caught effortlessly by a mechanical arm. His crimson slash could cleave through almost anything, yet it barely scratched the metallic limb. And when it did leave a mark, the wound healed instantly. It wasn't even alive, yet it could regenerate. I must be insane. Why did I jump into this hell? Despite his words, Verom did not stop fighting, because he believed in Ludger. That man would find a way, always did. Hey, John Doe, how long are you going to make me wait? It was a shout thrown into chaos, but unexpectedly a reply came. You've done well. Brilliant light gathered in the sky. Verom instinctively braced himself. Even through his full body armor, the radiance was so intense that it felt blinding. Ha! I was ready to give you an earful if you didn't make it worth all that preparation. Before the guard of machinery stood a colossal golden statue of Buddha. The blazing golden flames radiated like a second sun descending upon the earth. Even the guard of machinery halted its natural rhythm of destruction and faced the statue. At its heart stood Ludger. His eyes no longer glowed blue, they shimmered with a deep crimson light. Seal release stage 1616 chapter. With all his might. 1. Facing the guard of machinery, Ludger instinctively knew that he was confronted with a single, defining question. That thing could not be defeated by ordinary magicka, even by aura. Its core was a relic, its body that of a steel-colored mage. And on top of that, it was a hybrid containing world tree cells, black magic, and the sum of all magical knowledge. They called such things chimeras. But if all those elements perfectly harmonized into one flawless entity, could it still be dismissed so lightly as a chimera? That was exactly what the guard of machinery was. No matter how many sixth circle grand spells I pour into it, I can't imagine bringing that thing down. He realized as much after exchanging several bouts. First of all, the guard of machinery was still incomplete. To put it simply, it was like a newborn chick just breaking out of its shell. Right now, it had only 4 mechanical arms and a few soft feathers attached, still far from its full potential. And even so, it's this powerful. The truly terrifying truth was that the longer time passed, the stronger it grew. As it gradually adapted to its own state, gaining knowledge and self-awareness, it would eventually become an irredeemable catastrophe. As much as I hate to admit it, maybe Nikolai was right. That thing could really become something worthy of the name God. Before that happened, Ludger had to kill it by any means necessary. For that, he needed time. To destroy the God of machinery, he also had to make his own preparations. But to prepare magic while engaged in open combat against such a monster that was practically suicide. The creature had an uncanny sensitivity toward anything that threatened its life. Before it realizes what I am doing, I have to end this quickly. That was why he had asked Verom, Rotron, and Phyron to buy him time. Even from this distance, the aftershocks of their battle continued to rumble. They were somehow holding on. From within the shadow, Ludger pulled out his pipe. He packed it tightly with dried plants brimming with all sorts of toxins and lit it with a flick of his fingertip. SSSHHK. Who the smoke he exhaled shimmered blue, thick with magical energy. A dense mist of mana spread around his body. Ludger guided that mana mist, weaving it into a single spell. It wasn't modern magic, it was ancient magic, invoked only through faith and miracle. He had faced countless foes with this magic before, but this time he felt it would not be enough. I have to go further. A thing created by the gods, a relic. A god built upon that relic could be considered the god's incarnation, or at least something close. They said that to kill a monster, you had to become one yourself. Ludger didn't agree with that sentiment, but he did agree that to defeat an equal, one needed equal power. To bring that thing down, he'll have to use it after all. Regretting that he had no other choice, Ludger didn't hesitate. Szzzzzzzzz, the air around him grew unbearably heavy. If anyone else had been nearby, they would have foamed at the mouth and fainted. Above Ludger's head, a small black hole opened. He'll handle things here. Gariel, do what you have to do. The sudden appearance of the enormous idol made Nikolai seethe with irritation. What the hell is that now? He had never heard that John Doe possessed such power. He assumed the cunning John Doe was hiding part of his strength, but this was beyond any standard. What was that gigantic golden figure shimmering behind him? And what was that overwhelming presence, so intense it could be felt even through the screen? Compared to it, his own masterpiece, the God of Machinery, looked almost insignificant. On another screen, all of his dispatched subordinates lay dead. The one sent to kill Rhine had become prey to some spirit beast that appeared out of nowhere. The guardian of the Ulberk family appearing here of all places, and with the spirit beast came Freuden Ulberk, the next head of the Ulberk ducal house. Nikolai couldn't understand why one of the Empire's three great ducal houses had suddenly involved itself in this affair. The only connection he could think of was that Freuden and Rhine both attended Sion Academy. Whatever the reason, he found the constant derailment of his plans intolerable. If there hadn't been so many eyes watching, he might have screamed and smashed everything around him. What a pity. Every single one of your grand schemes keeps falling apart. Gariel smirked as he looked at Nikolai's rigid face. Nikolai's fists trembled at the sight of him. He looked ready to lash out, but instead, he exhaled slowly and forced a calm smile. Perhaps this, too, is simply the way of things. Noon the contrary. It's proof that my actions have begun to change the world. What nonsense are you spouting now? Not everything in this world was made according to the designer's will. The appearance of one who threatens his seat must be something even he didn't foresee. That's why he sends all these trials to correct the balance. How could I not rejoice? You lunatic. Gariel stared at Nikolai, disgusted by the way the man laughed. Then Nikolai abruptly stopped laughing and gazed down at him with a chilling look. I had meant to show you a magnificent sight, but alas, it's all gone to waste. There's no point wasting more time, so just die already. He raised his hand, pointing at Gariel's brow. Though he preferred to manipulate from behind the scenes, he hadn't risen to the rank of First Order through politics alone. Nikolai was also a formidable mage in his own right, and his strength was one of the reasons he held that position. Until the moment you die, curse your pitiful faith, that's the life of a rat like you. Seeing the mana gather at his fingertips, Gariel gave a faint, knowing smile. Ever heard the saying, when a rat's cornered, it bites? What, like this? Gariel vanished in an instant. A moment later, something dark covered Nikolai's vision. Startled, he tried to tear the fabric off his head, but it wouldn't come off as if someone were yanking it from behind. Instead, it pressed tightly against his face. Panicking, Nikolai threw his hand back and unleashed a spell. It wasn't strong cast too hastily, but enough to force his attacker away. After shaking Gariel off, Nikolai ripped the cloth from his face, trembling with rage. You filthy rat. Mana surged violently around him. Even as he burned to tear Gariel apart, his mind raced. How? He should have still been paralyzed by the gas. The answer came from Gariel's voice behind him, wondering how I shook off the paralysis. Without hesitation, Nikolai turned and blasted magic toward the sound. Crack. Ice spikes struck the empty wall of the laboratory. I had a rough run-in with poison once. Felt so powerless back then, so before I came here, I got manual therapy from Phiron himself. You bastard. The word manual therapy made Nikolai think Gariel was mocking him. He aimed a spell toward where the voice came from, then froze. Damn it. Of all things, he was trapped in the same space as a time mage. Nikolai immediately changed tactics. No matter how skilled you arrowhead happens, if I fill this entire space with my mana, the weakness of time mages, they were vulnerable to wide area attacks. Yeah, I know. Gariel appeared right in front of Nikolai's face. He's coming closer instead of running while I'm casting. Nikolai realized too late what a mistake that assumption was. He expected Gariel to retreat under intimidation, giving him time to seize control of the space and corner him, but the plan was already falling apart. I didn't come here half-hearted. Click. Feeling a strange tug on his arm, Nikolai turned his head. At some point, a thick wire had looped around his wrist and tied it to a nearby table. Like a cut vein, his mana flow was severed and the spell collapsed. You little. Nikolai reflexively kicked Gariel in the stomach. The reflex came simply from realizing that the rat had dared to come this close. But it was the wrong move. There was a brief delay between canceling one-time spell and activating another. In that single instant, too short to waste, should have used magic that could have killed Gariel outright. Instead, by kicking him away, he created distance. The moment that gap opened, Nikolai realized his mistake too late. Gariel vanished from sight, and in the next instant, a thick wire coiled around Nikolai's neck. GGHHK. His eyes bulged as the wire tightened. Red veins burst across the whites of his eyes like cracks. When he struggled, Gariel kicked the back of his knee joint. Nikolai's legs gave out, and his body fell forward. Gariel yanked the wire even tighter, just a little more. Gariel was certain of victory until mana flared violently across Nikolai's body. The shockwave blasted Gariel backward, ripping the wire from his grasp. Cough, cough, you damn rat. I'll make sure you die screaming. Barely catching his breath, Nikolai spat blood-flecked saliva and glared at him with murderous eyes. Gariel forced himself up. His legs still trembled from the lingering paralysis. His bones ached from the earlier impact, but he couldn't stop now. Go move, he shouted inwardly, brainwashing himself. Dragging his barely working legs, he lunged again toward Nikolai. Do what you can do. Before Nikolai could finish casting, their bodies collided. Thud, the two rolled across the floor. Gariel clung to him like a rabid dog. This is all I can do. Gariel had lived his whole life far from battle. A man like him could never fight Nikolai on equal terms. That was why Ludger's advice had been invaluable. You're not suited for combat to begin with. Ludger had spoken coldly, almost cruelly. Your temperament, your lack of experience are closer to a coward. And your ability isn't made for fighting either. Gariel hadn't argued. He'd known it was true. So use everything. Don't hesitate to drag your opponent into the mud with you. If you're up against another mage as inexperienced in real fights as you are, you'll have a chance. Nikolai thrashed, trying to break free. Magic was impossible, the distance was too close, and every time he tried to channel mana, Gariel's fist struck him, breaking his focus. Thwack! A weak, clumsy punch hit his cheek. The pain itself wasn't much, but the humiliation burned deeper than any wound. What the hell is this? He had never fought like this in his life. Not even country bumpkin children fought this pathetic Litwo-grown mages rolling on the floor. No dignity, no style, no honor, no pride. It was the kind of ugly brawl you'd expect from drunk laborers at a taverna, filthy, desperate scuffle at the absolute bottom. Ironically, it was that very filth that disoriented Nikolai the most, because it made him feel like he'd fallen to the same level. For the first time, he felt real danger. You damn rat. Nikolai's palm ignited with flame, and he shoved it straight into Gariel's face. SSSHHHHH, as the smell of burning flesh filled the air, Nikolai grinned. How does it feel, having your skin burned alive? But Gariel didn't scream. Instead, Nikolai did. AAHHHH. Gariel had bitten down on his fingers. Even through the searing pain, Gariel's wild eyes glared back at him. Let go, damn you. Realizing he couldn't break free otherwise, Nikolai forcibly released a burst of mana. Boom! The unstable surge formed a half-finished mana blast that struck Gariel square in the chest. A blue sphere of energy hurled him backward. He rolled several times across the floor before slamming hard against the wall. Why, you bastard, staggering, Nikolai tried to stand but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. Egg. 617 chapter. With all his might too, Nikolai coughed up blood, gasping for breath. Damn it, the reckless surge of mana had shredded his insides. If he'd been a battle-hardened war mage, well-trained in such strain, this wouldn't have happened but to Nikolai, who'd only ever barked orders from above. It was a foreign experience. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. The metallic tang on his tongue and the wrenching pain in his gut brought tears to his eyes. Still, he took a mana blast head-on. He shouldn't be getting up. That fleeting sense of relief vanished the instant he saw what stood before him. Gariel, who should have been down for good, was swaying, yet slowly rising to his feet. Why, you had seen it hit. The blast had landed cleanly. Though it hadn't pierced all the way through it, lacked the full power he'd intended, the impact of that iron sphere had been more than enough. Ribs broken, organs damaged. His cheeks were even burned. And yet Gariel stood, his face twisted in pain, his body trembling as if it might collapse at any second. But the look in his eyes, locked onto Nikolai, was sharper, clearer than ever. The moment their gazes met, a chill ran down Nikolai's spine. That unbroken will, that mad resolve to keep fighting despite being wrecked, and bloodied it through his mind into disarray. Nikolai, who had always looked down from above, had never once rolled in the dirt himself. This kind of fight-thigh's environment was utterly alien to him. Why are you looking at me like that? He demanded, as though he genuinely couldn't understand. What the hell are you fighting so desperately for? Why, you ask? Gariel steadied his breathing, straightening his stance. The fact you even have to ask means you'll never understand. What nonsense. Gariel's figure vanished. Almost like a shift through space, he reappeared right before Nikolai's eyes. His time magic faltered midway, grimaced briefly, but Nikolai was too shocked to notice. Gariel's sudden closeness froze him where he stood, and Gariel, seeing that fear, found courage. He threw a punch. Thwack! His fist cracked against the bridge of Nikolai's nose, snapping his head back. Blood spurted as Nikolai stumbled backward. Gariel tried to follow up, but his leg gave out beneath him. No, I can't fall here. Not yet. He clenched his teeth. His mind was foggy from pain, his body barely obeying him. He felt like someone else entirely. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. Why am I doing this? What glory or reward could possibly be worth this agony? Wouldn't it be easier to just give up, to take the easy path? He hated fighting, hated burdens, hated pain. He just wanted peace and quiet. Then why can't I stop? The more he tried to move forward, the heavier the shackles felt around his body. He once tried to break free of them, but the chains were vast and unyielding, never breaking. The harder he fought, the tighter they wrapped around him. At some point, stopped resisting. He accepted them as if they had always been part of him. It was a coward's surrender. Gariel had thought it better to be a peaceful loser / novelight / than a suffering victor. He believed that once. Because there's someone I want to protect. Rhine's face flashed through his mind. Then the woman he had once loved, only one he ever loved, followed. Her words, her gestures, her smile. Even among all those shackles, they remained clear and faded. He had thought himself a worn-out man. Rusty, creaking, irredeemable. Unable to recall when his radiant days had ended, when he'd become so far gone. And yet there was still something inside him that hadn't lost its color, a fragment of light, a memory that refused to die. That was why he fought, with everything he had, to defeat the man before him. Uahhh. His roar made Nikolai flinch. The arrogance that had once filled Nikolai's gaze was gone, replaced by fear. In his eyes, Gariel looked like a demon. A blood-soaked demon who refused to fall, intent on tearing him apart. Stay away, don't come near me. His will to fight shattered, Nikolai turned to flee. It was laughable. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength, the snake had turned its back on the rat. Seeing it, Gariel remembered Ludger's words. Power isn't everything in a fight. Once battle begins, 100 other factors decide the outcome. Even an undeniable powerhouse can kneel before someone weak. He hadn't understood it then. But no, did. Gariel tried to give chase, but his legs wouldn't move. He dropped to one knee and could only watch Nikolai retreating back. Nikolai didn't even notice that Gariel had stopped. He just ran. Ran without looking back, pathetic, cowardly, unlike the man he pretended to be. Heh, what a coward. Gariel laughed at the sight. Every chuckle drove broken bones deeper and tore muscles anew, but he couldn't stop. It felt freeing. With a faint, satisfied smile, he pulled a pill from his inner pocket and swallowed it dry. He chewed and forced it down. The pain coursing through him dulled immediately. He took one of his few remaining high-grade potions and poured it over the burns on his face. The wound sealed, the potent anesthetic dulling the agony enough for him to stand again. He wasn't fully healed, but movement was no longer a problem. Gariel took the communicator from his belt. It's done here. His eyes drifted to the artifact Nikolai had left behind, more precisely, to the image of Ludger reflected within it. So you'd better win too. He couldn't be sure if the words reached him, but right after he spoke, a faint smile formed on Ludger's lips. Looks like it's over on that side. If I fail here, I'd lose all face. The golden statue extended its right hand, pressing down on the guard of machinery. One of the creature's 4 mechanical arms lifted, mirroring the statue's gesture. So Noe'll help me save mine. The wave emitted from the mechanical arm slammed into the statue's palm, but the statue didn't budge. Instead, the immense pressure forced the arm back, and the force carried all the way into the guard's body. The remaining 3 arms wrapped around it defensively. Then the statue's radiance swelled and exploded into a golden blast. Swept up in that burst, the guard of machinery was hurled through the air like a falling star, trailing light. From the 3rd floor to the 4th, from the 4th to the 5th, the summit of the island, it arced through the sky and smashed into a massive structure. Crack! The impact's pressure rolled out like thunder. For the first time, the guard of machinery reacted violently, like a fish flailing out of water. It had finally taken damage. And no wonder, because Ludger had slammed it straight into the divine tower. The same tower that had just been attacked moments earlier, its external defenses pushed to maximum output. The guard of machinery struck the tower's shield. Before it could recover, the tower's automatic defense systems activated. A violent current surged, and layers of embedded spells flared to life. The divine tower was a fortress, and when that fortress unleashed its full output, it defied measurement. The creature convulsed like an insect electrocuted midair, trembling uncontrollably. Inside the tower, chaos erupted. Enemy, another enemy sighted. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Call reinforcements. The tower had already been in turmoil after Rotran's escape. The bourgeois and proletarian factions were on the verge of civil war, daggers drawn. They'd been focused inward and quelling their own fire. Now that battlefield had been flipped entirely on its head. An external threat forced both factions to cooperate instinctively. Normally, they would have mocked whoever was foolish enough to attack a fully fortified tower. But this attacker was no fool. The defense system's still active. What's going on? The tower's outer shell pulsed with blinding light. Even inside, they could feel the vibrations. Anything that struck those shields should have been vaporized on a cellular level, yet the entire structure was trembling instead. Realizing this was no ordinary situation, the tower's mages instinctively declared a temporary truce. For now, the priority was clear: eliminate the external enemy. While that unfolded inside, the guard of machinery was already adapting to the tower's output. Its three remaining arms absorbed the brunt of the power. The strain on its core was enormous but still tolerable. Above its head, twin halos blazed. BOOM. A massive shockwave rippled across the tower's shields. The whole tower shuddered like an earthquake had struck. Taking advantage of the recoil, the guard of machinery tried to retreat beyond the system's range. It might have succeeded if not for an interruption. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? Crash. A golden palm slammed down, pinning it against the shield. Caught between the statue's hand and the tower's defense field, the guard of machinery was crushed flat like a patty in a sandwich. Ludger didn't waste the chance. He intended to end it here, using the collision of both colossal forces. Be crushed to death, right here. Even a guard of machines couldn't endure two such powers at once. But it wasn't about to die quietly. Kriak. Its head twisted toward the tower wall. From within its visor, light blazed. KWOOM. A repulsion blast erupted against the shield. The kind of force that could annihilate an entire zone in one hit, yet it wasn't enough to pierce the tower's defense. That wasn't the point. The explosion made the shield ripple violently, easing the pressure on its body. That was its true aim. One of the three supporting arms broke free and lunged toward Ludger. The statue's other hand met it, blade edge sharp. KRASH. The struggle weakened the crushing pressure, allowing the creature to slip free. Ludger reached out again to seize it, but one of the distant mechanical arms flew in and collided with the statue's hand. A brilliant flash split the air, followed by a spherical shockwave spreading outward. The mist and steam were swept away, revealing both combatants clearly. For an instant, Ludger and the guard of machinery locked eyes. At the same moment, the small black hole above Ludger's head pulsed with an immense presence. Hearing that sound at close range, Ludger frowned. Perhaps out of irritation, perhaps out of discomfort at what that voice implied. A moment later, the guard of machinery heard it too. It froze midair and stared not at Ludger, but at the black hole above him. It could feel it. From that void emanated a force eerily similar to the power within its own core. I know your toy's the one causing this mess, Ludger said coldly, looking upward. But maybe you could at least pick a better time and place. Thanks to what you just said, its moods completely changed. The guard of machinery's aura surged stronger than ever before. The very air trembled from the intensity. It was hard to believe this was the same creature that had, until moments ago, acted without emotion or reason. The guard of machinery, or rather, the relic forming its core, had recognized its original master. And now it burned with one overwhelming emotion: hatred. 618 chapter, The Giant Guard's Creation. 1. Until now, the guard of machinery had shown no emotion. Even toward those who attacked him, there was not hostility, but merely the consciousness of, since I was attacked, I must retaliate. The destruction he caused, the act of killing none of it, carried malice. Fitting of one who bore the arrogant title of a god, he seemed to attach no significance to killing or cleansing beings inferior to himself. The only time he had displayed what could be called an emotion was just moments ago when Ludger had trapped him between the tower's shield and the palm of the Buddha statue. A survival instinct, something any living being should naturally possess. Even that was too subtle to truly call an emotion. But now the god of machinery was clearly enraged. The arrow of that wrath was aimed at Ludger, but its true target was the black hole that had opened above Ludger's head. Ludger felt the skin beneath his clothes prickle. The brand engraved on his back throbbed with pain, for his hostility not to be directed at me, and yet to still feel this much pressure. It means the emotion he holds toward the being above is that intense. The one manifesting that emotion was the god of machinery, that is, the relic composing his divine core. I had vaguely assumed a relic might possess some will of its own, but I didn't expect it to react this violently. It was natural for the relic to respond this way. Ludger had just released the first stage of the sealing formula, opening a small window that allowed communication with the divine, and the divine power flowing through that opening was not from a single god. The one now pressing closest to the window, showing interest in the situation, was an entirely different god, a fallen being, stripped of title and authority for betraying Luminis, no longer one that could even be called a god. From an age older than ancient myth itself, a being said to have gathered the earth with 6 arms to form the continents and mountains, the giant god, Terralin. Was that thing your creation? Terralana, rather, the god who no longer even retained that name, answered yes to Ludger's question. If there was a goddess who loved living creatures, even humans themselves, then conversely, there had once been a god who loved the machines he had created. That was Terralin. Ludger did not know much about him. Unlike other guards, Terralin had never taken a strong interest in Ludger, though he may have observed him with mild curiosity. He never asked to be heard, never asked for help, never demanded worship. Many guards had bombarded Ludger with countless requests, but only Terralin had quietly stayed in the corner. A calm, silent existence that was the impression Ludger had of the guard called Terralin. And now, through the open channel, that very Terralin was showing the greatest interest. The reason was simple. The relic serving as the core of the guard of machinery had been crafted by Terralin himself. Normally, other guards would have filled the window with noise and chatter, but since Terralin had stepped forward, they all withdrew, giving him silence. A low hum echoed a stream of information, not in any human language, flowed into Ludger. The sensation of raw data being driven straight into his brain was something he could never get used to, and he furrowed his brow slightly. But thanks to it, Ludger understood why Terralin was showing interest, and why the guard of machinery harbored such hatred. Anger toward the creator who abandoned him, is it? The machine guard bore resentment toward the giant guard, a relic with self-awareness. Given that it was a creation of a god, it wasn't strange for it to have a will. But knowing that Terralin was capable of granting consciousness to an artifact made sense for a being of his scale. Terralin was a god, specializing in creation itself. If one traced the origins of architecture and engineering all the way back to their roots, one would find Terralin. The practice of guards crafting fragments of themselves, what mortals later called relictured, all begun with Terralin. The other guards merely followed his example. At least, that's what Terralin's conveyed information said. Since the normally taciturn guard had no reason to lie now, Ludger accepted it as truth. When Terralin eventually ran out of materials to create with, he began using his own body. For instance, the colossal mountain range cutting across the eastern continent, known as the Giant's Spine, was said to have been formed from his very bones. The dwarves, renowned for their craftsmanship and obsession with creation, were a race molded by Terralin's own hands from clay to satisfy his affection for making things. And the relic that Terralin had poured his heart into crafting that was the god of machinery now standing before Ludger. Of course, Terralin had only made the relic itself. All the other components had been added later by Nikolai. It seems that thing now stands against you. What do you intend to do about it? Terralin's response reached him. Upon hearing it, Ludger frowned in disbelief. You're asking me to dispose of what you made. Terralin's will carried emotions of pity, sympathy, and attachment toward the machine god. Those feelings entered Ludger directly. There was no mistaking them. Terralin wanted Ludger to destroy it. That relic had broken down beyond repair. It had once been pure, but now it was covered in the filth of the modern age. Having lost its master, it had fallen into the hands of mortals and become the very engine driving their machinery. An artifact with a will could only decay under such conditions. Terrelin wished he could personally grant it rest, but tragically, he no longer could. Stripped of his title and name, he could no longer exercise his former authority. Even so, the power he retained was transcendent, but, with such a narrow channel, the strength he could send through it was limited. Terrelin transmitted his will to Ludger. The ironic part was that the machine guard also received Terrelin's message. Aha! A low sound echoed from inside the visor helmet. Ludger's expression stiffened. He realized his mistake too late. The creature was born from the giant guard Terrelin. Of course, the words of its creator would reach it, just as they did Ludger, who possessed divine sensitivity. Ah. A cry of anguish burst from beneath the dark brown visor that concealed the machine guard's face. The sound grew louder and louder until cracks spread across the helmet's mouthpiece. Crack, the once smooth metal split, the jaw opening wide. The fissures formed like jagged teeth. Ah. The mouth revealed within the helmet screamed. Its creator had ordered its death, and not even by his own hand, but through some mere human. The machine guard, who had long harbored resentment toward the guard that abandoned him, suddenly realized in that moment what he must do. Damn it! Facing the surge of murderous energy pouring from the machine guard, Ludger clicked his tongue in annoyance. From within the visor, golden eyes glared directly at him. Kill you. The voice was broken, but its meaning was perfectly clear. This was not about an inconvenient human, it was recognition of an enemy, a nemesis he must destroy. Damn it! Guards, every last one of them before Ludger could even argue with Terrelin, the machine guard moved. DIEA. With a roar filled with murderous will, a mechanical arm came flying toward him. 6 meters long, over 1 meter thick, each finger joint ending in golden blades, fist shot forward at supersonic speed. The Buddha statue behind Ludger responded in kind, extending its palm. A thrusting palm met a striking fist. Fist and palmtwo forces, both bordering on the miraculous, collided with a tearing sound as space itself rippled. The machine guard readied its remaining 3 arms to strike Ludger. But then, from afar, multicolored spells rained down, enveloping its body. The machine guard crossed its arms to guard itself, and the spells burst against its surface in dazzling explosions. There, that one. Aim for it. The mages of the new tower began their counterattack, focusing fire on the machine guard. Even a divine machine could not simply ignore the combined barrage of the tower's full magical output. Spells fired from the tower like lightning, flooding the entire area around the entity. From afar, it almost looked like a grand fireworks display centered around the tower, but up close, it was nothing of the sort. It was a space of dense destruction, filled with intertwining mana and firepower, a place of death. Ludger also retreated, pulling the Buddha statue back to widen the distance. The massive golden statue's movements were clearly visible from the tower, yet none of the mages dared to attack Ludger. That was only natural. The machine guard's earlier killing intent toward Ludger and the emergency broadcasts echoing across Isla Makia due to its rampage, no one in the tower could fail to grasp who their enemy was and whom they needed to assist. Professor, at that moment, Phiron, Rotron, and Baram arrived on the scene. They momentarily froze at the sight of the gigantic Buddha Ludger had summoned, but quickly remembered their mission. The towers putting out full force. The tower's interception system was operating entirely to annihilate one single target. With the tower's strongest combat mages joining in, any enemy should have been reduced to dust. Then maybe that monster will finally fall now. Phiron cut off Rotron's hopeful words. His eyes never left the streaks of light flaring through the air. More precisely, couldn't look away. It's not falling. It's getting even more dangerous. He felt his muscles trembling violently. Never before had his body trembled like this, and likely never again. It's coming. No sooner had Ludger spoken his warning than a wave of distortion spread between the colorful explosions. VRRRMMM, the strange wave forced back the blast itself, detonating incoming spells midair. The shockwave swept across the entire area. Crack. The ground split open from the sheer force. Even the tower was shaken. Rumble. The entire new tower shuddered violently. The impact was far greater than when Ludger had hurled the machine guard into its shield. The tower's shaking. What's happening? The tower swayed as though struck by an earthquake. Not merely trembling Git's external interception devices were being ripped off one by one, as if by an invisible hand. This is insane. Bahram was speechless at the sight. The tower was tilting, not an illusion art, a trick of perception. That colossal structure was truly about to collapse under external force. The new tower, which had withstood tsunamis, storms, even lightning strikes, was now being pushed back despite all defensive systems at maximum. Nicolay's statement that this guard would build a Tower of Babel was no mere metaphor. The guard of machinery possessed power not only to destroy the existing tower, but to raise a new one in its place. Catch that thing. Even as he said it, Bahram and the others felt instinctively certain the machine guard was focusing on attacking the tower first, using all four of its mechanical arms. Given how powerful each arm's strike was, it clearly wasn't operating at full spare capacity. If there was ever a Chanseth's, was it? Bahram gripped his sword and swung. A crimson slash tore through the air and struck the machine guard's unguarded body. Its head turned toward Bahram. From within the visor gleamed golden light in that gaping mouth. The instant Bahram tried to pull back, a fist came flying from nowhere and struck the creature's jaw. Boom! Don't forget about me. Phiron had leapt in, throwing his full strength into a punch. The guard's head jerked aside, the golden radiance shooting harmlessly into the sky. Bang! A massive hole was punched through the clouds above. For the first time in memory, the sky over Isla Mackey, usually choked with smog and steam, revealed a night full of stars. There was no time to admire the sight. Rotron, his back alight with his mighty soul, descended and kicked at the machine guard. But the enraged deity did not even flinch at such a meager attack. Instead, it turned toward Rotron with burning hostility, as if irritated. Damn it! Rotron realized he had missed his chance to dodge, fall back. He felt someone yank his body violently backward. 619 chapter, The Giant God's Creation, 2, Shoo 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 Shuck. Rotron felt his spine go cold as a mass of metal swept past his eyes. Had he been even a moment slower, his body would have been shredded to pieces by that enormous mass of steel. Even a sixth circle mage's defensive spell would have been useless. Before such overwhelming power, it would have been no different than trying to block a storm of bullets with a sheet of paper. More than that, who did that? Rather than relief at surviving, what filled his mind was the question of who had just saved him. Ah, what a nuisance. An unfamiliar force pulled Rotron toward the source of that voice. He turned and saw him, a pale-faced man, for once without his mask. Sir Andrash. Rotron called his name, but Andrash only frowned, glaring quietly at the guard of machinery. For Andrash, this was a deeply unpleasant and complicated situation. I came because they said the new tower was under attack, and what the hell is that? A dull ache spread through his head. The machine-covered monstrosity shaking the tower was unmistakably one of Nicolay's secret experimental subjects. No one but Nicolay could have brought such a thing into existence. What a headache. His alliance with Nicolay had been strictly transactional business between two men with mutual interests, not goodwill. In fact, each had secretly planned to cut the other out as soon as their cooperation ended. This disaster was simply the result of Nicolay making his move first. Rotron, meanwhile, was equally astonished. Not only had the core figure of the opposing faction Andrash appeared, but he had also saved his life. Their relationship had never been hostile, but belonging to rival factions meant they were hardly close. Andrash could easily have let him die without lifting a finger. The fact that he hadn't genuinely surprised Rotron. Why are you looking at me like that? I just wanted to thank you for saving me. HMPH. However much we may snarl at each other, we're not stupid enough to keep fighting when the tower itself is under attack. That's true enough. Had they ever spoken this openly before? Never. Rotron, who always hid his identity behind a mask. Andrash, who suppressed his power beneath his own. Now, both stood barefaced, speaking together amid the chaos. Even as the tower burned around them, Rotron couldn't help but think how strange it felt. Mad Riolito have such a thought now. So the reason he always drags out his wordsits, because of his word magic. Only now did Rotron realize that Andrash's peculiar speech pattern had been to conceal his use of word magic. And yet, he had used it freely to save him. The enemy's power, how strong is it? To be honest, I don't know. It's beyond estimation. Figures. That creature was shaking the entire new tower by itself. If they hadn't interfered, the great spire that stood at the heart of Isla Macia might already have collapsed. And Ludger's been holding out against something like that. How could one even gauge the strength of such a monster, one that fought the tower alone? Even Clinton Rothschild, who had reached the supposedly unattainable seventh circle, could never have breached the tower's defenses, which meant the thing before them had to be at least on the level of a seventh circle being. We must be careful. That creature can manipulate metal freely. Some kind of iron mage, Theon. That would be the bare minimum. Each of those four floating mechanical arms has the power of a sixth circle mage on its own. And that wasn't all. Its strength seemed limitless. It could even unleash an immense repulsive force merely by turning its head. No chant, no signal crushing anything it looked at beneath terror and pressure. Can it even be defeated? If I thought we were going to lose, I wouldn't have joined this fight. Rotron's tone carried a rare spark of hope, because we still have hope. At that moment, a golden palm slammed down on the crown of the machine guard's head. The deity withdrew two of its arms from attacking the tower and raised them to block the falling palm of the Buddha statue. Not one, but two. That alone spoke volumes of the Buddha's immense strength, but beyond that, there was a strange new emotion flickering in the machine's movements. Well now, Andrash murmured as his eyes caught the man floating at the Buddha's center. He wondered what kind of lunatic could wield such power and realized it was someone he recognized all too well. At the same time, a strange relief washed over him. If he had chosen to fight Ludger to the end back then, the one standing before that golden statue now would have been him instead of that steel monster. No, probably wouldn't even have been granted the chance to stand there. A sixth circle mage, one of the new tower's finest, a master of a rare magical discipline. Andrash had always taken pride in his strength, but at this moment he realized how much of a frog in a well he truly was. He tasted bitterness in his mouth. The only small comfort was that the situation left no room for despair. The clash between the Buddha and the machine's arms shook the air. The surrounding steam was swept away, and a blinding light burst forth. The explosion forced their power struggle apart. The golden statue behind Ludger shrank, its radiance dimming. It could no longer maintain its full form. Sensing the opportunity, the machine guard pulled back its remaining arms from the tower and aimed them all at Ludger. The authority of steel activated. Scattered fragments, broken debris, every scrap of metal around all rose into the air under its command and began to gather. Wang! Shards of every size and shape clustered around the deity, orbiting it. Even a swarm of tens of thousands of bees would have been quieter. The mages of the tower could only stare, speechless, as the sight resembled a massive school of sardines swirling through the sea only. These were no harmless fish. Each piece carried the power to tear apart even the predators that tried to devour it. The metallic swarm turned its front toward Ludger, a march of steel cutting through the sky. Instead of thrusting its palms outward, the Buddha behind Ludger pressed both hands together. From its back, countless golden arms spread like wings. The thousand-armed Arhat, though smaller now, 1,000 radiant palms met the incoming steel. Pabba-babba-babbing. Between Ludger and the machine guard, hundreds of lights flared and vanished every second, a beautiful, blinding collision of power. And while that storm raged, others moved, targeting the machine guard itself. Veram, his red mane blazing, raised his sword and slashed across the creature's neck. A black line of light traced sharply through the air, seeking the gap between its armored plates. But the machine guard did not defend. It had no need to. Quagagagagag. Veram's strike sliced through the countless shards of steel orbiting the machine guard, but failed to reach what lay within. The same went for Phyron's attack. Damn it. The defense is too thick. It hadn't been like this before, but as the battle dragged on, the situation had changed. The machine guard, with the body of an iron mage, grew stronger the more metal surrounded it, and this battlefield Isla Machina was the most metal-filled place in the world. The traces of destruction left behind in their clash only served to create more debris, which became the machine guard's hands, feet, and weapons. The mechanical arms moved. As its fingers twitched like a puppeteer's strings, metal fragments gathered before it, merging into a single shape. They're multiplying. What formed was another mechanical arm. It was smaller and less refined than the original four, but there was no mistaking it was an arm. Each arm moved independently, working together to forge the new one. Now, the machine guard had 8 arms. The real problem was, There was no telling how many more it could create. If it could continue to construct more as long as material was available, even if these were inferior to the originals, each would still surpass the power of a fifth circle mage with ease. They couldn't afford to drag this out. Scatter. Andrash word magic activated. He had no time to hold back or conceal his strength. He opened his mouth wide, channeling every ounce of power he could muster through his arms and voice alike. Crackle. One of the newly forming arms lost cohesion, its energy collapsing before it crumbled into dust. Shhhhhkkk. Some of the enraged steel swarm broke off, surging toward Andrash. But he hadn't come here alone. Move. The war mage unit under Andrash's direct command intercepted the oncoming debris. The tower mages joined in. While some worked to restore the tower's disabled interception system, others who could still fight rushed outside, unleashing their own magic upon the machine guard. The defense force also mobilized, evacuating civilians while attacking the guard with specialized non-metallic artifacts. From all sides, attacks rained down. The metallic swarm encasing the deity began to thin. Like rain carving grooves into stone, the endless steel cloud was being worn away layer by layer. It still loomed like a black storm above them, but if they could press the advantage now, they might just be able to reach the core. However, the machine guard had no intention of remaining passive. Flash! A golden light burst from within the dark clouds, and in that instant, a massive repulsive force swept across the island. Kukwang. The unimaginable impact tore through Isla Machina's fifth layer and erased nearly a third of it in a single blow. Kugagagang. Though each layer of the island narrowed upward, the fifth layer was hardly small. To destroy 30% of such an area, at once the collapse cascaded downward like an avalanche, sending debris crashing into the fourth layer and amplifying the devastation exponentially. And this couldn't be dismissed as mere destruction, because the fallen debris was made of metal. The machine guard activated the authority of steel. The wreckage rose into the air. The metallic swarm they had barely managed to whittle down was suddenly replenished with an overwhelming mass of new material. The 8 mechanical arms now directed the steel like the hands of a conductor leading an orchestra. Their twitching fingers guided the shifting metal clouds, which moved and transformed in perfect coordination. How are we supposed to win against that? Faced with such an impossible sight, the tower mages began to despair. A being that commanded limitless power and moved mountains of steel as if it were Earthise was no longer a battle, but a calamity. The faint-hearted fell to their knees, praying. And they were not alone more, and more people across the area began to do the same. Bzzzzzzz above the machine guard's head, the halo's light grew even stronger. Around the twin rings of NVLG, continue reading. The halo, a faint third ring was beginning to form. No Ludger bit his lip as he realized what was happening. Because the creature was made from a divine relic, it was absorbing faith. It was feeding on the worship of those who feared it. The more despair and reverence it drew, the brighter its halo shone and the stronger it became. If that continued, its power would spiral beyond control. Andrash understood it at the same time Ludger did, and he invoked his word magic again. Calm yourselves. The command spread across the battlefield, seeping into the hearts of all who heard it. Those who had knelt to pray blinked in confusion as awareness returned. They had been terrified, yes, but why had they suddenly begun to pray? As the energy feeding the halo faltered, the machine guard turned its gaze toward Andrash. Its look alone carried enough force to pulverize. Just before that power ignited, Ludger intervened. Where do you think you're looking? Out of the 1,000 golden arms, several struck the machine guard's main body squarely. The blow diverted its attention, but not for long. The deity's wrath toward Andrash only deepened. One of the newly forged extra arms clenched its fist and launched it toward him. The steel fist, moving faster than sound, filled Andrash's eyes. His expression twisted in dismay. Rotron, Veram, and Phyron leapt in to intercept, but one arm still remained. Andrash, mid-chant, had no time to dodge or defend. So this is it. Just as he was ready to accept his end, something seized him from behind and yanked him sideways, just as he himself had pulled Rotron to safety earlier. From above, Andrash watched as the mechanical arm slammed into the ground, erasing everything in its path. Who? He turned to see who had grabbed him, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A wolf. A massive wolf, no ordinary beast by any measure, stood on air itself, gripping the collar of his coat in its jaws. 620 chapter, The Giant Guard's Creation. 3. The sudden appearance of the wolves sent a small ripple through the battlefield. Wolves, I'm not seeing things right. Did animals even live on this island? Though Isla Machina was an island made of machines, that didn't mean no living creatures inhabited it. But at best, there were only crows and small birds, cats, or sewer rats. A wolf over 3 meters tall had never been seen on this island, and it wasn't the kind of place such a creature could survive. No, more than that, I've never seen or even heard of a wolf like that. Ordinary wolves did not fly through the air. Their fur wasn't a clear, sky-tinted blue, nor did their entire bodies emit such a strange aura. And most of all, there was no such thing as 50 identical wolves appearing at once. Ow, the wolves' howls echoed, and the sea fog that had been pushed far away drifted back with the wind, blanketing the surroundings. Through the hazy, whitening mist, the sight of bluish wolves racing through the air looked like something one might see in a midsummer graveyard. Yongsu, Andrash, who was closest to the wolves, realized that the one who had saved him was Yongsu, which made no sense to him. Why would Yongsu be in Isla Machina? Wasn't it said that Yongsu, the spirit wolf, only dwelled in untouched wilderness where human hands never reached? Yet here it was, saving him at a critical moment despite having no reason to involve itself with humankind. I don't know what's going on, but one thing's clear: Yongsu is on our side. Andrash decided to do what he could. He extended both his handsmiths on each palm included and spread his word magic widely across the battlefield. Calm yourselves. The terrified mages began to regain their composure one by one. Their prayers stopped, and their faith vanished. The third halo that had been glowing above the head of the machine guard faded, then disappeared without a trace. Just as Andrash was pleased at having landed a solid blow against the abomination, the machine guard fixed its gaze on him. A moment later, an enormous force shot toward him. Even through the fog, it was faintly visible, the being aimed at Andrash as naturally as if nothing had happened. Ow! A howl rang out from afar. The wolf carrying Andrash kicked off the air, streaking through the mist like the wind. Quang! An invisible repulsive force struck the fog, creating a massive tunnel-like hole. The power of it tore not only through the fog, but even ripped portions of the clouds in the sky. But it still failed to catch the wolf that had escaped with Andrash. The wolves darted and weaved through the air, circling the machine guard like a pack toying with its prey. The golden light burning within the helmet's visor flared brighter as the machine guard glared at the blue, ghost flame-like wolves. Even Ludger was inwardly surprised at the sudden appearance of Yongsu, especially because the person riding it was a familiar face. Freuden Ulbuck. Ludger stared at Yongsu soaring through the errand at Freuden upon its back. Their eyes met in midair. There was much they wanted to ask each other, but neither spoke first. Still, since he was the one who had received help, Ludger broke the silence. You've made quite a good friend, and you, it seems, have made some new ones here yourself. We grew close while fighting, so I just have to take that thing down. If possible, then I'll do what I can. Be careful. I intended to. Oh, and before you ghost your friend for one of its fangs. A fang? Freuden gave him a puzzled look, but the question never left his lips. The machine guard, irritated by the interruption, released a surge of furious energy. Like a black storm, countless shards of steel swirled violently, moving even faster than before. Quachik. That was when one of the wolves bit into the back of the machine guard's neck. The wolf's fangs could not pierce the armor encasing the machine guard, but NV8, original source. They were enough to throw it into confusion. It reached back to seize the wolf that had bitten it, but the wolf dispersed like a mirage, vanishing as if mocking it. What how? The moment the machine guard wondered that, another wolf lunged at its back. This time, however, it reacted properly. Spinning its body, the machine guard swung its arm to cleave the oncoming wolf clean in half, but once again, the wolf scattered like a mirage and disappeared. Its arms sliced through empty air. A teasing gust brushed past. Only then did the machine guard understand. These creatures could appear anywhere that air existed. No matter how densely it spread its shards of steel around itself, it was impossible to fill every space completely. Steel, no matter how sharp or plentiful, could not cut the wind. It was a matchup fundamentally disadvantageous for it. Perhaps realizing this, Yongsu attacked relentlessly, darting in and out to harass the machine guard again and again. a pack's hunting tactica wheel formation around a single prey. Flash. The machine guard's eyes blazed, but the wolves easily evaded the attack as if marking it. Grah! With a roar of rage, the machine guard gathered metals together into a single form. It became something with 4 blades and air screw. The only difference was that each of its blades was over 20 meters long. Wooum, wooum. The air screw began to spin. The rotation accelerated instantly until the blades were invisible to the eye. As the enormous device whirred at blinding speed, whirlwinds formed around it. At the center of that vortex, the machine guard directed its steel shards toward Yongsu. The spirit wolf tried to dissolve into wind and vanish, but the storm's pull broke its form apart. Pew-pew-puck. Sharp steel lances pierced Yongsu's body one after another. Yelp. Caught in the raging storm, Yongsu lost its greatest strength. Having neutralized the wolf that had been its most troublesome opponent, the machine guard once more fixed its burning golden eyes upon Ludger. Ludger met that hostile, blazing gaze with calm composure. The creature said nothing, yet its intent reached him clearly through the very air against his skin. Hatred and fury. But beneath those, there was also a trace of joy. You think you can cast off your creator and become a new creator yourself. Ludger's words struck straight at the machine guard's core. The being flinched, and Ludger sneered. A pitiful ambition, isn't it? You wretch. The machine guard's fury flared as it glared at Ludger. It remembered the one who had made it and abandoned it. How immense the betrayal had felt when it realized that the guard it believed gone was now bound to Ludger. That was the rage of a child forsaken by its father. 8 mechanical arms gathered around the machine guard. But it didn't stop there. Each of the 8 arms began to construct another arm of its own. Ludger responded with a cold, cutting gaze. You hate the father who abandoned you, yet in the end, you seek to become just like him. Ludger's words struck true. The massive arms the machine guard had formed, they were eerily similar to those of the Colossus Terralin, the world-shaping titan. It was said that the great being Terralin had touched and created the world with 16 arms. So, you're a nothing but a warped child acting out because your father never loved you. Shoot up. The machine guard abandoned its attempt to make new arms. Instead, it swung the 8 mechanical arms already formed, aiming at Ludger from all directions. Ludger, however, had no intention of staying still and taking the attack. Behind his back, the sigil of the Sephirot's tree appeared, radiating blinding light as it intercepted the mechanical arms. Light and shockwaves flashed across the sky. Those who witnessed it couldn't look away. They didn't forget their own duties. What are you standing around for? Keep attacking. If we don't stop that monster, this island is finished. Magic bombardments rained from outside. Yonsus wolves circled endlessly, and support continued to arrive from the mage tower. But even under relentless assault from every direction, the machine guard didn't budge. Annoying pests. Its many arms scattered, swatting aside every incoming attack, then swept the surroundings in a single devastating motion. With one gesture, countless lives were extinguished. With one gesture, the mage tower's shields shattered like glass. Part of the tower collapsed, and the mages inside were caught in the destruction. While its arms tore through everything around it, the machine guard's true body faced Ludger. So, you've finally brought your true form to me. I could almost shed tears of gratitude. Ludger's sarcasm meant nothing. The machine guard's gaze was fixed on the small black hole floating above his head. This won't be easy. If his opponent were a living being, he might have risked borrowing the goddess power. But this one was a machine, its body itself, a relic created by Terralin. The goddess' divine power, meant to act upon living beings, was the complete opposite of what could affect such an entity. Ludger had to think carefully. Then a voice spoke above his head. Terralin told him that there was a way. Naturally, that way involved using Terralin's own power. So that was your true intent. Ludger frowned at the implication. Still, rationally speaking, using Terralin's power made sense. After all, it was Terralin who had forged the relic, and therefore, only Terralin would know how to stop it. Terralin harbored neither malice nor deceit. Even when other guards had shown interest in Ludger, Terralin had merely watched in silence. He genuinely wished for Ludger to halt the relic, and thus offered his aid. Ludger knew that well, yet he still hesitated for a different reason. Your power isn't efficient. To borrow it, it'd have to open the gate wider than before. Whenever Ludger invoked divine power, he only ever released the first stage of the sealing formula. That was the absolute limit of what his body could endure. Releasing the first seal created the small black hole above his head, nothing more. Even so, it was enough to manifest tremendous strength. But Terralyn was different. Each guard possessed power of a different nature and magnitude. And Terralyn, true to the title Great Titan, held power far beyond measure. Even with the first seal undone, merely conversing was the best Ludger could manage. To truly channel Terralyn's might, he would have to unseal the second stage of something that came with grave risk. Ludger's gaze swept across the battlefield. He saw those fighting desperately against the mechanical arms, Freuden atop Yonsu, Rotron, and Phyron, saving civilians. Veron battling in cursed armor he despised. Andrash exhausting every ounce of strength to defend the tower. There were many others as well. The defense force was evacuating civilians. The mages of the tower continued to fire spells, and even Cravat could be seen accompanied by crows, his black curse melting and corroding the metal, holding one of the mechanical arms in place. At the brink of Isla Machina's collapse, all those once divided factions had united in battle. Even Gariel Cosmo, fighting somewhere unseen, was surely doing his part. Everyone was giving everything they had, each driven by conviction and resolve. There was no way Ludger could be the only one holding back. His hesitation lasted only a moment. I suppose there's no choice. Zeering, a faint halo began forming around the black hole above his head. Second sealing formula release. Toon. The halo burst forth with blinding light, sending ripples through the air. The machine guard seemed momentarily suppressed, unable to move as it stared. Knocking on heaven's door. Through the black hole, more voices and gazes poured through from beyond. You have thus become one step closer to omnipotence. Multiple divine powers seeped into Ludger's body, filling him with an intoxicating rush. The power of a god was like a potent drug, sweet and irresistible, impossible to quit once tasted. That was precisely why Ludger despised it. I'm not borrowing your power, you're only able to act because of me. He dismissed the divine presences with a sharp retort, then spoke directly to Terralyn. We've come this far. Show me the key to stop your troublesome child. In response, something protruded from the black hole's gap, a small, mechanical arm. Unlike the sleek, massive limbs wielded by the machine guard, this one was thin, rusted, stripped to its inner frame, little more than a fragile relic that looked as if a single tap could break it. The difference between them was that of a robust adult and a frail old man. The machine guard, whose every emotion until now had been pure wrath, suddenly froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Unconsciously, it stepped back, widening the distance between itself and Ludger. The emotion reflected in its golden light was unmistakable fear. 621, Chapter Fulfillment of the Promise. 1. What emerged through the hole above Ludger's head was a dried-up mechanical arm. Rust-eaten, nothing left but the frame, it looked as though the slightest touch would make it crumble into dust. From afar, it could have been mistaken for a dead branch, or even the arm of a wicked hag, something that added a deeper layer of eeriness. It looked a bit unsettling, yes, but not to the point of true fear, just that much. Yet the reaction of the machine guard went far beyond that. It was terrified, fear, distrust, dread, shock. Because the machine guard, more than anyone else, was acutely sensitive to the power of Terralyn, it understood immediately. That thing was poison. A poison that could kill even him, the one clad in steel armor, wielding omnipotent arms, and ruling over all metal. Judging from that reaction, it seems you really sent me something worthwhile. At first Ludger had felt disappointment at the sight of that frail arm, but seeing how the machine guard reacted, he realized that was not the case. This was the power Terralyn had granted him, tearing open the second seal formation just to send it. If the power the goddess had shown when the first seal was undone was any indication, then the strength within this dried-up arm from the second release was simply beyond estimation. Terralyn's thought echoed into Ludger's mind. Upon hearing it, Ludger finally understood the identity of that arm. You sent your own arm. The withered arm belonged to Terralyn himself. It was just one arm only that. According to the ancient legends, Terralyn could gather earth and rock with a mere wave of his hand and raise mountains. That meant his body was vast beyond comprehension, yet this arm did not look vast at all. It was proof that Terralyn's divine authority had waned. But that did not mean the power within his authority had diminished. One only had to look at how the machine guard froze in pure terror to see that. Since you've sent it, I'll make good use of it. Terralyn's thought replied. At the guard's genuine praise toward this small human who still spoke to him without honorifics, Ludger only gave a dry chuckle. I don't worship things like guards. Terrallen conveyed that that was precisely why he liked him. He had created the world simply so that everyone could live and play equal monsters, guards, demi-humans, and humans alike. A world where all coexisted. Grah. In that moment, the machine guard regained its senses. It shook off its fear and instead released a furious, burning desire to win. To think that while it was trying to overthrow its creator and become a new god, it had been frightened by a single, thin mechanical armorage boiled inside it. That arm of a forgotten, fallen god was worthless before its own authority. With that belief, the machine guard withdrew two of its mechanical arms, clenched them into fists, and fired them like rockets. Breaking the sound barrier, the two fists shot forward with a piercing boom. They were no longer fists, but pillars of steel, almost siege weapons. It wasn't using mere physical strength, either. A double halo rose above the machine guard's head, glowing brightly and imbuing the fists with divine radiance. The golden energy around the fists was meant to stop Ludger from dodging or blocking with shadow. For even Aether Nocturnus would scatter before divine power. An attack that could not be defended against or avoided. The plan worked perfectly. That was why Ludger didn't bother to dodge or defend. You want a contest of power. Fine. Ill-obliged yow strength against strength. The arm of Terrallen hovering above Ludger's head moved slightly. Thin, rusted it moved sluggishly, almost creakily. Could it really endure against those gigantic mechanical fists rushing in? Wouldn't it be blown apart just by the pressure? But the scene that followed banished all doubt. Tap. Terrallen's arm extended its index finger toward the oncoming fists. A gesture so light, so simple. Yet the result was anything but. The mechanical fists froze midair. Just as the machine guard had stopped Ludger's steel blades earlier, its own arms now halted in defiance of physical law. Then they trembled violently and disintegrated into a handful of ash. The other fist followed the same fate. Terrallen's arm merely extended its hand, didn't even touch it, and the fist quivered, then crumbled into powder. The machine guard's golden eyes widened in horror. Just one point of a finger, one flick of a hand, the two mechanical arms it had poured its full will into were utterly neutralized. If they had merely broken, he could have rebuilt them with the authority of steel. But even that was impossible now. Had they simply turned into iron dust, he might have reconstituted them somehow. But they couldn't be restored, the very elements had changed. So that's what it does. Ludger, too, was astonished. He watched as the mechanical arms that touched Terrallen's arm instantly crumbled into black dust. He couldn't help but grasp what principle was at work. To turn steel into carbon, it can rewrite atomic numbers themselves. Iron and carbonto, entirely different elements on the periodic table. Iron was a transition metal, carbon a polyatomic nonmetal. The ultimate dream of Alchemido, transmute one element into another, was unfolding before his eyes, which meant that with that arm, one could turn mere dirt and stone into gold. Now he understood how Terrallen had once gathered earth to create mountains, plains, and veins of ore. Whatever he touched, he could change into any substance he desired. That was the authority of a god who had once stood proudly among the creators of the world. Even now, stripped of divinity and power, that might still remain. But even in such a favorable situation, Ludger's expression did not ease. Because he, standing closest, could tell, I see. Its durability won't last long. Terrallen's arm possessed overwhelming power, so much that one might question whether it should even exist in this world. But its durability was the problem. As its thin, corroded shape suggested, just those two uses of divine power had loosened screws and made the joints creak. It had been fragile before, but now it was far worse. Its remaining uses were clearly limited, partly because Terrallen himself had lost much of his power, but also because only so much strength could pass through the second open seal. Right, things were never going to go smoothly. Still, not bad. Better to have a weapon like this than nothing at all. The machine guard's reaction said it all. Its earlier fighting spirit had vanished, replaced once more by raw fear. Fear, the most primitive emotion all living things share. Realizing that, the machine guard ground its teeth. A being seeking to become a god terrified of that frail arm's authority. A god is perfect, and perfection allows for no flaw, no deficiency. Fear itself was the very embodiment of imperfection. A god does not fear. A god is flawless. A god is omnipotent. Who said that? Ludger's calm question struck the machine god's mind like a hammer. Who said a god is perfect? Though it had spoken no words, Ludger spoke as though he could see directly into its thoughts. That petty, narrow idea will devour you. Shut up. The machine god roared, gathering its storm of steel. The black tide of metallic fragments that had been swirling through the air surged toward Ludger. Even from afar, his skin prickled and his eardrums screamed from the resonant hum. It was like watching billions of insects swarm toward him. Ludger considered using Terrallen's arm, then stopped. He didn't know how much durability it had left. He couldn't waste it recklessly. The problem is, I have to break through that on my own. Because of the divine energy mixed within the shards, his usual Aether Nocturnus was useless. But Ludger still had true magic left. Radiant light flared behind him, taking the shape of countless palms that thrust forward. Boom, boom, boom. The golden hands collided with the black swarm, exploding into spherical bursts of flame. Ludger shot forward through the gaps like a bullet. Lightning flashed around him, his body sparking with raw energy as the storm raged. A thunderous roar swept the space, followed by a colossal energy blast born from Sephiroth's tree. Crack! But there were too many shards. Even though he decleared most of them with wide-range spells, some still slipped through, grazing his body. His coat tore, a line opened on his cheek, and blood dripped down. He immediately healed the wound with recovery magic, and the cuts on his clothing mended themselves through auto-repair enchantments. But still, the steel fragments kept coming. Too many. At this rate, Ludger hesitated. Should he use Terrallen's arm again? But what if its durability ran out? If he saved it and died, wouldn't that be even more foolish? He made his decision, would use it. Terrallen's arm slowly turned forward, fingers stretching wide. FWOOM. A strange vibration spread from its palm, and all the black steel fragments around him turned into glass, scattering like rain, a glittering downpour of translucent shards. But the machine guard still commanded an endless sea of metal, far more than what Terrallen's arm had just transmuted. Worse, the flow of metal from Isla Machia continued to feed the storm, increasing its volume. Damn it! Even after using the arm again, it hadn't achieved a decisive result. The machine guard was deliberately trying to exhaust the arm's durability with endless waves of metal. And indeed, after that last use, the arm drooped limply, its strength clearly fading. Ludger sensed it immediately. He had only one use left. He would have to end it here. The steel cloud surrounding him closed in with a sinister screech. His wounds were healed, but as a single drop of blood rolled down from his cheek and fell from his jaw, something crimson tore through the sky, splitting clouds apart as it descended toward Isla Machia at terrifying speed. No one had time to react. By the time the red light mass reached the island, a thunderous explosion had already erupted before their eyes. Quarrrrrrrng. It was red lightning. So red it was almost the color of blood lightning that struck the metallic clouds surrounding Ludger. As soon as it hit one piece of metal, the current leapt to the next, and the next, and the next. Every metal it touched oxidized into powder. Like a tree branching infinitely, the crimson lightning spread across the world, resonating with metal and disintegrating it into raw energy. Blood lightning. Ludger's eyes widened as he recognized the spell. Master. His master, Grander, should have been in Rederbelk right now. And Rederbelk was at least 2,000 kilometers away from here. 622 chapter fulfillment of the promise. 2. The crimson lightning dyed the surroundings red. At the center of Isla Machia, where only small glimmers had flickered within the darkness, it was as if a gigantic firework had exploded, a blazing illumination that could be seen from every corner of the island, turning the entire place into a city of sleepless light. It lasted for only a fleeting moment, yet everyone who saw it was entranced by that overwhelming power and terrible beauty. Some of the black steel fragments caught in the crimson current turned red and scattered into powder. Between the falling red motes drifting through the air, Ludger heard a voice beside his ear. I told you to conserve that power. You went and used it anyway, didn't you? The voice of Grander came from within the dissolving red fragments. It was not enough that he had cast magic across such an immense distance, had even transmitted his voice. There was a reason why Eighth Circle magic was called legendary. The distance between Rederbelk and Isla Machia was over 2,000 kilometers. To strike a specific target at that range, In an instant, with perfect accuracy, even orbital bombardment wouldn't be this precise. Ludger thought with a faint laugh. So you've decided to act again, have you? I have never changed. How did you even know I was here? That energy's wavelength was hard to miss. But more than that, you dared to shed blood without my permission, didn't you? Did that mean his teacher had sensed that he NVLGHT was in danger merely from the scent of blood? It was said a shark could smell a drop of diluted blood from a kilometer away, but this was on an entirely different level. If you've gone so far as to open your power that much, then you must have finished your preparations, haven't you? Silent, are you, trying to smooth it over? You and I made a promise, did we not? Yes, we did. Ludger recalled that old promise he had made with Grander. That one day he would use divine power to kill him. Grander had said that to him back when Ludger was still a child. There was no way he could ever forget it. Still hesitating. Foolish disciple. So cold only on the surface. Master, enough. Asking something like that of a weakling such as you would be foolish of me. So ill withdraw it. Consider that promise void. Ludger's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. The promise from that day, pretend you never heard it. Have you found another way? What does it matter to you? You need only rest easy, knowing you no longer have to fulfill a promise you disliked. Consider Thisme helping you know as the final gift and farewell of a teacher who once instructed you. Farewell? What are you talking about? That's just how it is. Master, Ludger shouted, staring at the crumbling red fragments. Even now, to think that the boy who never raised his voice is shouting so loudly. There was a strange fondness in that tone. Ludger wanted to demand an explanation, but stopped himself. For Grander to say such words meant he had already made up his mind. A man who had always emphasized the importance of keeping promises was suddenly saying it no longer needed to be kept. Something had definitely happened. Well, talk about it when I return. He spoke toward where Grander's voice had vanished, but there was no answer. The red fragments had already disappeared without a trace. Still, Ludger believed his master had heard him. I already had reasons to return, but now I'll have to hurry back sooner than planned. Murmuring to himself, Ludger turned a cold gaze toward the machine guard. It was still trembling from the impact of Grander's blood lightning. Its body quivered like that of a paralyzed man. But to take a blow from Grander himself and still remain intact and could almost call it unharmed. A rare opening. Ludger charged forward, Terrallen's arm raised, straight toward the machine guard. The machine guard saw him coming and gathered its remaining mechanical arms. Two had been erased by Terrallen's authority, and two more had been lost to the Crimson Strike, leaving only four. All four lunged toward Ludger from different directions. Even as they closed in, Ludger did not retreat. The machine guard sneered at such reckless behavior. The double halo still blazed above its head. It couldn't distort space anymore, which meant it intended to crush him directly. But before it could, a black knight wreathed in dark crimson slashes swung his sword at the attacking arms. Because the machine guard was focusing solely on Ludger, the sudden strike from the flank caught one arm completely off guard, severing it cleanly. Three arms remained, but Ludger was not the only one standing against the machine guard. Now I am really gonna break it. Phiron, exhaling white steam from his body, thrust out his glowing blue right fist, all his mana condensed into a single, ultimate blow. Supermassive impact. His punch shattered another arm outright. Two left, please, Andrash. I don't like this kind of thing, but oh wheel. Lutheran and Andrash both began casting their spells. O great ancient souls, ancestors who bore my sins, heed the call of your descendant and lend me your strength. Grow stronger. Forget pain. Drain your mana. Do not hesitate. Lutheran drew the mighty spirits into himself one by one. Andrash, using even the mouths on his palms, chanted word magic to strengthen him. A white aura rose around Lutheran like heat haze, his long hair turning pale. With beast-like eyes gleaming, Lutheran charged at the last two arms and swung both hands in a crossing slash. Sage. The remaining arms were torn apart diagonally, as if ripped by a colossal beast's claws. His hair returned to its normal color as his power faded, and he slowly fell toward the ground, drained. Please, Professor Ludger. With those final words from Lutheran, Ludger reached the machine guard's very face. The guard tried to glare at him, but before it could, Terrallen's hand covered its face. RGH. The instant Terrallen's hand touched it, the machine guard writhed in agony. Even through the solid armor, pain reached it. It kicked and thrashed violently. Drip from the seams of its suit. Thick black liquid oozed out like blood. The metal plating decomposed completely and fell away in chunks. Inside remained only human muscling, a black sphere embedded in the chest. With that final use of its authority, Ter-Alan's arm rusted entirely, crumbling into dust. It's over. Ludger extended his arm and seized the divine line. Then, gathering all his strength, he ripped it free. Shrrkk. The machine guard, deprived of its divine line, offered no resistance and fell limply to the ground. Ludger stood holding the divine line, staring at it in silence. All around, the steel clouds that had filled the air lost their master and fell toward the ground under gravity. It's over. We did it. We won. The mages of the tower, the defense forces, even the black mages, once that disaster-like storm ended, they all erupted into cheers. He really finished it off, that professor. Sitting on the edge of a half-collapsed rooftop, Cravat looked around, trying to spot Ludger. But the man who had defeated the monster that could destroy the island was nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is this? Nikolai was running. He had already fled after being beaten by Gariel. But before leaving, he made sure to leave the man an unforgettable parting gift. Things hadn't gone exactly as he planned, but as long as the machine guard existed, he had believed himself untouchable on this island. At least until he saw Ludger tear the divine line out with his own hands. John Doe. Aginit was that man. He didn't know how, but the bastard had killed a guard. A chill ran down Nikolai's spine. The guard he had created had met a miserable end. He had defied the mage tower, and now his entire faction lay in ruins. Nikolai no longer had any foothold left on Isla Makia. I have to run. He decided to escape. In preparation for an emergency, he had already arranged a means of leaving the island. Once he reached the continent, he could start over and build a new foundation simple as that. But that plan shattered when a beast's growl echoed from the end of the dark alley. Grrrrrrr out of the mist and shadow emerged a massive wolf spirit beast. It had caught Nikolai's scent and was now chasing him down. Get away. He tried to cast a spell to drive it back, but his mana wouldn't circulate properly. The internal injuries from his fight with Gariel were too severe. The wolf sneered, baring its teeth at the struggling man, then suddenly stopped. Well, well, Nikolai, to think you'd be driven this far. I expected you, of all people, to at least keep that smug smile to the end. At the sound of the voice, Nikolai's face twisted from shock to rapture. Lord Zero Order, Zero Order. He wore his usual calm, affable smile. To the eye, he seemed harmless, but the wolf spirit instantly sensed what he truly was. It stiffened, tension flooding its body. Nikolai, overjoyed at first, soon realized what this meant, and his face contorted in despair. He knew full well what it meant for Zero Order to appear before him after such a failure. Lord Zero Order, I can explain everything. Explain. And what would that change? That's Nikolai, you were quite a capable man. You wanted my approval more than anyone else. One could even say you were loyal. Zero Order shook his head slowly, as if already aware of all that had transpired here. But that ends today. W8, please, give me one more chance. A chance. Odo, you think I came here to punish you, didn't you? At that, Zero Order's shoulders trembled with laughter. Of course not. Have I ever held any of you responsible for failing an assignment? Well, no, indeed, he never had. He even tolerated conflicts between the First Orders themselves. A flicker of hope returned to Nikolai's eyes. Then you came to save me. Ah, no, that I didn't. What? His face went blank. Then why did you come to Isla Makia? I didn't come here for you. I was merely curious about the toy you made. But that toy broke, just a plaything in the end. I may have arrived a bit late, but regardless, my business on this island is finished. Lord Zero Order, I am not here to punish you. Zero Order smiled gently at him and spoke words that struck like a blade. But I won't save you either. The words fell upon Nikolai like a crushing boulder. His mind, shattered under the realization, had been abandoned by the one he served. Guardian of the Ulberk family, Zero Order said, turning to the wolf, sorry to interrupt your meal. Pretend you didn't see me and carry on. The wolf glared at him, wary and full of suspicion. Zero Order simply shrugged and stepped back, melting into the alley's darkness until he was gone. Once he was certain the man had vanished, the wolf spirit turned its gaze back to Nikolai. Then it opened its jaws wide and lunged. AARGH. The sound of flesh being torn apart and Nicolay's scream echoed faintly through the rising steam. Having ended the battle, Ludger hurried to where Rin was. He froze for a moment at the signs of destruction nearby, but remembering that Cravat had come to assist, he forced himself to calm down and entered the hideout. In the room on the third floor, he found Rin lying fast asleep. Her expression was peaceful proof that the purification of divine power had succeeded. But within her, the rapidly fluctuating spatial mana made it clear that things were not yet over. Ure here. Gariel was already in the room. His battered appearance told Ludger that he, too, had been through a brutal fight. The materials. I brought what I could, even the most important one, the world trees cell. Wait here. Ludger immediately gathered the materials Gariel had prepared and went to the adjoining laboratory. Using the tools he'd set up earlier, he began concocting the restorative potion according to the formula he had in mind. Gariel followed him in, watching closely as he worked. Inside a small glass vial, a refined liquid began to take form. A faint, light green solution, but Ludger's face darkened. What is this? Something's wrong. Normally, that green liquid would gradually turn transparent over time. Now, no matter how long he waited, the color refused to change. Something was missing from the formula. He quickly opened his notebook and checked the listed ingredients. A stabilizer. That's it, we need a stabilizer. Because the world tree's cells contained overwhelming vitality, using them recklessly could cause severe side effects. Excessive regenerative power could even trigger uncontrolled cell growth like a spreading cancer. To prevent that, a powerful stabilizer was essential. And that was what they didn't have. I'm sure the stabilizer was in the lab, wasn't it? The stabilizer. Gariel recalled the inventory from earlier and shook his head. No, it wasn't there. His face grew grim. Could it be that Nikolai, who had been experimenting with the world tree's cells, had possessed the stabilizer? If he had, Gariel would have found it unless no way. A thought struck him. What if Nikolai had destroyed all of it before fleeing? What about the stabilizer's ingredients? At least tell me what we need. Green bell root, allure petals, and menthonese sap. Those three. But one grows only in the northern snow mountains, and the other two in the southern tropical jungles. There's no way to get them right now. CRRK. The page crumpled beneath Ludger's tightening grip. So you're saying there's no way? No. Ludger turned silently toward Gariel. There is a way. You seeing the resolve burning in Gariel's eyes, Ludger instantly knew what he intended, and his eyes widened. You're not to Ludger's question. Gariel only smiled, as though it were a final farewell. Tick, the sound of a clock's second hand echoed, and then the world stopped. 623 chapter Fulfillment of the Promise. 3. I stood still in the frozen flow of time, quietly staring at Ludger Cherish. He reached out a hand toward me with an expression of disbelief, and the sight of it was so ridiculous that I almost burst into laughter. What's this? I couldn't hold back the smirk that rose to my lips. So you can make that kind of face too, huh? A guy who seemed like he'd live his whole life cool and collected, and yet here he was, looking like that. It wasn't strange that he could make such an expression. What was strange was that I was the one it was directed at. Maybe I was the one who only ever saw you the way I wanted to see you. Arrogant, conceited, rude. That might have been the image Ludger gave off from the outside, but in truth, he wasn't like that at all. I knew his real personality. From the day we met, 12 years ago, I slowly turned around and walked out of the laboratory. Entering Rhine's room, I checked her sleeping face. Her peaceful expression overlapped with the face of the woman I once loved. Because of that, I was able to find the last bit of courage and resolve I needed. Let's go. Even if I don't know how long it will take, time is on my side. I stepped outside the hideout. I had been prepared for this, having vaguely imagined that such a day might come someday. When I slung the portable backpack over my shoulders stuffed with rations and all sorts of supplies, a groan escaped me without thinking. If I had known it would be this heavy, I would have left a few things behind. But it was too late for that now. I decided to just endure it. Everything in there was something I'd need sooner or later. When I came outside, Isla Makia was a complete wreck. Many of the island systems had stopped functioning, and people were panicking. All around, traces of destruction and collapse could be seen from the battle's aftermath. Still, with time, this too would return to normal. No, perhaps it would develop into something even greater than before. That's what time always does. And within that flow of time, human will would never be broken. I kept walking, crossing shattered roads, stepping over fallen lampposts. Eventually, I reached the outermost part of the island, a small external dock connected to the first floor. Of course, it wasn't the official dock for entering or leaving the island. It was farther away, small enough that even calling it a dock was questionable. It was the kind of place where fishermen might come to cast their lines, or where someone might secretly sneak onto the island. And Russell, it was also one of the few places on the island where sand could be felt underfoot. Of course, there was no real sound. Time had stopped, so sound had stopped too. The noise existed only inside my head when my shoes sank into the sand. Where was it again? Somewhere nearby, I had hidden a small boat. Just in case I ever needed to escape the island, like if debt collectors were chasing me, it was my personal rabbit hole. Ah, there it is. It didn't take long to find it. It was covered by a camouflage tarp, so no one would notice unless they knew where to look, but since I knew it was there, it wasn't hard. As I approached the boat, I stopped. There were bloodstains nearby. The trail led right to the small dock where the boat was hidden. With my face stiffening slightly, I walked closer. When I saw the man lying there, my emotions twisted into something indescribable. What were you trying to do, coming all the way here? It was Nikolai. One arm was gone below the shoulder, the other leg shredded as if torn apart by something's teeth, like a beast had bitten through it. Even in that state, Nikolai hadn't died immediately. He had dragged himself here, bleeding all the way, desperate to live. But his luck had run out here. He died with his eyes wide open. For someone who lived so high and mighty, this is how it ends, dying miserably in some forgotten dock no one will ever visit. Just from the wounds and the blood, I could imagine the agony he'd endured before dying. Considering everything he had done, it seemed like a fitting end. Bleeding out in a deserted place, dying a lonely, wretched death, a perfect end for a villain. I stepped past Nicolay's corpse and climbed into the boat. It wasn't the kind powered by an engine or screw propeller. Engines don't work in frozen time. This one moved only by hand with oars. Ah, damn, this is exhausting. Grumbling, I rowed anyway. The sea in the stopped world was utterly still. There was no resistance at all when I rowed. The boat glided smoothly over the motionless surface, like a sled. Looking at the fixed ocean, it almost seemed less like water and more like a vast blue jelly. Still, I wasn't insane enough to try walking on it. Once, Id stopped time and tried stepping on the water and promptly sank straight through. That was when I learned something valuable. Even when time stops, water is still water. It was possible to cross by throwing planks ahead and stepping on them, but collecting each one afterward was exhausting. Too much trouble. If the sea were moving normally, my clumsy rowing wouldn't have got me anywhere. But in this frozen world, things were different. A single push sent the boat skimming swiftly across the smooth surface. How far is it to the mainland? I had no idea. It never sailed before. Was this even considered sailing? Whatever it was, if I just kept rowing, it'd reach land eventually. As for direction, well, if I kept at it long enough, it'd hit the continent sooner or later. That first night, I curled up in the boat and slept in brief snatches. The next day, I rowed again. I didn't know how long it would take. There was nothing around me but endless sea. I slept under the motionless stars and woke to row again, the sea reflecting the unmoving night sky so perfectly that I couldn't tell whether I was on the ocean or among the stars. 2 weeks passed. At last, I saw a pillar of light in the distance. Realizing it was a lighthouse frozen in time, I rowed harder. After so long surviving on jerky, the sight of land filled me with joy. I slung my pack over my shoulder and stepped onto the shore. I didn't know where Id arrived, probably a small coastal village on the edge of the continent. Far ahead, I could see the faint glow of lights. As I drew closer, I glimpsed a family gathered warmly inside a house. It was dawn before sunrise, yet they were already awake and eating. Country folk really were diligent. Watching them, I felt a pang of envy at the sight of such warmth. My eyes lingered on a little girl, about 6 years old. If she hadn't died, wouldn't Ryan have lived happily like that too? That sudden thought made my chest ache, and I shook my head. This wasn't the time for sentimentality. My destination lay in the southern jungles, and I didn't have much time. I walked, across swamps, over cracked earth, through fields. When I was tired, I slept. When I was hungry, I stuffed rations into my mouth and kept moving. My feet blistered so badly I had to keep applying healing potion. The soles of my shoes wore out, so I replaced them. Food was never an issue. Whenever I passed through a village, I replenished my supplies. Of course, I didn't pay. I was sorry for taking the food and fruit, but I had no choice. A year passed. I was still walking across the continent. Maybe Id already crossed the empire and reached the central regions. The sky was still full of stars. That meant I was far from any major city. Absent-mindedly, I stroked my chin. The roughness startled me. My beard had grown thick. Id always had some stubble, but now, without shaving, it hung long. I probably looked like a beggar. When I found a mirror, I confirmed it. Still, at least time was stopped. No one would have to see me like this. 3 years since Id stopped time. At last, I found the root of Greenbell. God, there's no hell like this. I didn't know how long Id wandered the snowy mountains. Even with time stopped, the snow and ice weren't any less cold. It was the middle of the night, darker and colder than ever. I dug through snowdrifts again and again before finally finding one of the three things I sought. When I looked at my hand holding the Greenbell root, frostbite covered my fingers, and yet tears came to my eyes, not from pride or accomplishment, but from the vague terror of realizing how much more of this lay ahead. Could I really keep going? Haven't I already done enough? For 3 years, Id lived in this frozen world, muttering to myself, with no one else to talk to. Was this what it meant to grow old meaninglessly in an unending night? No one would ever know what Id done, so what meaning did it have? Wordlessly, I stared at the root of Greenbell, then wrapped it carefully in a thin cloth and placed it inside my coat. Next, I would have to go somewhere completely different, the southeastern tropics. I looked up once at the aurora shining over the snowy mountains, then began walking again. With a lighter pack, I descended the mountains and the continent. 4 years. I was still walking. Nearly a year of continuous travel. My legs were so numb I could barely feel them. But the cold had faded, replaced by rising heat. I could tell Id reached the southern regions. Id thought it would take years to get here, but only one. Was I fast, or was the continent smaller than I imagined? Either way, I decided not to complain and kept going. The tropical climate meant the jungles weren't far. Heading from the northwest to the southeast of the continent, I eventually saw the sun rising in the far distance. The world had stopped, but I was still moving through it. From where the sun never rose, I walked toward where it still did. That sight, for some reason, filled me with strength. In a world frozen in time, I was walking from night toward morning. 5 years. I reached the jungle and spent a long time wandering within. It lost track of how much time passed, missed a few journal entries, so perhaps even longer than I thought. I still hadn't found the Allura petals or the Mantani's sap. Several times, I thought of giving up. Maybe the snowy mountains had been better, at least it was easier to find plants there. Here, everything was plants. I couldn't tell one from another. It would have been easier, invite, read more on our source, to find a needle in the desert than what I sought here. But I wouldn't give up. Or maybe I simply couldn't anymore. 10 years. I found it. I finally found it. At last, that damned Allura flower, hidden deep inside a waterfall cave. I stumbled upon it by accident while bathing, and a mix of emotions overwhelmed me: relief, exhaustion, disbelief. All that digging and searching now felt like wasted time. But I quickly shook off those thoughts. It didn't matter. I'd found it, that was enough. Now only the Mantani's sap remained. I could find it soon. 13 years, still no Mantani's. I had to go deeper into the jungle. 15 years, still nothing. I knew it would be the hardest to find, but this was beyond reason. Where in the world had whoever discovered it before found it? 18 years. A thought suddenly came to me. Why am I even doing this? The stopped world was unbearably silent, and I had lived alone within it for so long. I could barely remember where I'd been or what I'd done. My beard was long. My once ivory hair had grown even longer, dull and brittle. Wrinkles I couldn't hide now lined my face. I'd tried to stay youthful, but I was middle-aged now, maybe even older. A faint ache spread through my joints as I thought back on the past. I couldn't remember much anymore. That arrogant brat's face, my old master's face, what had happened on the island, all of it was fading like a distant dream, like sand washed away by the tide. Only one thing still lingered vividly before my eyes. Her face, the woman who had smiled at me and asked me to take care of her daughter. That smile, I could never forget it. Move. After that, I stopped counting the years. The growing wrinkles, the aching bones, the whitening hair, those told me enough time had passed. But at last, I found the final ingredient. 624 chapter, The End of Truth. 1. Ludger reached his hand toward Gariel. He didn't need to say what he was trying to do. Ludger could feel it instinctively. That was why he had to stop him. But the moment his hand reached out, Gariel's figure had already vanished. A still silence swept through the laboratory. It was a sensation both cold and alien, like the chill of dawn dew settling over one's entire body, as if the single second that had just passed felt as though it had lasted decades. Ludger slowly lowered the hand he had stretched out. Then, with measured steps, he walked out of the laboratory. Step, step. The sound of his shoes striking the wooden floor spread through the pre-dawn building like the ringing of a bell. Creak. Ludger quietly opened the door to the room next to his, the room where Rhine was sleeping. Beyond the slowly opening door, he saw her lying peacefully on one side of the bed. Ludger pushed the half-open door fully wide. On the opposite wall from the bed stood a long sofa. At one end of it sat an old man with long white hair, gripping a cane weakly in one hand. Step, step. Ludger walked over to the sofa and sat down on the empty end across from him. The old man and Ludger sat at opposite sides of the sofa, silently gazing at the bed where Rhine slept. How long, Ludger finally broke the silence, has it been? Well, the old man's voice was frail, cracked with age. He rubbed the snow-white beard hanging beneath his chin with his fingers. After 30 years or so, I stopped bothering to count. Though he spoke lightly, Ludger understood. That old man, Gariel Cosmo, had nearly exhausted the rest of his life. Why? Ludger couldn't help but ask. Why did you go that far? Perhaps the question caught Gariel off guard. He glanced at Ludger briefly, then turned his eyes back to the sleeping Rhine. There was a warmth in those eyes he had never shown before. Why, you ask? Gariel let out a faint, self-mocking laugh. There were many meanings in that reaction, but the greatest of them was, likely, are you really in any position to ask that? If you had been in my place, you would have done the same. No, I wouldn't have been able to. Only you could do it. It was the first time. That arrogant man who had always seemed incapable of acknowledging anyone was now praising him. Gariel felt a strange tickle in his chest. Once, he had wanted recognition, but never earned it. Yet now, merely for doing what felt natural, he was being acknowledged. Realizing that change, the difference between past and present, he could only sigh at his own foolish younger self. I am a mage of time. A time mage is freer within time than anyone else. But foolishly enough, I was the one who lived trapped in it more than anyone. Gariel pulled something from his robe with his thin, scarred hand. A glass vial filled with a transparent liquid. Everyone else moved forward, but I didn't. I kept circling in place, refusing to leave. My time stopped the day she died. He looked at the vial with trembling eyes. It was the medicineth treatment for Rhinthat he had finally succeeded in creating through his own hands. Ludger sensed it immediately. He hadn't even told Gariel the proper stabilizer ratio, yet, nor had the research been finished. And yet he had completed it, which meant that after finding the ingredients, Gariel must have spent countless years continuing the research alone, abandoning his own time, consuming his own life. So now I am going to let it flow again. For as long as he'd been bound to the past, for as long as he'd postponed and stopped himself now, he wanted to shake it off and move forward. This is what I've reclaimed for all the time I'd frozen. Gariel slowly rose from the sofa. Even though his legs trembled with age, he refused to stop. Using his cane as a lever, he stood and began to approach Rhine. So this will be my last. He uncorked the vial and carefully poured its contents into Rhine's mouth, drop by drop, slowly, so as not to wake her. It was a simple act, but for the aged Gariel, it consumed the last of his strength. Ludger did not help him. He couldn't. This was Gariel's choice. All Ludger could do was watch, engraving every moment of it into his eyes. At last, when the vial was empty, Gariel smiled faintly in satisfaction. You are, with a faint murmur, Rhine, who had been asleep, slowly opened her eyes. Teacher. Perhaps because she had been unconscious too long, her eyes were still hazy. Even so, she immediately recognized the old man looking down at her. You finally woke up, sleepyhead. Gariel chuckled warmly as he looked at her, just as naturally as when he used to teach her long ago. Teacher, you've grown so old, you rascal. Of course I have. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Even I've aged plenty. It feels like I had a long dream. What kind of dream? I can't quite remember. Oh dear, that won't do. If you go back to sleep, maybe you can pick up where it left off. Gariel smiled gently. Rhine found that expression unexpected. She had always remembered her teacher as a stubborn, eccentric old man, but also as someone who, though never straightforward, cared for her more deeply than anyone. He must have grown softer with age, she thought. Ah, I just remembered part of the dream. It was when I lived with my mother. I see. And Rhine's faintly opened eyes slowly closed again. I remember playing happily with my uncle too. Uncle Gariel, he was so good to me. Gariel opened his trembling lips to speak, but no sound came out. Without realizing, he had covered his mouth with his hand because if he hadn't, he might have burst into tears. He had thought he'd already shed all his tears long ago, back when time had stopped for him. But maybe a few had still remained. I remember that day's scenery. I played with my brother, fished with my uncle, and made new friends. Gariel swallowed his sorrow and asked quietly, "Were you happy?" "Yes." Rhine answered with her eyes closed. The end of the dream was terrible, but at least in those moments I was truly happy. Then I am glad. Teacher, I worked really hard at Theon. I met good people, made friends, experienced so many strange things. There were hard times, too, lots of assignments, and so much to study. But even so, all of it had truly been joyful. Rhine spoke with quiet certainty. But I am scared. I don't think I'll ever be able to be happy again. Gariel understood why she said that. That was why he didn't ask. If Rhine, who never wanted to burden others with her troubles, was saying such words, it meant her heart was deeply unsettled. "Rhine," Gariel began gently, "this teacher of yours hasn't lived a life worth offering advice to anyone else about. But there's one thing I can tell you." "What is it?" "My life was nothing but a series of regrets and avoidance. Whenever something hard was coming, I pretended not to see it or ran away, because hardship is frightening and comfort is easier. That's not true, teacher. Even so, I couldn't keep running forever. The world, cruel as it is, cornered me and forced me to choose. Honestly, even then, I could have run again. I could have turned my back as always and ignored it." Gariel's tone was calm. "But this time, I just couldn't. So I didn't run away. I didn't turn my eyes. I faced it head on, raised my fists and fought. And do you know what happened? The thing I thought was so terrifying ran away in fear of me." Recalling it, Gariel let out a dry chuckle. "That's how it is. No matter how scary something looks from the outside, you never really know until you face it yourself. Why are you telling me this? Rhine, I don't want you to run away. Even if it's painful right now, I want you to fight and overcome it." He knew. Words like that didn't really give courage. Hadn't he been the same? People had said such things to him, but he hadn't truly understood them until he'd lived through it himself. Still, he had to say it, because this was all he could offer her now. You can dismiss it as the rambling of an old, senile teacher. I won't insist you obey it. Just remember this one thing. When life becomes hard someday, remember what I told you today. Yes. Rhine didn't know why, but she could hear the earnestness in Gariel's voice. "I understand. Good. I'm glad. You still have many years ahead of you, you know. There'll be hard times again, maybe even right away." Gariel slowly rose from his chair. "But if you endure for a while, things do get better. Teacher, go to sleep now." Rhine couldn't ask where he was going. A wave of irresistible drowsiness pulled her mind back down into deep unconsciousness. After confirming that she was fast asleep again, Gariel quietly stepped toward the door. "You're leaving." Ludger had been waiting outside, giving them privacy. Leaning against the wall, he asked when Gariel came out, "Where are you going?" "As you can see." Gariel lifted his hand. His thin, scarred fingers trembled like aspen leaves in the wind. "I don't have much time left. So you'll just disappear somewhere no one remembers you. You remember me." Gariel chuckled softly. "Why the concern? That's not like you. We were never the type to worry about each other." Ludger didn't respond to the jest. But Gariel, seeing the look in Ludger's eyes, realized what he was feeling and gave a faint, rueful laugh. "So I finally see it, now that I'm old. That's right, you were always that kind of man. If you receive treatment and manage your condition, you might live a few more years. But I'd spend those years lying in a hospital bed. I don't want to live like that. So you'll just die then." At Ludger's sharp question, Gariel hesitated before answering. "The history of time magic runs deeper than most think. Tracing it back through my teacher and my teacher's teacher, it goes surprisingly far. But most time mages never live out their natural lives. You know why, don't you? Because their art consumes their life, their very time itself. Gariel's own master had gone senile young and met a miserable end. A mage who controls time yet can't control his own. That's why many of us meet an ending we never wanted. Perhaps that was why Gariel wasn't afraid of death itself. He had long accepted that the day would come when his time would end. What he feared was that his end might become like theirs, a pitiful, meaningless one. I just want to choose my own ending. So he had used all his remaining time to save Rhine. There was no regret. How could there be? The handful of time I have left, I'll use it for myself. It would be enough time to walk toward his grave. Elijah opened his mouth to speak, then slowly unclenched his fist. There was only one thing he could say now. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you that. What, you've been holding that in all this time? I am the one who should apologize. Her death wasn't your fault, but I was too stupid and blamed you for it. You're really leaving now? Yes. Dying as payment for saving the girl. The old man dies, the girl lives. Quite a fair trade. That's what time is. Gariel gave a faint wave toward Ludger. I'll be going then. All right. Farewell. With that farewell, Gariel stepped outside. The city lay in ruins, but he paid it no mind. Leaning on his cane, he walked until he reached the outermost edge of Isla Machina's third floor, a small artificial graveyard built on the mechanical island. Beyond its railing spread a sea shrouded in mist, and the morning sun was just rising over the water. Gariel looked at the dawn and sat down before one of the graves. Hey, I kept my promise. Rhine will live well from now on. He spoke toward the tombstone, his breath uneven. It was hard, you know. You should have seen it. I don't think I've ever tried so hard in my life. His head slowly bowed as he gripped his cane with both hands. So now I'll rest. That's all right, isn't it? His eyes slowly closed. As the world darkened around him, Gariel heard a woman's voice. Yes, you've done well. Was it an illusion, or a memory from the edge of death? It didn't matter, because he'd heard her voice again, the one he thought he'd never hear anymore. And so, in a quiet corner of a small graveyard built for one person alone, an unidentified old man breathed his last. Later, the one who first discovered his body said there was a peaceful, happy smile on the old man's face. 625 chapter, The End of Truth. 2. One person had been sent off. Ludger, recalling the aged face of Gariel, stood still and watched the slowly rising sun through the window. The light of dawn shimmered faintly through the sea fog, scattering across the horizon. Even on this broken, half-destroyed island, that fair light fell upon all things equally, offering a faint warmth of hope to those who had despaired. Ludger stood motionless for a long while. If not for the pulse of mana he felt from within Rhine's room, he might have remained there in the corridor indefinitely. Woo, a deep resonance vibrated through the air. Ludger's eyes narrowed. That sound felt strangely familiar. No way. He hurriedly opened the door and stepped inside. Floating above Rhine's head was a magic beast, the familiar. Unlike normal ones, its form resembled a bizarre geometric construct, something born from spatial attribute, an unprecedented, anomalous being. The entity hovering over her radiated a faint glow, and perhaps sensing it, Rhine slowly opened her eyes. Still hazy with the remnants of a dream, she sat up from bed, but when her gaze met Ludger's, her expression froze. Oh no, I mean, Professor. There was hesitation in what she called him. Does that mean her sealed memories have nearly all returned? Ludger's guess was correct. In the midst of her body breaking apart under the clash between divine power and spatial mana, Rhine had recalled everything from her past. The seal Ludger had cast had been erased by the internal storm raging within her. Because of that, all of Rhine's memories had returned. Perhaps it was because all the suppressed memories had burst open at once. But even after so many years, the images of that day were as vivid as if they had just occurred. Ludger was a person who stirred unbearably complex feelings in her. As a child, Rhine had liked him. Even after she lost her memories, she still liked him. But Ludger was the one who had killed her mother. And to that, he had erased her memories and hidden the truth. It was only natural that she would resent him. Love and hate. Rhine's feelings toward Ludger were tangled beyond untangling. So instead of choosing between them, she chose to run. Wooing anywhere would do, as long as it wasn't where Ludger was. Her magic beast, moving on its own will, unleashed a surge of power and carried Rhine away. In an instant, both she and the familiar vanished like phantoms. Startled, Ludger scanned the area. The first time they had been drawn into Isla Machia had also been due to Rhine's runaway mana pulling them through a spatial transfer. But this time, her teleportation was completely different, faster and more precise. Perhaps because her mana had stabilized, or because the divine power that had interfered with her control was now gone, or maybe both. Ludger traced the lingering afterimage of mana where she had stood, the trails still here. A faint, thread-like remnant stretched from the spot where Shed vanished, leading outward through the window. Not far. Fixing his eyes in that direction, Ludger cloaked his body in shadow. Rhine stared at the changed scenery. An endless sprawl of mechanical devices filled the island, and beyond them lay the fog and the sea. So this was Isla Macia, the place she had only ever seen described in books. She could guess why she had ended up here. Was it because of you? She asked her familiar, but there was no reply. She understood. It had only helped her the real reason she was here had been her own will. She had simply wanted to go somewhere anywhere. When her lost memories had come flooding back, confusion had taken over. In that chaos, Shed thought, anywhere without Ludger is fine. And amid that confusion, somewhere deep inside, the thought had surfaced, I want to see my teacher. Just that single fleeting wish had been enough to make the power of space carry her to the island where her teacher once was. Now she could feel what her power truly was. It was not a power born from technique or calculation, but something that responded to the deepest stirrings of her heart. It was less like modern magic and more like a miracle. If she had truly wanted to escape from Ludger, she would have left Isla Macia long ago. Yet she had not, because deep within her heart there still remained a desire not to leave him. The old Rhine would have run. The truth she had recovered was too painful to face. Even with her strong mind, it was nearly unbearable. But much had happened while she had been unconscious. Rhine could faintly feel it that there were people who had tried desperately to save her, and that Ludger Cherish had been one of them. Yet the one who changed her heart most of all was her teacher. He had told her that the time would come when she would want to run, but that she should face it instead. She didn't know why he had said it then, but now she felt this was that moment. That was when she sensed a presence behind her. Rhine turned slowly. From within the blurred shade, a pair of blue eyes glimmered. It was a formless shadow. As the shadow stepped out into the light, its true identity emerged. Professor No Heathcliff. So you've recovered all your memories, Rhine. She nodded. Even now, as they spoke, Rhine couldn't decide how she should treat him. But one thing was certain: she couldn't run anymore. No matter how cruel the truth, she had to face it to the end. Sensing that determination, Ludger felt a complicated ache within his chest at how much she had grown. She had become stronger, but that strength had not been something she had wanted. Cruel fate had forced her to harden herself, and she had survived only by growing strong. And he had been the one who had cast her into that cruel fate. I remember everything now, Rhine said quietly. From the day I first met you to the last moment, I see. So I want to ask, why did you do it? She couldn't understand. He had killed her mother, he had delivered her mother's keepsakes to her. He had erased her memories, he had treated her gently and risked his life to protect her. Contradictions. To Rhine, Ludger's actions made no sense. If he had simply been evil, she could have hated him without hesitation. But she couldn't. Not when she saw the look in his eyes now. He tried to hide it, but within them lingered a sorrow that could not be disguised. He had done unforgivable things, so why did he look like that? Why did you save me? Just asking that was, in a way, an insult to what he had done. But Rhine had to ask. He had killed her mother, sealed her memories, so why? Ludger finally spoke. Because I wanted you to live. In this cruel world. Did you want me to suffer longer? After a long pause, he answered softly, even so, I wanted you to live. Why? This world may be cruel to Yaono, and in the future. There will be times you'll ask yourself whether life is worth enduring so much pain for. Rhine said nothing, because she realized those words weren't only for her, they were for him as well. It is worth it, Ludger said, firm with conviction. And in that moment, something fluttered before her eyes. A butterfly. A small, trembling creature with delicate wings. An ordinary insectite, it flew through this lifeless island of machines and steam. Even though a brush of heat could sear its wings, even though there was no grass or flowers for it to rest on, only cold metal pipes still, it flew. It had broken free of its cocoon and spread its wings. Even as the sea mist dampened its wings, even without a single flower in sight, still it fluttered. Still it lived. No matter how hard, how painful, no matter if you want to give up everything right now, thy's life still has value. Because to live is in itself beautiful. Rhine, Ludger said gently, there is something I want to show you. He stepped closer to her. With your power now, it's possible. Close your eyes and picture it the scenery of that day. The meadow, the hill, and the house upon it. Almost entranced, Rhine obeyed. She closed her eyes and imagined the scene. Within that vivid image, she felt both longing and pain. A strange tingling sensation crept along her skin, and when she opened her eyes, she gasped. The scenery she had imagined stood before her, real and solid. Her old little cottage from childhood stood there. Disbelieving, she reached out. The rough texture of the door pressed vividly against her fingertips. Taking a deep envy-eyed, original source, breath, she opened it and stepped inside. You're home. For a moment, her mother's welcoming voice echoed in her ears, and she almost answered before the illusion dispersed. Still, even after 10 long years, the inside of the house remained exactly as it had been. Everything's the same. Staring at the spotless table, Rhine murmured in disbelief, as though someone had carefully maintained it all this time. Was it you? I thought maybe, someday, you would come back here. Why? Instead of answering, Ludger brushed his fingertips across the table's surface. Just as Rhine recalled that day, Ludger too was remembering. The laughter, the chatter, the shared meal around this very table, scenes that now existed only in memory, a mirage of a distant past that could never return. I miss that day too, he said softly, just as Rhine did, because he too longed for that time. Rhine, you must have realized by now your mother had the same kind of mana as you, or rather, you inherited hers. My mana, unattributed mana. We now know it's spatial mana, and that the pain came from divine interference, but back then, no one knew that. His voice grew heavy. If only I had discovered the truth a little earlier, things might not have turned out this way. He knew it was a useless wish. It was precisely because of those painful memories and all those choices that Rhine had survived to this day. But the human heart was like that, it couldn't let go of the what-ifs. My mother, she was already terminally ill, just like you once were. Rhine's mother had never had long to live, and yet she endured. Even through unbearable pain, she had pretended to be strong and kept living. Was it because of me? The opposite. It was thanks to you. If Rhine hadn't been there, if she hadn't had a family to protect, would she have endured it all? Her mother had searched desperately for ways to survive, driven by a single thought that she didn't want to leave her only daughter alone in this world. She had struggled, fought, and clawed her way forward to keep living. But the heavens never grant more life to those who fight hardest. In the end, when she lost even her last hope and could no longer bear the growing pain, she chose to run. Your mother was exhausted. After years of enduring the pain, she had already outlived her destined time. The agony had become too much. Knowing her end was near, she chose the most extreme path. While Rhine slept, she had intended to go somewhere quiet and die alone, unnoticed. I tried to stop her, Ludger said. He looked down at his hands, and in his eyes those hands were stained with blood. 626th chapter, The End of Truth, 3, Take It. Rhine's breath caught as she looked down at the paper Ludger handed her. It's better that you see it yourself. It was a memory-storming page Ludger had always kept with him, knowing that someday this moment might come. Rhine knew what she had to do. With trembling hands, she grasped the paper and summoned her mana. Then her vision changed. Rhine's mother had decided to end her life. On a night when everyone else slept, she went alone into the forest, pretending to flee but intending to die. To take one's own life, it was an act deserving of condemnation, yes. But could anyone else in her place have chosen differently? Leaving the cabin quietly under the moonlight, she walked toward the forest. Each step must have felt as though her flesh and muscles were tearing apart, yet she kept walking. For Rhine, because she couldn't bear for her beloved daughter to see her in such torment. And so, when she reached the depths of the forest, she meant to meet death alone, in silence. But there was one thing she hadn't accounted for. Ludger had followed her in secret. When she raised a shaking hand to drink the poison, Ludger stepped forward and stopped her. What do you think you're doing? Ludger glared at her, his face contorted with genuine anger. He didn't know exactly what the substance was, but anyone who sneaks out at night to drink something in secretly, it couldn't be anything good. And the expression on her face when she was caught told him everything. You were going to die, weren't you? Why? Because I am tired. Having been discovered, she finally confessed the truth about her condition. The more Ludger listened, the colder his face became. So you chose death. Then what about Rhine? What happens to her? I only feel sorry for my daughter. But there's nothing else I can do. Her pale lips trembled. Even now, while speaking to Ludger, she was still fighting unbearable pain. I tried to find a cure from Grander, but even she failed. There's no way left for me to survive. I didn't want it to end like this either. Her voice shook as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing her like that, Ludger couldn't bring himself to tell her to live. Could a life made of nothing but suffering really be called life? Was it right to demand that someone live on when every moment was agony beyond words? Maybe death truly was the only rest left. That forbidden thought refused to leave his mind. He clenched his fists tightly. Please, help me end it. The woman who had once faced him with a brave smile was now crumbling under the weight of pain. Her tearful, pleading expression made Ludger's face twist in anguish. He opened his mouth to speak, but then she began coughing violently. Dark, dead blood spilled from her lips. Her expression went deathly pale as she looked at the black fluid. With trembling hands, she reached into her clothes and drew out a sharp dagger. It gleamed faintly in the moonlight as she raised it toward her throat, but Ludger caught her wrist before she could strike. His body shuddered the moment their eyes met because in those dying eyes, he glimpsed a flicker of raw emotion. Countless thoughts and words ran through his mind. But what came out of his mouth was not persuasion, nor apology, nor rebuke. It was the name of a child. Rhine. What about Rhine? Light returned to her dulled eyes. With a gasp, her grip slackened, and the dagger clattered to the ground. At first, I thought about telling Rhine the truth. But how could I tell that child that her only mother was going to die coughing up blood? Do you know how that feels? To want to leave only good memories for your beloved child before you go. Better to become the bad mother who abandoned her daughter than the dying mother who made her watch. I wanted to stay with her to the end. I really did. If I leave, she'll be alone in this world. But watching you and Gariel, my thoughts began to change little by little. She had realized Rhine would still have someone to care for her even if she herself were gone. That was why she made this final choice. I'm sorry, I know this isn't right, but I'm still leaving it to you. You are Ludger's voice trembled. You're truly a selfish person. Heh, I guess I am. A selfish, terrible mother. She smiled faintly. When Ludger released her wrist, she bent down and picked up the dagger with shaking hands. But her body was so broken she couldn't even hold it properly. So, in the very end, she made the most selfish choice of all. She handed the dagger to Ludger. You decide. You can throw it away if you wish. Or else she didn't finish the sentence, but Ludger understood. He looked down at the dagger resting in his hand. 1,000 thoughts rushed through his mind. This was tragedy, a crooked choice born in a broken world. Ludger tightened his grip around the hilt. He stared at her with eyes filled with sorrow, anger, guilt, and pity all at once. He said nothing, but his gaze alone was enough to tell her what he would do. Thank you. She smiled brightly through her tears as if at last she was free. And at the same time, she smiled sadly as though knowing she had left behind an unforgivable burden for those who would remain. Thud, a terrible sensation ran through Ludger's hand. He hadn't wanted this. More than anyone, he had not wanted to make this choice. But the dagger struck true, piercing her heart swiftly without pain. A merciful death, a death of salvation. The only peace he could offer to one who had suffered so long. A whisper came out of the darkness. His head spun, the world blurring like a watercolor soaked in water. And in that collapsing world, her body fell slowly to the ground, her eyes closing as if in slow motion. Blood ran down the blade, soaking his palm. The warmth of it was unbearable. Ludger let out a deep, silent sigh from the depths of his heart. Mom! He flinched at the voice behind him and slowly turned his head. There stood two figures who should not have been there. Rhine and Freuden. Rhine, her face still drowsy from sleep, stared blankly at Ludger and her mother. Beside her, Freuden, who must have brought her out of the cabin, could only widen his eyes in silent horror at the scene before them. At the moment Ludger tried to speak, Gariel appeared from thin air and lunged at him like a beast. Ah! Ludger fell backward, and Gariel straddled him, seizing him by the collar with both hands. From his twisted face came no coherent words, only a strangled, broken wail. Why did you do it? Indeed we. Ludger asked himself the same question, but no answer came. He only knew one thing for certain, had made a choice, because it had to be done. He had chosen to ease her pain, to bear her burden in her stead. Even if it meant carving a wound of sorrow deep into his own soul, it didn't matter. Ludger struck Gariel hard in the side, breaking his balance, and reversed their positions, forcing him to the ground. Then he rose, his expression unreadable, and slowly approached Rhine, who stared blankly at him in shock. Don't come any closer. Freuden stepped in front of her, his eyes blazing like molten fire. Ludger extended a hand toward him. Blue mana enveloped Freuden's head, and though he tried to resist, he soon collapsed unconscious. Leaving Freuden where he fell, Ludger walked to Rhine and knelt before her. "Be brother." I came to find my mom." Rhine's eyes turned toward her mother's still body, lying as though peacefully asleep. "But Mom," she Rhine. Ludger reached out slowly and touched her forehead with his index finger. "This is only a nightmare." Magic activated. Rhine's eyes fluttered closed, and deep within her mind, her memories were locked away. "When you wake from this dream, you'll forget everything. It will be nothing but a bad dream." Rising from his crouch, Ludger looked around. Gariel was sobbing over the lifeless body, while Rhine and Freuden lay asleep on the ground. So it's come to this after all. That was when Grander emerged from the shadows of the forest. "Master, foolish boy, you didn't have to take it that far. Do you even understand what you've done? You couldn't simply leave a suffering person alone. Tell me, who do you think you're really helping? You should start by worrying about yourself." Grander scolded him sharply, something she rarely did. Ludger only listened in silence. "Ha! What pointless words I'm wasting. You've done enough. I will find it." "What did you say?" "I'll find it, so that no more innocent lives will have to suffer." That day, Ludger made a vow to uncover the secret of unattributed mana, to ensure that no one else would die or suffer as she had. "I swear it." "The rest you already know," Ludger said quietly. "After sealing your memories, I sent you to your teacher. Then I wandered the world with my own master." That's Rhine's head spun after witnessing the entire truth of that night. Deep down, she had believed Ludger could never have done something like that, but the reality she had seen was unbearable. Even now, she couldn't accept it. "I still don't understand. Even if you had your reasons, you killed my mother and sealed my memories. Because I didn't want you to know that truth. I was afraid of seeing you broken, in pain. And you didn't think about how it would feel when I eventually found out. I did, but we panic when faced with what's right in front of us. I knew it was selfish. Even if the truth was cruel, you had NVLGT, official version, a right to know, but I never gave you that chance." Ludger had given Rhine a false world, a carefully constructed lie, all under the guise of protecting her. No matter how noble his intentions, it had still been deception. "Rhine, since that day, I've seen much of this world. I've met countless peoplethos crushed by the weight of reality, those with talent but no opportunity, those who collapsed before the cruelty of fate. He had witnessed so much and lived through just as much. His life had been a journey marked by countless scars, and it was still far from over. I've watched people fall. Sometimes I could help them, other times I couldn't even reach them in time. When I look back, there are more regrets than I can count." Ludger had swayed endlessly between connection and collision with others. In that turmoil, holding fast to his convictions had never been easy. "There were times I wanted to give up, to stop. And Rhine, you must feel the same. The truth you've learned is unbearable." Perhaps that was why he had hidden it, all behind the excuse of kindness, because knowledge itself could be a curse. Ignorance had seemed kinder. But now I understand. He had finally realized it. Most people may prefer comforting lease, but not everyone does. You chose to seek the truth, even knowing it would hurt. You faced your life head-on, and you made your choice. You chose to live, even through pain. You chose to face the cruel truth, rather than run from it. So I am truly sorry." Ludger bowed his head, his voice filled with genuine remorse. Something welled up in Rhine's chest, grief and gratitude, both at once. She could never return to the past, and she still hated him for destroying it, but she also understood now just how heavy a life he had carried, because she had seen his memories. She knew his sorrow, his pain, his despair. And still, Ludger had endured. He had kept walking forward. "Maybe we can never go back," he said quietly, "to when they were like brother and sister or teacher and student. They could never return. Too much had happened. They had come too far. But there is one thing I can promise you." "What promise?" "When the day comes that I achieve all my goals, when the chaos of this world is finally stilled." Ludger met her eyes, his gaze unwavering. "I will give you the right to choose my life. That is the last atonement I can offer you." 627 chapter, The Last Drop of Blood, 1. Rhine did not understand what Ludger had just said for a moment. "What do you mean by that?" "I know that even if you've learned the truth, it won't ease your heart. No matter what the circumstances are, I have no intention of justifying what I've done. That is why I am giving you a chancito. Take revenge for your mother." Rhine bit her lip. That choice was exactly the same as what her mother had done in the memory Ludger had shown her. However, I have something I must do now. I don't even know if it will end in success. But if, by any chance, this entire journey comes to an end, then do you think I'll forgive you just because you say something like that? I don't seek forgiveness. This is merely something that must be done. Ludger's words were sincere. Rhine parted her lips but could not utter anything more. What are you planning to do? I may end up fighting against the entire world. Ludger knew it. He had already gone too far to ever turn back. When had it started? Perhaps from the moment he chose to walk this path. So now, the only thing left was to keep moving forward toward the end that was gradually coming into view. I told you my name. You said your name was Heathcliff, yes, but that too is only part of my name. Ludger looked at Rhine and told her his full name. My real name is Heathcliff van Brettis, blood of the holy sovereign of Brettis theocracy Another, child he abandoned. Rhine's mouth fell open at the shocking revelation. She had faintly assumed that Ludger might be a high-ranking noble of some sort, but never, not even in her dreams, had she imagined he was royalty. Not just any royalty, but a prince of Brettis theocracy, the holy nation that once ruled the world through the Luminis Church itself. And my goal is to bring down that very Brettis theocracy. Why are you telling me this? Well, maybe I simply wanted someone to know. With a faint, bitter smile, Ludger turned and walked toward the door of the cabin. As Rhine reached out instinctively, asking where he was going, Ludger spoke without looking back. "I'll go on ahead. You should stay here, rest, and gather your thoughts. A lot has happened over the past few days. Why aren't you resting?" Then Rhine couldn't bring herself to ask that. Because at that moment, Ludger's entire body was engulfed by black shadow, and then he shrank to a single dot and vanished. Left alone inside the cabin, Rhine slowly looked around. Now that she had recovered her memories, she felt a wave of nostalgia in this cabin that had preserved the scenery of her past. The kitchen and table where she had once eaten meals with her family. The bed where she had fallen asleep reading fairy tales with her mother. Outside, the window stretched the same meadow and forest where she used to run and play with Ludger. Everything was vivid, as if it had all happened just yesterday, and at the same time unreachable, too far away to ever touch again. She had finally regained the memories she had long forgotten, but instead of feeling relieved, she only felt more confused. To clear her mind, Rhine went into her room. The room hadn't changed from her childhood days. Familiarity welled up inside her as she sat on the edge of the bed. For some reason, a warm drowsiness washed over her. Thinking of her younger self, Rhine lay down and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Russell. Rhine opened her eyes. It had been a long time since she had slept so deeply. A sleep so sound she hadn't even dreamed. Feeling the gentle breeze brushing against her skin, Rhine slowly sat up. A faint breeze entered through the slightly open window. It was cool yet warm, carrying with it a quiet will. Rhine opened the cabin door and stepped outside, and upon seeing the person standing there, she smiled faintly. "Hello, Senior. Rhine, Freud and Ulberg." He had come. She didn't know how he had arrived, but judging from the way the wind blew, it seemed as though Freuden had ridden on that very breeze. "You're really alive?" "Yes, I'm fine now. If you made it all the way here, does that mean you've regained all your memories?" "Yes, I remember everything now. What happened to my mother and the times I spent playing with you, Senior." Freuden smiled. NVLG, continue reading, genuinely, but then his expression darkened. "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I knew everything. Yet even though I knew, I couldn't bring myself to tell you the truth when I saw you." Freuden had condemned Ludger for hiding the truth from Rhine, but in the end, he had done the same thing. "I, too, was part of deceiving you. To atone for that, he had fought with all his might to save her. But you tried your best. You fought to protect me, traveling all the way to that distant island. You knew I was barely conscious, but I could still feel it somehow, that there were many people fighting to save me." Rhine felt grateful from the bottom of her heart. Even amid the horrific pain her mother had once endured, she had never lost her will to live because there were people who wanted her to survive in this world. Freuden opened his mouth as if to say something, then let out a small laugh instead. So much had happened. He had visited his family estate to speak honestly with his father, met Yongsu, traveled with him to Isla Makia. There, they had been caught up in an unbelievable battle. And after that battle ended, he had searched for Rhine, disappearing with Yongsu's help until he finally reached this place. The final destination of that long journey was the past, the time when they were nothing but ignorant, boastful children, when they first learned what it meant to know people, to know joy, and to know love. Yeah, that's right. I don't think I've ever gone through so much trouble in my life. Thank you for everything. I just did what I had to do. For a moment, silence fell between them. Then a breeze brushed through, sweeping across the fields, as if to fill the space between their words. Freuden felt as though that wind were telling him to be brave, so he decided to be. Rhine. I am sorry, Senior. Just as he was about to speak the words he had kept in his heart for so long, Rhine shook her head firmly, rejecting them. At that sight, at that expression, Freuden understood at once. I see. So you already knew. I know how much you've cared for me and why. I'm truly grateful, but at the same time I can only feel sorry. Because I see. I understand. Freuden smiled bitterly. He had finally managed to be honest with himself, only for it to end like this. He felt something in his chest tighten painfully. So this is what heartbreak feels like. But Freuden did not cry, nor grieve, nor fall into despair. Instead, he smiled softly on he rarely showed any own and wished her well. I hope you find someone who can return your heart. Thank you. Talking with you, Senior cleared my mind. Rhine finally understood what her feelings were and what she must do from here on. I should go. Rhine bowed her head slightly to him, then ran across the open field. The cabin on the hill grew smaller and smaller behind her, but she never looked back. The past was the past. It had been so painful she wanted to forget it, yet so precious she never could. But it was all over now, so she chose to let it go. Because she was living in the present and her footsteps were moving toward the future. She could no longer be bound by the past. Watching Rhine's figure grow distant, Freuden let out a long sigh. Then beside him, a massive wolf appeared out of thin air, lowering its head as if to comfort him. You're trying to cheer me up. Thanks. Freuden stroked Jonce's head and turned his gaze toward the cabin, a place he had stayed for about a month. At first he had thought, what kind of shabby place is this? But before he knew it, he had grown more attached to it than to his own home. As he started to walk toward the cabin, his eyes narrowed at the sight of a new figure approaching from afar. How did you know to come here? You suddenly disappeared, so I figured you might be here. There's nowhere else you'd go. His friend with half-closed eyes and tied orange hair at the back of his neck, Henry Presto, the eldest son of House Presto, a vassal family that had served the Ulberg dukedom for generations. Did you forget? When you went missing as a kid, who do you think found you first? You didn't find me. I called you. I was the closest one at the time, remember? Fine. You saved me. Happy now. Heh. Tough getting acknowledgement from you, friend. Henry grinned and asked, so, how'd it go? What do you mean? The great Freuden Ulberg got rejected by a girl. That's front-page material for the Theon student paper, you know. Considering how many girls have confessed to you and ended up in tears, they could filled a whole lake by now. Is this what they call karma? Touching. You came all this way just to mock me. If you really start crying, I could at least offer some comfort. Seeing the lighter look on Freuden's face, Henry shrugged his shoulders. Though it seems you don't need it. Guess you've grown upus a man. Wasn't exactly the kind of growth I wanted. That's what becoming an adult is like. You never planned for it, never asked for it, but one day you wake up and realize you've already become one. You're not really one to talk. They were the same age. At Freuden's remark, Henry chuckled. Unlike you, I'm actually responsible. I'm already a full-fledged adult. Yeah, good for you. So you're heading back, of course, to Sion. Right, let's go. How did you even get here? I drove. Didn't you know? I can drive now. Don't ask me whose fault that is. The proper phrase would be thanks to. As the two continued their banter, Rhine, who they thought had already left, came running toward them from afar, panting hard. Both Henry and Freuden stared in surprise. They had parted so neatly had she suddenly come back. Her face flushed from the run. Rhine smiled awkwardly. I don't really know the way back to Sion. Would you mind taking me with you? You're here. After parting with Rhine, Ludger met Hans in a quiet clearing far from the forest. I've been waiting for you. You actually made it here, huh? Money really is a wonderful thing. I can ride something this expensive whenever I want now. Hans glanced back at the airship behind him as he spoke. It was a latest model vessel, something he couldn't even have dreamed of using before it. Now he was flying it for a private meeting. The fact alone moved him deeply. But this was no time for pleasure. What's the situation? I'll explain on the way. Ludger followed Hans aboard the airship. their destination Riederbelk. As they flew, Hans briefed him on what had happened during his absence. After you suddenly disappeared to Isla Makia, a lot happened. The most notable event was the incident caused by Nerva, which led Bretis theocracy to dispatch a large number of people into the empire. Bretis, determined to wipe away its long years of silence, was openly expanding its influence. Since they were no longer acting as aggressively as before, public resentment toward them had also lessened. But what concerned Ludger most, what truly mattered, was none of those trivial political developments. My teacher. Hans fell silent mid-sentence. What happened to my teacher? Hans swallowed hard. After you disappeared, and after the Luminese church's people entered the city, your teacher went outside for the first time. He met with someone from the Luminese church. He met someone. My teacher did. It was Cardinal Patricio Rome Lafram Bretis itself, one of the few who hold the right to elect the Holy Sovereign. Hans recalled the memory in as much detail as he could. One night, a crimson light shot up into the sky above Riederbelk. I knew then it was your teacher's magic. But after that, he vanished, completely, as if he never existed. Have you found where he went? Not yet. But I did find something strange. What is it? Most of the elite holy knights sent from the theocracy have moved somewhere, together with Cardinal Patricio. 628 chapter, the last drop of blood, too. If his behavior changed after meeting that man, then tracking them will reveal where my teacher is. That's right, but Hans trailed off. It doesn't seem to be a simple matter. Not only are the holy knights who left Lederbelk heavily armed, what else? That cardinal has begun gathering people. The most powerful individuals on the continent are converging on a single point. Ludger's brow twitched. Powerful individuals across the continent were gathering. It wasn't something he could easily comprehend. What's going on? I don't know for sure. But Cardinal Patricio is summoning people under the authority of the Luminese Church, and quite a number are responding. Not just in number, but in skill as well. Even if Bretis theocracy had closed its borders, the Luminese Church's influence as a religious power was still immense. Especially after the recent demon incident spread across the world, the Church's voice in global affairs had grown even stronger. It was only natural that those who had long been faithful followers of Luminism would answer the call. Judging by your reaction, it sounds like some truly formidable figures are gathering. Indeed, names even you would recognize. Who are they, the ones moving in this affair? First and foremost among the imperial supporters, House Lumos. Lumos Ludger thought of the name. One of the Empire's three great houses and devout believers of the Luminese Church. Its current head, Caden Lumos, was renowned for his cold, unfeeling nature. Even toward Flora, his own blood, born out of wedlock, his treatment had been frigid. A pious man, Ludger thought bitterly. What a joke. So House Lumos is following the Cardinal's command rather than the Empire's. The Lumos family's power has always been beyond the Emperor's easy reach. And with the demon crisis having destroyed the Empire's credibility while the Church's influence rises, they now have all the justification they need to act freely. So their main forces are mobilizing. That's not all. Even House Pablo is moving. House Pablo, a familiar name indeed. The famed family of magic aligning itself with the Church's will. Ludger's eyes narrowed. He had history with that house, and not pleasant history. Their arrogant scion, Albert Pablo, had suffered a humiliating defeat on Royal Street. House Pablo had tried to retaliate against Royal Street, only to leave nothing but floating corpses in the river that flowed through the city. After that, realizing the futility of their actions, they ceased open attacks but continued to exert quiet pressure ever since. Don't mind that fool. The real threat is his brother. I know, Alan Pablo. Of course, Ludger knew him, Albert's elder brother, the young head of House Pablo. The one who had truly earned the family its title as a great house of magic, a living legend among magi. Alan Pablo, also known by another name, the Red Mage. A mage with a color title. I didn't expect that a man so young, already head of his house, would also be such a devout member of the church. If it were just him, it might not be so bad. But it doesn't end there, that's the problem. Who else? The Violet Mage who commands Lightning Madman Coilwatt, the world's second-ranked mercenary unit, Golden Rule Battalion, the Hunter Association that survived the night of bloody nightmare. And beyond that, Bretis theocracy's greatest shield, the Holy Knights of Radiant Light. The 11th Special Division, a secret organization that handled covert operations across the continent. Even the archbishops, those next in rank to cardinals, said to be sons of God themselves, were moving. It was a lineup so overwhelming that they could wage war against nations and win. Where are all these forces gathering? We're tracking their trail as we speak. We should know their location soon. Let me know as soon as possible. Of course, but Hans hesitated, glancing at Ludger cautiously. If we find them, what will you do? Don't tell me you plan to charge straight into that death trap to rescue your teacher. That I understand your feelings, but the enemy's power isn't something we can take lightly. If you intend to fight them to save your teacher, it won't just be you'd have to send all of the Owens. Even that might not be enough. Besides, you have something else to do, don't you? All preparations are complete. We've spent everything we've saved over the years, ensuring there's no room for error. We've even recovered the items you were searching for. And now you want to throw it all away. Hans's words struck hard. Ludger did have work left to finish, but if he went after Grander now, all his plans would collapse. I still don't know what exactly you've been striving for all this time, but I know it's the one thing you've chased this far. And now that it's within reach, you'd abandon it all. Then what was the point of all our work? Still, she's my teacher. I heard from your teacher. At that word, Ludger's shoulders flinched. She said she was seeking her own death, and that she made a promise with you that when the time came, you would be the one to end her life. That Ludger recalled what Grander had told him on Isla Machina. You no longer need to keep that promise. He hadn't understood why, but deep down, those words had brought him a faint sense of relief, because it meant he wouldn't have to kill Herhai's teacher, the woman who was like a mother to him, with his own hands. He wouldn't have to once again grant peace through death to someone precious to him. But he knew. Grander saying that didn't mean she'd given up on death. She had simply found another way, a way to choose her own end without needing Ludger's hand. The forces gathering now there are likely both the Cardinal's men and those your teacher herself has drawn together. For someone of her caliber to do it would take power on that scale. That's what she wanted. You know that. So when you learn where she is, will you still go to save her? Even though that was not what Grander desired. Ludger said nothing. He understood logically, but his heart refused to accept it. He had gathered every fragment of the relic. After traveling across the continent, chasing it endlessly, he had finally collected them all. But this was only the starting line, the chance to finally begin what he had been preparing for all along. Who knew what awaited next? Even the smallest mistake could ruin everything. He needed to stay calm, rational. He should have. I understand your heart is conflicted. Let's not decide anything right now. Once we return to Lederbelk, take time to sort your thoughts. Hans looked at Ludger with a pained gaze. He had spoken harshly, but that wasn't his true intent. Part of him wanted Ludger to stay focused on his mission, but another part wanted him to go and try to save Grander. Yet the reason he forced those words out at all was because of something Grander herself had once told him. My foolish disciple will someday face something important and let his own weakness hold him back. When that time comes, you be the one to knock some sense into him. At the time, Hans had laughed nervously. How could I ever scold him? Grander hadn't pressed the issue, as if she didn't expect much anyway. Maybe that was why that single sentence of hers still lingered so vividly in Hans' mind. Damn it! What do you expect me to do, woman? Hans sighed inwardly. The airship cut swiftly through the clouds, heading for Lederbelk. Ludger finally returned to Lederbelk. Though so much had happened, he went straight back to work, reviewing report after report on the city's situation and political developments during his absence. He did not visit Sion. The academy was indefinitely closed. For someone whose mind was as turbulent as his, returning there would only make things worse. He needed work, something to keep him from thinking. As Ludger immersed himself in paperwork, Violetta brought over a cup of coffee and set it on his desk. Please drink this, owner. Violetta. Thank you. Removing his frameless glasses, Ludger rubbed his brow with his fingers. You've been working non-stop since you came back. Everyone's worried about you, you know. It's almost the end now. Violetta knew what he meant by the end. Thighs was the culmination of something that defined his entire life, and that made her even more worried. It looked as though he was deliberately wearing himself down. What's the situation outside? Still the same. Though the number of faithful believers of the Luminis Church is increasing by the day. I heard even many from Royal Street have joined them. That's right. After the Demon of Dreams incident, so many died when people lose family, friends, loved once. It's only natural they'd seek solace somewhere. And that solace now was the Lumines Church. Ludger couldn't blame them. He was about to take a sip of coffee when the door suddenly burst open. Hans entered in a rush. Normally, he'd knock first, but the fact that he hadn't meant something urgent had happened. Ludger looked at him calmly, though the tremor in Hans' eyes told him all he needed to know. "What is it?" "Brother, we have an unexpected visitor. A visitor, I see. You're not going to ask who, I can already guess." Ludger set down his cup and stood. "Shame. I was hoping for a peaceful tea break for once." He had a strange feeling that the moment he put that cup down, he'd just finished the last bit of rest he'd ever get. He went to meet his guest, and as soon as he saw her wearing the same tiara that covered her eyes, smiling with that guileless innocence, he knew. "So, it's come to this. It's been a while." "Yes, it has." The Luminese priestess, Rumria, accepted his greeting with a serene smile. Even though Ludger addressed her without honorifics, she didn't seem offended. In fact, she appeared completely unbothered, as if that were perfectly natural. "Why have you come to see me?" "I want to help you." Empty words. A priestess of the Luminese Church showing up unannounced to help me. You expect me to believe that? Authorization has been granted by the holy nation to use a sacred relic. At the sudden mention of a relic, Ludger's eyes narrowed. A sacred relic. As the name implied, a holy object imbued with divine power, functioning as an artifact. Especially in Bretis, their relics were known to possess power rivaling ancient artifacts. Some even said that the highest grade relics bordered on relic class themselves. Exaggerated rumor, perhaps, but not without foundation. The relic approved for use this time is one of the most secret and restricted in the theocracy. They call it the Stake of God. The Stake of God, something about that name set his nerves on edge. Rumria smiled. With that stake, they said, Thale finally erased the church's ancient enemy forever. The moment those words left her lips, murderous intent exploded from Ludger like a storm. 629 chapter, The Last Drop of Blood. 3. The holy knights who had followed Rumria reacted immediately to Ludger's killing intent. "How dare you?" They wore pure white coats fastened tightly to their collars, with silver armor layered over their shoulders, forearms, and shins. Seeing the situation as their chance, they drew their swords, thinking inwardly that it was a welcome opportunity. They had followed the priestess because she said she had personal business to attend to, but standing around here wasting time had been testing their patience. Now that the man before them had conveniently shown hostility, giving them every justification to act, they had no reason to hold back. "How dare you speak such blasphemy to the priestess? I'll carve repentance into your tongue myself." "Repentance? Did you just dare speak that word in front of me?" Ludger fixed his gaze on the knight who had shouted. The instant their eyes met, the knight felt his breath seize in his throat. What is this?" He couldn't breathe. His lips trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his palm gripping the sword. Facing Ludger's murderous intent, he felt as if he had come face to face with something indescribable, something far beyond human comprehension. He was supposed to be a sword-serving guard, protector of the priestess, yet he was afraid of this mere man. Impossible. Crack. He clenched his hand tighter around the sword, trying to shake off the feeling, but the more he fought it, the deeper he sank like being swallowed by a bog. His face flushed red, and the whites of his eyes filled with crimson veins. Just then, "That's far enough, if you would." The suffocating aura suddenly dissipated. Ludger turned his cold gaze toward Rumria. The priestess smiled faintly. "They stood up for me, after all. I couldn't just let them suffer." "Rumria, priestess, stay still, both of you, until I say otherwise. I don't want you rampaging around here. But oh, I mean this. Even if the two of you tried, you wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him anyway." The knights bit their lips hard. Their faces twisted with humiliation, but they couldn't refute it. They had just learned, all too painfully, the vast gulf between their power and Ludger's. "Let's continue. Permission to transport the relic has been granted, and it's already on its way from the holy nation. It should arrive at the destination soon. So I'm just supposed to sit here and listen while you tell me they plan to kill my teacher?" "Of course not." Rumria tilted her head slightly. "I told you I came because I want to help you." "Help? Is that what you call it?" Murmuring coldly, Ludger slowly rose from his chair. Thud! The air itself grew heavy, pressing down on Rumria's shoulders. Her body wavered where she sat, nearly losing balance. For the first time, her ever-smiling face hardened. Ludger looked down at her with frozen eyes. The holy knights, who should have moved to protect her, couldn't. They were already on one knee, crushed beneath his oppressive aura. When Ludger said quietly, "Did I ever ask for your help? That you come here trying to gain my favor, but your manner is unbearably stiff and arrogant." Rumria tried to pull the corners of her trembling lips into a smile, but it didn't come easily. "If you truly wish to help me, you should have begged for it. Please, let me assist you," something like that. Such arrogance. The knights thought Ludger had lost his mind. To speak that way to a priestess of Bretis theocracy. Did he not fear the consequences? But what came next shocked even them. I am sorry." Rumria, priestess of Bretis, sister of the saintess, apologized to Ludger. "I spoke thoughtlessly." When she offered her apology with genuine sincerity, only then did Ludger withdraw his aura. Pale and breathless, Rumria steadied herself and drew in a trembling breath. Ludger, still watching her coldly, sat back down. "Speak. What exactly are you people planning to do?" Grander stood at the mountain's summit. Beyond the ravine stretched a vast crater, like the remains of some ancient cataclysm. The surrounding forest was dense, yet within that crater there was nothing, as if sealed under some invisible barrier. Not even weeds or insects existed there. "Isn't it fascinating?" A man approached and spoke to her. Cardinal Patricio. Wearing a benevolent smile befitting his station, he continued, "Even after all these centuries, no life has ever taken root within that crater. It's as though only death itself reigns there. And what of it? Does it not strike you as the perfect place for the ending you so desire?" Grander let out a sharp laugh. "You think I don't already know that? Even a land of death like that couldn't grant me peace. Yes, on its own, perhaps not. But with a sacred relic from the holy nation, everything changes. The stake of God." That was the reason Grander tolerated even looking at Patricio's smug face, because she believed in the relic's power. Long ago, that place overflowed with life. You can tell just by the surrounding forests. It's also where Saint Archinis fought her final battle against the great demon Cerna. Though she defeated him at the cost of her life, the demonic taint left behind turned that land into death itself. "Heh, defeated, you say? Why do you laugh? Never mind. It's fine if you remain ignorant. Heh, worry not. Your death is something even our holy nation has awaited. The stake of God, tempered through prayer to Lumines himself, will finally grant it to you. That's why you've gathered those wretches then." Her gaze dropped toward the slopes below. There, at the mountain's base, a sprawling encampment stretched across the plain. Thousands of people assembled. Those who had answered the Lumines church's summons from across the world. Each one an elite. Among them, two held the rare titles of color mages. To anyone else, that would have been an awe-inspiring sight. But to Grander, they were all nothing more than vermin. For she was the living legend of all magi, the pinnacle of the magical world, an eighth circle sorceress. "No matter how many of those you gather, it means nothing to me. I know. But we have our own motives. There must be both meaning and spectacle in what we do. Don't you agree the story looks better if there's a fierce battle before the end? And you'll use that as pretext to glorify your church." Patricio merely shrugged. "Well, if we're already doing it, it may as well benefit us both, don't you think?" Grander found the thought that her death would further the church's power disgusting, but she wasn't going to stop now. She had longed for this death too much. She had wandered the world for centuries searching for it. "That foolish disciple of mine, he still weighs on my mind. By right, she should have died by Ludger's hand. That was why she had raised Himwe, she had made him strong. But somewhere along the way she had begun to enjoy their days together. Like the morning mist slowly seeping into one's clothes. By the time she realized it, her heart was already soaked through. Poison, she thought coldly. To have grown attached to the very disciple shed trained to kill her. For one who had lived an eternity alone, she had sworn never to form ties with anyone, not humans, not even elves. They all lived and died, generation after generation. But she remained alone, always. It has to end here. She had once meant for Ludger, the vessel of God, to become her dagger and grant her death. But she couldn't do it anymore. As she watched him grow, learn, and mature, something had bloomed within her. Maternal affection. How absurd. An ancient vampire of the true bloodline, feeling motherly love for the descendant of a holy sovereign. A monster raising the child of God. If it had been one-sided, it might have been easier. But that foolish disciple, he too had a tender heart. They had formed feelings where there should only have been death. It was wrong, unforgivable. And yet, the heart has no rules. Even Shuho stood at the apex of magic had been brought this far by such a fragile emotion. She wasn't afraid of dying. What truly frightened her was having to ask her disciple, now like a son, to kill her. Perhaps what pushed her to this point was when Ludger had taken Rhine's mother's life with his own hands. The terror of the theocracy, an immortal monster, trembling out of concern for one mere human. How laughable! But it would soon be over. She would finally die. The divine power of the stake of God, even within the confines of this world's laws, it could erase an immortality like hers. My disciple must be busy collecting the relic fragments he sought. Even he won't have time to come here. And with this many troops gathered, not even he would dare intervene. That was enough. It was enough. Grander finally let go. She was ready to accept death. Ludger stood silently in Grander's room. It was a pretty, dainty place, matching her outward appearance, but without its owner, it felt hollow, as if a crucial gear had gone missing. She's gone. Her purpose had always been to end her eternal life. That was why she had gone to the theocracy and why she had taken in the abandoned Ludger, raising him instead, to forge him into the dagger that would one day kill her. Ludger had always known. She had never hidden her intent. She had always told him openly, I will meet my end someday. And now she had left, saying the promise no longer mattered. Had she changed her mind? No, she had always longed for death. But now a new path had opened where her beloved disciple didn't need to stain his hands with her blood. Ludger closed his eyes and let the memories flood in. You dull-witted boy. How many times must I tell you not to draw your circles like that? Precision is life in alchemy. Get one ratio wrong and you start over. Think while you move. Are you a slug? Actually, a slug might be better. Don't get arrogant. There are countless mages better than you. At best, you're average. His memories of learning from her weren't fond ones. She never praised him. Even when he exceeded expectations, all he got was scolding and criticism. And yet he still remembered. Ha, you fool. That exasperated smile, the faint pride and warmth in her eyes. Her harsh words always carried a touch of gentleness. The way Shed demanded he cook for her all the time, yet when he fell ill with fever, she stayed by his side, nursing him, making him porridge herself. And when he recovered, Shed berate him furiously, embarrassed to have shown such care. Ludger left the room silently. Outside, leaning against the wall, Alex looked up. So, you're going. Did Hans tell you to stop me? As if. He practically said he was sure you'd go. And you? Are you going to try? Well, your plan's finally near its end. The goal's in sight. Alex smirked faintly. But sticking too closely to logic isn't really my style. Do what you want. Not even a token offer to tag along. You wouldn't let me anyway, so why bother? Just come back, all right. I've never once gone anywhere intending not to return. Confident, aren't you? As Ludger walked past, Alex called out behind him, Why go this far? Without turning around, Ludger answered, Because she gave me too much. 630 chapter, The Last Drop of Blood, 4, Ludger had left. When the Owens members heard the news, each reacted differently. Ha! I'm going to lose my mind, though I already knew it would come to this. Hans pressed his fingers against his temples as if his head hurt. Are we really just going to let the owner go alone? We should at least help. Violetta was restless at the thought of Ludger leaving on his own. Everyone here knew exactly where he was heading. It was a death trap, a stage where the strongest figures of the continent would gather to declare a single purpose. Did Ludger really go there to end things peacefully through conversation? Even if that was his intention, there was no way the others would accept it. It would inevitably turn into a fight. It was his own decision. We don't have the right to interfere. Phantos, who usually remained silent and merely observed, spoke in Ludger's defense. Alex agreed with him. Even if we said we'd follow him, do you think the leader would like that? It's better to send him off properly and wish him well. But what if the owner gets hurt? Hurt? It was Phantos who reacted to Violetta's concern. He snorted something he rarely did. Even if everyone here attacked him together, do you think that man would even flinch? What do you mean? You don't know. Most of you probably don't. The power we've seen from that man, it's only the tiniest fraction of what he truly possesses, like an iceberg hidden in the depths of the sea. Phantos remembered when he first targeted Ludger as prey. When they fought and he witnessed just a sliver of the man's true strength. He knew then, without a doubt, there had never been, and never would be, anyone on this continent who could surpass him. As a beastkin bound by bloodline, yet born with the near-miraculous talent of a hero, Phantos could sense it instinctively. Both his animal intuition and his warrior's instinct spoke as one. Ludger was not walking toward his death. All we have to do is prepare for what's coming next, so that when he returns, we can act immediately. At Phantos' words, Hans clapped his hands together. Either way, talking about it won't change a thing. All we need to do is trust the boss and keep doing our job. There was no choice but to trust him. That became the unspoken conclusion among everyone in Owens. Night had fallen. Grander stood alone in the center of the crater. This was land where life could no longer grow scarred by the aftermath of a battle between a saint and a great demon. But Grander knew. It wasn't because of the great demon Saruna that life could not return here. It was because of the divine power that had seeped so deeply into the earth. She wasn't curious about what had really happened that day. The so-called battle between the demon and the saint, as recorded by the holy theocracy of Bretis, was a rewritten history. The truth had to be something else entirely. So what if it was? Perhaps because it was the end, she felt strangely sentimental. Grander looked around. Beyond the crater's rim, people were moving busily, individuals of great power and fame even by continental standards. When the time came, they would unleash their attacks upon her. A meaningless act. None of them could kill her. Even so, the assault they planned at midnight was nothing more than a performance, a show meant to declare to the world that the holy theocracy had finally hunted down the progenitor vampire who had long threatened them. Grander would have preferred to die cleanly by a sacred relic, but that sly man, Patricio, intended to wring every drop of spectacle from this execution. He said it would be over quickly, that it was only for show. But Grander knew better. Patricio had another purpose besides simply killing her. Behind that kind, gentle smile, she could see the calculation. Her long years of insight easily pierced through the mask. Still, Grander didn't bother to expose him. She was about to die anyway. Whatever schemes he had were no concern of hers. I only need to obtain the death I've longed for. Death. To her, the word was foreign. She preferred to call it restore, perhaps solace. Something she had thought forever beyond her reach. And now it shimmered just before her eyes, within her grasp. So why, then, after yearning for it for so long, why is the last thing that comes to mind that disciple's face? She knew their parting had been unintentional. He had made promises on his own and broken them just the same. Ludger was probably more confused than grateful. She felt a faint regret for leaving things unsaid, but it didn't matter. It was all over. She had decided to let go of everything. She was an immortal monster. He, a mortal man. He might feel disappointment now, but eventually he would forget and live on. That was enough for her. It was a selfish conclusion, disregarding his feelings, but so what? She had always been, and still was, utterly self-sufficient in her solitude. So it begins. Midnight arrived. Grander raised her head. The night sky above was black, the stars like scattered dust, and the moonlight looked unusually clear and sorrowful. Then came the rising flares across the darkness. Holy incantations, spells, and modern weaponry. Thousands of Themol aimed at the center of the crater. At her. Yes, since this is the end, I suppose ill accompany them on their way. Around Grander, a crimson aura began to form, so vivid it glowed even beneath the bluish moonlight. It's begun. Far from the crater, in a tent beneath a ridge, Clinton NVLG. Continue reading. Rothschild murmured as he sensed the rising energies outside. The hunt had started, the pursuit of the vampire, who had long been the enemy of the holy theocracy of Bretis. Clinton was present among the gathered forces, but he took no part in the battle. To him, talk of vampires or the enemies of the church held no importance. What interested him was that the target was a magician of legend classified as an eighth circle, grander level mage. They said the titles came from the ranks themselves, but who would have thought she was still alive? Clinton recalled his first meeting with Grander. "You're quite something for a human." Those were the words spoken by a girl who looked like a porcelain doll to an old man far past his prime. No one else would have dared say such a thing to him, a human who had reached the seventh circle, Impera level. Yet when he compared their magical ability, Clinton could only acknowledge the truth of her words. In fact, to be told quite something by an eighth circle mage was almost flattering. What he hadn't known at the time was that she was a vampirone who sought death. History would remember her as the enemy of the church, a monstrous vampire. But Clinton, as a magician, held deep respect for her. He believed her death would mark the decline of magic on this continent. Still, even with that conviction, the name of a seventh circle mage was not enough to stop what was happening. He could only watch from afar. What a pity. Explosions rumbled beyond the ridge. Even from this distance, flashes of light burned through the tent walls. If he got any closer to the crater, the blasts and flashes might blind and deafen him. Countless powers converged on a single point, creating utter destruction. And at the center of it all, he felt a massive presence echoed inward, as if in a cocoon, resisting with occasional bursts of red lightning, yet overwhelmed by the storm of attacks. But Clinton knew, if she fought seriously, she could wipe out everyone there in an instant. The only reason she didn't was because she had chosen to take part in this ridiculous play. Yes, a farcier, ludicrous circus. Clinton stroked his beard and stood up. Every magician longed to reach that ultimate realm. Even if the one who possessed it was no longer human, Clinton respected Grander as a fellow mage. And yet, to see Heron eighth circled like this was bitter indeed. It made him feel that all his beloved magic amounted to nothing. More bitter still was the knowledge that he couldn't do anything about it. He was once hailed as the strongest human magician, the youngest to ever earn the title of sage. His words once carried weight enough to move nations. But with age came the realization, even at the seventh circle, he was nothing. At the sixth, he had believed he stood at the top. It had taken him years to realize he was just a frog in a well. When he saw how twisted the world truly was and how powerless he was to change either, accepted that submission to reality was the only answer, because it was the right thing to do. Even now, as the greatest magician in history met her end, that belief remained unchanged. Knowing too much is its own torment. Clinton dusted off his coat and stepped outside the tent. He could neither stop this nor interfere. All he could do was silently wish for everything to end well. With that thought, he turned to leave, intending to return to the Empire. Staying here any longer would only foul his mood. But just as he moved, his eyebrows twitched. He felt some presence far in the distance. What is that? Cardinal Patricio Ramilo stood atop the mountain, looking down into the crater below. Flashes of light and deafening roars filled the air, the valley of death below burning like a stage. Even from far away, the brightness stung the eyes, and the noise pierced the ears. Inside, it was no different from a smelting furnace. Anything thrown in would melt and boil away in seconds. Even the greatest warriors of the continent would leave not a single cell behind. And yet, within that inferno, something still lived, or rather something that could not die. Your Eminence, a senior priest approached him and spoke. The preparations for the divine stake are complete. Well done. But I intend to wait a bit before using it. It isn't time yet. Why go this far, Your Eminence? Wouldn't it be right to destroy our church's greatest enemy at once? Ha ha. High Priest Melvin, are you curious? Yes, the divine stake is indeed a sacred relic made to eliminate our church's greatest foe. I understand your eagerness to use it immediately. But Melvinthes is not merely about destroying an enemy. Then there's something more. Exactly. In truth, this is just bait to draw out our real target. Melvin's eyes widened at the confession. The cardinal had just admitted that the progenitor vampire, very creature the church had spent centuries trying to kill, was only bait. It was unthinkable. To use a being powerful enough to destroy nations as mere lure, what in the world is the true target? If I told you now, where would the fun be? You'll find out soon enough. Patricio smiled gently as always, but Melvin felt a chill crawl up his spine. What if it doesn't come? Even then, it doesn't matter. We'll have eliminated our greatest enemy regardless, and that alone will be a fine outcome. At that moment, a holy knight hurried up and whispered something into Patricio's ear. The smile on the cardinal's lips grew wider, sharper. Prepare yourselves. Why, yes, it's time to use the divine stake. 631 chapter God's stake, 1 Grander crouched in the center of the crater. Holy spells, magic, and modern weapons poured down on her like rain, yet none of them managed to even scratch the crimson barrier surrounding her. The harder they struck, the more they burned their strength in futility, as if irritated by her indifference. But to Grander, it was nothing but a meaningless waste of time. Not that she had the energy to complain about it anymore. Why was that? Her long-awaited death was drawing near, and yet instead of joy or satisfaction, an emptiness welled within her. She thought she knew why. It was because of that foolish disciple of hers. After all her effort teaching him, the boy was still out there somewhere causing trouble, and she found herself mourning the fact that she would part ways with him forever. Without me, he'll overextend himself again, won't he? Just like always. Even recently, on that distant island called Isla Machina, hadn't he fought another wretched monster? Had she not sensed the scent of his blood, pinpointed his location, and sent magical support, her disciple's life would have been forfeit. And that hadn't been the only time. Before that, there had been the incident in Dreamland, and even before then had he not gone so far as to use her blood while she slept. Her blood, a reagent more potent than any elixir, used only because he must have faced a truly formidable foe. A thought crossed Grander's mind. Perhaps she should stay if only for the disciple's sake. What am I thinking? She shook her head. To be worrying about the living on her way to die. He'll manage on his own, as he always does. Besides, he's gathered companions around him. They might not be impressive to her eyes, but each had something unique about them, not bad, in their own way. And she herself was about to depart. What meaning was there in leaving behind attachment? Yet the mere fact that she was having such thoughts annoyed her. So, with a flick of her hand, Grander cast a spell outward beyond the crimson barrier. Quaarang, a thunderous roar ripped through the air as the spell tore open the very fabric of space. To her, it was nothing more than an ordinary blood spell. To the crusaders below, it was a cataclysm. It's coming. Defend. Cast the holy barrier. Pour everything you have into it. The crusaders were not idle. They had been on constant alert for retaliation, and the moment they saw it coming, they activated the defenses they had prepared. Golden walls of light formed to the sound of priests chanting, bolstered by magicians' reinforcement spells. Then Grander's magic fell upon them. Quaching! The layered defenses shattered instantly under the single casual blow she had cast. Holy knights cloaked in divine energy stepped forward, raising their shields and radiating sacred power. Lumines, grant us your protection, blessing of light. Divine energy filled their shields, and white wings unfurled from their backs, an advanced technique available only to high-ranking paladins. Several knights together raised their shields and withstood the impact. The blood magic, weakened after piercing through multiple barriers, failed to break their defense. But those who blocked it did not emerge unscathed. The knight who bore the brunt of the strike was flung backward, coughing blood. Others collapsed where they stood, their arms trembling violently around their shields. Even with their bodies fortified by divine power and holy law, their bones cracked and their limbs went numb. That had been a spell she cast lightly. Had she meant it, not even the finest sacred art could have left a trace of them behind. The Crusaders didn't know that. Trembling with fear, they still felt a surge of triumph simply for having survived the monster's attack. Then a signal flared from afar. A white light burst high into the sky, and all eyes turned toward it. It's the Cardinal's signal. They're finally using the divine stake. The moment they had long awaited was here. Faces brightened with renewed hope. At the news that the church's sacred relic would be deployed, even the magicians, mercenaries, and hunters among them cheered. They had been fighting endlessly with no promise of victory, their spirits fraying. The only reason they still stood here was their faith in the power of the Lumines Church, more precisely, in the supreme holy relic they had prepared. The divine stake, a secret weapon beyond measure. The air itself seemed to shift as something emerged from beyond the ridge in a blinding halo. Ooh, is that the divine stake? Just one look tells you it's extraordinary. The stake was shaped like a cross, but its lower end was sharpened to a lethal point. A divine radiance emanated from it, impossible to describe in words. Holy knights bearing the stakes planted them firmly into the ground. Just as everyone wondered what would happen next, the white stakes began to shine even brighter. Qura, a pillar of white light pierced the night sky, rising upward before vanishing beyond the clouds. The church's supreme relic has been activated. Paladins and priests near the crater trembled in awe, as though witnessing a miracle. The clouds that had swallowed the cross began to turn white, as if daylight had dawned within the heavens. At the center of the glowing clouds, the light gathered into a single point. It's coming. They all thought the same thing at once. It's coming. From within the crater, Grander also looked up at the spectacle. So that is my death. No sooner had she whispered the words, a column of pure white light pierced through the clouds and struck the crater's heart. A soundless explosion of light. The beam hit squarely upon Grander's crimson barrier, directly atop her head. The barrier that had withstood every assault until now was pierced effortlessly by the divine stake. It was astonishing. Grander hadn't suppressed her power. She had kept her defenses fully intact. If this truly was to be her death, then that relic had to be strong enough to break through her magic. And so it did. The divine stake, just as the church had promised, broke through her protection and drove itself straight into her heart. Thud! Our Grander smiled faintly at the pain blooming in her chest. The stake injected divine power directly into her body. Around her, something white began to writhe, threads of light wrapping around her form like a silkworm's cocoon, enclosing her within a massive sphere. When the glow subsided, a great white sphere 20 meters wide rested at the crater's center. It looked like a giant egg, and those who saw it could not help but shudder with awe. Was it a success? They could no longer feel the creature's immense power. The divine stake had not only worked, it had surpassed all expectations. From the mountain peak, High Priest Melvin turned to Cardinal Patricio. "Your Eminence, have we finally done it? Have we slain that immortal monster from legend?" "Yes, the activation succeeded," Patricio replied calmly. "But to say we have slain it wouldn't be quite accurate." "Not accurate? What do you mean?" Melvin asked, bewildered. "The divine stake," Patricio said softly, "a relic we've prepared through the long years our gates remained closed. What do you think its true effect is? To kill the undying, isn't that what it's for? To kill immortality." Patricio's eyes glimmered. "Don't you find that phrase strange? Like an unstoppable spear meeting an unbreakable shield. You mean it doesn't truly kill the undying? Tell me, Melvin, what does it mean to live?" "Eh? Well," Melvin thought for a moment before answering. "To live means to see, hear, feel, breathe, and think, all those acts of perception and consciousness." "Precisely. To sense through the five senses, to think, to move as a living being. That harmony of body and soul is what it means to live. But what if the two cease to be in harmony? If they don't? For example," Patricio continued smoothly, "imagine a body that still breathes and a heart that still beats, but one that can no longer feel, perceive, or think. Would you call that living?" Melvin's mouth fell open. "No, that would be no different from a living corpse." "Exactly. You mean the divine stake's effect is the annihilation of the soul," Patricio said, smiling faintly. "It's not a simple physical seal. The being trapped within that white cocoon will have its soul torn from the cycle of reincarnation, erased completely from existence." "My God," Melvin gasped as the truth sank in. A relic that destroyed the soul itself. To lose one's soul meant to be denied even the afterlife, no salvation, no return, no trace. Normally, the God Lumines guided the dead through an endless cycle of reincarnation, allowing remnants of souls to linger as spiritual energy. But the divine stake was different. It banished the soul entirely from that system, from the very framework of the world itself. To breathe, for a heart to beat, for blood to flow without a soul, such a body is but an empty shell. The annihilation of the soul that was the death Patricio had promised to grant Grander. Of course, he had never explained that to her. She sought an end to her endless, painful existence. Even if that meant obliteration, she would not have refused. Thus their bargain was struck, and Patricio had no fear she would resist the church's hunt. "Your Eminence," Melvin asked cautiously, "if it ends so easily, then what is the true target you called bait for?" Patricio smiled thinly. "Tell me, Melvin, who is our current pontiff?" "Why, it's His Holiness Saelsin van Brettis, rightful heir appointed by the former pontiff, Benedict van Brettis. Saelsin van Brettis, eldest son of Benedict, who had driven out all other heirs to claim the papal throne." "Correct. With His Holiness Saelsin's coronation, our holy theocracy could finally reopen its sealed gates. Of course, that process came with some regrettable losses. Regrettable losses must NVLIGHT have meant the purging of Saelsin's siblings. Still, through the benevolent guidance of Lumines, certain members of the bloodline were granted proper positions so that all might live in harmony. A peaceful ascension, indeed a miracle by historical standards. Then why bring this up now? But imagine, Patricio murmured, if an uninvited impurity had slipped in among them. Melvin swallowed hard. If the cardinal had gone this far, the implication was clear. "You don't mean one of the former pontiff's blood still lives, and in a most dreadful form?" Patricio's smiling eyes shifted toward the great white cocoon in the crater's heart. a precious child of the Theocracy and raised by that monster, twisted far from their original purpose. Then that bloodline is coming here. Melvin's eyes widened in disbelief, turning toward the crater. To save the monster that is the Theocracy's mortal enemy. That's why I called it bait, Patricio said, an irresistibly tempting bait. Even if that's true, what does it matter? Look around who was gathered here. The greatest warriors and magicians from across the continent. The Empire's elite soldiers, archmages of color, all of them fully prepared. A few injuries, yes, but nothing that mattered overall. Would anyone dare approach such a place? That would be suicide, Your Eminence. No one with sense would come here. Ordinary sense, no, Patricio agreed calmly. But we are not dealing with someone ordinary. We are talking about His Holiness bloodline Somion, for whom ordinary logic does not apply. Still, to come here, with this many troop show, could anyone? Melvin froze mid-sentence as a chill ran down his spine. What is that? His trembling eyes turned toward the ridge on the far side of the crater, toward the tents where people had been stationed. From beyond them, an indescribable force surged like a receding tide turned inward. Patricio felt it too. This is, for the first time, the Cardinal's ever-present smile vanished. His face hardened. 632 chapter guards stake. 2. Something was coming. The moment Melvin sensed it, the ominous energy that had been swelling in the distance swept over the camp, climbed up the ridge, and passed swiftly over their bodies at the summit. His spine went cold. His fingertips trembled. Cold sweat broke out across his skin. Melvin looked down at the crater with a face gone pale. The invisible wave that had brushed across the mountaintop now poured downward like an avalanche. Those in the crusade, still basking in the euphoria of victory, fell silent almost at once, without realizing it. The cheering, the laughter, all the joy that had filled the air was suddenly replaced by an eerie silence that spread like a plague. It was uncanny, almost unnatural, as if every living being had rehearsed it together. As the presence rolled through the ranks, people shuddered. Even the devout paladins and hardened priests were no exception. A man in his late 30s with crimson hair turned his head, intrigued. Alan Pavlov, Red Mage. Something else has come. Unlike the others, his reaction was calm. People often said that as a Red Mage who controlled fire, Alan must have a temper as hot as his flames. But in truth, he was the opposite, calm, logical, cold, which was why he could so quickly analyze the strange phenomenon unfolding before them. That's something dangerous. We thought we caught the monster, but it seems the real monster was still out there. Ha ha ha. I was just thinking how anticlimactic this all wasp effect timing. The one who replied was a man with half his head shaved, pink hair, and piercings along his ear. Despite his flashy, almost vulgar appearance, no one dared criticize him. He was Kolwat, the Purple Mage. He licked his long lips, excitement glittering in his eyes. He had come hoping to fight an Eighth Circle monster, only for the battle to end with that disappointing thing called the Divine Stake. His frustration had been building. Now, with this unexpected event, how could he not be thrilled? Something's coming. Knights, prepare yourselves. Stay focused. Blessing of light. Everywhere, priests and paladins filled the surroundings with warm divine light. Only then did the trembling subside, and people began to breathe properly again. Watching from above, Bentham, commander of the Order of Light's shield, narrowed his sharp eyes and scanned the area. Where is it? Where are you hiding? The others only felt fear. Bentham felt something else. Somion had slipped among them. Whoever it is, that presence, it's no ordinary thing. In fact, it might be even more dangerous than the progenitor vampire we were supposed to be worrying about. More dangerous than an Eighth Circle monster. The thought sounded absurd, but Bentham did not ignore his instincts. Do you see anything? It was his longtime friend, Valrut of the Lumos family, who asked quietly beside him. No, not yet, but he's here. I can feel it. To think he'd just walk in here. With this many soldiers around, most people would find such words absurd. An uninvited guest had infiltrated their midst, it not by stealth, but openly, without hiding. But Bentham and Valrut understood. Their enemy had entered through the front gate, boldly, without disguise. And yet no one had seen him. Because sometimes the unseen is not what's too small to notice, but what's too vast. If a presence is so immense that it fills the entire field of vision, there's no room left to perceive it. That was what they were facing now. The strong sensed it. They all felt that dissonance and began frantically searching for the intruder among them. The hunters are moving too. They're unmatched when it comes to tracking. Then, in the distance, a pillar of violet lightning shot into the sky. It branched into countless thin threads fine as silk that spread like a net, scanning the surroundings for life. That lunatic said it again. At least with that, he should find something. But as time passed, Coilwatch showed no sign of discovery, meaning his magic had found nothing. Even with a tracking spell of that scale, he couldn't detect a single presence. What the hell? Why isn't anything showing up? As Coilwatch snarled in frustration, Alan's expression grew grim. That spell should have worked. Coilwatt's thin currents of lightning traced the bioelectric flows inside every living Bardino creature that breathed could escape it. And yet nothing. No reaction. Is it even human? The monster wasn't free. It was sealed by the divine stake. As that thought crossed his mind, Alan turned toward the direction of the sealant. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Someone was there. A lone figure stood before the white cocoon, silently gazing at it. Long black hair, a striking frock coat of black and white, tall, elegant posture. Even from behind, the man exuded an air of nobility and beauty. But in this battlefield, his presence was utterly out of place. More astonishing, no one around the crater had noticed his arrival, not a single person. Whoosh. Heat shimmered around Alan as sparks danced from his skin. It was him, the one who had thrown the entire crusade into that unnatural stupor. Cardinal Patricio, I knew you were hiding something. Whatever this was, an uninvited guest was an enemy. Alan didn't need to ask who he was. He felt instinctively that if he didn't strike now, it would be too late. He gathered the surrounding flames into his palm, forging a massive spear of fire. A blazing crimson lance nearly 30 meters long formed in an instant and shot toward the intruder's back. The sudden flare of power drew startled cries from the Crusaders, but what followed stunned them even more. Fash! The fiery spear vanished. It wasn't dispelled, it was erased. This wasn't some second or third circle spell. Alan's flames could not be extinguished. Once they touched something, they burned eternally. And yet now they were simply gone. Not even a spark remained. Ironically, Alan's attack only served as a signal. Florito announced the intruder's presence. Who is that? When did he get here? The Crusaders murmured, confused and frightened. Then the man standing before the white cocoon Ludger spoke. Quiet. At that single word, every mouth closed. Then they all looked around, bewildered. What's going on? Why did you stop talking? No, why did you stop talking? They glared at one another in silent accusation, each failing to realize they were just as affected. It was an absurd, eerie scene. No one could laugh. No one could get angry. And in that uncanny silence, Ludger alone moved. He extended his hand toward the white sphere sealed by the divine stake. Bentham, watching from afar, let out a gasp. He'd known the man was reckless, but this was madness. To reach barehanded for the divine stake seal. That relic didn't merely imprison its shattered souls, leaving behind only a living shell. For a human, even touching it would mean instant disintegration. But then crackle, the surface of the white cocoon began to fracture beneath Ludger's palm. The divine stake's power is being pushed back. How is that possible? Bentham muttered in disbelief. Black cracks spread rapidly across the cocoon until the entire surface shattered like glass from the point of Ludger's touch. He stepped forward into the darkness within. Everyone watching swallowed hard. No one tried to stop him or follow him inside. The darkness itself radiated dread. Inside the seal, Ludger found Grander lying still in the shadows. Her posture was peaceful, as though asleep in her coffin. Her body was unscathed, her clothes intact. She was breathing softly, her complexion warm, and yet she didn't stir even as Ludger approached. Master, he knelt beside her. Is this the end you wished for? A wretched death, unworthy, even of the name where even your soul finds no salvation. He brushed his hand gently along her cheek. Slowly, tenderly as one might touch a beloved family member. Did you break our promise just to end up like this? His voice trembled. Emotion, a thing Ludger rarely showed, no poured out of him. Anger, guilt, regret, sorrow, all of it converged into a single choice. I can't just watch you fade away. The divine stake had dealt Grander's soul a grievous wound, but it wasn't too late. She was no mere human, her essence was far beyond that. Even sealed, her soul had not yet been fully erased. A little later, and it would have been lost forever. Ludger summoned his energy. A white radiance rose around him, washing away the black space formed by the stake. Then crash. The enormous cocoon shattered completely, scattering white fragments across the ground. Above them, the night sky returned. Ludger cut his palm, letting his blood drip gently onto Grander's lips. One drop, then another. The crimson beads soaked between her parted lips. And then Grander's eyelids slowly fluttered open. Her hazy crimson eyes met Ludger's. Ah, Heathcliff. She smiled at him faintly, almost childishly. It was the first time she had ever looked at him with such tenderness, with something like maternal warmth. And that made Ludger's heart ache even more, because it meant her mind was no longer whole. I told you not to come, she murmured softly, and yet you came anyway. In that moment, Grander understood. She had failed to die once more, and Ludger had come again to save her. Why? I thought I could finally rest. Because this is not the death I promised you. Death is just an excuse. I only wanted to rest like this. Tears slipped down her cheeks. I just wanted to rest. I know, you know. What do you know? She cried, her voice breaking. Yahoo made me care again. Who made me too weak to stain your hands with blood. I broke my promise and ran away, and Yao you say you know. She shouted at him like a child throwing a tantrum. The divine stake had scarred her soul. Her mind was half fractured. Ludger listened in silence. When she fell quiet, he spoke softly. Mother, not master. He had called her that sometimes, teasingly, to ease her anger. But this time it was different. He spoke from the heart of the woman who had been both his teacher and the mother who raised him in this life. I just want you to live. To live is to suffer. I know. Even as time erases everyone else, Yow'll remain unchanged. You know that, and still. Even so, he said, voice trembling, children still wish for their parents to live. No matter how hard it is, no matter how hopeless the path ahead may seem, he reached out and gently wiped away her tears. I still want you to live, mother. 633 Chapter Gate of Heaven 1. At Ludger's words, Grander fell silent. His plea for her to live had been nothing but desperation, yet precisely because of that, it shook her heart to its core, especially when she saw that foolish disciple's face, the one who wiped her tears while being unable to wipe away the sorrow that dwelled within his own eyes. She could not bring herself to speak the words that she wanted to leave. To trample upon your mother's dream so recklessly, you must truly be the most unfilial child in the world. Yes, I do not mind being an unfilial son, if only you can live. To live and do what, exactly? I have neither a purpose nor a dream left in life. You probably do not have one now. And if someone was suddenly told to find what they once lacked, they would be at a loss, of course. Still Ludger lifted his head and looked up at the night sky. Countless stars were scattered across the heavens, forming the Milky Way as they flowed along their celestial paths. This cage was suffocating, yet beyond it was such a beautiful sight that he could not help but look up at it often. The world is vast. There are things that exist beyond this place. So I assure you, if you escape this cage and reach a wider garden, or perhaps an even greater plain beyond that someday, when you cross the distant sea of stars, if you can reach its end, yes, then surely, mother, you will be able to find a new reason to live. I promise you. Grander's eyes widened, then she smiled gently at him. Your words are always as eloquent as ever. Though her tone was critical, Grander's voice had softened noticeably. I am tired. I should close my eyes for a bit. Yes, rest well, mother. Outwardly, Grander seemed fine, but her soul had taken considerable damage from the divine stake. Her spirit had not completely disintegrated, so it would recover over time, but for now, her soul remained unstable, and rest was essential. It feels like I might dream again after a long time. Have a good dream. When you wake, everything will be over. Yes, Grander murmured softly in reply and closed her eyes. Soon, steady breathing filled the air, accompanied by faint sounds of exhalation. Ater nocturnus. Ludger called forth his familiar. Ater nocturnus, sensing what Ludger desired, gently enveloped Grander's body and lifted her in its arms. The familiar turned its gaze toward its master, asking silently could he truly fight properly without it. Ludger gave a small laugh at his usually greedy familiar's concern. Do not worry, because today he fully intended to do this properly. Ha ha ha, splendid. The silence that had dominated the crater was shattered by the laughter of Cardinal Patricio Romilo. Having reached the outer rim of the crater, he looked down at Ludger with a face overflowing with exhilaration. To destroy the divine stake all on your own, so this is what it means to bear his blood, is it? Cardinal Patricio Romilo. My, it has been a long time. You were so young back then, and now you have grown so much I hardly recognized you. As if he had been waiting for this moment, Patricio spoke with smug familiarity. Ludger swept his gaze around at the surrounding troops before asking calmly, "So this entire setup was bait to lure me here? Of course. But I never imagined you would come in person. Alone, no less. I at least expected you to have prepared some subordinates otherwise. Gathering all these people seems rather wasted, does it not?" Patricio had orchestrated everything. Even Grando was merely a means to an end, a piece of bait to accomplish his goal. There was only one thing he truly sought, Ludger cherish. No Heathcliff von Brettis, another of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline. The mocking smile that had lingered on Patricio's face faded. "You should not exist. You were never meant to exist. A bastard child born by Mistakathat is what you are." Patricio shook his head. "No, it would have been better if you were merely a bastard. But you are not just that. You are an artificial grail, nothing more than a vessel created to contain God." That was why he had tried to kill Ludger. He had conspired with others to poison him from infancy. When that failed, he tried other methods of assassination. But Ludger had survived through all of it as though protected by some divine providence. In the end, they took him to a secluded place where no one could reach, dropping him into an old well. Who could have known that a pureblood vampire who had secretly entered the theocracy of Brettis would discover the child there and take him away? After that, they continued to send pursuit squads, but every attempt ended in failure. Even afterward, I waited for another chance to erase Yao, but unfortunately, internal turmoil broke out in the Holy Nation, and I had no choice but to halt my plans. Yet he had never abandoned them. After Brettis reopened to the world, they executed the plan they had long prepared to erase Ludger once and for all. "You must not exist, Heathcliff. I must not exist," you say. Even at those words, Ludger felt no particular pain. He was only mildly surprised that the cardinal himself had been the one to seek his death. After all, Ludger had never once considered the Holy Sovereign or the others as family. "So I would prefer that you die, for the sake of those who came all this way just to see this farce through." Ludger could not suppress a short laugh at Patricio's words. What an absurd thing to say. Was it not the cardinal himself who had concealed the truth and summoned them all here on his own whim? Even now, one only had to glance at the expressions around them to see it. The others were dumbfounded, unable to understand why Ludger had suddenly appeared. Yet, having come this far, they all understood what must be done. Instinctively, they all felt it. Ludger was their enemy, and if they did not kill him now, they themselves would be destroyed. "I will ask you one thing. Something you wish to know. I am aware that the former Holy Sovereign is dead, and a new one has ascended the throne. Who en light is it? That much was no secret, so Patricio answered lightly, as if it were nothing. "Celsin von Brettis, the eldest son of the late Holy Sovereign." "Celsin, I see. Then he is my eldest brother, I suppose. Have your curiosities been satisfied now?" "Yes, though there is one small correction I should make to what you said." Irritated by Ludger's calm tone, as if he still wished to play with words, even in this situation, Patricio furrowed his brow. "What are you talking about all of a sudden? You think you set this trap to kill me, but it is the opposite." Ludger's eyes turned crimson. "Today, the ones who will die here are you." Though his voice was composed, Ludger had been seething with anger for some time. They had used his teacher as bait, attempted to annihilate her soul with the divine stake, all of it, everything that had kept his cold reason intact, until now had been ignited into a blazing inferno. "You may look forward to it. I always keep my word." "What is this? Are you trying to bluff even now, in front of all these troops? Or do you perhaps have some hidden ally? Did Priestess Rumria perhaps say she would help you?" The only possible ally Patricio could imagine for Ludger was Rumria, a puppet fashioned from a fragment of the saintess power. And yet that puppet had risen to a high position within the church, constantly obstructing his every plan. Patricio despised the so-called priestesses. Even more so the fact that Ludger, an enemy of the church, could not be openly denounced or defied because he bore the blood of the Holy Sovereign. That is all because of that false saintess, a counterfeit saintess fabricated to preserve the church's prestige. Originally, failed creations from the saintess cultivation program were to be disposed of, but that insolent woman had taken them in, calling them her sisters, and thus this entire disaster had begun. But this too will soon be over. Once I remove that bothersome tool, I shall appeal to His Majesty Sailsin to purge the others one by one as well, all for the sake of the theocracy of Bretis, to build a paradise for humankind alone. Now then, everyone prepare yourselves. At Patricio's command, the holy knights stepped forward first. Each one cloaked themselves in divine power, invoking blessings and chanting sacred prayers. Holy light flared to life in every direction, but the radiance that should have been benevolent was instead brimming with murderous intent. Ludger remained motionless as he watched. He did not chant a spell, did not take evasive steps, did not even prepare for battle. He simply spoke quietly. First seal release. Above Ludger's head, a pitch-black void opened. The sight sent a chill through everyone present. A black hole suddenly appearing above one's head. It was a vision almost impossible to believe even as they saw it. And from within that void, something indescribable began to pour forth, an unfamiliar, oppressive energy. Even Patricio felt goosebumps crawling across his skin at its presence. Second seal release, knocking on heaven's door. At that moment, Ludger's second seal was undone. The black hole above him widened, and a halo formed around its rim. The energy emanating from within grew stronger, and beyond that, countless presences could be felt stirring inside. The crowd's fear reached its peak. Sensing danger, Patricio shouted, "Attack!" The priests abandoned their usual composure, their voices cracking as they cast their sacred spells. Beams of divine light burst forth toward Ludger, attacks powerful enough not only to annihilate evil, but to melt and kill any living being through sheer force and heat. The others followed suit. Hunters fired their weapons, mages unleashed spells. The two color-ranked magicians joined in, one hurling flames, the other lightning. Just before the combined onslaught reached the center of the crater where Ludger stood, his final words resounded far and wide, echoing across the entire area. Third seal release. Heaven gate open. Open the heaven's door. Above Ludger's head, the black hole, which had been barely 2 meters across, expanded in an instant. Its size grew until it covered not only Ludger but the entire crater, a massive black void nearly 100 meters in diameter. If the faint energy they had felt before had been a mere needle prick leaking through, now it was as though an enormous celestial gate had been thrown wide open, exposing what lay beyond. Thou art now become omnipotent. Voices spoke in unison from within, the void voices of guards, and then every attack fired at Ludger was swallowed whole by the darkness. Beams of holy light, lightning, and flamall were consumed by the abyss above him. It looked like a sixth circle dark attribute grand magic spell unleashed upon the world. But Dreamless Soul's eclipse, a true sixth circle spell, was still a construct born of mana. What they were witnessing, no, was not magic, nor was it divine sorcery, nor even the strange power said to belong to non-human races. From within the void came a sound. Crack, crackle, crack. It sounded like joints twisting, her teeth grinding something apart. That eerie bone-deep noise made everyone's skin crawl. Would it feel like this to face a natural predator alone in the wild? No one fainted outright, but all of Themivry, priest, knight, and mage forgot their earlier confidence and froze in place. Something existed inside that black hole. SRRRK, through the 100-meter void, something began to slither out. Tentaclesdozens, hundreds resembling those of an enormous cephalopod. They wriggled out as though ready to cascade like a waterfall from the abyss, an overwhelming and grotesque sight. Whatever it was trying to emerge, even that colossal hole seemed far too small to contain it. And upon closer look, those tentacles were not ordinary flesh. They were ropes woven from human bone, flesh, muscle, and organs intricately braided, pulsing with a dreadful vitality. Thousands of such appendages squirmed out from the void, and merely looking at them made one's optic nerves feel as if they were burning. Even without knowing what it was, everyone instinctively understood if that thing were to come fully through, it would be the end of everything. Stop! The moment Ludger spoke, the tentacles froze as if time itself halted. This time, I am not borrowing your power. At his words, the tentacles quivered, questioning his intent. Wasn't their strength the most optimal weapon in this situation? No. This time, I will borrow something else. Ending it too easily would not be any fun. The tentacles shivered in displeasure, but did not defy his command. Like time running backward, they were sucked back into the black void. As everyone around breathed sighs of relief, only one person failed to do so. Patricio's lips trembled. A guard. You just manipulated the power of a god. Yes, Ludger replied simply. Impossible. How have you filled that vessel with a heretical god? A heretical god. You mean those ancient deities your church labeled as heresy and erased from existence? To contain such heresy, you fiend. I knew you were dangerous, but it seems it is far too late now. Ludger cast him a deep, mocking smile. What is so funny? Patricio demanded. Is it not amusing? You speak as if I have surrendered everything to that god. Then are you saying that is not the case? Of course not. At that instant, from the center of the void above Ludger's head, a massive surge of energy flared. Just as they wondered what new horror would emerge, a thunderous crack resounded, and a bolt of lightning struck down, spiraling into Ludger's right hand. Blinding light flashed, and in his grasp was a hammer crackling with lightning. 634 Chapter Gate of Heaven, 2. Patricio doubted what he was seeing. In Ludger's right hand was unmistakably a hammer. Considering that the thing trying to emerge from that black hole had been a heretical god, the hammer's appearance felt strangely out of place. But Patricio was soon struck dumb with shock, for from that hammer emanated a divine power beyond description. What is that? While Patricio stared in disbelief, Bentham, commander of the Order of the Holy Guardians of Light, suddenly roared like a man possessed. Knights of the Order, do not be afraid. The being before us is the heretic or eternal enemy. Strike down this heretic who dares wield the power of God. His voice carried tremendous force. The holy energy in his shout swept across the battlefield, dispersing the chilling aura that had oppressed their hearts. The pale faces of the soldiers regained color. The terrified steadied their breathing. To still the panic of thousands with a single crane deed, such was the dignity befitting the commander of the Holy Guardians. Of course, having exerted himself so greatly, Bentham was drenched in cold sweat. But his body, trained like steel through years of discipline, endured it well enough. His personal paladins, those who had served him longest, each drew their weapons. Maces, swords, shields shaped like crosses. From the holy knights, holding their weapons high, warm light overflowed. That light steadied Bentham's heavy breathing. Prepare yourselves, he shouted, then leapt first into the crater below. Seeing him, the paladins followed in unison. Despite their heavy armor, they moved as swiftly as if wearing light clothes. They dove into the crater and, in a blink, white afterimages streaked through the air as they closed the distance to Ludger. Bentham, leading them, raised the shield in his left hand and thrust the short spear in his right straight toward Ludger's heart. At that moment, when Ludger seemed frozen in place, unmoving bzzzt, a bluish current surged from Ludger's hammer, blocking Bentham's spear. And that wasn't all. Bentham gritted his teeth, trying to force his spear forward, but instead, the lightning began to melt the spear from its tip downward. A sacred artifact forged with divine power. Bentham's eyes widened in horror as he saw his weapon dissolving. As the commander of the Holy Order, his spear was no mere weapon, it was one of the Church's holy relics. When infused with divine power, it shone with a radiant light, multiplied destructive power, and possessed durability rivaling the finest masterwork weapons used by knights. Yet that sacred weapon couldn't even pierce a single defense. Instead, it was disintegrating. Bentham could only stare, speechless. Bzzzt. The current intensified, melting his spear completely before slamming against his shield. Bentham poured divine power into the shield and planted both feet firmly into the ground. Like his spear, the shield was a holy relic of the Church. To prove it, the lion engraved upon the shield opened its jaws wide and roared, unleashing a wave of holy energy, an attack powerful enough to grind even boulders to dust 30 meters away. A sacred strike that could tear flesh and bone apart in an instant. But as soon as that power touched, the lightning gate was shredded to pieces. Before Bentham could even gasp, lightning struck the shield head-on. Despite his legs being buried ankle-deep into the ground, Bentham couldn't withstand the impact and was flung backward. The knights following behind froze in disbelief. They could never have imagined that their commander, the strongest among them, would lose in the very first clash. Yet none of them stopped their charge toward Ludger. Their commander had opened the way. It was their duty to follow. With determination burning in their eyes, they infused their weapons with divine power and rushed at Ludger from all sides. Bentham, thrown backward and coughing blood, shouted hoarsely, "KH, no, stop!" But it was too late. The paladins were already surrounding Ludger, charging from every direction. At that same instant, the lightning from Ludger's hammer erupted skyward. Qua-ung. A single colossal bolt of lightning split the heavens. Ludger stood motionless at its center. Yes, Ludger Cherish stood there as if nothing had happened. Around him, at his feet, were only charred black marks, burnt remnants of what had once been holy nights. What just happened? The soldiers of the theocracy of Bretus, watching from above the crater, doubted their eyes. The entire order of the Holy Guardians had vanished. Just a single bolt of NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, lightning and everything, from their armor to their sacred relics, was utterly gone. If they had merely been blown away, or their weapons shattered, that would have been understandable. But Nathos, who had stood there, had been reduced to ash in an instant. The sight was so unreal that even witnessing it firsthand felt like a dream. What has someone finally found the courage to speak? A violent purple lightning bolt shot up from the center of the subjugation army. Kaihahaha. Wrapped in purple lightning from head to toe, laughing like a madman, stood the violet mage Koilwat. Yes, that's more like it. This is the kind of opponent that makes things fun. Koilwat trembled with ecstasy. The thrill of lightning running through his entire body was intoxicating. The lightning Ludger had just unleashed mesmerized him completely. I was going insane from boredom. Koilwat had joined this operation because he was told he'd get to fight an 8th Circle mage. The truth was, he found the world unbearably dull. Everything was tedious, empty, monotonous. There was no stimulation left. Ever since he became the Violet Mage and could constantly cloak himself in lightning, his threshold for pleasure had risen too high. Like a man dying of thirst who drinks seawater, he was always craving more thrill, more risk. And there was only one thing that could sate that craving: the terror of facing a stronger opponent on the brink of death. Only that made him feel truly alive. But this mission to hunt a so-called blood vampire had been nothing but disappointment. A scripted play without even a real fight. Until now, a true monster had appeared where he least expected. Just one man, but one who couldn't be underestimated. The lightning that had vaporized the paladins was power rarely seen even across the entire continent. But so what? Koilwat grinned. He could control lightning of equal force himself. More than Thaith was a color mage. If he wished, he could command the natural lightning of the skies at will. Let's see whose lightning is stronger, yours or mine. With both arms extended, Koilwat sent the purple current spiraling from his body down his arms like twin serpents, their open jaws lunging toward Ludger. Ludger swung his hammer toward the oncoming bolts. Flash! A dazzling light burst forth as blue lightning surged upward like a reversed waterfall. Koilwat's violet lightning clashed with Ludger's, exploding in midair. Light detonated, energy spread outward, and deafening thunder rolled across the field. The intertwined bolts writhed and roared like two giant serpents locked in combat, each trying to devour the other's neck. The clash ended in a stalemate. Rather than anger, Koilwat felt exhilaration. Ah, yes, more. Let's keep going. That can't be your full power. From Koilwat's body, a pillar of violet light stretched from ground to sky. Lightning crashed down from the cloudless sky, drawn into him, making his form shine even brighter. At that moment, Koilwat's power could move the entire Ilamakia alone for days, over 10 billion volts. And the terrifying thing, Washi's lightning wasn't magically simulated. It was the lightning of nature itself. Its speed on third the speed of light, 100,000 kilometers per second. When unleashed, it reached and erased its target within fractions of a second, an attack faster than thought. Koilwat was certain Ludger couldn't react in time. But then something impossible happened. His lightning was being absorbed, pulled into Ludger's hammer. What? What was happening? My lightning, how? Koilwat was a violet mage, a color mage of lightning, a single-element wielder. He could only use lightning magic, but all lightning in nature obeyed his will. He could make it strike as a single line or swirl in rings, however he pleased. If he aimed to hit, nothing could evade it unless shielded by magic. But Nohai's lightning was being devoured. Wait, this feels just like that black hole from before. While Koilwat gaped in disbelief, Ludger looked down at the lightning, now coiled within his hammer, and smirked faintly. A so-called mage of lightning, yet you ray this unimpressive. What? Veins bulged on Koilwat's face. Ludger's words had struck directly at his pride high's reverse scale. Still don't get it. Lightning Ludger pointed the hammer straight at him. This is what lightning truly is. Flash. A streak of lightning shot from the hammer toward Coilwatt. It wasn't even a full-powered strike, merely a probing attack, but it made Coilwatt's spine tingle in terror. He tried to exert his authoritative, bend all electricity to his will and block it. But no, this one I can't stop. Instinct screamed before thought could form. As one merged with lightning itself, Coilwatt could move at comparable speed. That saved him. He didn't dodge by reacting, his electric field moved his body reflexively. Whatever the attack, the currents enveloping him detected it first and guided him away automatically. Unthinkable reflexes and a speed that surpassed them. The Violet Mage was the fastest among mages. Yet even as he avoided Ludger's strike, cold sweat ran down his back. He deliberately made me dodge. He bit his pierced lips hard. To be toyed with by lightning itself, be another's lightning, when had such a thing ever happened in his life? A searing humiliation clawed at his bones. To wash it away, Coilwatt unleashed even greater magic. You should finish me with that last strike. It'll make you regret your arrogance about what lightning truly is. Crackle, crackle, crash. Electricity swelled around him, violet lightning winding again and again about his body. Its density grew darker, its power overflowing outward. Every ohm back. If you don't want to die, move. Light too bright to look at engulfed Coilwatt's form until his body vanished. Within the violet sphere, only a faint silhouette of a man could be seen. Coilwatt had become lightning incarnate. Sparks of current leapt outward from the sphere, thin as threads, like flickering embers. One struck a nearby mage who had escaped in time and left nothing but ash. Each of those tiny filaments carried the power of a thunderbolt born within a storm cloud, and Coilwatt was wrapped in thousands of them, and no one can stop that now. If Coilwatt's truly serious, everything around here will melt before it ends. A mage who knew his power murmured in horror. Once Coilwatt went berserk, friend and foe alike were doomed. He was a walking nightmare on the battlefield. Ludger simply watched him calmly. Then he raised his left hand, the one not holding the hammer. From the black void, a white light descended and took shape in his grasp, like lightning itself, freshly stolen from the heavens. 635 Chapter Gate of Heaven 3. What Ludger drew forth to face Coilwatt at full power was a spear that looked as though he had torn down a bolt of lightning straight from the sky. What is that? The hammer in Ludger's right hand had already looked extraordinary, but this new lightning was different. The hammer's lightning was fierce, its destructive power palpable even to the eye, but this new one felt different. It was not just power. It was power itself. It was so pure that it felt as if it had been forged from the condensed essence of the clear heavens above. And yet, by sheer magnitude alone, it couldn't compare to the overwhelming spectacle Coilwatt was displaying at that very moment. It was impressive, no doubt, but could it really overcome that monster? Coilwatt thought the same. What is that supposed to be? From within the sphere of lightning, Coilwatt's voice boomed, echoing like the rumble of a storming sky. Merely speaking, his presence bore the weight of one granted divine authority. Those who had drawn back to avoid being caught in his power flinched and stumbled farther away without realizing it. So that's it. You made all that noise, only to show off something like that. Something like that. What's so funny? Isn't it amusing? A frog in a well looks up at the patch of sky it can see and declares it to be the entire heavens. And besides, Ludger lifted his gaze toward the black rift in the air. Thanks to your words, it seems he's become quite angry. He, the Lord of Lightning, the god seated upon the celestial throne, gazing down over the heavens. His temper has never been gentled. It seems he's displeased that the weapon he lent has been so poorly treated. So there was only one thing to do. Ludger raised the lightning spear in his left hand, drawing back to throw. Coilwatt felt irritation burn in his chest. That calm face, the unshaken composure even after seeing his full power, the unbending gaze that still looked certain of victory, regret it in hell. The violet lightning surrounding Coilwatt flared brighter, its center turning white-hot. It'll make it painless out of pity. Between his outstretched arms, a colossal mass of lightning condensed tighter and tighter, shrinking as it did. What formed was a spear of violet lightning, similar in shape to the white spear in Ludger's grasp, but nearly 30 times larger. The sixth-tier lightning grand spell Heaven-Cleft Thunderblade is named for its 10,000 blades. This attack has 10,000 times its strength. The lightning compressed to its absolute limit, forming a single weapon, Terawatt Judgment. The spear of thunder fell vertically, its purpose as clear as its nameto judge Ludger from the heavens. At almost the same instant, Ludger hurled his own weapon. Astrap, a moment shorter than a heartbeat time, split into tens of thousands of fragments. Within that infinitesimal instant, the two bolts met at the midpoint. All anyone could see was a white streak and a violet streak colliding high in the air. And everyone thought the same thing, that the violet lightning would devour the white, that Ludger would be obliterated. But in that single flash of light, the battle was already decided, with Coilwatt's defeat. What? Coilwatt muttered without realizing it. His thunder-laden voice had returned to its human tone, and the endless current that had surged through his body was gone. In its place came pain from his abdomen. Why? He looked down and saw nothing below his waist. His lower body had been cleanly erased, as if carved away by a guard's scalpel. Too fast to see, too sharp to even feel pain. As his eyelids grew heavy, Coilwatt recalled the clash a moment before. The spear of lightning he had forged with every ounce of his power had been pierced through effortlessly by Ludger's white spear, as though Ludger's lightning reigned above all lightning. Coilwatt, who had believed himself one with living thunder, was annihilated beneath divine retribution. Thud. His upper half fell to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained half open, staring upward. A heavy silence blanketed the field. Coilwatt was Deadhigh's entire lower body gone. He hadn't been careless. He hadn't held back. The power he'd shown before dying was undoubtedly that of a true color mage at full force. And yet he'd lost. Not narrowly, but utterly overwhelmingly. As everyone stared, unable to accept what they'd just seen, one man moved, calm amid the chaos. Whoosh, a quiet flame rose, but the heat from it could melt the world. Dark night was driven away, and a new sun seemed to descend to earth. Its master was the red mage Alan Pavlo. The instant he saw Coilwatt die, he unleashed fire upon Ludger. A tidal wave of flame surged forth, spreading wide enough to swallow the world itself. It filled the crater in an instant, seeking to melt Ludger alive. Ludger sent Astrap back into the void and extended his empty hand. The wall of fire struck something unseen and stopped it frozen in place. Alan grit his teeth and drew deeper on his power. "What are you doing? Support me." The subjugation army, snapping back to their senses, rushed to aid him. Priests and paladins invoked blessings of light, layering holy enchantments upon Alan. Golden radiance stacked upon him, one layer after another. With every surge of that light, he poured all the rising power into the flames. Quuum. The outward spreading inferno narrowed. Zing it focused into a single, perfect linear pillar of pure white fire. A column of light so hot that its temperature reached hundreds of millions of degrees. It fired straight at Ludger. The invisible wall began to buckle. Ludger's expression remained bored as he waved his hands sideways. The pillar of flame bent sharply, sweeping past the crater and across the distant mountain range. Kuu, qua 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 qua. The beam carved through the mountains like a horizontal laser. Moments later, the places it had touched erupted in massive explosions and towering infernos. The pillars of flame soared so high they nearly brushed the heavens. The force of that attack rivaled the breath of a dragon from myth, turning night into day for an instant. An entire mountain range erased in a single strike. Every tree, every hill burned crimson in less than a second, and Ludger stood untouched. Alan lifted both hands toward the sky. SSSSSSHHH far off, the inferno he had unleashed began to move, drawn toward him. The blazing waves that had consumed the mountains curled upward, crossing the air to swirl around Alan like a living storm. It was a spectacle terrible, but magnificent. A red mage could command the fire of nature itself. He who could quell a wildfire that not even rain could extinguish gathered even more flame than before. The earlier conflagration had been merely the preludious spark to awaken greater fire. This was the true battle. Above him, a radiant sphere rose. It illuminated the world-a sun born in the night. Normally, summoning such a thing would demand enormous time and focus, but with the blessings of the British theocracy bolstering him, Alan had surpassed his limits. Bathed in divine benedictions that heightened his power beyond measure, Alan gazed coldly down at Ludger. Ludger returned that gaze, expressionless. Why did they all love to look down from above so much? Reading the meaning in Ludger's eyes, Alan's brow twitched and he hurled the sun he held in both hands. He didn't waste words or threats. When his power hit its limit, he simply struck. The sun fell toward the crater, blazing to consume everything larger, and even the black rift itself. The world turned white. Too hot, too bright to be red, so bright it shone pure white. And Ludger murmured a single word. Ra. The sun fell from the heavens, and within the crater another sun rose. A golden sun, dazzlingly beautiful, radiant beyond mortal sight. The two suns collided, and it was Alan's sun that vanished. This can't be. Alan trembled, his eyes wide, unable to believe his ultimate attack had been so easily undone. The golden sun that appeared within the crater devoured Alan's creation and then gradually shrank in size, until it became no larger than a baseball hovering above Ludger's palm. A sun, is it? An impressive display of arrogance. Yet before the true sun god, such power is meaningless. Why, what are you? Even the ever-rational Alan asked with a trembling voice. Ludger's existence had already surpassed all sense, all reason. An ancient fear forgotten, buried in instinct traced through his veins. A true-blood vampire, a legendary demon. No, compared to Ludger Cherish, those names meant nothing. That power, that form, that was the one. The being spoken NVLGHT, read the full story of in myth, the most dangerous, the most dreadful existence of all. Ludger did not answer. He simply flicked the tiny sun in his hand toward Alan. That alone and space ceased to exist. The air warped and melted, reality itself dissolving under the heat. Everything along its straight trajectory vanished, including Alan. Marking Alan's final words reached Ludger's ears. Thus perished Alan Pavloth, Red Mage, and youngest head of the noble house of Pavlo. Demon King, is it? Ludger let out a soft laugh at Alan's dying words. A fitting title for me at this moment. His gaze turned toward Cardinal Patricio. The man had remained standing through it all, staring fixedly at Ludger. But there was no longer any composure in his face, only fear, as though beholding an impossible miracle. This is impossible. It's impossible. What exactly is impossible? For a humana vessel, no matter how one molded by divine design, how can it contain the powers of multiple gods? The holy grail of God, it could hold only one god's power. That was its rule. But Ludger, what was he? How many divine powers had he just displayed? Even one would shatter a human body. Yet he wielded them all effortlessly. A human can only serve one god. To take power from Manuan, serving one means enmity with all the other. Show can that be? Patricio's voice cracked into a near scream. Humans could serve only a single deity. To devote oneself to Lumensis meant relinquishing all others. That was why religion existed as one, to follow the sole god who bestowed power upon them. And yet, Ludger had transcended even that foundational law of the world. No matter how heretical you are, to serve multiple gods, to serve gods, Ludger cut him off coldly. No, it's the opposite. He spoke as though the words were scarcely worth saying. The gods serve me. Patricio's eyes went wide. The gods serving him, he couldn't comprehend it. Gods were to be worshipped, to be praised, revered, and feared. Humans were the small, the lowly, who could only look up to them. But gods serving a human, even if an elephant bowed to an ant, it wouldn't be this absurd. And yet, Ludger said it with absolute calm. More astonishing still, as though to prove his words true, countless murmurs began to echo from within the black void. The voices of gods. Even those who dwelled beyond this dimension in far-reaching worlds resounded in agreement. 636 chapter, Unforgotten Grudge. 1. Is this a dream? Patricio Ramilo felt as though he were dreaming. Otherwise, there was no way what was unfolding before his eyes could be real. There was no way a human could wield the power of gods. Now granting him 100 concession 7 if, as the Holy Grail, he could handle divine power, it was still impossible to wield the powers of so many gods at once. A miracle. Could that even be called a miracle? What Ludger was showing before them felt more like blasphemy against true miracles themselves. The purple mage Koilwat and the red mage Alan Pavlo were both killed in a single blow. The purple mage was burned to death by lightning, while the red mage melted away in fire. Each of them perished by the very element they commanded under, the absolute dominance of their own attributes superior. Humans serving gods, Nagads serving a single human. What a wretched irony. Where did it all go wrong? As the laws of the world were overturned and marked before his eyes, Patricio's mind failed to keep up with what was happening. He had thought the plan was flawless. Using the progenitor vampire as bait, they had finally drawn out the holy grail the church had pursued for so long and summoned him. They were not lacking in manpower either. Every available force they could muster was gathered here. If a battle broke out, victory was supposed to be overwhelming, and even if it didn't, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, just slaying the progenitor vampire alone would have been enough of an achievement. And yet what was this? The progenitor vampire still lived, and the holy grail forged by the guards had become something that even guards coveted. Two of the mages bearing the titles of color had died, and the church's proud paladin order had been crushed without even managing to use their strength. Don't make me laugh. With a wet cough, Paladin Commander Bentham spat blood and shouted. His eyes glistened feverishly as he glared at Ludger. Considering the power Ludger had displayed, it would not have been strange if he fled immediately, but as a devout believer, he did not flinch. Bentham's will and his long-honed body did not waver even before Ludger. How dare you speak of divine power in front of Lord Luminis? All heretical guards have been erased. They lost their class, their names were wiped away, and they all died. Paladin, those names were only forgotten by you. They never forgot themselves. And Ludger, who could hear their voices, he knew every name of the forgotten guards. Not only that, the guards of this world are not the only ones that exist. Beyond this world, far beyond the distant stars, there are countless more. Blasphemy. Bentham refused to believe it. For one who served only the chief deity, Luminis, even the mere mention of other gods was enough to send him into a frenzy. And now, this man claimed that beyond this world existed even more gods. Though his mouth called Ludger's words lies, Bentham knew. He knew Ludger wasn't lying at all. Ludger's very power proved it. The hammer of lightning, the spear of heaven, the golden sun, none of those were recorded even in the ancient scriptures of British theocracy. Otherworldly divinity. A world beyond this world, a new realm of existence. To Bentham, who had believed all his life that Luminis encompassed the entirety of the world, it felt as though his very faith and existence were being denied. Instead of accepting that truth, Bentham chose rejection. He wanted to prove that the path he had walked, his faith, his creed were not mistaken. Bentham summoned his holy power to his hands. It took form as a sword shining with golden light. He threw away his shattered shield, and with his empty hand conjured Anathertha's time, a radiant golden shield made of pure holy light. The wounds across Bentham's body rapidly healed. With eyes that did not waver, he fixed his gaze on Ludger and took a step forward. Boom! As he struck the ground and moved, Bentham's figure left no trace behind. Physical prowess, that was the one thing that made paladins superior to ordinary knights. While holy power was weaker than aura in raw destructive force, its blessings and enhancements granted far greater physical might than any knight could possess. Right now, Bentham's physical ability was stronger than anyone else present. Begone, heretic! Bentham brought his golden sword down toward Ludger's crown. Ludger looked at him with an indifferent gaze and flicked his finger lightly. Bentham was hurled back faster than he had charged forward. He rolled several times across the ground, and when he tried to rise, no strength came into his limbs. With a single flick of Ludger's finger, all his arms and legs had been shattered. Even though his body was tough enough to pulverize stone, and even further enhanced by divine power, it still wasn't enough. My body, it's not healing. He tried desperately to mend his broken bones with holy power, but it was no use. His divine light, which could heal any wound in an instant, was as though blocked by some invisible force. It simply wouldn't work. When Ludger struck him, he hadn't merely attacked it, had infused the blow with divine power of his own. That foreign, otherworldly divinity was now gnawing away at Bentham's body, hindering his regeneration. Ludger raised his hand again and pointed a finger toward Bentham. A blue light gathered at his fingertip. No, stop! Just as Bentham struggled in futile defiance, someone intercepted the blue flash. Clang! The bent beam of light streaked across the sky before vanishing into the distance. A towering blue column of light erupted far away, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens. Everything around it was obliterated. The one who deflected Ludger's attack was Valrut, commander of the Lumos family's direct knight order and Bentham's close friend. He looked at Ludger with a calm face full of restrained poise. Quite an impressive strike. But I couldn't just stand here watching my friend fall. Though Valrut spoke as if composed, the corners of his eyes trembled uncontrollably. Damn it! Blocking that single attack completely destroyed my right arm. He was still holding his sword, but that was all. His muscles were torn, his bones shattered. That arm could no longer swing a blade. And my sword's edge is gone too. It was forged from special materials by a master craftsman, and just from deflecting one attack, it ended up like this. He hadn't even blocked it directly, had merely diverted it as much as possible. The damage he took wasn't even 1/100th of the power Ludger had unleashed. Only 1% of that strength hand, my weapon and arm are ruined. What kind of monster is this? Though he had intervened to save Bentham, Valrut was now struck by the chilling realization that he might have stepped into the mouth of hell. He shook off the rising fear. Even if he ran, that man intended to annihilate everyone here anyway. It was better to fight now, while some of their forces still remained. When Valrut signaled with his still functional left hand, the knights began to move. They too knew how terrifying Ludger was, but retreat was not an option. The Lumos family's knight order was notorious for its ferocity, would never flee from an enemy. We are the knight order of the Lumos family. You all knew what you were signing up for. Valrut deliberately mentioned Lumos aloud in front of Ludger. He hoped that even a man like him, upon hearing the name of one of the Empire's 3 great ducal houses, might at least show some reaction. If there was even the slightest shift in his heart, perhaps their odds would rise by 1%. Valrut had to try something anything. Lumos. Ludger's reaction made Valrut think he'd struck a nerve, but what Ludger did next left him confused. Ah, yes, Caden Lumos. I've been considering that man for quite some time, know whether I should remove him or not for the sake of my future plans. What? What are you talking about? Now that I am omnipotent, this is the perfect opportunity, isn't it? Don't you think so, Caden Lumos? Ludger spoke as he fixed his gaze not on Valrut's face, but on the brooch pinned to his chest. And just then, when everyone else looked puzzled, the brooch. Far away, Caden Lumos, who had been watching the scene through that long-distance artifact, opened his eyes wide. How is this possible? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Before Caden could give any order, Ludger spoke first. You're sitting in your mansion right now, aren't you? You must be thinking there's no way I could possibly observe your every move from beyond the Empire's borders. Caden remained seated, silently listening to Ludger's words through the artifact's projection. He was trying to determine whether Ludger was bluffing or if he really could see him. Ludger moved with an almost resigned air. You still think I don't know? Sitting in the Grand Master's chair of the Lumos mansion, Caden slowly turned his head toward the voice that had come from right beside him and stared in disbelief. How? Ludger was standing there. Caden immediately looked back to the artifact's projection. Ludger was still there as well. He couldn't comprehend it. How could the same man exist in 2 places at once? Why is it so strange to you? Ludger began walking slowly. He ran his fingertips lightly across the long table covered with a white tablecloth before him. A faint trace remained where his fingers had touched proof that he was not an illusion. It's a form of spatial magic. Normally it couldn't be used and shouldn't be. But inside this cage, now that I've released all the seals, I can use it exceptionally. What in the world are you? You already know, don't you? Has Cardinal Patricio not told you? Heathcliff von Brettis. That is my true name. I knew you shared that bloodline, but this power as Caden trailed off, Ludger's eyes turned toward Himcald, or rather, utterly devoid of emotion. A true void of feeling, and that made it all the more terrifying. Lumos never forgets a grudge. Those were the words Caden had told his children, remembering the humiliation he'd suffered from Ludger that day. That was why he had sent the Lumos Knights for the grander subjugation operation to kill Ludger's teacher and either capture or kill Ludger himself. But everything had gone wrong. You wanted revenge on me, didn't you? For shaming you and your children before everyone that day. Ludger spread his arms wide. Fine, here I am, standing before you now. So what will you do? You wear such a complicated expression. The Lumos never forget a grudge, yet when given the chance for revenge, you stay still. That power of yours should not exist. At Caden's growled words, Ludger gave a short, scornful laugh. That's all you can say. And how exactly do you intend to enforce that decree? You think Lord Luminis will simply let you be? Ah, Luminis. So that's what you're relying on. I suppose that makes sense. Ludger nodded slightly, acknowledging that Caden's words weren't wrong. You're right. Until now, Luminis has been desperately searching for me. Now he must know I am alive and that I've used this power. I can no longer hide from his gaze. and slash NOVELIGHT slash to prove it between Ludger and Caden, a faint white light began to spread. Ludger's eyes grew colder, while Caden's expression turned almost reverent. Lord Luminis, do you grant us your blessing to protect your children? Ludger had released his seals completely, attaining power akin to that of a god. In doing so, he had opened a path between this world and the realm where the gods dwelled. Through that passage, he could borrow the power of many gods, but it wasn't a one-sided gift. As now Luminis, too, could reach through that passage. The divine power bestowed by Luminis began to pour into Caden. His navy garments turned pure white, and his entire body glowed with saintly light. And this phenomenon wasn't limited to Caden Lumos alone. At the crater where Ludger currently stood, the same white radiance began to descend upon the members of the subjugation force, the blessing of Luminis. It erased fear and filled their hearts with courage and strength. Lord Luminis watches over us. Kill every heretical god. Let us purify this world. No beyond courage, it birthed boundless reverence and madness. Empowered, Caden smiled coldly. Yes, you're right. The Lumos never forget a grudge, never. Confidence comes easily when you have power, doesn't it? Ludger shook his head, as though finding Caden's behavior beneath him. Can you take responsibility for those words? Responsibility? For what? For saying we never forget our grudges? Yes. If you dare to say those words, shouldn't you first settle things with someone else before me? Who? Even though Caden genuinely looked as though he didn't understand, Ludger wasn't surprised. He had expected this reaction. Come, Flora. At the sound of Ludger's voice, a shadow stirred beside him and Flora appeared. Caden's eyes narrowed sharply. You can't mean the Lumos never forget a grudge. Then shouldn't the first to settle that grudge? Ludger placed a hand on the shoulder of the slightly dazed girl standing next to him. Be this child. 637 chapter, Unforgotten Grudge. 2. Flora Lumos was staying at the Sion dormitory. With the global situation in turmoil, Sion could not remain untouched by the chaos. As a result, all classes had been suspended, and most students either went back home or stayed quietly in the dormitory. However, Flora's situation was different. She was practically being kept there by force. Even at the entrance of her dormitory, people sent by her family were stationed under the guise of protection. But in truth, they were watching her. The sharp-minded Flora realized something about the current flow was clearly off, especially the movements of her own family, the Lumos family. Where is father diverting the family's forces to? Since the demon incident, the Lumos family had been acting in ways completely different from the Empire. Despite being one of the Empire's 3 ducal houses, they no longer followed imperial will. Instead, they had joined hands with the theocracy of Bretis. She knew Caden Lumos was a fervent follower of the Luminis Church, but even so, she never thought he would be incapable of separating public duty from personal faith. Father is planning something. Could he really be preparing to rebel against the Empire? She couldn't just sit still. But the problem was the watchful eyes lying in wait outside. Father's men. Normally, Sion would have blocked their interference beforehand, but after the demon incident, the Academy's administrative function was practically paralyzed. There was no hope for outside help. Flora immediately slipped out through the dormitory window. Her magic skill, now at an unprecedented level, allowed her to move without the guards beyond the door detecting her escape at all. She hid her body as best she could and quietly tried to slip away under the cover of night. Damn it! But as she moved through the bushes, she froze. There were people nearby. They weren't simply passing by, their positions were too deliberate. From the way they kept glancing toward the dormitory, it was obvious they were placed there with intent. They're watching from outside too. Realizing that her family's hand reached all the way into Sion, Flora felt a chill run down her spine. I haven't been discovered yet, but there's no way to escape like this. What should I do? Fly with flight magic. Even though it was night, the moonlight was too bright she'd be spotted immediately. Should she attack with magic? No, if she used magic against people inside Sion, it would escalate into a disaster. And who knew how many more watchers were hidden nearby? She couldn't act rashly. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't find a way out. And yet, for some reason, that scent from that day suddenly came to mind. There had been an incident in the Sion forest where several people went missing. That night, she had been walking through the dark and caught a strange scent coming from empty air. Following that scent, she had met Ludger Cherish. That scent, it was definitely magic. Flora closed her eyes and focused. She didn't know how, not the principle, the process, nor the result. She simply tried to recall the scent from that night and imagine it vaguely in her mind. Realistically, it should be impossible to imitate another person's magic. And yet, for some reason, Flora felt she could do it. Remember it. The magic Professor Ludger showed me. And then bring it into reality. When Flora opened her eyes again, black shadows shimmered around her like a heat haze. The color she saw and the scent that reached her nose were exactly the same as that day. I did it. Flora clenched her fist. She had succeeded in manifesting the magic she once witnessed. She had only vaguely thought it might be possible, but now that she had truly done it, she realized the path toward her next realm, once blurry, had become sharply clear. It was an incredible achievement. Flora had reproduced magic not through logic or calculation, but purely through instinct. She had eyes that could see the color of magic, and a nose that could smell its scent. Through sight and scent, she identified the essence of the spell and recreated it. An unbelievable talent. A flower bud that would never have bloomed on its own had blossomed fully thanks to Ludger's teaching. With this, I can do it. Flora walked confidently through the area, unnoticed by the watchers surrounding her. What was that? Something just passed by. Stop talking nonsense and keep watch. There's no one there. Once she had slipped past them and reached a secluded place, Flora released the magic. The moment she did, a heavy sense of fatigue washed over her. My God, the mana consumption is enormous. She hadn't maintained it for long, yet the depletion was extreme. How had Ludger managed to use such magic so often? Still, she could endure it. After catching her breath, Flora moved quietly through the night's shadows. All she had to do now was get out of Sion and return to Riederbelk. But then she ran into someone she never expected. As if waiting for her, Cheryl Wagner stood before her. Flora. Cheryl, the moment Flora saw the sorrow in Cheryl's eyes, she realized her worst fears had come true. You're here to stop me. Cheryl already knew. She knew Flora would try to leave tonight, even the route she would take, because they had known each other for a very long time. The Lumos family gave the order, you're to be kept confined. Why me? The elders didn't say much, but they claim you've been tainted by demonic power. Flora bit her lip. Tainted by demonic power. It sounded absurd, yet it wasn't entirely wrong. Flora Lumos had indeed once been possessed by the demon Basara. Because of that, or perhaps thanks to it, her body became even more attuned to magic after Basara disappeared, and her already gifted magic ability rose another level. Even her once blue hair had darkened toward black. But how could they know? When Basara had taken over her body, she had been wrapped in a black storm. No one could have identified the owner of that storm. She thought she had hidden it completely. Ludger had told her to keep it secret, and no one had said anything since. But that was a mistake. Even if the ordinary priests of the Lumines church didn't know, the higher-ranking priests who came to Riederbelk could sense it. The faint remnants of demonic power left inside her. It wasn't truly hers, and it was fading with time, little more than a spark among ashes. But to someone of a cardinal's rank, even that was enough to discern from afar, without even meeting her directly. I was careless. The news had reached her family's ears. Now Flora understood why they wanted to confine her. It wasn't to protect her. Knowing Caden Lumos' temperament, the reason for the watch was quite the opposite. Father intends to punish me himself. Before, even as an illegitimate child, he had left her alone for the sake of appearances. But now it was different. He had a righteous excuse to cast her out. Flora stared at Cheryl with a hardened face. So, are you here to take me in yourself? The elders have already found out you escaped from the dormitory. Flora, please, don't make this any worse. As if to prove her words true, shouts could already be heard from afar. If it were the old Sion, they would have protected you. But the Academy can't do that anymore. The aftermath of the demon incident hit too hard, and besides, Professor Ludger isn't here anymore. Cheryl swallowed the rest of her words. Flora, so please don't hate me too much. Flora's eyes trembled. Just as she resolved that she could no longer avoid fighting her friend, if you keep going straight, there's a carriage waiting. Cheryl, take it and go. If I don't come, you can leave without me. What are you saying? You know what I mean. Cheryl grinned, baring her teeth playfully. I think I'd rather be Flora's friend than a daughter of the Wagner family. So go. I'll try to buy you some time from the people coming after you. Thank you. Flora left, and Cheryl turned toward the approaching pursuers with a determined face. I can at least hold them off for a while. Just as Cheryl had said, a carriage was waiting. Flora immediately climbed aboard. She waited, hoping Cheryl would follow, but she never came. She wanted to go back and help, but doing so would only dishonor Cheryl's sacrifice. Coachman, Flora was about to tell the coachman to depart, but before she could, the man slumped sideways. The coachman was already dead. Startled, Flora immediately drew her staff, her guard raised high. For someone her age, it was a remarkable reaction speed. But her opponent was an even more seasoned veteran. Figures emerged one by one from the darkness surrounding the carriage. Before she knew it, she was surrounded, all of them dressed in pure white garments. The Lumines Church. What were church agents doing sneaking into Sion at this hour? More shocking was their stealth. They were not ordinary priests or paladins. Flora's instincts screamed. These were the church's specialists, those who handled its darkest tasks. Flora Lumos, where do you think you're going at this hour? That's not where you belong. The cold-eyed man in white spoke. He already knew she was trying to escape. Flora hesitated, trying to think, but before she could decide, the man moved as if not intending to give her time to think. You kept foolish company. At his signal, the priests dragged forward a restrained Cheryl. From inside the carriage, Flora's eyes widened in horror. Cheryl. She never imagined Cheryl could be captured so quickly. If you don't want your friend's death to be in vain, step out of the carriage and disarm yourself. You are still of Lumo's blood. This is the only mercy you'll be offered. If you refuse, the man drew a gleaming sword and placed it at Cheryl's neck. I'll execute her here and now under my authority. Don't make this bigger than it needs to be. This is your final chance for mercy. Flora opened the carriage door and stepped out. The man sneered. HMPH. So you're not completely stupid after all. It would have been better if you'd done that from the start. Let Cheryl go. Worried about your friend. How touching. But you see, a murderous glint filled his eyes. Betrayers must be cut down at the root. No, Flora realized what he was about to do and shouted, but the sword had already swung towards Cheryl's neck. At that very moment, clang. The white blade split cleanly in two, pieces scattering. Cheryl was unharmed. Instead, the churchman who had swung the sword stared wide-eyed. His gaze shifted toward Flora's side. Who are you? To be precise, he was staring at the man standing right beside her. Flora turned her head and froze. Professor Ludger. Ludger Cherish. He was standing at her side as if he had been there all along. Mercy, you said. Ludger looked toward the man. So the priests these days call putting a blade to a defenseless child's throat an act of mercy. Who the hell are you? Who am I? You people should know me better than anyone. Or do you need me to introduce myself? Ludger, his face hidden in shadow, stepped forward deliberately into the moonlight. The man's eyes widened as he recognized him. You can't be here. That's impossible. That's not what matters. Ludger shook his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the surrounding priests. They wore priestly robes, but these were the church's special unit assassins who killed under holy sanction. Ludger glared at them and declared, to think you would dare lay a hand on my students inside Sion. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Allow me to return your own words to you. What are you all waiting for? Attack together. I'll grant you mercy. Mana surged violently around Ludger's body like a storm. 638 chapter, Unforgotten Grudge 3. Flora was stunned by the sight before her. It wasn't just Ludger's sudden appearance that shocked her. His magic now was so overwhelming, so divine in scale, that it felt as though he had transcended the limits of humanity itself. What is this? Flora, who perceived magic more intuitively than anyone else, could tell. Ludger was no longer bound by human constraints. The air around him was filled with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Colors so vivid they blurred her vision danced across her sight, a kaleidoscope of radiance. That splendor brought only death to the church priests, but Flora could not take her eyes off the beauty of the magic before her. The stimulation so strong that it numbed both sight and smell made her mind falter in grasping reality. Yet that bliss lasted only a few seconds. When Flora regained her senses, she realized that within those few seconds, every church pursuer had turned into a cold corpse. There were no visible wounds on their bodies. She couldn't understand what had happened. Mana had surged around like a storm, and then, as if struck by some invisible force, only the enemies had perished. Professor, what on earth? Do not worry about Cheryl Wagner. She is safe. Her injuries have healed. There will be no after effects. Thank you, but have you returned? Where were you all this time? There's no time to explain. Ah, right. The Lumos family, their movements are strange. It's as if they're preparing to turn against the Empire. That's exactly why I came to find you. Flora's eyes widened. Me? Yes, the time has come. What time? The time for you to settle things with your family. At those words, Flora's body trembled. She couldn't understand with her head what Ludger meant, but her heart felt it. Emmy, how could I possibly? I know it's a heavy burden for you, but running and avoiding it won't change anything. Now is the time to face it. But the Lumos estate is far away, and we don't have much time. There are too many practical limitations. Not anymore. The moment Ludger finished speaking, Flora felt her vision twist. In an instant, the empty grounds outside Theon vanished, replaced by the interior of a mansion. Flora recognized it immediately. This is the place Father gathers the family for meetings. Was it a dream? No, it wasn't. In that short moment, she had been transported from Sion straight to the Lumos' main estate, and before her Caden Lumos himself was staring at her. Flora regained her composure only when Ludger placed a hand on her shoulder. The warmth of his touch grounded her in reality. She was standing at a crossroads in her life. Flora. Caden spoke her name. His voice carried no trace of affection, called her as one would a stranger's child. There was even a hint of irritation. So you dare to raise your hand against Lumos? She wanted to deny it, to say that wasn't her intent, but fear froze her tongue. And then, for reasons she didn't quite understand, she looked back at Ludger. Seeing him nod silently at her gave her an inexplicable surge of courage. I am a Lumos too, so I have every right. You a bastard have no such right. Even if I'm only half, I still carry your blood. That makes me Lumos as well. Flora Lumos, that's what the world calls me. You at Flora's defiant tone, Caden's brow furrowed. I know what you're doing, father. You're planning to defy the Empire. You've allied with the theocracy of Bretis, scheming something behind their backs. So what if I am? End it now. Confess everything and face proper judgment. That's the best offer I can give you. Caden's lips twisted into a mocking grin. You dare make such a proposal to me? A bastard child to the head of her house. Titles and bloodlines don't matter. What matters is that the head of this house is leading it toward ruin. So the cardinal was right after all. You've been tainted by the demon. Or is that just what you want to believe? Flora glared sharply at him, her words cutting like blades. You, father, the devout believer, couldn't stand the stain you created in your perfect life, so you treated me like an embarrassment. Every time you saw me, you were reminded of your one mistake. It made you miserable. What did you just say? What do you think people would say if they knew? That the devout Caden Lumos turned out no different from the other corrupt nobles. You knew that, so you pretended to care for me just enough to keep up appearances. Flora NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, knew. Caden Lumos never truly loved her, and yet she had still longed for his affection. Her mother was gone, her father was the only family she had left. How foolish. Only now did she finally realize that sharing blood did not make them a true family, that all this time she had only been running away from that truth. Lumos never forgets a grudge, right? Then let me return those words to you. I haven't forgotten either. The indifference, the cold neglect, the humiliation from siblings who shared only the name. Just remembering isn't what makes one a Lumos. Her voice, once trembling, grew calm and steady. It was strange. She thought confronting him would make her angry, emotional, but instead, her mind was crystal clear, as if she had finally found her true self. Ah, so this was it. This was who she truly was. Duke Caden Lumos, head of House Lumisan, traitor to the Empire. This is the last mercy I can give you. Surrender and atone for your sins. It seems you've forgotten where you are and who I am. This is Lumos, and I am Caden Lumos. I am this house. Caden glared at her, his anger seeping through his calm mask. I am Lumos. No, you're not Lumos. You're just a coward and insecure man consumed by his faith. Heh. Do you really think your words will change anything? You think anyone in this house will listen to a bastard like you? Maybe not now, but it'll make them listen. Flora threw her words like daggers, then turned toward Ludger. Right, Professor. Yes. When Ludger nodded, Flora smiled faintly. Knowing someone was by her side, nothing could have been more reassuring. An outsider dares to judge my family, Caden shouted furiously. For someone usually composed, raising his voice meant his emotions were already fraying. So that's your plan. You'll ally with Princess Aileen and use her power to replace me as head of Lumos. The family's prestige will wane, but its bloodline will survive, and then you'll seize it for yourself. Caden had seen through their intention. Since he was preparing for rebellion, the Lumos house would inevitably be branded traitorous and purged. The justification would lie with the imperial family. Clever Princess Aileen must have foreseen this outcome as well. But if the imperial family falls first, that changes everything. That won't happen, Ludger said, his voice firm with certainty. Because I won't allow it. You. Caden's voice rang with conviction. Right now, Eno, our entire family is under the watchful protection of Lord Luminis. He released the divine power surging inside him, letting it flow outward. The holy energy was so pure and overwhelming that it could scarcely be distinguished from magic itself. The moment Ludger saw that sacred light, he understood. I see. So the curse placed upon Rin was your doing, Luminis. He didn't even need to wonder where that power originated, already knew. Having unlocked the third seal, celestial aperture, Ludger's mind was flooded with divine voices and waves of knowledge that transcended past, present, and future, rising and bursting like bubbles. Amid that vast tide of awareness, he realized the truth. So you branded those who had the potential to escape your cage. Spatial-type mana, its potential was limitless. Luminis wanted the birds to live within the cage. He did not want them escaping his grasp, and so he suppressed them. But human potential always exceeded divine expectation. Among mortals, there appeared those born with extraordinary magic beings who bent the rules of the world. Such was the case with time magic and with space magic. Luminis feared the latter most. Inside the cage, even if one sped up time or halted it, everything still happened within the confines of the cage. But space magic was different. It held the possibility of breaching the boundaries of the world itself. That was what Luminis feared most. So he left behind a blessing, a curse in Disgaisito, those who possessed such power, to make sure they would die before spreading their wings. In the end, it was you all along. Sensing the faint irritation in Ludger's tone, Caden scowled. How dare you speak Lord Luminis' name so lightly, blasphemer? Do you mark the name of God? Mark it. Of course I do. Ludger let out a quiet, derisive laugh, as if unable to stomach Caden's words. How could I not mark gods who demand worship from mere mortals? You wretch. Even the usually composed Caden couldn't bear hearing his faith insulted. He unleashed the holy power granted by Luminis, hurling it toward Ludger, but pat. The white light he cast disintegrated effortlessly before Ludger, scattering like grains of sand. Caden's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of his divine power collapsing so easily. Do you still not understand? The power you wield is nothing more than a trick for insects. At the faint twitch of Ludger's finger, Caden, who had been sitting arrogantly on his chair, was forced to his knees, as if crushed by an unseen weight. He tried desperately to resist, his face flushing red, but his body refused to move. What of the others, the family? Caden's words faltered as he met Ludger's gaze. He saw truth. The entire Lumos household had already been subdued by Ludger. With a power that transcended distance, existing in multiple spaces at once, such a feat was hardly impossible for him. Caden's resistance was meaningless. If you remove me, what do you think will become of Lumos' future? Caden glared at Flora as he spoke. He genuinely believed that for the family's sake, he must remain its head. Flora felt nothing but disappointment at his words. Once, he had seemed immense to her Somione she could never dare defy. But now he looked pitiful. Had she grown stronger, or had he always been this small, and she had simply been too afraid to see it? Flora looked down at Caden, who knelt before her, with pity rather than hatred. To Caden, that gaze from the daughter he had never acknowledged hurt more than eyes filled with hatred ever could. My honest feeling, Flora said coldly, is that I want to erase the name Lumos itself. You would abandon one of the Empire's oldest noble houses. You were the one who tried to abandon the Empire first, yet your race still clinging to your ducal title. Do not worry. The Lumos you led with your pitiful faith will become greater under me. Even if I step down, you have no legitimacy to inherit the title. Why not? Flora smiled faintly at his obstinate denial. The other two, my brother and sister, joined your rebellion, didn't they? You, realizing what she meant, Caden's eyes widened. Don't worry, Flora said softly. My siblings will stay in the family. Thale simply learned some humility, and Lumos will flourish more than it ever did under your rule. That much I can promise. Caden could only bow his head, speechless. Flora looked at him with quiet satisfaction, then turned to Ludger. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Professor. I only did what needed to be done. Will you be leaving now? Yes. There's still work to be finished. Flora glanced toward the artifact projection Caden had been using. Ludger stood here before her, but also there, beyond the screen. She couldn't begin to comprehend how that was possible, but she said the only thing she could. I wish you success. Thank you. And Flora hesitated, then shook her head. I'll tell you next time. Ludger nodded, a faint smile touching his lips, then vanished like a mirage. Flora stared blankly at the artifact screen where his image had been. Refocusing his mind on the crater once more, Ludger looked at the surrounding subjugation forces, unable to suppress a sigh of irritation. So by opening the gate, I've allowed you to wield power in this realm as well. A moment ago, they had cowered before his might. Now, bathed in white divine light, they were brimming with murderous intent. Mages, mercenaries, hunters, priests, paladins, knights, all of them. Fine, we've come this far. A dull fight would be boring. Through the black hole yawning in the sky, the presences of countless guards could be felt one by one. They began to manifest around Ludger. An arm of silver, a golden vajra, a sword of flame, a massive staff, a radiant spear. All manner of divine armaments floated around him. Let's begin the Battle of Myth. 639 Chapter Battle of Myth 1. The one whom Lumines granted power through the gate opened by Ludger was not only Caden Lumos. Those gathered at the crater, the continent's strongest, lured by the bait called Grander, assembled to defeat Ludger. All of them were now manifesting divine power, white and gold intertwined, bestowed by Lumines himself. So, you wanted that badly to capture me. As Lumines began to intervene through the gate, some of the lesser guards withdrew, choosing to observe the situation from afar. Whatever else might be said, in the present world, the being capable of exerting the greatest influence was Lumines. Even Lumines could not directly exert power in the lower world, yet now that Ludger had opened the gate, this was the perfect opportunity to claim the largest share of it. Lumines had searched desperately, almost 20 years. To a guard, such a span was but an instant, but to Lumines, those 20 years had felt unbearably long. At last he had found it, the holy grail that had hidden its identity and wandered the continent, evading his eyes, had finally unveiled its power. You are mine. Luminis will reach Ludger. Though the gate had opened, it was still impossible for Lumines to exercise direct physical force upon Ludger, so he bestowed his power upon those who sought to capture him. Patricio Ramilo chose to obey Luminis' command. It is unfortunate that we cannot kill him, but since our Lord himself commands it thus, we have no choice but to comply. At Patricio's sides stood the archbishops, the elites of the theocracy of Bretis, beings possessing greater authority and divine power than even the high priests. When they stretched out their arms, a holy benediction spread across the entire crater. With the divine power of Lumines layered upon it, the sacred law woven from that foundation empowered the entire subjugation force. At this moment, even the strength of an ordinary mercenary among the subjugators had risen to the level of a high-ranking knight. That was the power of God. That was proof of those who govern the world. That the place blessed by luminous power is the very site where the great demon and the saint once fought. If this is fate, then so be it. Bentham, who had already recovered his body, rose to his feet, and beside him stood Valrut, whose broken arm had regenerated and who now gripped his weapon anew. Right now, it feels as though I am peering beyond the realm of mastery itself. Valrut could barely restrain himself from displaying this surging power that boiled within his body. Hearing Bentham and Valrut speak thus, Ludger looked utterly unimpressed. To think fools would prattle so confidently just because they gained a bit of borrowed strength, what a comedy. You speak as if you yourself did not receive any power. Compared to you, my level is hardly a bit. Ludger extended his arm toward Valrut. In that instant, the shining spear at Ludger's right side vanished from its place. It's coming. Valrut's eyes darted. He swung, deflecting the spear of light that had come from his blind spot. Had this been before, he wouldn't even have reacted before dying. But with the power of the god now flowing through him, things were different. I can see it all. Using the rebound from deflecting the spear, Valrut shot forward like lightning toward Ludger. Now, thud, Valrut's body slammed into the ground. An intense pain pierced from his back and he spat blood. What? The same spear of light he had deflected moments earlier had now impaled his back and pinned him to the earth. With his heart pierced, he should have died instantly, but luminous power prevented his death. Even so, that was now at its limit. The divine power did not nullify death, it merely granted a brief postponement. I am certain I deflected it. Did you really think you could deflect a divine weapon so easily? Ludger gazed dispassionately at Valrut, pinned to the ground like an insect specimen, then drew upon the spear's power. Boom! Valrut's body exploded into a storm of blinding white light particles. Seeing this, Bentham's eyes widened. His dearest friend had been obliterated without leaving a trace of even a corpse, and rage consumed him. How dare you kill my friend? If you attempt to kill, you should be prepared to die. Why are you so angry? You've killed countless others yourselves. Silence. Ludger sighed faintly at the sight of Bentham, who could not be reasoned with, and raised the same spear that had slain Valrut. Ariad Pa. Bentham swung the massive holy sword, woven from sacred law, toward the spear of light that surged at him. Clang! The spear ricocheted away with a ringing sound. But having just witnessed Valrut's death, Bentham did not let down his guard. The spear, instead of flying away, curved through the air, tracing countless erratic paths, as if defying all physical laws. Its speed was truly that of light itself. Around Bentham, innumerable afterimages of light drew a web of dazzling threads in less than a second. He raised a huge shield formed from sacred law to block the incoming strike. Kang! Weapons clashed again. In that instant, Bentham altered the shape of his shield, transforming it into a gigantic pincer. The spear of light was caught between its jaws, and Bentham immediately drove it deep into the ground if it rebounded to return. Then he would simply bind it there. With the weapon neutralized, Bentham allowed himself a moment's satisfaction, only for Ludger to act as though it were nothing and summon another weapon. Tathlum. The magical stone hurled by Ludger was the same one the God of Light, Lug LMHF Harder, had used to slay Balor. You again. Bentham's eyes widened as the sacred law he formed shattered upon contact with the faintly blue stone. Though slower than the spear, its destructive power was on another scale entirely. Before he could react, pillars of radiant light cascaded from the sky, striking the magical stone. The stone, diverted by the blow, veered from its course toward Bentham. Quoom! A massive explosion erupted from the point of impact, shaking the ground. The archbishops watching from afar broke out in cold sweat. We used the power granted by Lumines, yet all we managed was to deflect its direction. That was a weakened strike, and it still had that much power every weapon he wields each one is something out of legend itself. Ludger's so-called battle of myth was no empty boast. He turned his gaze toward the archbishops who had interfered. How curious to see such sedentary men all gathered together. Ludger made no effort to conceal his contempt. A large staff materialized in his right hand with a crisp sound. He raised it slightly as though to swing. What is he trying to do? It wasn't a spear, but a staff. Did he mean to throw it? No, his stance was more that of a swing. But how could that work? There were hundreds of meters between Ludger and the archbishops, and the paladins stood guarding them. Even if he swung a staff, what could it possibly reach in large? The moment Ludger uttered that single word while swinging the staff, his voice reverberated across the entire crater, and the staff grew, swelling thousands of times its size in an instant. Then one side of the crater vanished, along with every paladin standing there, completely erased. Quang! The archbishops stared in terror at the enormous staff that had stopped just before them, now so immense and long it could hardly even be called a staff. It had erased everything between Ludger and the archbishop space itself, wiped clean. The only reason they survived was due to instinctively invoking sacred law. A woman of divine grace, descending from the heavens, raised both hands and blocked the strike. It was protection of the Holy Mother, the highest and most legendary of sacred spells. Even that protection could not fully withstand the blow. By the time the staff halted, the woman's form had already vanished. HMPH. Too short-lived. Seeing the unharmed archbishops, Ludger clicked his tongue. Then came a faint, rustle-swift, stealthy movements approaching from all directions. Oh! Golden weapons aimed at his vital points with no sound or warning. The Golden Rule mercenaries had arrived. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Their weapons pierced Ludger's body. For a moment, they thought their ambush had succeeded until unease crept up, and they instinctively leapt back. That saved them. Those who reacted too slowly were instantly incinerated, leaving not even ash behind. Though you rank second to the monarch mercenaries, your scale and efficiency could easily make you first. Though his vitals had clearly been pierced, Ludger showed not a single wound as he spoke casually. The Golden Rule mercenaries felt a chill crawl up their spines. The burning swords hovering around Ludger radiated an unbearable pressure. Then, from afar, arrows flew toward him loosed by hunters, empowered by lumines. Each arrow shone faintly, carrying power greater than the shells of heavy cannons. Nearly 1,000 of those glowing arrows blanketed the sky, falling like a meteor shower. But with a light flick of his hand, Ludger erased them all as though they had never existed. "If you wish to see falling stars," he said lightly, "then I shall show you real ones." He snapped his fingers. A gentle golden light appeared in the heavens and began descending toward the earth. Sixth circle metal element, grand magic, heaven collapsing meteoric iron. Over 30 of them, massive and radiant, fell upon the hunters like a storm of meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The ground quaked as enormous golden cubic masses crashed down, forming vast craters. Yet despite the impacts, the earth did not crack or collapse. Ludger understood why. "So you've come to interfere as well." From one side, a mountain of rock rose suddenly, and the colossal head of a turtle emerged, the elemental lord of earth. As everyone looked on in astonishment, Ludger met the elemental lord's gaze. After a moment, he withdrew his eyes. "I see. So long as you do not intend to interfere, I will not concern myself with you, and I shall try not to harm the earth you so love." At that, the earth elemental lord seemed satisfied and slowly sank back into the ground. Its vast, mountain-sized body descended quietly, like a stone slipping beneath calm water. Had Ludger not murmured then, the elemental lord might have fully withdrawn. But it seems the other one doesn't feel the same. Even as he spoke, the ground split open with a deafening crack. The earth elemental lord could manipulate all the land around at will, yet now something with power equal to that authority was forcing the earth apart. From the widening fissures, seething crimson lava surged upward. Sensing the power within it, the earth elemental lord raised its head halfway out of the ground. What is happening? Could one of the earlier attacks have triggered a volcanic eruption? What are you talking about? There's no volcano here to begin with. Then what was this magma? As confusion spread, something began to rise from within the molten flow. From the thick magma burst forth a being formed entirely of blazing red flames. A lizard-like head, two blazing horns, a humanoid torso, wings of fire spread wide, backward bent legs, and a tail that writhed behind it. When it fully stood, its height was nearly 800 meters, a being towering over the entire crater, the very embodiment of fire in the world, the elemental lord of fire. Why would one that dwells only in volcanic regions appear here? The sudden appearance of the fire elemental lord shocked all, but even more astonishing was that this primal embodiment of nature now glared at Ludger with open hostility. Ludger, too, understood why the fire elemental lord bore such enmity toward him. "You sensed the sword that burns the world, did you?" The fire elemental lord, ruler of flame, had felt the presence of the flame sword. Ludger carried a weapon capable of incinerating creation itself. More than mere caution, its very pride as the essence of flame had been provoked. "Interesting, but you are not my opponent." At that, the fire elemental lord snorted, releasing gouts of flame. "How long do you plan to hide and watch?" "Saruna." As Ludger spoke to the empty air, the space before him wavered and a man with black hair appeared. I was hoping to watch a bit longer, but you caught me." At his appearance, not only the fire elemental lord, but also the priests of the theocracy of Bretis were thrown into confusion. If they had heard correctly, the name Ludger had just spoken it was the name of the great demon who should have perished in the Great War long ago. 640 chapter Battle of Myth, 2-0 Order of the Black Dawn Society. The great demon Saruna looked around, his eyes wandering over the surroundings, as if reliving old memories. To think I'd end up coming back here, not exactly a place that holds fond memories. Because this is where you were defeated. I was defeated, yes. But that's not what matters. Something far worse happened back then. The reason this crater and the land around it became a place where no life can grow, I suppose. Exactly. And even back then, dogs of lumines just like those were crawling all over the place. Saruna's gaze shifted toward the paladins and priests of the Lumines church. Patricio narrowed his eyes. having sensed the faint, abnormal energy flowing from Saruna's body. A demon. Along with Patricio, the other archbishops felt it too, the strange, invasive force that seeped from Saruna, one that irritated their divine power like an allergic reaction. In this entire continent, there was only one kind of being that radiated such power, a demon who served a heretical god. A demon in this world, the bloodline of the holy sovereign, has joined hands with a demon. O Lumines, what should we do with such blasphemy? The priests, seeing Ludger and Saruna standing side by side, clenched their eyes shut and began to pray fervently. Saruna let out a quiet chuckle, clearly amused. Well, would you look at that? Seems like they're treating you as my superior. In truth, it's quite the opposite. Let them think what they want. More importantly, what do you intend to do now? What do I intend to do? The first orders are all dead. Only a few remnants of the organization are left. Yet it seems you expected this outcome all along. Oh my, don't misunderstand. I merely let them do as they pleased. You knew the cost of that. Coming all this way, you must have your own desire. Of course, I am a demon. I don't help anyone without wanting something in return. Then show me here and now. You won't even ask what I want. You think you already know what ill demand. Ludger silently stared at him. From that wordless gaze, Saruna seemed to understand something. He shrugged. Well, well. I was planning to watch for a bit and step in when I could profit, but this turned messy. He stretched out a hand toward the empty air. A longsword materialized in his grasp. Then, stepping forward at an unhurried pace, Saruna raised his eyes to the fire elemental lord towering before him. I understand that you're angry unusually, sir, but won't you stand down? Otherwise, I'll have to fight you. F whoosh. The fire elemental lord's body burned hotter, radiating heat like molten suns. Since its entire being was made of flame, that rising heat was proof of its deepening rage. Saruna clicked his tongue in mock regret, though his eyes betrayed no such feeling. Fine, then. Since we've met again, I suppose I'll show you a little something. The moment he murmured that, his figure sank from sight as if the ground itself swallowed him whole. Where had he gone? The subjugation force from the theocracy of Bretis looked around in confusion, unable to track Saruna's movements. Then came a sharp, tearing sound that echoed all around them. When they turned toward its source, they all saw it, the fire elemental lord's colossal head, severed cleanly from its neck, falling to the ground. Boom! The lizard-like head struck the earth and melted into bubbling magma. Saruna, who had instantly returned to his previous spot, examined the sword in his hand. No good. The blade he had wielded was now glowing red-hot, its tip melting into dripping molten metal. It was a sturdy sword, but perhaps cutting through fire itself was too much. The fire elemental lord was a being whose very presence vaporized all things around it. Any weapon that touched its body would melt or evaporate before making contact. Considering that, the fact that Saruna had decapitated such a creature with a single sword stroke was almost beyond belief. At the same time, uneasy speculation spread among the subjugation troops. Perhaps that man truly was the legendary great demon spoken of in myths. Get a hold of yourselves. The sharp shout of high-ranking paladins and priests snapped them out of their daze. Just then, the fire elemental lord, now headless, raised its right hand. A sword of blazing fire formed in its palm. The enormous blade, easily over 200 meters long, descended vertically towards Saruna. Saruna glanced at it, then grasped a new sword and lightly thrust it forward. Given the difference in scale, anyone would have expected Saruna to be crushed. The mere heat of that flaming sword distorted the air, melting the ground into liquid. Before even touching it, it should have vaporized him entirely. But the result was the opposite. Thunk! At the tip of Saruna's sword, the fire elemental lord's fiery blade split cleanly in two, like chopped firewood. Krogagagagag. The divided flame sword scraped the ground, stretching far beyond the horizon, leaving molten trails in its wake. The earth along its path liquefied completely, yet Saruna remained unharmed. He stood calm, unbothered even as sparks danced all around him. By now, the fire elemental lord had regenerated its head and glared at Saruna with eyes burning with fury. The surrounding temperature spiked several degrees in an instant. Even the priests and paladins protected by luminous, divine power flinched and stepped back. Why are you looking away? A voice came from above. Ludger's voice. Holding a golden trident, Ludger floated in the air, a radiant halo circling above his head like that of a judge. "You came here to fight me, did you not? Then focus on our battle." Gripping the golden trident, Ludger hurled it lightly toward the ground. Trishula, the spear of destruction said to have annihilated the golden, silver, and iron cities of demons in a single strike. It fell upon the earth like a meteor, as though punishing humanity itself. The priests joined their strength, raising a wall of divine power. When that proved insufficient, they invoked the highest sacred spells, forming a massive golden shield and summoning countless angelic projections to hold it aloft. A cascade of supreme, divine arts defensive miracles of the highest order, equivalent to the continuous bombardment of grand magic. Yet all of that effort proved meaningless. The trident pierced through every layer of defense as though they were paper and struck the center of the priest's ranks. A blinding white explosion spread outward in a hemispherical wave. Within its radius, all life vanished, leaving not even corpses behind. Hundreds died in an instant, yet Ludger frowned, sensing the attack's power had been weaker than intended. It had been a supreme divine weapon, meant to wipe out all enemies in one strike, yet it had destroyed far fewer than expected. "This is your doing, Luminis." Through the gate Ludger had opened, luminous, pure white divine light now blanketed the crater and the land around it. That power was suppressing the force of Ludger's attacks, while endlessly feeding strength to the living. Through the celestial gate, the one exerting the greatest influence was ultimately Luminis himself, though his intervention was indirect merely through divine energy. The effect was immense. Those who had lost arms or legs, or who had suffered fatal wounds in the explosion's aftermath, were now standing again, completely healed. Even those whose lower bodies had been blown off regenerated instantly and rose to their feet. The divine power granted directly by Luminis endowed them with incredible regenerative ability, a near immortality where one would not die as long as even a fragment of their body remained. At this point, it's impossible to tell who are the monsters and who are the humans. Those who had gathered to kill an immortal monster had themselves become something close to immortal. What greater irony could there be? Still, looks like that side is doing well enough. The battle between the Fire Elemental Lord and Saruna had reached its climax. The Fire Elemental Lord was strong by nature, but Saruna was not falling behind. In fact, Saruna was gradually pushing the Fire Elemental Lord back. Compared to its earlier fury, the Fire Elemental Lord's strength had diminished sharply. Because of the Earth Elemental Lord, perhaps, the Fire Elemental Lord had been able to reach this place only because of the magma flowing beneath the ground. By forcing that magma upward, it had split the land open and turned the area into a pseudo-volcanic zone. That was how it had manifested here. But the Earth Elemental Lord had sealed those fissures again, cutting off the flow of magma. Because of that, the Fire Elemental Lord's output had dropped by more than half. The Fire Elemental Lord glared at the Earth Elemental Lord as if demanding an explanation, but the latter ignored the look and feigned ignorance. Efficiently done. It had an excellent sense for reading the situation. Unlike the hot-tempered Fire Elemental Lord, the Earth Elemental Lord understood what truly mattered, preventing this battle from spreading any further. In light of that effort, I suppose it's time to bring this to an end. Ludger raised a bow in his hand. True to its mythic nature, it was a wondrous weapon, lavishly adorned with divine ornamentation. As he drew the string, an arrow of light formed on its own, though none had been knocked. Brahmastra. The arrow that flew forth was small, almost modest, compared to the divine armaments he had previously shown. Its speed, too, was far slower, hardly different from an ordinary arrow. But when Patricio saw it, he shouted to the archbishops, "Raise every defense to the maximum." The archbishops were indeed archbishops. Though they may have questioned his order, none showed hesitation or panic. Their bodies shone pure white, halos forming above their heads. As high priests imbued with greater divine essence, they bore far more of the power that Luminis had granted. The archbishops united their strength, joined by Bentham, captain of the paladins, who gripped two golden shields and poured his full power into them. His entire body turned golden, like a living statue cast in holy light. The surrounding priests and paladins did not remain idle either. The priests prayed and invoked sacred arts. Arrows of light, spears of light, pillars of light were fired toward the descending arrow. The paladins unleashed their golden weapons, blades, banners, and strikesall, rising to intercept the arrow's path. Yet the arrow did not stop. Its speed did not falter. It simply ignored every attack, grazing through them as if they did not exist, tracing a calm parabola toward its target. Had it missed? No, every strike had indeed hit the arrow. Only everything that touched its power simply ceased to exist. This makes no sense. How immense must the power within that tiny arrow be, that the combined attacks of thousands blessed by the divine could not even scratch it. The shining white arrow finally reached the massive barrier. A colossal fortress of white light soared into the heavens, as though dividing the world in half. The highest-class sacred art fortress of God, it was said that in the heavenly realm of those who serve Lumines, there stands a golden fortress of light impervious to any demonic invasion, eternally radiant and warm. Its size, they claimed, could encircle the entire continent 3 times over and still have half remaining. This spell reproduced that same fortress, or rather, summoned a fragment of the true golden citadel of Lumines directly into reality. In this world, upon this earth, there existed no being capable of surpassing that holy bastion. Above the immense walls that filled the sky, the arrow tinny as a toothpick in comparison struck. And then a vast explosion erupted. Saruna immediately drove his sword into the ground and lowered his body. The Earth Elemental Lord sank deep into the ground in the same instant. Only the Fire Elemental Lord reacted too slowly. The blast's edge brushed against it, and the fiery being, towering over 800 meters tall, scattered like dying embers. Light flickered. Thunderous explosions, like tens of thousands of lightning bolts, crashed without pause. When at last all fell silent, the wall was gone. The army of thousands had vanished completely. The number of survivors could be counted on one's fingers. Only the archbishops, including Patricio, remained. Unexpected. I meant to kill them all. Ludger landed lightly on the ground. Before him stood Bentham, captain of the Holy Knights, his body still faintly glowing with a golden hue. Ludger walked past him without a glance. At once, Bentham's body cracked apart with a dry crumble shattering like weathered marble into dust. What? As the remaining archbishops raised their hands to invoke sacred law, a metallic arm tore through the air above Ludger's head. That mechanical NVLGHT arm pointed its forefinger toward one of the archbishops and lightly swept it from left to right. The archbishop's body trembled, then turned to salt and collapsed into a white heap upon the ground. Another archbishop widened his eyes just as, from the rift in the sky, a tentacle composed of human bones, flesh, and muscle extended downward and touched him. What is THGKKKGHHHH? His body twisted grotesquely, then was sucked upward into the tentacle like water down a drain. One archbishop saw a mirror appear before him, his eyes and optic nerves ignited and burned to ash. Another's gaze went blank. He sank to his knees in prayer, muttering incoherently, and turned into a tree. Each of the archbishops died in a different, horrifying manner. Those who did not die outright were left in states where death would have been mercy. To Patricio, it felt like divine punishment. But that raised a question: who could possibly punish the archbishops of the great Lumines Church? At last, Ludger stood before Patricio, Ure the only one left. 641 chapter revealed identity. 1. Patricio swallowed hard. He tried to keep calm, but it was not as easy as he hoped. They're all dead. The Caden Lumos family's forces and Knight Commander Valrut, the Red Mage Alan Pavlo, the Purple Mage Koilwat, the Order of the Guardian of Light, and Commander Benthamon of the Holy Nation's 3 greatest knights. Special Division 11, the Archbishops of the Lumines Church, the Hunter Association, the Golden Rule Mercenary Corps, even the high-ranking priests and paladins from the Holy Nation. A massive army numbering in the thousands all annihilated, and all by just one man. Don't you dare. If you touch me. The words Patricio barely managed to squeeze out were nothing more than a pitiful threat. Even that much, Ludger cut off sharply before he could finish. More of you plan to come from the Holy Nation to judge me. Then let me ask you something. Ludger, whose eyes glowed with a red radiance, looked straight at Patricio. Who will judge me? Elu Lumines. Ludger scoffed softly, lifting his gaze toward the black hole still lingering above his head. To others, it might look like a hole torn in empty space, but its true nature was that of a gate, the heavenly gatear path to the heavens. Yet neither man nor god could truly pass through it. Humans were far too weak and lowly in rank to ascend through such a gate, while gods were far too vast and immense to descend through it. To a human, it was like the eye of a needle. Even now, after unlocking the third seal technique, perhaps a single finger could slip through at best. And even that was only possible if one monopolized the gate entirely. With all the guards crowding on the other side, drawing numbers like in a queue, no single being could exert proper influence through it. Even so, Ludger had used that very divine power to annihilate the crusade. And that crusade had also been blessed by divine power. Lumines, are you watching? Ludger called toward the gate. There was no reply, yet he could feel it. Constant noise of the guards that had been chattering moments ago had fallen silent. The master himself had stepped forward. You've been searching for me all this time, haven't you? The guard of light and order, the owner of this cage Lumines, was now gazing down at Ludger through the open gate. The sticky, covetous feeling in that gaze made Ludger want to shudder, but he brushed it off like a droplet on his coat with a cold smile. Yes, I am right here. I'm not hiding anymore. I won't run. At Ludger's provocation, a wave of displeasure rippled through Luminous' presence. That feeling said everything. The vessel meant to contain his power, the Grail itself, dared to bear its will before its creator. You wanted to use me as a vessel, erase my mind, and make me your tool to control this cage. But that won't happen. I'll make sure of it. WH, what are you talking about? Patricio couldn't understand a word of it. Ludger answered with calm precision. You saw me as a dangerous existence and tried to eliminate me. I may have inherited the NVLGT, official version, blood of the Holy Sovereign, but my potential was far too great. Ludger had been born with immense power, loved by the guards, a vessel strong enough not to shatter beneath their favor. For the holy nation, it should have been a blessing unlike any other. But they did not see it that way. A bastard child born with heavenly talent, while the legitimate heirs still lived. How could they hand the holy sovereign's seat to an illegitimate son? It was not as if the other children lacked talent. The current generation of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline was among the most gifted in all of Breda's history. If they had been born in another era, any one of them could have become the next Holy Sovereign. But among them all, one child, an illegitimate one, was born with talent that overwhelmed the rest completely. That was dangerous. That had to be removed. And so countless assassination attempts surrounded Ludger from birth. Being a bastard, they branded his back with a curse, fed him poison, and sent assassins after him without end. The entire royal line became one great beast devouring its own offspring. Yet he did not die. Instead, he escaped Bretis entirely. Even after he fled, assassins were sent time, and time again, but his traces were eventually lost. Until at last, they found him again as if guided by divine providence itself. As if reading Patricio's very thoughts, Ludger narrowed his eyes. You didn't try to kill me out of faith. You did it out of greed. You were afraid a bastard with too much power would take your place. That was the only reason. That's not true. We acted by the will of the God. The will of God. Lumines is watching right now, and you still want to lie. You called me the Grail, didn't you? You knew what I was meant to be. Patricio gasped, his trembling eyes fixed on the black hole above Ludger's head. And no, Lumines, it's not true. I swear it's not. You may have worshipped sincerely once, but the holy nation of Bretis gained too much power throughout the continent's long history. That power corrupted you. You stagnated. You rotted. Lumines knew it too. He was the one who watched over this cage, after all. But he had never chosen to act, perhaps because he couldn't. Then one event changed everything: the battle between Saintess Archinis and the great demon Saruna. It had happened here, in this very place, long ago. The church lost the Saintess power. To cover it up, they claimed she sacrificed herself in a noble battle against the demon. Then, desperate to keep up appearances, they clung to the Saintess' lingering fragments of power and continued their endless experiments. So what? The holy nation became nothing more than power-hungry parasites. They tried to control even the Saintess, and in the end, they tried to erase the Grail that the God himself had given them. Why? Because it didn't suit their rule, because they couldn't allow a crack in their absolute power. But now, all their grand designs had turned to dust. The worshippers sought independence from their God and clung to worldly power, while the God lost faith in them and sought to create a new Grail. Ludger slowly closed his eyes. And now the God lends power to the worshippers, and the worshippers cry out his name in battle. There's no irony greater than this. Patricio's face went pale. He wanted to deny it, to say something, but his lips wouldn't move. because he felt its gaze. The gaze that had been fixed on Ludger through the black hole was now on him. He could not see anything through the darkness, but the sheer presence pressing down on him left no doubt. No, Lumines, please, that's not true. He tried to reject Ludger's words in his heart, but the black desire buried deep inside him could not escape Luminous sight. The divine gaze turned wrathful. That wrath, only a fraction of the guard's true emotion, split and diluted countless times over, was still enough to crush Patricio's heart. It was no illusion. His heart was literally being squeezed. KHGGHHK. He should have screamed, but his lips would not open as if glued shut. For the guard did not permit even the relief of a dying scream from one who had sinned. No, Lumines, Lord Lumines. His silent plea was nothing more than the primal thrashing of a mortal facing death. Lumines began to withdraw every ounce of divine power he had granted the cardinal. Not only what he had bestowed, but even Patricio's own original divine energy and his very life force itself. It was all sucked upward into the gate. Patricio's body crackled with golden lightning, his entire being turned to radiant light particles, breaking apart, scattering, and being absorbed into the black hole. It all happened in an instant, but Ludger understood. For that single second of time, Patricio had felt it stretch into a century, experiencing his body being torn apart cell by cell. To think you treat your own follower so cruelly, Ludger sneered toward the void. Lumines, having delivered divine punishment, turned his gaze back to Ludger. You are mine. The words came slowly, heavy with intent. As if to prove they were not mere sound, white sparks danced around the edges of the black hole. Lumines was trying to force the gate wider. Unlike the other guards, who adjusted themselves to the narrow opening, Lumines sought to expand Ito break through by sheer force. That was how confident he was in his own power. So, you plan to use this opening to widen the gate and impose your will directly. Ludger watched the expanding heavenly gate without a trace of fear on his face. But no matter who you are, even you can't completely overturn the laws of this world. And as if to affirm his words, the expansion of the gate stopped. Then, even faster than it had grown, it began to shrink. This cage wasn't built by you alone, Ludger said coldly. You drove out the other guards, stole their names, trampled their divinity, but the world they made still remains. The world you can never have. Thunderous rage echoed from beyond the gate. Ludger began weaving the sealing technique again. Starting from the third stage, he calmly reversed the process, lowering the seals. As he reached the second stage, the halo above his head vanished, and the gate shrank rapidly. Just as it was about to reach the first stage, a golden bolt of lightning shot straight down from the hole toward Ludger's crown. It was Luminous' Strikian attempt to brand Ludger with his mark before the gate closed. Ludger was too focused on reconstructing the seals to react in time. The bolt was about to pierce him when I can't just stand by and watch that. Saruna swung his sword, deflecting the golden lightning to the side. The divine bolt lost its target and dissolved into the air. You dare! Recognizing Saruna, Lumines roared in fury, but the sealing formation had already restored the second stage and was moments away from the first. Don't take it so personally, Saruna mocked. I haven't even started paying you back yet. Don't worry, Lumines, Ludger said as he completed the final seal. I'll be the one to come find you next. Pa, the black hole vanished. The crushing presence, the suffocating divinity all disappeared with it. That stung a bit, Saruna muttered, glancing at his sword, frowning. Just a single strike of divine, lightning barely, a fragment of luminous true power yet to deflect it. He had to swing with a force greater than what he used to behead the fire elemental lord. Even so, his sword hand had suffered a faint burn. He hadn't blocked it head-on, but diverted it, and still it left a mark. The wound healed quickly compared to his past battle with the Saintess. This was nothing more than a scratch. Now then, with the situation finally settled, Ludger's eyes, once glowing red, returned to their original blue as he looked at Saruna. It's time we talked. 642 chapter, revealed identity 2-0 order. No, Saruna. What exactly is your purpose? The sealing spell had been restored, and the heavens had closed. Ludger had lost the omnipotence he possessed moments before. The exhilaration that had made him feel as though he could soar freely through the sky was gone, replaced by a vast emptiness that threatened to swallow him whole, but Ludger forced it down with desperate self-control. That wasn't what mattered right now. The fact that you came all the way here means you must want something from me, so speak. What is your goal? What's there to hide? Of course I came here because I have business with you. Saruna spoke as he glanced at Grander, who lay peacefully on a bed of shadow amidst the chaos. And since an old acquaintance was departing, I thought I might at least see her off. Though it seems that wasn't necessary after all. You once said that, in a distant past, you fought the Saintess Archinis here on this very ground. That's right. Saruna's tone carried a hint of bitterness as he looked upon the crater, now stripped of nearly all traces of what it once was. The aftermath of Ludger's battle with the subjugation army had been enormous. The crater and every mountain and forest in the surrounding area had been completely obliterated. It was beyond merely redrawing maps if things had gone just a little further. Even the planet's crust might have shifted. It hadn't, solely because the elemental Lord of Earth had poured his authority into holding the land together. The Earth Lord had withdrawn once his task was done. In history, it's said that the great demon Saruna lost here to the Saintess Archinis and vanished. Of course, they also say that the Saintess herself perished from the aftermath of that same battle. That's the version the world knows more precisely, the fabricated story the theocracy of Bretis made up for their own convenience. Saruna swung the sword in his hand. You saw it yourself, didn't you? My power as an apostle isn't enough to turn a land into a wasteland like this. The same goes for the Saintess. Yet even after centuries, not a single living thing can survive in this crater. It wasn't the work of a demon or a Saintess, but of something else entirely. That's right. It was the power of a god. Saruna spoke as if recalling that day. My battle with the Saintess, as always, never ended with a clear victor. Archinis was far too strong for me to kill her, and on the other hand, she never intended to kill me. What? When Ludger looked at him in surprise, Saruna gave a bitter smile. Yeah, I know. Hard to believe, isn't it? The great demon Saruna, alive only because the Saintess showed him mercy. But that's the truth. Archinis may have been the Saintess of the Church, but unlike the Church's doctrine, she didn't try to solve everything through judgment and purification. She NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, lived up to the name Saintess, sought to embrace everything with compassion and warmth. Saruna's voice softened, soaked with nostalgia. She loved all living things, and it was Luminis who interfered in that battle. Saruna nodded. He lost his temper completely. His Saintess, who was supposed to carry out his orders above all else, refused to kill a demon. So that day, Luminis took action. What did he do? Nothing dramatic. He just stuck a finger into the cage. That was how he put it, and in truth, Luminis' act might well have been as simple as using a single finger. But the consequences were anything but small. To punish the Saintess who disobeyed him, and to destroy the fallen servant, apostle, who had turned away Luminis, directly interfered with the lower world. He tore open the dimensions and extended his power through the rift. This crater was created that way. For him, it was nothing more than striking down with one finger, and yet that single gesture had blanketed this land in death. For nearly 1,000 years, no living being had survived here, could it? I see. So this wasn't the aftermath of a battle, it was the mock of divine judgment. Saruna let out a low, mirthless laugh. But as a result of his interference, Luminis could never again exercise his power in this world. The rules he broke only allowed one exception, and that leniency was given just once. Because those rules weren't made by Luminis alone. So that's when the anxiety began. He realized even his most loyal followers, humans he thought to be his limbs, could betray him. The Saintess Archinis had abandoned her duty, the duty to hunt demons. Her entire life should have been devoted to serving that purpose, yet she refused to kill the demon. Enraged, Luminis punished the Saintess and tried to kill Saruna as well. But Saruna did not die. Instead, this land was left scarred by his divine strike. And then came the true problem. Luminis came to a realization. If even his most faithful Saintess could defy him, what about the others? Just look at the state of the theocracy now, you can see the result. The theocracy of Bretis had once wielded power that shook the entire continent, but that glory was never meant to last forever. Its present authority was borrowed power at best. And having spent his divine force interfering in the mortal world, Luminis could no longer wield it as before. From that day on, the power of the paladins and priests sharply declined. The flow of divine energy was drastically reduced. Reduced divinity. reduced power, reduced authority. And what sprouted from that fertile soil of desperation was human greed, born from the instinct to survive. The holy nation became covetous. The guard still existed, but he could no longer intervene in the mortal world. So didn't that make his representatives, those who claimed to act in his name, the true sovereigns of the continent? When the tiger's gone from the mountain, the fox becomes king, and a very sly fox at that. The theocracy of Bretis reinterpreted its own doctrines to suit its desires and acted to fulfill its greed. It was only natural that such a corrupt faith would begin its slow decline. Though their divine power had waned, it was still real enough to prevent complete collapse. But what must that sight have looked like to Luminis himself? Unable to trust humans, Luminis must have wanted to purge the theocracy that no longer obeyed his will. Yet he also knew that replacing them would change nothing. So he conceived another plan. He would create a Vesela human capable of holding his power. He would rule directly through that puppet. And that vessel was none other than the illegitimate child of the holy sovereign's line, the man of unparalleled talent through the ages, Heathcliff von Bretis, the very man standing before me now. So that's how it was. But the holy sovereign wasn't a fool. He and his children knew I would be a threat to their throne, and more than that, they knew Luminis will resided within me. And because they knew, they tried to erase you pretending ignorance, as if it were all for the glory of God. To Luminis, the theocracy of Bretis was nothing more than a dog that had turned on its master. But when Ludger vanished from the holy nation, leaving not even a trace, Luminis had no choice but to let the surrogate rule stand, no matter how displeased he was. That, however, was over now. The man who had hidden himself so well had finally revealed his true identity. From Luminis' point of view, he must be desperate. The long-lost Holy Grail he thought dead has suddenly appeared right before his eyes. So you knew and tried to use me. I didn't know at first. It was only suspicion. I became certain after what happened in the imperial capital, Basara. The demon once sealed beneath the roots of the world tree, revived through Sir Runa's manipulation, and completely annihilated by Ludger's hand. What is your true purpose? Revenge against Luminis? Isn't it obvious? That's exactly why I've come this far, because I am a demon. You had plenty of chances before this. Why didn't you act then, 500 years ago? Before the Empire even came into being, the old kingdoms had joined hands with the elves in search of a way to oppose the theocracy of Bretis. They gathered relics, nurtured a new world tree, and prepared a certain experiment. The one who obstructed that plan was Basar, rather, Sir Runa, who had been pulling his strings from behind the scenes. That plan was doomed to fail. If I hadn't intervened back then, Luminis could never have been defeated. The opportunity itself would have been completely lost. And now it's different. That's why I'm helping you, isn't it? Sir Runa turned toward Ludger. Heathcliff, I know you've been preparing something inside the theocracy of Bretis. For a very long time, you've been laying things in place beneath the surface. Of course, the same goes for me. I've been preparing just as long, without letting them notice a single drop of water seeping slowly into the cracks of a stone. So what is it you want? What I want I can't tell you yet. You still have a few things left to do first, don't you? Ludger Cherish, professor of Sion Academy. When you cast off every chain and come to Bretis, that's when I'll tell you my true purpose. My task, how to achieve what you desire, you must not leave even the smallest margin. Leave no margin. Those words weighed heavily on Ludger. Right now, hesitation still lingers in you. If you don't cut it away completely, that hesitation will drag you down at the crucial moment. You know that better than anyone. I'll take my leave for now. I look forward to the day we meet again in the theocracy of Bretis, where all of this will finally come to an end. With those words, Sir Runa vanished as if dissolving into the air. The end of everything. Ludger remained where he stood, silently mulling over the words Sir Runa had left behind. When Ludger returned to Riederbalk, the city felt far quieter than before. The chaos that had followed Nerva's incident had subsided, and though that should have meant the citizens were regaining stability, Ludger couldn't shake the strange discomfort this stillness gave him. It felt like the calm before a storm. He carefully laid Grander upon her bed in her room. Her breathing was ragged. She was still recovering her damaged soul. Though she would heal on her own if left alone, Ludger couldn't simply stand by and do nothing, so he left a few instructions with the people on Royal Street. News of his return spread quickly, and the members of Owens gathered together. Ona, Violetta, relieved that Ludger had returned safely, still showed unease over the troubling rumors that had been circulating. Recently, the city has I know. There's no need to explain. Are you truly all right? Ludger didn't answer. Before even unpacking, he began preparing to head for Sion. Boss, don't tell Mayor going back to Sion. I am. Going back suddenly would already be risky, but in this situation, there's something I must finish. It can't be postponed any longer. That's why I have one last thing to say to you all. One last thing to say. The members of Owens felt an odd sense of foreboding. As the founder and leader of Owens, I hereby declare you, N. Owen, disbanded. What? My lord, what are you saying? Sheridan exclaimed in shock. Your abilities have already blossomed fully. It's time you stop following me into danger and start walking your own paths. I know this comes suddenly, and it must be confusing. But understand this one thing: following me means staking your life. 10 lives wouldn't be enough. If you die, the name you carried will forever be branded with that mark. Are you still willing to accept that? There's no honor or glory in that death. It would just be a meaningless death, a dog's death. No grave, not even a body left to bury. The members of Owens fell silent, recognizing the gravity in Ludger's tone. Nothing they could say now would carry weight without time to truly think. Ludger knew that, and so he was giving them that time to think and decide for themselves. Whatever you choose, I will respect it, even if that choice meant running away. He didn't voice that part aloud as he turned to leave. No one stopped him until he was gone. The only one who followed after him was Sedna Roshan. She had been restless ever since his disappearance, tormented by the fact that she hadn't been by his side to assist him. Ludger didn't try to stop her. When they finally arrived back at Sion, students and teachers passing by froze in surprise at the sight of him. Where had he been? Was he all right? Those who tried to ask found the words dying in their throats the moment they saw his expression calm and natural, as though he had never been gone at all. Thus, Ludger returned to his office without interruption, without a single bothersome question. Even after so long away, the room was spotless without a trace of dust. Sedna had been coming in every day to clean. Ludger sat down at his desk, as if to reflect on the days past. Out of consideration, Sedna quietly stepped aside to give him space. This teaching job started by chance, but it wasn't without meaning. Ludger rose slowly and stood by the window. A few minutes passed. Then noise erupted beyond the door, shattering the silence. Wait a moment. Who are you people? Sedna's voice cut off, and the office door slammed open. The ones who stormed in were knights in black uniforms, the Nightcrawler Knights, under the Imperial Security Bureau. At their head, a silver-haired woman advanced with the sharp rhythm of her boots, stopping before Ludger. Ludger Cherish. Terina Lionhowl, the Lord Protector. Her cold gaze locked on him. You are under arrest for impersonating a Sion instructor and for the murder of a cardinal of the theocracy of Bretis. 643 chapter, Revealed Identity, 3. Within Terina Lionhowl's cold eyes lingered a tangle of emotions. Ludger Cherish. He was a man of considerable skill, a professor of Sion Academy. No calling his skill merely considerable would be an insult to his true ability. Terina knew this well, for she had once fought beside him in the underground capital of the Empire. Because of that, she also knew how reliable he was, how much she had trusted him as a comrade. That was precisely why Terina found this situation so unpleasant. Outwardly, she maintained an expression of cold impartiality, but somewhere deep inside, she could not help hoping things would not come to this. Do you have anything to say in your defense? The fact that Terenoho normally would have arrested Ludger without hesitation added that second sentence was proof enough of her inner conflict. Lloyd and Enia joiners, who both knew Terina well, stared at her in disbelief. The Terina they knew would never speak in such a way. That alone revealed how highly she regarded Ludger, but Ludger only extended his hand without a word. Terina's brow twitched at the sight. You arrest me. That is your duty. Terina glared silently at him for a long moment, then retrieved from her belt a monosuppression artifact and locked it around his wrist. Clack. Take him away. With that cold command, Terina turned and left the staff room as though she could not bear to see him any longer. Sedna, who had been anxiously watching from outside, opened her mouth to protest, but Ludger spoke first. Let's go. For someone under arrest, his tone was audaciously calm. Yet that composure fit him so naturally that the Nightcrawler Knights, without question, led him out just as he wished. Sedna could do nothing but watch his back as he was taken away, unable to say even a single word to him. What's going on? What happened? The Nightcrawler Knights. Who are they taking? The sudden arrival of the Nightcrawler Knights drew attention from students, servants, and several teachers. They murmured in confusion, wondering who could possibly be under arrest at such a time until they saw Ludger's face. Mister Ludger, you came back. No, wait, are they taking him? What happened? Just then, Rhine, who had heard that Ludger had returned, arrived out of breathlessly to freeze amid the crowd. Through the shoulders of the onlookers, she glimpsed Ludger being led away by knights in black uniforms. Professor. At her shout, Ludger's steps faltered for a brief moment. But then, as if nothing had happened, he began walking again. What is the meaning of this commotion? The same question came from none other than Headmaster Alyssa Willow. At her appearance, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Alyssa advanced to the front and stopped opposite Terina. Terina. Alyssa, you owe me an explanation. Did you know? Know what exactly? Terina caught the faint hesitation in Alyssa's tone with a master's intuition, but she feigned ignorance and explained. This man is not Ludger Cherish. He is an impostor who infiltrated Theon under a false identity. Furthermore, he stands accused of murdering Cardinal Patricio Ramilo. What? Alyssa had known from the start that Ludger's identity was not genuine, but murder of Cardinal Patricio Ramilo, who had vanished recently from Riederbelk, a cardinal whose pure divine power rivaled even a sixth circle mage. And Ludger had killed him. That's not all. He is also accused of murdering several archbishops and massacring priests and paladins of the theocracy of Bretis. Don't you think that's going too far? At the word massacre, Alyssa's expression stiffened. Even for a false accusation, that sounded too extreme. You'll see the truth when the reports arrive. What matters is that he did not deny the charges. Is that true, Professor Ludger? You still call me Ludger? Ludger turned toward Herno, toward everyone, and spoke clearly. Allow me to reintroduce myself. The students gasped in confusion. Rhine stared at him with trembling eyes. No, brother, don't do this. At the same moment, Freuden Ulbach arrived, having rushed to the scene, and looked at Ludger's restrained figure in disbelief. My name is Heathcliff. The murmuring crowd fell silent. Ludger's calm voice rang through the air. Heathcliff von Bretis. Bretis. Wait, did he say Bretis? That name can only be used by then, that means. No, it couldn't be true. It had to be a lie, some misunderstanding. The truth was too absurd, too overwhelming for anyone to accept. And yet, instinctively, everyone held their breath, waiting for his next words. I am the illegitimate son of the late Holy Sovereign Benedict von Bretas, bastard child, who murdered the cardinals and archbishops of the holy nation. His words shattered all denial, detonating through the hall like a bomb. Clank. Ludger sat within an iron cell. Mana-suppressing shackles bound his wrists, restraints held his ankles, and even his eyes were covered with a special blindfold. Around the cell, guards maintained unbroken surveillance, changing shifts so that not even a single minute passed unwatched. If Ludger so much as twitched suspiciously, the entire prison would explode. Such treatment was reserved only for criminals capable of toppling nations. Yet Ludger accepted it quietly, without complaint, as though it were the natural order of things. After some time, he sensed someone approaching. Stand back. At the voice of command, the knights obeyed immediately, retreating without protest. Only Ludger and the new visitor remained. You moved faster than I expected. Without needing to look, Ludger knew who it was. The voice alone was unmistakable. Across the bars, Princess Aileen von Exilian regarded him with a troubled gaze. I was honestly shocked. When you told me your true identity, I almost wished it were a lie. Unfortunately, I only speak the truth. I know. That's why I trusted you and sent Terina. Ludger's arrest had been simple. He himself had confessed everything to Aileen, instructing her to capture him. Revealing your identity means you're putting your long-prepared plan into motion, isn't it? Yes, you really are heartless. To sever every bond you've formed as a teacher in this way. They were unnecessary bonds to me. And what about me? Aileen bit back the question with desperate restraint. Now was not the time for emotion. To think you'd even use the next empress like this, the worst part is that the theocracy already knows. You realize that, don't you? She shook her head with a bitter smile. No, of course you do. You wanted them to know. Aileen understood him perfectly. If she had been in his position, she would have done the same. Thanks to you, The empire regained its crumbling dignity if only for a moment. By exposing the man who slaughtered bred us elite as Heathcliff and capturing him, we've forced the holy nation to bow and request extradition. They'll have no choice. Yes, but even the empire won't hold for long. There's still the second prince. So you know about him too? Yes. My foolish brother has already acted on his own, has told the holy nation everything. Oddly enough, that worked in Aileen's favor. Until now, the second prince's betrayal had been only a suspicion, without proof. Now, thanks to Ludger, he had exposed his fangs openly. If Ludger hadn't forced the issue, that hidden dagger might one day have been turned against her. Be wary of him. His ties with Brettus go far deeper than mere alliance. He's hiding something else. I know. Dealing with that will be my next task. Then that's enough. Aileen bit her lip. He could have chosen a peaceful life her could have lived as Ludger Cherish, not Heathcliff. Instead, he had cast himself into the mud, enlarging the chaos and sacrificing himself. You really are infuriating. She had once thought herself his equal. When she tracked down his traces and unmasked his identity, Shed felt triumphant, like she had finally caught up to him. But no, he had outplayed her completely. This is the worst. You lay a debt on me like this, and you don't even give me a chance to repay it. I can't remember ever feeling this humiliated in my life. Yow'll do well. Yow'll become a fine empress. Aileen exhaled a long sigh. There was no point in anger. She understood that. Something else mattered more. The theocracy sent someone for you. Their movements were so fast it was as if they already knew this would happen. If it delayed your arrest by even half a day, we would have been too late. I see. The situation looks hopeless, but somehow I doubt Yow'll give up so easily. Ludger gave no reply, but neither did he deny it. That small silence brought a faint light to Aileen's expression. Then do your best. I'll do mine. No bars or shackles could sever the bond between them. Just as Ludger had said only what he wished to say, Aileen did the same. And because they trusted each other completely, neither of them argued. Then, I'll go. Aileen left the cell, and almost immediately another visitor stepped forward to take her place. Even blindfolded, I can feel how unpleasant your presence is. How cruel. I came because I was worried about you. The voice, bright and sweet as ever, belonged to Priestess Rumria. Thanks to you, we were able to get rid of Cardinal Patricio too, weren't we? It was the outcome you desired. How could you say that? I would never allow harm to a faithful cardinal of our church. Enough meaningless talk. Why are you here? To mark me for being imprisoned? You know me better than that. You are of the Holy Sovereign's blood. As a priestess, I cannot defy you. Indeed. Ludger's lips curled into a bitter smile. You cannot defy me, but what if there were someone with NV8, original source, greater authority than mine? Though his eyes were still covered, Ludger's gaze fixed squarely upon her. Rumria's eyes were hidden by her white tiara, yet her face had lost its usual serene smile. My role ends here, she murmured, bowing her head not to Ludger, but to someone else behind her. Well. A third voice echoed, a gentle, gracious voice, eerily similar to Ludger's own. I never thought we'd meet again under such circumstances. Without a sound of footsteps, a man approached the bars. Though your blood may be tainted, half of it still comes from our father, my dear brother. You can't see me with that blindfold on, can you? Then let's fix that. With a casual flick of his fingers, the man gestured toward Ludger. The special artifact blindfold sliced cleanly in half and slipped down, yet the alarm wards never sounded. That alone proved how extraordinary the man's power was. Light returned to Ludger's eyes, and through the bars he saw the visitor clearly. A young man with features much like his own but gentler, softer. Long white hair, crimson eyes, and a smile warm enough to seem kind. Saelsin von Brettus. You should call me elder brother. The eldest son of the late Holy Sovereign Benedict, and the current Holy Sovereign himself had come to meet him in person. 644 chapter, Saelsin von Brettus. 1. Ludger had expected someone of importance might come, but this far exceeded even his imagination. The current Holy Sovereign himself had appeared. Now he understood why Priestess Rumria could not so much as move. They may both share the same blood of the Holy Line, but Saelsin, as the reigning Holy Sovereign, holds the greatest authority over the priesthood. If Rumria instinctively obeyed Ludger's commands, feeling compelled by his words without realizing it, then for her, a single command from Saelsin would be a crushing act of divine coercion. I did expect someone of high rank from the Holy Family might come, but the Holy Sovereign himself. Was it to exploit a moment of weakness, or merely to display overwhelming confidence? Either way, the arrival of the Supreme Ruler was, in a sense, a relief for Ludger. For the Holy Sovereign to personally visit a place like Thisue must have a great deal of leisure time. My subordinates work hard enough in my stead. I've realized I don't actually have that much to do. What do they call it, being a figurehead? That's about right. Salesson spoke modestly, but Ludger didn't believe a word. The man smiled pleasantly, yet the sharp red eyes beneath that smile did not laugh at all. Just as I am probing him, he's probing me as well. Salesson had not ascended to the holy throne simply because he was the firstborn. Ludger had quite a few half-siblings, and every one of them was extraordinarily gifted talents rarely found in the long history of the holy nation of Bretis. That Salesson had emerged victorious among such prodigies meant it was not luck that had made him wholly sovereign, was truly superior. Not only was he powerful enough to be suited for the position, but he possessed an agile intellect and a political acumen unmatched. A man like that coming here out of leisure, not even a fool would believe it. When I heard that my long-lost younger brother had reappeared, how could I not come see for myself? Not because you wanted to kill me personally. Kill you? Why would I do that? Have you already forgotten what the cardinal and those archbishops were plotting? Salesson shook his head slowly. That was Cardinal Patricio and his subordinates acting on their own accord. It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with him. Ludger's lips curved into a faint, crooked smile. Thousands. That was how many soldiers had been gathered at one place. No matter how influential a cardinal might be, could he truly assemble such a force without the Holy Sovereign's approval? Impossible. Saleson's influence had clearly been involved. To Salesson, the deaths of Patricio and his priests and paladins must have been a grievous loss, yet he claimed it had been the cardinal's independent act, without even a flicker of emotion. How merciless of you to discard a man who once followed you with such devotion. Even a cardinal who betrays the will of God must face rightful judgment. The will of God, you say? That's not something I'd expect from the one who strayed furthest from Lumini's teachings. At that, for the first time, a change appeared on Saleson's smiling face. His mask didn't crack, but his crimson eyes narrowed, the corners lengthening sharply. My brother, at the site where Saint Archenes and the great demon once clashed, a great disturbance of power was felt. You opened a channel to the divine realm, didn't you? Was it only communication? I saw Lumines himself manifest his power. Saleson's gaze deepened. He knew Ludger had annihilated Cardinal Patricio and the subjugation army. He was a man of the Lumines faith himself, overflowing with divine power. Even from afar, he NVLHD, don't copy read here, would have felt that immense surge. You said you killed Cardinal Patricio, right? But there's one thing you got wrong. I did kill the others there, but Patricio wasn't one of them. Oh, you wiped out so many, and yet claim you spared the Cardinal. If not you, then who killed him? If you think about who actually exerted power at that place, you should already know. Saleson's lips curved upward, amused. You're saying Lumines himself delivered divine punishment. That is the truth. That man never served God with sincerity. The same goes for you, doesn't it? Lumines knows. He knows that his so-called holy nation has long ceased to worship him with genuine faith, that it's become corrupted. That's why he punished Patricio. Would you like to know how he died? Salesson shook his head. Long ago, Lumines preached that those who served him faithfully would ascend to the heavens and gaze upon the world by his side. At the sudden talk of doctrine, Ludger said nothing and listened quietly. People believed that wholeheartedly and praised him all the more. But that was merely the surface truth. Do you know why I'm not curious about Patricio's end? Because I already know how he died. You do. To gaze upon the world together with Lumines means to become one with him. And becoming one with him does not mean being his servant, it means being absorbed by him entirely. The human body collapses, turns into light and lightning, and is drawn into him. Ludger recalled Patricio's final moments. Through that black vortex, the human body disintegrating into radiant light drawn upward and consumed, a sight beyond belief even to those who witnessed it. Yet Salesson, who hadn't seen it, spoke as though he knew exactly how it happened. Lumines never loved humanity to begin with, so you intend to betray him. Betrayal is what happens between those who once trusted each other. But Lumines never trusted us. Can that be called betrayal? You truly do understand your role, not just me. My father, the previous holy sovereign, and every generation before us knew it well. Lumines granted us power not out of love, but to shape the world to his will. We are merely tools. Where do you think the old texts describing humans turning to light and being absorbed came from? Only then did Ludger understand some former holy sovereigns had met the same fate as Patricio. The opportunity we gained came from the battle between the saint and the great demon. Lumines lost his authority that day, so you took the chance to claim Bretis as your own. No, you've got it backwards. It was ours to begin with. We merely reclaimed rightful ownership. Then you failed to do what Lumines commanded. Human civilization's progress was proof enough of that. Originally, Lumines had created the faith and the holy nation to curb human development or prevent mankind from rising high enough to oppose him. He empowered the holy sovereigns so they could exert divine influence in the mortal world. But once that conduit vanished, the essence of Bretis changed. They still influenced the continent, but no longer enough to halt human progress, especially over the past centuries had advanced far too rapidly. Faith had waned. Magic, engineering, and firearms had risen instead. How long could we live as his puppets? This world belongs to humanity. It sounded almost like a hymn to mankind, but the meaning beneath it was far from noble. You may have escaped Lumini's yoke, but nothing the holy nation has done since has been for humanity. You just don't want to let go of your power. Indeed, the strife between Lumines and Bretis came from nothing more than both sides' obsession with their own desires. What does that matter? What matters is that you were born. Saleson's red eyes gleamed. Heathcliff, you understand, don't yow what your existence means. I do. Lumines must have believed he could no longer interfere directly in this world, but he never gave up. He sought a way to return to reclaim his lost grandeur. The result was you, a child who should never have been born, Heathcliff von Bretis, the only child of the holy line born with black hair among the white-haired lineage of the holy sovereigns, a bastard of the royal bloodline, and the holy grail crafted by Lumines himself to contain his power. A prodigy beyond all prodigiesser talent, so monstrous it could not be measured. Even as a bastard, that power alone was enough to make you fit to be holy sovereign. But Salson and the others had not seen it that way, especially Benedict, the former holy sovereign, who had realized what Ludger truly was. You're a nothing but a Vesela tool Lumines created to channel his power into this world once more. The hollow god, powerless as he is, seeks to steal our authority back through you. And you think we'd simply allow that? That was why they had tried to kill him, because he was the vessel meant to contain the divine power. If he lived, Lumines could once again dominate the holy nation through him. That can't be allowed. Never. In the flicker of Saleson's crimson eyes, Ludger recognized the truth desire. Greed, the lust for power, the possessiveness born of sitting too long upon a throne. When you vanished, I truly did worry. If you'd been within sight, I wouldn't have been so uneasy. Not knowing where you were or what power you were gaining, that was intolerable. But now, things are different. You've returned right into our grasp, so y'all kill me now. What if I do? Selson extended a hand toward him. Through the bars, he merely mimed grasping something, and red marks appeared around Ludger's neck. With a squeeze, he could have snapped it like a twig. Ludger met his gaze calmly, unflinching. But not yet. Selson withdrew his hand. Killing you here would do us no good. You have remarkable patience. I prefer to savor what's worth savoring. You won't die quietly in a place like this. Nile have a grand stage, an audience fit for history. Before them all, Ya'll be executed, the enemy of the holy nation, the traitor to humanity. Salson no longer bothered to hide his emotions. There was no need, now that Ludger knew everything. For the past 20 years, we've hidden in the shadows. The continent has forgotten the might of Bretis, but no longer. I won't allow that. Perhaps once that was possible, but not anymore. The holy nation's name carries little weight in an age like this. Who would obey your decrees now? Selling indulgences, dethroning kings, those were tales from centuries past. In this modern world, with science advancing, equality laws rising, labor rights being written, they were relics of the old world, desperate to be acknowledged once again. You're right. People these days lack reverence for the divine, and that's not something we can restore with mere words. Do you miss it? Did you think people would stay fools forever? Ha ha, of course not. Had they not changed, we'd have been disappointed. What fun is there in ruling puppets that can't even struggle? What? A chill crept into Ludger's spine at those words. What are you plotting? Oh, nothing much. The world has forgotten the greatness of Brettis. I intend to remind them. Bluffing. Such a thing isn't possible. You'll see soon enough whether it's bluff or not. Heathcliff, haven't you noticed something odd? Every Gargus like the Demonches are parcels. You've experienced enough to know that. Of course he knew. Apostles were the chosen representatives of God's their closest agents, their voices in the mortal realm. Then here's a question. Do you think Lumenes has an apostle? You mean to say there's an apostle within the holy nation? Impossible. If that were true, there would have been traces over the centuries, miracles, something. It would spoil the surprise if I told you now. But don't worry, I'll find out soon. Selsin waved his hand lightly as he turned away. This has been a pleasant reunion. Let's have our next meeting back in the homeland. It will be your last. 645 chapter, Selsin von Brettis. 2 newspapers were published across the continent, including Rederbelk. On the front page of every paper across all nations, the same event was featured. Cardinals and archbishops of the theocracy of Brettis found dead. The criminal is the illegitimate son of Brettis, Heathcliff von Brettis, the heretic king who commands demons. Who is he really? The story instantly seized the public's attention. In an already chaotic time due to recent demonic incidents, a heretic who controlled demons had appeared. Moreover, since that man was of the late Holy Sovereign's bloodline, interest burned even hotter. The newspapers reported that Heathcliff von Brettis had formed a contract with an evil god and slaughtered the cardinals and archbishops of the holy nation. Thanks to cooperation with the Empire, the criminal had been captured at once and was being extradited to the theocracy. An illegitimate child, you say? What on earth happened? A contractor of an evil god. Truly horrifying. He's practically a demon himself. They say he commands demons. That makes him even worse. Pa, the people of the world argued endlessly over Ludgersnow, Heathcliff's deeds, but the so-called debate was little more than collective condemnation. He was of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline, yet worshipped a heretical god and even murdered Cardinal Patricio, a man revered for his virtue. And that was not all. Nearly thousands who had been with him were also said to have perished, one man killing thousands. It was a massacre unparalleled in history. How could one person do that alone? Isn't this fake? They said he borrowed the power of an evil god. Long ago, demons destroyed entire kingdoms. Is this really all right? A god of heretics who knew such a thing even existed? Well, they caught him, didn't they? They say the theocracy's already taking him back for execution. What if he's the one behind all the recent demon outbreaks too? Heathcliff's infamy spread throughout the continent. He was blamed not only for slaughtering Bredus priests and holy knights, but also for the incidents in Rederbelk and Isla Machia. As people cursed Heathcliff, they simultaneously praised the theocracy and its current holy sovereign, Selsin. The theocracy went even further. Declaring its intent to eradicate heresy from the continent, it dispatched its priests and holy knights everywhere. 30,000 trainee and common priests, 20,000 ordinary holy knights, 1,000 high priests, 800 high-ranking holy knights, 5 archbishops, and even priestesses and saintesses. It was as if the 20 years of closed borders had been mere preparation for this moment. Theocracy's forces spread across the continent in an instant. Considering that the current Holy Sovereign, Selsin, was staying within the Exilian Empire, it could be said that the holy nation itself now stood nearly empty. Has the theocracy gone insane? When did they even amass such power? Could their numbers of priests and knights really have grown so explosively in just 20 years? And if they scatter their forces like this, what about their homeland? Isn't it left wide open? Contrary to such worries, the holy nation's internal defenses remained solid. They claimed that those who died alongside Cardinal Patricio were only a fraction of their total strength, proof that they had built up an enormous force over 2 decades. What are they planning? Do they intend to start a war? Even if they did, spreading influence over the whole continent rather than focusing on one nation feels strange. They claim to be purging heresy, and we can't exactly oppose that. After all, heretics and demons really have appeared. For Brettis, this was the perfect time to act. Anyone who opposed them now risked being branded a heretic. When there was nothing to justify their cause, shouting about heresy accomplished nothing. No one listened. But now demons had appeared, and a man who worshipped a heretical god had been found. It was a terrible time to argue against them. Besides, the holy sovereign himself is suspicious. He headed straight for the empire right after his coronation. Didn't every previous holy sovereign remain in the capital? They say the new one is young, full of vigor. Whether that's hot blood or some secret deal with the empire, I don't know, but we'd better be careful. For now, let's welcome any delegation they send. Demons, heresy, it's all just a pretext, but we need to keep up appearances. No country dared oppose the theocracy's actions. When the first Princess Aileen received the report, she frowned, visibly displeased. Ha! NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, so that's how they've set the stage. Aileen thought of the current holy sovereign who had come to the empire Saelsin van Bretis. Ludger Cherishno, Heathcliff's elder brother. Saelsin resembled him in appearance, though their auras were opposites. Where Ludger was cold, composed, and distant, Saelsin appeared warm and affable. But Aileen had no doubt their hearts were the reverse. Ludger's cold exterior hid compassion and empathy. Saelsin's gentle smile concealed cruelty. Otherwise, he would never have discarded Cardinal Patricio so easily, a man who had followed him with such faith. Aileen believed she must be wary of Saelsin. Though he claimed to have come to express gratitude to the Empire, she did not take that at face value. Surely Saelsin had some ulterior motive for visiting, and Aileen knew perfectly well what gave him confidence. My weak younger brother, Ivlan von Exilian, her younger brother, the Empire's second prince, gentle-hearted and lacking in political talent. Gifted in painting, music, and the art talents he himself admitted made him unsuited to rule. And yet now, Ivlan had stepped to the front, welcoming the Bretis delegation personally. So the meek act was all a lie. Aileen had long suspected that Ivlan hid something in his heart. He had been wise enough never to show it openly, and so she had left him alone. But now Ivlan moved openly, as if to reveal that his meekness had been nothing but a fard. "Your Highness, what will you do?" Passius asked her. In terms of succession, Ivlan's actions looked like a direct challenge to Aileen's authority. And indeed they were. Otherwise, the quiet prince would never have begun moving like a fish set free into water. We must stop the second prince at once. I agree, but it's easier said than done. The real problem is Saelsin, the holy sovereign. Indeed, as long as he's involved, we can't easily touch the second prince. Even if Ivlan acted out, without support his voice would echo in vain. Aileen's power within the empire was secure. Ivlan should have been unable to stir anything. The crisis began when Saelsin von Bretis openly sided with Ivlan. For the holy sovereign himself to favor the second princate left many bewildered. I had only just managed to bring the Lumos family to our side, and I thought I could finally relax. Flora Lumos was it. Remarkable, such fierce ambition for her age. Illegitimate child is just a label. What matters is that she pushed out Caden Lumos and even surpassed her siblings to become acting head of the house. I lent her a hand, but without her charisma and talent, it wouldn't have been possible. Even with such good news, Aileen lightly rubbed her forehead, as if from a headache. The problem remains, holy sovereign. The fortress she had built so carefully was now shaking because of one man's move. He was right. I should have cut off my brother sooner. It was too late now to debate Ivlan's fate. Aileen reproached herself for her leniency, but Passius did not agree. Your Highness, you always knew the second prince was dangerous, but your compassion as family made you ignore it. Though Aileen appeared cold and merciless, she was not. Her affection for her younger sister Erendia proved that. You pretend to be unfeeling, but your heart is warm. That's why I serve you. Passius' eyes hardened with resolve. He'll continue to watch the second prince. Even if he's allied with the holy sovereign, he won't be able to act immediately. Well, wait for an opening. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Sir Passius. The door opened suddenly, and the second Prince Ivlan stepped inside. Passius narrowed his eyes. There had been guards outside. How had he gotten past them? Had he overheard their conversation? While Passius stood in confusion, Aileen rested her chin on one hand and regarded Ivlan calmly. So you appear now. It seems my suspicions were correct. Sister, please give up, give up. That's a grand statement from someone putting his faith in a newly crowned holy sovereign. You cannot stop him, sister. No one in this world can. You would defy the international order. Even if Bretis held moral justification now, it had not yet recovered enough to dominate as before. The world had long since learned to function without it. For the moment, everyone acted compliant, but that could change quickly. You think the theocracy still holds its ancient authority? Of course not. But sister, do you believe that's all the theocracy possesses? You speak as if you've seen something. This is the mercy I can offer you. I've heard enough. Be grateful that I've spared you this long out of family affection. And because of that affection, sister, you've been cornered. Ivlan drew something from his robes, a small golden-bound scripture no larger than a hand. When he opened it, radiant light burst forth, swallowing the entire room. Passius immediately drew his sword, but hesitated for an instant. No matter that Ivlan was the enemy, he was still of royal blood. To wound royalty was a forbidden act for the royal guard. That single moment of hesitation created an opening. The light from the scripture engulfed both Passius and Aline. You should have realized why I was able to reach this place unopposed. The light faded from Aline's eyes. The same happened to Passius. Both stood motionless, blank and hollow, like dolls whose souls had been stripped away. Ivlan gazed quietly at Aline. Excellent work, brother Ivlan. Clap, clap, clap. From behind, the sound of applause echoed as Sailsin entered the room. Ivlan turned and bowed deeply to him. For a royal to bow to the holy sovereign meant acknowledging the empire's submission to the theocracy. Yet Ivlan's expression showed no trace of humiliation. You have arrived, your holiness. You truly carried out my instructions. How could I not? This is my role. Well done. Thanks to your righteous choice, brother Ivlan, the empire will not perish, it will continue its line. Arrogant words, perhaps, but Ivlan knew they were true. The empire will be remembered in history unlike 500 years ago. Yes, I am grateful for your grace. The same will happen with every nation. Soon, the priests we dispatched will begin the grand ceremony. Sailsin smiled as he looked at the motionless Aline. His crescent-shaped crimson eyes gleamed with a sinister glow. Across the continent, we shall scatter our divine authority. 646 chapter authority of the holy nation. 1. Every guard has apostles. Each apostle possesses a unique authority, a power with properties that cannot be defined by either magic or science. Nerva ruled over the world of dreams, while Basara wielded a power that shook the human mind and provoked all manner of trauma. Helia, on the other hand, could create tangible illusions and even manifest the breath of a dragon. It was enough to show just how extraordinary the apostles' powers were. Naturally, Lumines also had apostles. However, the apostles of Lumines were somewhat different from the rest. Apostles were, by nature, transcendent beings no longer human. Yet among them, the apostles of Lumines were the only ones who were human. Human apostles. Perhaps because of that, Lumines had not one but two apostles, unlike the other gods. Unlike others, the apostles of Lumines aged and weakened over time. Whenever that happened, the apostle would pass on their power to a successor. The power was inherited, handed down like a lineage, and with each succession, the apostle's power grew stronger. But disputes over who should inherit that authority were endless. At times, battles were fought for the right to claim that power. For the moment one acquired the apostle's authority, they would rise above all rivals to the highest seat. Unable to let such chaos continue, the church made a choice. They would enthrone the apostle as king and ensure that his bloodline inherited the apostolic power. The second apostle would serve as his advisor. The current bearer of that apostolic authority was the holy sovereign Sailsin von Bretis, and the authority he possessed as an apostle was brainwashing. 500 years ago, Sailsin began suddenly. The kingdom that would later become the foundation of the empire dared to defy the holy nation and conducted forbidden experiments. Ivlan listened to him silently. They foolishly joined hands with the heretical elves, secretly cultivated a world tree, and even delved into relic research. Reckless and dangerous. But as justice always prevails, they all perished by the very demons they summoned. What followed was obvious. The theocracy of Bretis immediately dispatched its holy knights and priests. Even a nation as mighty as Bretis would normally face backlash for unilaterally overthrowing a royal house. But thanks to the apostolic authority, they could do so. Brainwashing. Though it held little power over individuals, its influence on groups was immense. When a nation's ruler was replaced, and its people didn't even realize it, that was the measure of this deranged authority. An ability to tamper with the memories of an entire country and impose obedience. For an apostle who led a religion, there was no power more perfectly suited. That was why Brettis had been able to rule the continent unopposed for centuries. Was there truly no nation that had ever resisted? There were, and every one of them vanished by Brettis' hand. A power that could rewrite history itself as they pleased. Even now, that same power continued to act without filter. After that incident 500 years ago, the empire was born, Saelsin continued. And for generations, it has preserved records swearing never to defy the holy nation again. Yet as time passes, even the strongest fortress rusts. The empire of today walks a different path from us. I am deeply sorry. It is all because of my foolish sister, Ivlan said. At first, I considered making an example of her. Saelsin smiled faintly, but second, Prince Ivlan, after seeing you, I decided otherwise. Thanks to you, the empire will endure. You may take pride in that. Ivlan bowed his head lower in gratitude. With the authority bestowed by Saelsin, becoming the next emperor would be an effortless task. Watching him with satisfaction, Saelsin nodded. Still, it seems other nations have committed far too many blasphemies while we were away. Do you intend to erase them? Ha ha, I'm not that cruel. Erasing them would be too much trouble for us as well. Saelsin paused, then smiled faintly. But perhaps we can instill a little more reverence toward us. The brainwashing authority Saelsin wielded was not limited to inheritance alone. Just as Ivlan had subdued Aline and Passius, he could, for a brief moment, grant that same power to others. And the priests who had received that authority were, at that very moment, meeting the rulers of every nation across the continent. We are beginning anew, Saelsin said softly, our own paradise. Ludger had spent several days confined within a lightless cell. We're moving. It wasn't an ordinary prison, it was a special mobile cell built by the theocracy of Brettis for transporting criminals. The faint but constant tremor told him he wasn't imagining it. The prison truly was in motion. At last, the door opened and light flooded in. Criminal Heathcliff, step out. Ludger glanced briefly at the grim-faced holy knight, then stepped forward with calm, measured steps. The knight frowned deeply. This bastard. Ludger's demeanor was too natural, unnervingly so. No prisoner should be able to look that composed. If he were merely pretending to be fine, that would have been easier to understand. He had seen many men force composure through fear before. But this man didn't seem to be acting. He truly looked at peace. You heretic scum. Do you even realize where you are to hold your head so high? Even so, this place is practically my homeland. Isn't my reaction only natural? A vein bulged on the knight's forehead. Yow, how dare you? You have the nerve to speak such blasphemy. Do you even comprehend how many of my brothers and sisters you slaughtered? Well, Ludger said indifferently, I didn't count. But at least a few thousand, I imagine. His tone was almost laser-too detached for someone accused of mass murder. You, clang! The knight drew his sword, fury shaking his arm. But before he could swing, Ludger met his eyes and said quietly, if you're going to strike, do it in a single blow. Of course you won't. The holy knight's lips trembled, yet in the end he could not swing. Every nerve screamed to strike him down, but he could not. The criminal Heathcliff could not die yet. He /NOVELIGHT/ had to be condemned as a heretic and executed before the entire nation. You must have lost someone close to me, Ludger said evenly. My condolences. Do you feel no guilt at all? Guilt? He tilted his head. If I were given the chance to choose again, I would make the same decision. Is that enough of an answer for you? The knight, struck speechless, finally sheathed his sword. I'll see whether you can keep that arrogant face when you stand at the gallows. I look forward to it. What are you waiting for? Take him away. As they dragged him forward, Ludger's eyes adjusted to the light, taking in his surroundings. Beyond the white marble corridor, far in the distance, he saw a towering white fortress. So I've finally arrived. At the very heart of the holy nation's capital stood the gleaming fortress Galahad. Though it looked like marble, it was built from a special mineral with high divine conductivity holy stone which emitted a faint, sacred glow. Tapering spires rose skyward, and from above, the outer and inner walls formed the shape of a hexagram. Around Galahad, aqueducts spread outward like the strands of a spider's web. It was a beautiful, awe-inspiring structure like a sacred fortress from myth. If Galahad is visible from here, then this must be the first checkpoint city. The holy nation of Brettis was an island country. What made this island unique was its jagged-shaped bays carved deep into its coasts created an endlessly intricate shoreline. Because of that, waterways crisscrossed the island like a vast web of threads. At the center of that watery labyrinth stood the fortress of Galahad. Roads and bridges weren't the only ways to reach it. Canals led there as well. The capital, including the fortress, was often called the City of Water, and the place where Ludger now stood was the first checkpoint city, overlooking both the capital and the fortress. According to legend, before a believer could reach the land of Lumines, they had to pass 3 sacred steps. This city was built in honor of that myth. You'll be staying here. The view vanished, replaced by cold, stone walls. A frigid prison greeted him. True to its name, the first checkpoint city was a place meant to repel intruders and imprison the suspicious. Because of that, its facilities for confinement were far more advanced than even those of the fortress of Galahad. So they won't take me all the way to the fortress. They plan to finish it here. Ludger sat down heavily. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, he remained still, letting time slip by, but he hadn't given up. His mind was turning faster than ever. There's nothing left for me to be bound by. He paused, then shook his head. No, that's only my wishful thinking. There are things that cannot be shaken off simply by deciding to. The harder one tries to cast them aside, the more tightly they cling. Ludger quietly closed his eyes. The guards watching him from beyond the bars sneered, assuming he had surrendered. HMPH. So much for the great heretic. Once he's caught, he just sits there. To think such a man shares the blood of the holy sovereign, how disgraceful. Ludger ignored the deliberate mockery as though it were nothing. Time passed and night fell. Though the prison was dark, pale moonlight filtered through, seeping into the room. Bathed in that cold, bluish glow, Ludger slowly opened his eyes. A crow perched upon the high barred window, staring in at him. Feeling that gaze, Ludger couldn't help but let out a faint, amused breath. Foo-foo. What was that? Did he just laugh? The guards glared through the bars, eyes narrowing. They knew the prison was protected by sacred wards. Escape was impossible, yet his laughter still unsettled them. Maybe he's finally lost his mind, knowing hell die soon. This is why we shouldn't stay near heretics like him. Ignoring their chatter, Ludger whispered softly toward the crow. I thought having just 1 or 2 left alive would be enough, but it seems more than enough did survive. The instant his whisper ended, KRASH. One wall of the prison exploded in a deafening roar, swallowing the guards in a wave of destruction. Choking on dust, the guards coughed violently. Cough, cough, what the hell, what's happening? An attack, inside the holy nation. Even amid the collapse, their sacred law coats shielded them, leaving them unharmed. As they tried to react to the sudden assault, a black shadow burst through the smoke and struck them down in an instant. Crunch! A bare fist shattered the holy protection woven into their white coats, sinking deep into their chests. Out of the haze stepped a massive figure. Ludger smiled when he saw him. Pantos. Outside the prison, explosions and screams echoed one after another. The chaos didn't last long. Silence soon returned, and within it, figures began to emerge one by one. You reckless fools. Ludger glanced at each face of those who had come for him. You're all prepared to become enemies of the world, I trust. They were the executives of the secret organization he had created. U.N. Owen, every officer bearing a code name personally given by Ludger, was gathered here. Beyond the shattered wall stretched the night sky, and beneath that backdrop, the members of Owen stood in formation. If it weren't for you, boss, none of us would've made it this far, Hans said, pulling back his hood as it fluttered in the night wind. And after all that, you tell us to run and leave you behind. If any of us had a shred of decency, we couldn't possibly do that. You shall have some nerve saying that, Violetta shot back dryly. Weren't you the one trembling like a coward? Yeah, Sheridan joined in. Didn't you say you'd retire rich and live easy with all the money you stashed away? Ewan, did I ever say that? I think I heard it too, Alex interjected with a grin. But who cares? What matters is that we're all here again. Pantos crossed his arms with a low hum of agreement, and Bellaruna chuckled, nodding along. Let's go together, teacher, Arthur said last, smiling brightly at Ludger. I see. Ludger's shoulders shook with quiet laughter he couldn't hold back. Truly, you're the fools, I gathered myself. He spoke with a lightened face, almost refreshed. And the fool who leads such fools would be me. Everyone in Owen grinned. Right, Ludger said. We've come this far, we might as well see it through. Not as far as we can go, Alex corrected, shaking his head. To the very end. 647 chapter Authority of the Holy Nation, 2, the White Prison, the very symbol of the first inspection city. Though it could not compare to Galahad, it was still a fortress in its own right, an impregnable bastion. Yet now, that very bastion lay half destroyed. The number of attackers, only 7. But those mere 7 had completely subdued over 100 paladins and prison guards. It was an unprecedented event in the history of Bretis. Wheeing. Boom. Paff, paff. Emergency sirens howled throughout the city as white signal flares burst one after another into the sky. When the blinding white lights, shining brighter than the stars, began to fade from the heavens, the distant gates of Galahad Fortress opened, and waves of troops poured out. Alex clicked his tongue. Look at them swarming like a pack of dogs. I heard most of their forces were sent across the Continenso. Where the hell were these ones hiding? They may be dressed in white, but the way they move is no different from cockroaches. Bretis theocracy should have been an empty house by now, yet the number of paladins pouring out was far from small. If anything, since they were the ones guarding the capital, the quality of their white coats and the armor layered over them was far superior to that of ordinary paladins. With white hoods pulled over their heads, the paladins swiftly formed ranks and began to move in precise coordination. It was almost laughable. What did they plan to do if their enemies decided to flee? But when Alex looked back, he saw the paladins of the first inspection city already emerging and surrounding them. Thave completely blocked our retreat. How annoying. Phantos flattened his ears, growling in irritation. The Bretis paladins clearly thought the intruders would rescue Ludger from the white prison and immediately flee afterward. That assumption stung Phantos' pride deeply. Seems we'll have to teach them a proper lesson. Rolling his shoulders, Phantos stepped forward, but the one who stopped him wasn't Alex nor Ludger. It was Hans. What is it? Allow me to handle this. At Hans' calm reply, Phantos stared at him in surprise. And he wasn't the only one. The other Owens members also widened their eyes in disbelief. Hans, are you sure? Ludger asked quietly, and Hans, though hesitant, nodded. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. You're saying that even though you're not sure, you'll still go. After that day in Dreamland, I think something changed. How should I put it? It feels like I can control this power a little better now. It's hard to explain, but I can feel it. Ludger studied Hans silently. Come to think of it, even when Hans had transformed into a monster of J. Vodden back in Dreamland, he fought with a surprising degree of composure. If that experience had given him some instinctive realization, very well. At Ludger's permission, Hans' face brightened. Phantos still looked displeased, but since Ludger had given consent, he snorted and stepped back slightly. If you're stealing my prey, then make sure it's worth it. Hans knew now that this was Phantos' way of cheering him on. Of course. As Hans took a step forward toward the approaching paladin ranks, Ludger called out, Hans, what? Oha! Hans barely managed to catch something Ludger suddenly threw to him. When he looked down to see what it was, his eyes widened. Boss, this is I picked it up while passing through Isla Machia. Good grief. Hans let out a hollow laugh as he stared at the tooth of the wolf spirit beast. You call that picking it up while passing through? That was Isla Machia. He had already heard rumors of what had happened there. And yet, in all that chaos, Ludger had remembered to bring him such a thing. That thought alone filled him with gratitude. Thank you, I've actually been meaning to experiment with something. Experiment, huh? Sounds confident. I've never tried it before, but for some reason, I feel like I can do it. Hans drew another fang from inside his coat. Holding both, one Ludger had given him, and another pressed them down simultaneously into his own palm. One was the tooth of the guardian beast of House Ulberg, retrieved from Isla Machia. The other belonged to the dear spirit beast he had received in the mystic forest, 2 spirit beast fangs, and Hans had pierced both into his palm at once. The change came immediately. Whoosh. White fur burst out from his skin, his body swelling massively in an instant. Normally, he would have taken the form of a deer, but this time was different. His muzzle lengthened, fangs grew, and his body transformed into that of a massive 4-legged wolf. But his fur remained pure white, and from atop his wolfish head sprouted a golden crown-like horn. The wind stirred. Blue-tinged currents of air swirled around Hans, now transformed by the genes of 2 spirit beasts. This is Violetta, most sensitive to wind among them, muttered in awe. Ow! The wolf's howl echoed through the city. Its voice carried far beyond the first inspection city, reaching even the paladins rushing from afar. Startled for a moment by the howl, the paladins soon regained composure and resumed their advance. Hans curled his lips into a grin at the sight. Then, with a blue afterimage, he vanished. What was that wolf's howl just now? Do beasts even live around here? Stay alert. We don't know the enemy's capabilities. Safest to assume that was the intruder's doing. As they exchanged quick words, the /NOVELIGHT/Paladin's line of sight reached the half-destroyed white prison. The sight of that holy bastion where heretics and criminals were imprisoned and executed crumbling like a sandcastle made several paladins tremble with rage. Those intruders. How dare they defile the holy nation? He'll never forgive them. As their anger boiled, a sudden gust swept past. Stop. Sensing something off, the leading commander gave a curt order. The advancing paladins halted in unison. There's something here. Everyone, beyond he never finished. Before he could complete the sentence, his head was severed and floated into the air. The paladins in the front row froze, their pupils shrinking. Command! The moment they tried to call out, their own heads were lopped off. An invisible, razor-sharp blade swept horizontally, cleanly severing the heads of nearly 50 paladins, hoods and all. Their faces showed no awareness of death. That was how swift and silent the slaughter had been. Everyone down. A few sharp-minded paladins in the second row shouted, ducking low. SHHHK. With a chilling slice, the ends of their hoods were cut away. Our hoods are woven with threads imbued with divine power, yet the cut was smooth, as though made by a guillotine's edge. Enemy attack. Protect your heads. We can't see him. Watch for stealth. The paladins swiftly changed formation, forming a defensive barrier. Those with shields recited divine spells, golden light flaring to life and surrounding them protectively. They moved with clockwork precision, hundreds acting as one massive mechanism. Eyes darted everywhere, searching for the unseen assassin behind the slicing wind. Perhaps because they had entered a defensive stance, the cutting wind abruptly stopped. Did he flee? Some paladins began to think Sauntal, one of them, with sharper sight, happened to glance upward. The blue moonlight seemed unusually bright tonight. Ha! Without meaning to, the paladin let out a small gasp. Under the moonlight, he saw blue stars falling toward them. Only when they grew closer did he realize they weren't stars at all, but bombardments of condensed pure mana. Everyone, defend. Feeling the crushing pressure from above, the central paladins began chanting divine barriers. A translucent, triple-layered, cross-shaped shield spread over the formation like a turtle shell. Then the blue meteor fell upon it. Quum, even hastily cast, the barrier was no simple spell. It was formed from the combined strength of countless paladins. Yet it shattered easily, the impact detonating in the center with a blue magical explosion that swept across the area. Their unity had become their downfall. The explosion devoured them whole, and Wurseth formation was broken. Check for casualties. Heal the wounded immediately. Loosen the ranks. If we bunch up, the damage multiplies. Those at the center were obliterated beyond recognition. The ones on the outskirts suffered heavy wounds, but quickly began recovery through divine healing. The famed vitality of paladins was showing its worth, but the attacker had no intention of waiting. From above, the glowing stars began to fall again. They were smaller this time, but 10 times as numerous. It looked as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Gritting their teeth, the paladins raised their shields. Countless streaks of blue light rained down like a storm, hammering their barriers until they cracked and shattered like glass. Through the gaps came the flashes, exploding upon contact with the ground in hemispherical bursts. Each one small, yet densely packed with mana impossible to ignore even with divine protection. Where's the enemy? There, up in the sky. They spotted a white figure floating in the air, conjuring spheres of blue mana and raining them down. A white deer spirit beast. Intercept. Even in the sky, the paladins had ways to retaliate. Golden spears materialized in their hands as they prepared to throw. Muscles bulged, veins surfaced, SHSHSHSHK. Dozens of golden spears shot upward. Priests in the rear joined in summoning angels of light to block the bombardments, launching golden chains that shot toward the airborne spirit beast. The white deer danced through the air, stepping on nothing, evading with impossible agility. But even so, with a body that large, it couldn't possibly dodge everything. Got him. That thought crossed every mind at once, and then the wind blew again. Ha! A whisper of blue wind brushed past paladins and priests alike. SSSHK, SSHHH. It felt as light as a passing breeze, yet every time it passed, a head fell. W what? There's a hidden enemy. Outer ranks hold the defense. Inner ranks take down that deer. The same one who had stopped attacking. Once the barriers were raised, the paladins gritted their teeth, fury rissing just as a figure emerged from within the blue mist. A beast with a golden horn, a wolf. A wolf. Come to think of it, wasn't that the same howl they had heard earlier? Crunch. The paladin's thought ended as the wolf's jaws crushed his throat. And it wasn't alone. More Wolvesover 20 burst from the blue mist. Each one stood 3 meters tall, enormous spirit beasts tearing through the outer defenses and diving into the center. Hold the line. Hold. Our attacks aren't working. Physical attacks pass through them as if slicing air swords, maces, spears, all useless. Only divine power-infused strikes inflicted real damage. But by then, the formation was already in ruins. Regaining momentum, the blue bombardment resumed from above. Retreat, fall back, everyone across the bridge, raise it now. The paladins who had crossed the canal quickly lifted the drawbridge. True to its name, the City of Water had canals everywhere useful as both passages and barriers. Splash! But the wolf spirit leaped down into the water, as if marking them. A pillar of water rose, towering like a wall, then turned and crashed forward as a localized tidal wave. The paladins braced themselves, planting their feet, but the water slowed their movements for just a second, and that was enough. The wolves sprinted, running on air, flying with the wind itself. The wolves ran. Across a golden-lit field, ripe fruits fell, tumbling like raindrops. Under the moonlight, the reaper moved among them, harvesting his yield. 648 chapter Burglary 1. Hands, unleashing the power of both spirit beasts at once, swept through the paladins with overwhelming might. Still, it doesn't feel good. Now that he was using a fusion of both spirits' powers, Hans could feel an intensity he had never known before. The instinct inherent in his genes showed him how to wield it. Adding his own experience on top of that, Hans fought the paladins with refined precision. If this had been his original body, even a single paladin among that many would have been enough to overpower him. But now, as he wielded the power of the spirit beasts, he could feel just how much stronger he had become. Yet, the sense of pride was overshadowed by discomfort. He did not want to kill anyone. Even now, he carried trauma from when he had turned into a beast and harmed people. Was it because of the wolf spirit's power? The metallic tang of blood and the stench of death brushing against his nose made it impossible for Hans to escape reality. That was why he could see everything he was doing. That was why he did not avert his gaze. That was why he did not run away. I can't keep living like this forever. After meeting Ludger and accompanying him, he had experienced many things. He had fled from fights, hidden like a coward, and tried to comfort himself by saying, "This much is enough." But the path Ludger was walking grew rougher and rougher, and even Hans, who walked beside him, was starting to tire. Should he quit? That desire surged within him several times a day. Brother said I could run away if I wanted to. He had said that even if Hans turned from the path and fled, he wouldn't blame him. Those words had not been empty kindness. They had been sincere. Hans had been truly grateful for that. He believed Ludger had said it because he knew him well and was showing him consideration. Yeah, he was always like that. Even when he knew things would get harder for himself, he'd think of others first. And now was no different. He had told Owens to make their own decisions, and yet had let himself be captured right in the middle of enemy territory. Even if they hadn't come to rescue him, Ludger would not have fallen so easily. He would found some extraordinary method to escape and continued his lonely battle, just as he always had. From the past until now, always the same. He'll never let that happen again. Hans had received too much help to ever repay. Ludger might say it wasn't necessary, but Hans' pride would not allow that. More than that, he wanted to see him again. He was curious about what awaited at the end of the path Ludger sought to reach. Even if he could not walk with him to the end, if he could at least push him forward, even a little, wouldn't that be enough? That's why I fight. The blue light descending from the heavens, the azure wind sweeping across the earth, the number of starlight antlers pouring down from the sky had grown to 5. The guardian beast of House Ulberg possessed the ability of division. Even when divided, each copy's combat strength was nearly equal to the original. Combined with the overwhelming mana of the deer spirit, the synergy was tremendous. Amazing. Sheridan couldn't help but voice her admiration at Hant's display. Even someone with no understanding of warfare would have been left speechless by such a sight. That coward, he's really giving it his all. What impressed Sheridan even more was that Hans was fighting with genuine resolve. Everyone, fall back. Retreat to the fortress. Move. As the battle turned against them, the paladins swiftly chose to retreat. Hans, who had been pursuing them relentlessly, halted his bombardment once they had moved too far away and returned to the first checkpoint city. Phew! Gathering his divided forms back into one, Hans injected a neutralizer and reverted to his normal self. Well done. It's nothing. Hans' complicated expression eased with just that single remark from Ludger. Owen silently observed the retreating paladins. Is it all right to just let them go? Violetta asked if they shouldn't chase and eliminate the remnants. Our goal lies in that Galahad fortress. What we must do hasn't changed. It's a fortress with no intel whatsoever. We have no idea how many soldiers could be waiting inside. No matter how many there are, it won't be fewer than now. If not know when most of the British theocracy's forces had already spread across the continent, there would be no other chance. Prepare yourselves. We're taking Galahad fortress. Selsin von Brettis was being treated with utmost courtesy by the Empire, residing comfortably within the imperial palace. No one stopped him wherever he went. Now that his power of brainwashing had swallowed the entire imperial court, it was no exaggeration to say Selsin was effectively the master of the place. Reports flowed in for him one after another. They came from the paladins and priests he had sent with his orders confirmation that his commands had been carried out successfully. Satisfied, Selsin nodded approvingly. But then his expression chilled slightly as the last report arrived at the worst possible timing. Yo, your holiness, it's terrible. What is it? A signal from the homeland, and the sender was the archbishop in charge of its defense. He was the reserve force left behind just in case enemies invaded the now nearly empty theocracy. For such a man to be contacting him with a voice full of panic, judging by that reaction, it's not good news, is it? That is. Before the archbishop could finish, a chain of explosions echoed from afar. Soon the shouts of elite paladins, "The outer wall is breached," reached even Saleson's ears. The outer wall of Galahad fortress, the first and strongest line of defense, had fallen. It seemed almost impossible. You don't even need to say it. The enemy's already there, aren't they? Why, yes, your holiness. I hadn't heard of any large-scale army movements. That must mean it's a small elite force, and naturally my brother is leading them. Why, you are correct. The archbishop stammered, astonished that Selsin had grasped the situation so quickly. Well, I never thought my brother would sit quietly in some prison. I did, however, believe Id prepared sufficient forces to handle him. Were they really that strong? I hate to admit it, but the enemy's strength is beyond comprehension. We didn't even understand how they possessed such power before being overwhelmed. Ha! It seems my brother came well prepared. Your holiness, please, we must request reinforcements from the homeland. Ah, I am afraid that won't be possible. What? What do you mean? It's already too late. The archbishop froze at those words. Now that he thought about it, the explosions outside had gone quiet. The high-ranking paladins, the priests, the inner sanctum's barrier. He turned around and froze in terror at the sight of cold blue eyes staring down at him. Heek. The archbishop's face turned deathly pale at the sight of Ludger. When had he gotten here? And why hadn't he sensed his approach? And those men and women standing silently behind him, who were they? Why, you, Ure, crack. Before he could shout, a massive hand seized his head. The archbishop tried to summon holy power and struggle, but that iron grip made resistance meaningless. With a light squeeze, his body went limp. A high-ranking archbishop of the theocracy, a man revered wherever he went, now lay dead, flung aside like a broken doll, his body rolling across the marble floor. Selsin, watching the scene through the artifact, slowly shook his head while maintaining his faint smile. My, you could have at least spared the archbishop. Do you know how much time and money it takes to train one? You summoned me here knowing this would happen, didn't you? To be honest, I didn't think it would go this far. Selsin clapped his hands mockingly. Your hand-picked subordinates must be quite skilled. For the outer wall to fall to so few, it's unprecedented in our nation's history. You should be proud. You think this is where it ends? Of course not. but you know as well as I do that it can't be helped. You may breach the outer wall using father's bloodline, but the inner wall is another story altogether. That's where the real fortress begins. Even without being there, Salesyn understood exactly how things were progressing and how they would end. Besides, even if you conquer the inner sanctum, what then? You'll just be occupying an empty shell with its core forces gone. At least ill stain the holy name of your nation properly. Haha, frightening words. But such stains only matter if someone remembers them, don't they? You've done something, haven't you? No one will remember what happened here. Instead, they'll see you as evil incarnate. The theocracy of Bretis will be remembered as noble martyrs who fought against the darkness. Salesyn bared his teeth in a wide grin, because I'll make it so. I can make it so. You sent priests and agents across the continent for this purpose, didn't you? Oh, you figured it out. I always wondered why Lumines had no apostle. Every guard leaves a proxy in the mortal realm to act in their stead. Lumines couldn't have been an exception. Seeing this now, I understand. Salesyn shrugged lightly. You're right. I do hold the apostle's authority, and that authority is a vast brainwashing power capable of rewriting history itself. My, don't steal my lines, little brother. How rude. Do you intend to brainwash every world leader and place them under your control? I am starting with something simpler, creating one great enemy for the world to unite against. Heathcliff von Bretis, the heretic king, the demon sovereign, the apostate. What do you think? Catchy, isn't it? You can even pick your favorite. Ludger ignored his mockery and spoke coldly. That brainwashing, it doesn't last long, does it? If it did, the theocracy wouldn't have needed to go through all this trouble. Its range may be wide, and it can affect many, but its duration is short. The effect remains only as traces in memories-like manipulations of recollection. The reason the ancient kingdom, empire's predecessor, vanished without a trace. The reason the theocracy had endured unbroken for centuries. And you can't use it freely, can you? The greater its scale, the greater the limitations. One mistake, one leak, and the world would know your secret. Through the artifact screen, Ludger's lips twisted into a sharp smile. So it's a half-finished authority. You're so obsessed with maintaining your own power that even luminous gift has lost its radiance. At those words, Salesyn's shoulders trembled, then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're absolutely right, brother. This authority is incomplete. The original power was far more perfect. After Saintess Arcanist's death, that power was halved. You needed her judgment eye, didn't you? Oh my, you see right through everything. You sent people across the continent to find her power. Even if Saintess Arcanist died, her strength must have continued somewhere. Exactly. That's why the theocracy has always reserved this authority for decisive moments, for turning points in history, moments when the nation's existence is threatened. If used carelessly and other rulers discovered it, Bretis would collapse instantly. So yes, it must be used thoroughly or not at all. And what a nuisance it is. To think I'd be the one to wield it in my generation. Salesyn laced his fingers together and gazed slyly at Ludger. So what will you do? The authority is already active. I hold the power to move the world, while you haven't even taken Galahad Fortress. You've turned the whole world against you. Are you prepared for that, my heretic brother? Prepared? Ludger scoffed softly, as if amused. I'll be waiting. Use every trick you have. I'll do the same. Still insisting on a fair fight even in disadvantage, huh? Fine, let's lay all our cards on the table, brother. Blood related only by half, the Hollow brothers declared war upon one another, and that was the end of their conversation. Just before the signal from the artifact cut off, Ludger spoke one last time. Those titles you listed here sense is dreadful. Not one of them suits me. Oh, I actually thought they were rather good. If you must call me NVLGT, only on NVLGT, something call me this. As the connection faded, his quiet voice reached Salesyn's ears. The Demon King. 649 Chapter Burglary 2. After ending his conversation with Ludger, Salesyn remained seated for a while, a low chuckle slipping from his lips. Fufufu, the Demon King, is it? How arrogant a title. The King of all demons. A grandiose term that even greater demons would bow before. Well, since my adorable little brother wants it, I suppose, as the elder, I'll gladly indulge him. To Salesyn, Ludger's warning was nothing more than childlike arrogance. The difference in their power was simply overwhelming. He possessed a force capable of moving the entire continent, the divine power that had annihilated thousands. including Cardinal Patricio. Indeed, it was threatening, but the cost Ludger had to pay to wield that power was immense. With luminous gaze fixed upon him now, there was no way he could use it as before. I should thank the Cardinal. Thanks to that bait, he conveniently drained my brother's strength. With Ludger's greatest variable sealed, little remained to him, now just a handful of companions who had come to save him. He might still have a few cards left, but at best, they were like fireflies before the sun. More than anything, you have many mountains left to climb. Who do you think remains inside Galahad's inner citadel? Saelsin hadn't left the theocracy and its throne for no reason. He had departed because he knew it would be fine even in his absence. After such a long-awaited reunion between brothers, I suppose it's time for a reunion between siblings. Enjoy the fight, little brother. He only hoped Ludger wouldn't collapse before Saelsin himself even needed to lift a hand. After finishing his talk with Saelsin, Ludger silently gazed ahead. Even under the moonlit night, the vast hall glimmered with solemn radiance. Beyond the red carpet lay a massive white stone platform, and on it stood a grand gate framed in gold. The only passage to the inner sanctum, the gate of heaven. But now that gate was tightly shut. The moment the outer defenses fell, rather than sending out troops to fight, the defenders had chosen to lock down and fortify. Some might call it cowardice, but to Ludger it was an excellent decision, which meant Somion, with considerable command skill, was stationed within. For Saelsin to sound that confident, there must be at least a cardinal-level figure in there, choosing to hold their ground and stall for time that implied they were sure reinforcements would come. To open that gate, we'll have to expend a great deal of power. Then it was time to play one of his own cards. Saruna. At Ludger's call, a man stepped out from the shadows behind a pillar in the hall. Alex, Phantos, and the other Owens members who hadn't sensed his presence instantly raised their guard. Stand down. He's my guest. At Ludger's calm order, the tension immediately dissipated. Saruna whistled softly at the sight. We're such remarkable loyalty. If only my own people had been like that. There was someone like that once. A pity about Velkat and Nikolai. Velkat had his own agenda, and Nikolai got too full of himself. I didn't call you here for idle chatter. As you can see, I've come to the theocracy of Bretis. Yeah, I figured you'd end up here eventually. Honestly, I'd been expecting this for a while. You can open the path to the inner sanctum, can't you? Of course. Saruna replied casually, as if it were no trouble at all. It's not like I've been sitting idle all this time. Is there a method? The gate of heaven rejects any who attempt to enter without permission. No matter that you carry the Holy Sovereign's blood, if the other side denies you, it won't open. That should apply to you as well. True, I'm just as unwanted there. I'm the one they most wish to destroy after all. But you know what? If someone who is authorized touches it, the gate opens easily. Is there such a person among us? 1. Saruna stepped forward until he stood before Ludger. For this moment, I've prepared someone. Haven't I, Setidal? At his words, a new presence stirred within the hall. Ludger turned toward the newcomer, part of a memory surfacing in his mind. That person is you've seen him before, during the Order Synod, right? One of my lieutenants, Setidal. The figure threw back a black hood, revealing long, flowing silver hair and a youthful face. A man NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, who appeared to be in his mid-20s at most, handsome and refined. I thought he'd be older. He only looks that way. In truth, he's very old. To Ludger, Setidal was an unknown quantity. Unlike the other First Orders or Saruna's lieutenants, he had never once taken active part in anything. And now that Ludger saw him up close, he couldn't help but doubt whether this man truly served Saruna, for in Setidal's eyes burned raw hatred and anger directed at him. Is he really your subordinate? Oh, he is. He served faithfully by my side for hundreds of years. Shut your mouth. This will be the last time I entertain your filth, Saruna. Setidal spat his words like venom, glaring fiercely. Saruna merely shrugged with a pleasant smile, unfazed by the hostility. Ludger immediately sensed there was something deeply rooted between them. So you didn't call him just to introduce a hostile subordinate. He's the key to opening that gate, isn't he? Exactly. Setidal, it's your turn now. HMPH. Setidal snorted irritably, but still turned and walked toward the gate of heaven without hesitation. Watching his back, Ludger asked quietly, can he really open it? Even I, with the Holy Sovereign's blood, cannot. You're already marked as an enemy to them, remember. The gate itself rejects your existence. And that man is different. Yes, you wouldn't know it, but he was once someone who could freely pass through that gate. He could come and go freely. What is he, exactly? Ludger had no recollection of any such person. Well, of course you wouldn't. Setidal was recorded in history as dead long ago. Dead? When exactly? The day Saintess Archinis vanished and the day the great demon Saruna was slain. Ludger's eyes widened in disbelief. That man was, a demon. Hardly. Setidal would be furious if he heard that. Quite the opposite. Actualis stood firmly against the demons. Saruna's gaze lingered on Setidal as he pressed his palm against the gate of heaven. He was once the Saintess Archinis, attendant and one of the highest-ranking priests in the theocracy of Bretis. Not the false priests of today, but a true priest, as only those of that era could be. But how could a human live that long? He changed bodies only recently. What? Did you know? The old priests of Lumines could console wandering souls, commune with them, and hear their voices. Among them, Setidal was unique beyond an ordinary necromancer. He could imprison the souls of sinners or release the souls of the innocent. What are you talking about? You've heard people say the mages of the ancient era were remarkable, right? It's the same here. The old priests, paladins, and high priests of the theocracy were all extraordinary because back then the miracles of Lumines were real. Saintess Archinis. Yeah. The moment Saruna nodded Kuwang, the gate, which had seemed immovable no matter what they tried, began to rumble open. Setidal had truly opened the gate of heaven by his own power. After Archinis' death, Setidal left the theocracy and joined hands with me. For the sake of the future, he bound his own soul and continued replacing bodies, generation after generation. The body, how no, I think I can guess. Ludger recalled Victor Dreadpool's human experimentations. But if such experiments had existed since long ago, sharp as ever. You're right. Setidal transfers his soul into a new vessel each time, living on. He's already changed bodies more than 10 times. The reason he looks so young now is because he only switched recently. A priest, of all people, rejecting the laws of the world and allying with a demon. The first to reject the laws was Lumines. It was Setidal himself who answered. I served Saintess Archinis, not that false god, Lumines. And since our goals aligned, Saruna added with a smirk, we joined forces temporarily. Well, temporary turned out to last quite a while. I've watched your vile, detestable acts all this time just to fulfill this promise. But this is the end. Yes, it's about time we part ways. Setidal's blazing eyes glared at Saruna. Keep the promise. With a voice like a growl tearing from his throat, he took a step back as if to say, the rest is yours now. Well then, the gate of heaven is open. Shall we enter the inner citadel? The greatest obstacle, the gate of heaven, had opened absurdly easily. Owens looked stunned, and beyond the now open passage, countless presences could be felt. The hosts seemed eager to greet their guests. There ain't nothing more than a rabble. Ludger signaled toward Phantos with his eyes. You've held back well until now. Pewok. From Phantos erupted an intense aura, so fierce that even his allies instinctively stepped back. Your prey's right before you. Go ahead, run wild as you please. Phantos stepped forward. His white hair rippled like heat waves as he walked. From between his lips, fangs pushed out. The beastly instinct he had long suppressed thrilled in anticipation of the hunt to come. Phantos had no intention of holding it back any longer. How much restraint do you want? His voice was tense with barely contained bloodlust. If it were before, he would have charged in without even asking, but the fact that he did now showed how much he'd grown. Ludger smirked. Leave the inner citadel standing. A tall order. There'll be a bigger battle after this one. We'll be fighting the entire continent. Well, at least need a place to receive our guests. In that case, Phantos' lips twisted into a savage grin. I suppose I've no choice. With that, Phantos vanished from his spot. A thunderous boom followed, and cracks spread like spiderwebs from where he had been standing. Then, in a flash of white light, Phantos shot toward the passage inside the gate of heaven. In an instant, his figure disappeared beyond the corridor shrouded in shadow. And then, from within, came earth-shattering noise, roars and screams mingled together. Yu-woo-woo. A giant man, face covered by a white executioner's hood, swung twin axes in both hands. Phantos wasn't exactly small himself, but this executioner was at least 3 heads taller. By sight alone, his height exceeded 3 meters. It was impossible for a human body to grow so large naturally. Did they inject him with something? Phantos could sense the unnaturalness of it, but he didn't care. At least a prey had shown up that looked somewhat entertaining. The massive axe cut through the air like splitting firewood. Phantos casually extended a palm toward it. Chag! Instead of being split in half as expected, his thumb and forefinger simply pinched the blade and stopped it dead in place. The hulking executioner grunted and poured all his strength into pulling it back. His bulging muscles swelled like overinflated balloons, veins popping out, but the axe didn't budge an inch. Phantos stared at him with cold, indifferent eyes. "You're nothing but a hollow husk with a big frame." He pressed his fingers slightly, and the axe blade cracked like glass, then shattered completely. Before the panicked executioner could react, Phantos' fist smashed into his face. With a dull thud, the body toppled backward, headless. Phantos brushed his unstained hand as if shaking off dust. Around him already lay piles of paladin corpses. Not enough. It wasn't enough. He twitched his ears. There were soundspeople deeper inside. And a scent, a strong one. The scent of the power fulcry worth hunting. Phantos charged in that direction immediately. The corridors beyond the gate of heaven were winding and maze-like, but to Phantos, they posed no obstacle. Soon he reached a heavy steel door bolted shut. How annoying! Without slowing down, Phantos kicked it with full force. The door tore free and bounced along the floor like a skipping stone. It would have flown straight through to the other side if it hadn't suddenly stopped midair. I wondered what heretic dared to intrude. The one who had caught the steel door with one hand tossed it aside. Thud. The door, several dozen centimeters thick and weighing tons, hit the ground with a quake. The man had thrown it aside like trash. Not a heretic, but a beast, a filthy animal. He was smaller than Phantos, but his thick neck and dense, muscular build made him seem like compressed stone. "You're one of the heretics follow us, one who killed Bentham." The paladin's vicious gaze fixed on Phantos, then shifted as more Owen's members arrived behind him. His aura surged in response. Following Phantos into the scene, Ludger's eyes narrowed. He looked past the unusual paladin to the figures gathered behind him, and upon spotting one familiar face, his expression turned faintly exasperated. To that bastard Celsinso, he left that behind. 650 chapter Broken Family. 1. The forces Phantos had fought on his way here were nothing but a warm-up. The troops waiting in the central hall of the inner citadel were on a completely different level. The Holy Knight Commander, though small in stature, was compact with dense power that much was acceptable. The problem was the people standing behind him. I never thought the heavenly gate would actually be breached. Was there a traitor inside? A clear and unhurried voice, oddly out of place in this tense atmosphere. The voice belonged to a woman with long white hair and red eyes. She wore a white garment, and even her skin was so pale that aside from her crimson lips and eyes, everything about her was pure white. No matter how beautiful she was, dressed like that she appeared not sacred but eerily chilling. "It's been a while, sister." Ludger spoke to his sister, a fellow bearer of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline. Her red eyes gleamed as they swept over Ludger from head to toe. "It really has been a while. So, you've finally come all the way here, my little brother, whose face I could barely even remember anymore. I didn't expect this either. To think another of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline would be guarding this inner sanctum. Deanna von Brettis, Ludger's older sister, born with divine power and sensitivity nearly equal to Saleson's, though she lost to Saleson and never ascended to the Holy Sovereign's throne. Her talent was so highly valued that she was spared and appointed as one of the Holy Nation's senior leaders. Now, seated upon a golden throne, she looked down at Ludger. "And not just one of you, I see." Ludger's blue eyes flicked from side to side, observing those beside Deanna. Two figures stood by her golden throne, a young man and woman, both appearing to be in their late teens. It was difficult to determine their exact appearance because their entire bodies were bound tightly with black and white leather belts. Bondage, perhaps the garb of mental asylum patients. Their arms were strapped together, their bodies wrapped head to toe like mummies in leather, and even their faces were covered, leaving only their mouths and noses exposed. The strands of white hair sticking out through the gaps in the leather gave a faint hint of what those things used to be. "Lawrence von Brettis. Lorelei von Brettis. Have you developed some sort of perverse, sadistic hobby with our twin siblings?" It made no sense to see members of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline standing beside Dienna in such grotesque condition. It almost made Ludger suspect that his sister had some cruel pastime of tormenting her younger siblings. What in the world have you done? What Ludger couldn't comprehend was how calm the other holy knights were. They showed no surprise whatsoever, as if this were entirely natural. A kind of mercy, Dienna said lightly. Mercy. Did I misunderstand the meaning of that word? A fight for succession to the throne always draws blood. Some surrender, but there are always those who don't. Her words were horrifying. You mean those twins refused to yield and ended up like that after resisting to the end? It was Brother Saleson's form of mercy. Ludger couldn't help but scoff. Wrapping them in leather restraints like bestiaux, could that possibly be called mercy? And by the look of them, they've lost their reason altogether. Can that even be called living? There ain't nothing but husks barely clinging to life. No, it was worse than that. It was obvious they had been brainwashed and drugged until their minds were bleached clean. He would have preferred if they had been given an honorable death instead. To do this to one's own siblings, just to use them afterward, disgust welled up in his throat. What could I do? Their talent was far too valuable to simply let them die. So you turned your siblings into toys because their skills were too precious. Members of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline, no less. And the people around you just watch this like it's normal. At this point, who were the real heretics? No, I see Nauthier all accomplices. Ludger's sharp gaze swept around. The holy knights and priests surrounding them weren't normal either. Among the corpses Phantos had left behind, Ludger had seen some that were far larger than any human, but he hadn't expected more monsters like that to be here. A towering brute over 3 meters tall with an executioner's hood covering its face. Another with grotesquely long arms and a plague doctor mask. And one crouched on all fours, its eyes moving in opposite directions like a beast. Test subjects. They were test subjects. Failed once grotesque experiments gone wrong. Like a child tearing apart a broken toy and reattaching limbs in bizarre ways, the beings before him looked exactly like that. There were still some people who looked relatively human, but their calm coexistence among those monsters meant only one thing: he had helped create them. Truly revolting. I knew you've been abducting orphans for experiments, but not to this degree. You call yourselves agents of the divine will, nor act exactly like the beings you claim to oppose. Silence, heretic. You who borrow the power of Demoncho, dare you speak of holiness? The one who snapped back at him was the holy knight at the front, same one who had easily blocked Phantos' throne iron gate. He was barely 1 meter 60, broad like a turtle, beardless but built like a dwarf warrior. On his shaved head, a tattoo of a cross and rosary gleamed. Paidman, commander of the Holy Knights. The Holy Knights of Bretis were divided into 4 ranks: trainee, common, advanced, and elite. Even the elite knights equaled high-grade imperial knights, and when gathered, their strength rivaled master-class warriors. Among those elites, the strongest earned the title of commander. There were 3 such commanders in Bretis, and Paidman was one of them, protector of the nation beyond Galahad Fortress itself. In imperial terms, he was equivalent to Terina Lionhowl, the warden of national defense. You seem rather angry with me, Ludger said dryly. You, who inherited the blood of the Holy Sovereign. You, gifted with such talent, dare betray the holy nation and still dare to speak. And the holy nation trying to kill me was right then. You should have died. To crawl back from death and raise your blade against the holy nation, how vile. So all this is righteous, is that it? Or maybe your rage comes from somewhere else. Ludger's lips twisted into a sharp smile. The death of Bentham, commander of the Knights of Light, was it truly that painful? Paidman's eyes widened in fury. Ludger had struck the sourced part of his heart. Yes, that's it. You were close to Bentham, weren't you? Should I tell you how he died? What did you say? He died miserably, NVLGHD. Read the full story, unbefitting of his title. His bones shattered, his muscles torn, yet he kept regenerating, clinging to life like a cockroach. You bastard. In the end, he begged for his life, sobbing and screaming. Do you know what I did? I granted him mercy, a clean death. No body left behind. He burned golden and crumbled into dust like a statue of stone. Quite a fascinating sight, don't you think? You filth. Veins bulged grotesquely across Paidman's forehead. Unable to contain his rage, he stomped the ground and charged at Ludger. Despite his small frame, his speed was astonishing, but Phantos moved first. The beast caught the charging Paidman's massive shield in his two brutish arms. Your opponent is me, prey, you filthy beast. Do you know who you face? Paidman strained against the shield, but Phantos didn't budge. The Holy Church of Lumines declared all non-humans heretics, so to Paidman, Phantos was nothing but an abomination. But this strength something was off. Even without going all out, Paidman's charge could overturn a chariot. Catching that barehanded, and the shield isn't even moving. A glint of excitement sparked in Paidman's eyes. Fine. You're not normal, I see. Let's test your mettle. As Paidman gathered strength, Phantos sensed the seriousness and matched his power. An invisible sphere of pressure rippled around them, distorting the air. Crack, crack. The reinforced floor split, and fragments floated into the air. After a tense struggle, both broke apart simultaneously. Then, in the next instant, both vanished from sight. Explosions erupted across the vast hall as shockwaves rolled through. Their battle was the signal flare. The test subjects behind Paidman surged forward. "I'll take those," Alex said, drawing his sword with a clear metallic hiss. "I needed a chance to put my recent insight into practice anyway, though this barely counts as a warm-up." Alex collided with the test subjects, while Arthur and Violetta stepped forward to face the priests and knights. "Fighting, you can do it. Why, yeah, well, cheer you on." Seridan and Bellaruna, who were of little use in direct combat, withdrew to a safe distance, peeking out only to shout encouragement. Ludger's gaze locked on Deanna. Sensing the intent in his eyes, Deanna smiled faintly and spoke to the twins. "Lawrence, Lorelei, it's your youngest brother. Go show him your affection." The two figures, motionless like wax dolls, turned their heads in eerie unison toward Ludger. Even though their eyes were covered by leather, they looked straight at him. Through the gaps around their faces, red light seeped out. Boom, the twins vanished from their spots. Aeta Nocturnus. Shadows wrapped around Ludger's body. From his feet to his head, darkness cloaked him, shaping a crow mask over his face. He spread his shadow-covered arms wide. At that instant, the twins' simultaneous kicks were caught in his hands. Boom! Just from blocking the attack, the floor beneath Ludger sank into a crater. Even through Aeta Nocturnus, a tingling sensation ran up his arms. Extreme physical enhancement through divine power, huh? As expected of the Holy Sovereign's bloodline, their physical prowess far surpassed any ordinary holy knight. They weren't even wearing the typical armor or white coats that symbolized their order. No, those bindings over their bodies actually help circulate divine energy internally. At this moment, Lawrence and Lorelei physical ability exceeded even masterclass knights. And the troublesome part, this wasn't their full power. And Deanna wasn't going to just sit back and watch. A faint light emanated from the golden throne beneath her. The golden glow spread across the hall, seeping into Lawrence, Lorelei, and the test subjects. Their already fast movements became so rapid that they were now invisible to the naked eye. As Ludger lowered his head, Lawrence's leg whipped past like a razor-edged whip. Slash! A deep mark split across the distant wall as if sliced by a sword. Ludger reached to grab Lawrence, but Lorelei was already sliding low into his blind spot. Her bare leg split into a perfect 180-degree kick aimed at his chin. Ludger abandoned his grip on Lawrence and crossed his arms to block. Bang! The impact exploded like a bomb, sending Ludger's body flying upward. Before he could regain balance, the twins dashed across the ceiling, walls, and pillars, their legs whipping from both sides. In that instant, Ludger's body compressed into a single point and disappeared. The twins, missing their target, glanced around before lowering their heads. Sniff, sniff. They sniffed the air, then, without hesitation, launched themselves high into the air. Clang, clang, clang. From the shadows where they had just stood, sharp spikes shot upward. Had they delayed even slightly, they would have been skewered. But it was a feint. As Lawrence kicked off a pillar midair, Ludger appeared behind him like a ghost. He swung his swordstick down to strike Lawrence's head, turned 180 degrees, owl-like. What the it was already shocking that his neck could twist at such an impossible angle, but what came next was worse. Gra! Lawrence opened his mouth wide, and with a roar, a beam of pure white light burst forth, engulfing Ludger whole.